Hey everybody, welcome back to the League of Legends stream. We are here with the first semi-final match between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Dignitas. CLG and Dignitas, two great teams, both of them going 2-0 in the first games of yesterday, and they're here to hopefully get into the final two. The winner, of course, will move on to the grand finals and the chance at first place. The loser will be stuck in third, fourth, and will actually fight it out for bragging rights at the very least there. I am Phreak, I'm joined with Rivington.
Good day.
The third.
Indeed.
Forgot that part. That's part of your name.
1, 2, 3.
It's like if you called me Fur, that wouldn't really make any sense.
No, I don't think that would work out too well.
Yeah, that'd be lame. But yes, we are here and we are good to go. Looks like we do have the players in the game. CLG, blue team first pick for Ben, all that stuff. And actually, I'm gonna let the players know it's time to go. You can hear me type, of course. Mechanical keyboard's awesome and all of that. So let's run this.
I'm really excited to see these matches. You know, CLG, as we said, and Dignitas, actually everybody coming out 2-0 on the day yesterday, besides the teams, obviously, unfortunately, that have been kicked out. And we are going to see Dignitas playing at Curse yesterday. They did very well their first game, and I thought Curse would actually come back on that second one. So Dignitas did show a little bit of falter there, but they were able to bring it back into the gameplay they're used to, their LAN experience coming in, and they were able to take that one. CLG had a very dominating day yesterday, I believe, against Goose. So we'll have to see really how these guys can come back compared now to these two top caliber teams.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the day. But yeah, so we were talking a little bit about the earlier matches, as you said. Dignitas, they won their first game yesterday without even taking a death. They just pooped on everyone. They took that game with no worries at all. But interestingly, both CLG and Dignitas, they both had that one game where they stomped really hard, and they both had the one game where like they almost lost it.
Yep.
So CLG's very first game of the day against Goose, Bigfatlp got first blooded. They lost first dragon. They were down like 4-1 in kills, and they finally came back and started winning it. And in talking with Goose this morning, they're like, yeah, we beat ourselves the first game. That was just bad. The second game, they stomped us. You know, they deserved it. Dignitas kind of the same way. They just like crushed game one and they like started throwing away game two. The game was like 50 minutes long. It was really, really, really good. And they finally took it over with like 3 Baron kills and things like that. But they had made a lot of mistakes throughout the game. So we're gonna see if these teams bring in their mistake-filled giving away first blood by getting flung into a turret, or if they bring the like super awesome crush mode, like kill people from halfway across the screen with needly spears and never lose a champion. But the picks and bans have started. The bans are already in.
Saintvicious is quite happy.
Yeah. So right away that Udyr grab, of course, away from Jatt. They know it's first pick, and they're like, hey, you know, we're gonna steal that Udyr away. So these teams are actually picking against the other teams. Right? You see the bans here: Zillion, Nidalee, Lee Sin aimed at CLG, Morgana, Talon, Trundle aimed at Dignitas, and CLG knows again, you know, we can first pick. We're gonna take Udyr away from Dignitas.
Who was that Talon yesterday?
Talon was Scarra.
Dignitas. Yeah, so Scarra with double bloodthirsters coming into late game as Talon, farming top by himself the entire time in a 1v1. Like an amazing game, and that's such a targeted ban right there. Obviously, the Nidalee for Hotshot, he was playing that yesterday. Their poke comp, and they actually took out Trundle as well, so they couldn't do anything with that. So, you know, Dignitas was watching very closely at what CLG was bringing to the table yesterday.
Yeah, and Morgana banned out away from LoCicero. Trundle, I guess, is aimed at Jatt. Jatt seemed to play a couple of Trundle games yesterday as well. But Dignitas has their first 2 picks in. They have Ryze and Sona. I'm surprised at the early Ryze pick because I don't think CLG plays. I don't think they actually play Ryze. So kind of an interesting choice because I don't think he's very contended. Sona definitely one that CLG seems to pick most often. Elementz seems most often to play Sona. CLG some great picks here. Wow, Kog'Maw and Galio. So
I like it.
Very interesting. Yeah, I feel like we're going to see probably Caitlyn pick to like try to counter Kog'Maw with that early lane, which then makes me surprised to see Sona because Caitlyn is such a strong lane specifically, but we're going to see how this plays out. Chauster playing is actually going to be the Kog'Maw player, most definitely.
Yep.
And that's actually it's a very, very high damage range DPS champion. So actually, let's take a step back and explain League of Legends right now.
For sure.
So as you can see here, there's a lot of portraits on the screen. These are all champions. I'm going to actually scroll through, and you can see that there are 80 plus, 83 right here in this patch. And basically, as a player, you control one of these 80 champions, and you play in this map 5 versus 5 team-based battle. And there's the Caitlyn, awesome. And it's 5 on 5, and you're going to sort of take your champion, and they have usually specific roles. Some are tanks, some are support champions, some are mages, things like that. And the object of the game is to kill enemy champions, and as you destroy the enemy forces, you push through into the enemy base, you destroy the base, you blow it up, you win the game. And so it's all about combat against your enemy players. And because these are all unique, specialized champions, they have their inherent strengths and weaknesses. Caitlyn, for example, extremely safe, long range, really good early on, especially. That range can be used to push back enemies and keep them from doing what they want to do. Kog'Maw specifically, very, very high damage, but a little bit less safe. Has no innate escaping tool, so if someone jumps on him, he's probably going to keep taking damage, whereas Caitlyn can keep getting back from their opponents, and actually she can stay rather safe here. But both of them are normally sort of ranged, damage-dealing, persistent damage champions. A couple more picks coming through. Nocturne being grabbed for DIGNITAS. So there's the jungler choice here. He's a big melee assassin type, kind of gets in there, fights people. Probably going to be jumping on that Kog'Maw a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Finally, Bigfatlp gets to play as Cassiopeia. You're going to see that switch between Big Fat and Hotshot for Galio and Cass. So that'll go down. We'll have to see really such a strong laner, Cassiopeia, such little mana required to use, and her abilities just, once you're poisoned, can like half-second attack you with that Fang, and she really do a lot of damage, and her sustain in lane early game is really big. She kind of falls off late game, so we're definitely going to have to see if CLG can be aggressive enough to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, Cassiopeia is certainly, best known for her laning phase, absolutely. She might be fighting against Ryze, so the other solo has not yet been chosen. We're going to see if they give, maybe like Nasus to LoCicero, something like that. We're not quite sure yet what they're going to do. There's a lot of really opportunities here for this lineup. Now that CLG has picked all their champions, it's time for DIGNITAS to say, can we counter any of these lanes? Is there a lane that we can take that will completely crush you? Ooh, Akali, nice. This should be very interesting. So with Akali and Nocturne there, they can definitely jump onto that Kog'Maw, and they can blow him up almost certainly. Almost certainly. Sorry about that. So I'm very intrigued to see how these lineups pan out. So what do you see here? What do you think is going to be the stronger lineup here?
Honestly, I think it's going to be CLG. They have a few more CCs that are just steady and ready. You do have Room Prism and then a little bit of a CC from Shroud, but you can just go in. Saintvicious is known to just, every time he has that flash up, he will utilize it to get that bear stance down and start to initiate. Hotshot's going to be able to lay that down. Bigfatlp with the ultimate. There's just so much stopping power right there for Kog'Maw to be able to sit on the outside, just get a little bit of a shield from Elementz, and just keep banging on those guys from outside the door.
That's true. It's going to be really reliant on how well Elementz and Hotshot play their disruption. Right. Bigfatlp can't really be trusted to use his ultimate just on the assassins. He's probably going to use it more as an initiation tool, but less than defensively.
As you said, again, the whole goal of the Scarra on Akali and Jatt on Nocturne is to get that Chauster, that Kog'Maw that's going to try to stay in the back. So they're pretty much going to be able to just blow through that front door of defense. It's something you don't usually see. They can pass right through those champions and right to Kog'Maw and take them out. And that's going to really stop the fight and deter them from even wanting to do it. Saintvicious is still going to be able to do a little bit of damage, and Cass can still start to poison, but that's only so focused when Kog'Maw can just start rolling out and really attack everybody to deter them from the fight. So when he's gone, that's going to be really bad for CLG.
Yeah, there's another thing to point out also is DIGNITAS has no dedicated tank. Nocturne is a bit durable. Ryze generally builds quite a bit of durability. Akali has some spell vamp, and the Shroud gives her a bit of armored magic resist, but they have no dedicated tank. They have no hardcore initiator. They've got to basically hope that Nocturne can get in there and be disruptive, and they can just dive. But no one can pull them away from a turret. No one can really force them to die for a mistake unless they can just keep chasing with an assassin. And you've got HotshotGG, that bulwark. You put it on the Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw's going to not die for those 4 seconds. And you've got that paired up with the Elementz shield, and if they work together, they can pretty much force Chauster to survive those assassins. And we're gonna see if they can actually make that happen or not.
Yeah, it's gonna be an awesome game coming in here. I love seeing LoCicero Ryze. That was awesome yesterday. He plays it very well, and he's one of those players with Ryze, quite squishy, but still stays in the fight until that last 100 HP. You play that game of bait / I can still do enough damage, and I know I can stay alive if I can get those skill off first. So very cool to see that happening. We're gonna see if they utilize that in game. They've been doing a very good job of just quickly breaking that line of sight as much as they need to come back into the fight and continue fighting in the fray. We'll see what these guys have. Once we get into the game, we're going to roll around the lanes and show you what it's all about, the dragon spawn, the baron spawn, the little quest that they can do here on the map to get themselves global gold. As they take down turrets as well, they will get global gold, and that will assist the team overall. You can go for something that'll give you global gold and lose a player and still be all right with that situation. So you'll see that coming into play a lot, those sacrifices, those little things here and there that can really accumulate to give you a lead in the game.
Yeah, indeed. So we're going down to the last 3 seconds now. The delay from spectator, we're going to be a minute behind. So, even if they could hear us, they would hear pretty much irrelevant information. Make sure that they're not gaining anything they're not supposed to. Map vision, of course, extremely important in League of Legends. If you know what your opponents are doing, that's a supremely good advantage.
Yes.
You're going to see a lot of sneaky plays here, especially from this Nocturne. He's actually this champion, known for ganking champions from outside of sight range, showing up out of nowhere and getting these kills early on. You're going to see that up at the top of the screen. There's going to be that scoreboard, the kills right now, of course, 0-0 as the game has just started. But we see that CounterLogic Gaming, the blue team spawning in the bottom left. You guys want to cheer for CLG and see them win? Let me hear you guys cheer in the audience. All right, for the purple team in the top right, if you guys have any Dignitas fans out there, let me hear you guys. Decidedly less.
Yeah, we'll have to see. CLG has always been a big favorite. Rock Solid now coming under the Dignitas name have been doing very good things for themselves, and are actually considered to be one of the teams to be reckoned with here in this tournament because of their lineup and because of their aggressiveness. That all the players feel they're always a few steps ahead, and it's really scary to understand that the other team knows that, and every move you make is very cautious. So we really have to see how they play. As you can see, nobody's really going for the jungle invasion whatsoever. They're going to go ahead and hang out those bushes near Baron, as well as just put some traps down middle. They realize that Caitlyn got traps. They don't really want to do anything with it, so they're just going to hang back and cover everything they need to cover. They're going to be covering this little Wraith camp down in mid as well, and make sure none of those are stolen, since the junglers can somewhat counter each other. And if that jungle is messed up, it will really set you back quite a bit of time, and time is everything in League of Legends.
Absolutely the case. We can see some of the opening builds for these players rise up with Overload. So shout out to Reddit, by the way, all you guys coming in from the Reddit community. We were reading a lot of the comments after the first day. You guys talking about the things that you liked and didn't like from the cast, and you said, hey, I really like when you guys hover with the tooltips and show us what these abilities are doing and how well they're opening their builds. So we're going to watch SCPO opening with Q, boots, and potions. You can see down at the bottom of the screen they're opening builds for items. And as I click on these champions, you'll see their first abilities learned. So I'll try to give you guys that information throughout the game, especially for the star players. I'll let you kind of see what their builds ended up being.
It looks like no invasions right now as Phreak slides through those builds, just showing you what's going on. Akali goes top, and it looks like that will be a Cass versus Akali up top. All right, that's going to be a pretty sweet lane. Akali's going to be very, very aggressive at level 6, but I believe Cass will win that early lane, and we're going to have Galio and HotshotGG, a very strong Galio, against LoCicero in mid, as well, a very high caliber Rise player, so that's going to be an awesome matchup there. Your supports and AD bottom. This game is underway. We are 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. The junglers are, actually, we already have an invasion by Saintvicious.
Yeah, he's coming through. He's already level 2. He's got that blue buff on him, and he's going towards the top, actually. I don't know if he's going to steal golems or try to gank Akali. Could go either way. We're going to watch him, and he's going up towards the golems. Okay, he's going to steal some jungles. That's pretty smart of him. Jatt going to kill off some of these wraiths, but it's not going to do a whole lot for him because, by the way, Udyr pretty much being pro here with Phoenix and Turtle Stance, doing cool stuff. Bigfatlp has learned Twin Fang, so if he lands that Q, that Noxious Blast, he's going to go through and try to do a lot of damage. Akali, of course, staying in the rush, and he lands it. Here's a lot of damage, but Scarra being pushed into that Twilight Crowd, getting that at level 2. Pretty smart choice there, getting her out of the fight. But yeah, CassioP actually known as a pretty good anti-melee champion. Oh, here's a fight in from Jatt. Chases around Saintvicious a little bit, but doesn't get a whole lot out of it. Saintvicious, level 3, did a great job there. And Nocturne going to probably come down and grab the lizard.
He doesn't seem confident enough about it. There is a CV right there, actually. I think that was CLG, so they are going to go ahead. It looks like Jatt may go for something of his own here onto Galio. I believe he does still have his flash up. Yes, he does, and it looks like if anything really happens in this one, he's just going to be able to flash out. You can see that Jatt really hasn't been able to level up to 4. He does not have his fear yet, and Hotshot just calmly walks out of that situation. Yeah,
absolutely right. He did make Galio waste 1 spell. He used the Righteous Gust to get away. Jatt did steal one of the jungle mobs with his... Ooh, and a nice little... Actually, no, he just missed the Q. Okay, I thought he was going to spell shield that, but Hotshot missed his Q. So now Hotshot actually very low on mana. That's actually very nice. I'm sure Dignitas is happy about that. Made Hotshot waste a few spells. Going to make his laning a bit weaker, but Scarra still landing at the top of the map. Meanwhile, bot lane, PewDiePie getting a little bit hurt. Locust around there as well, but a lot of healing going off. Chauster has chugged 1 health potion only so far. And you can see at the bottom of the screen their last hits as they start laning throughout this game.
Looks like Scarra doing a pretty good job. He did go for those pots in the boots, so he has 3. That's about 600. It is 600 HP. He's going to be able to gain back in lane. They're deciding when he wants to use each one of those pots, 200 health apiece, over 20 seconds time. So it doesn't exactly happen, so you really have to trigger that when you think you're low or want to commit to a fight. You can really deceive your opponent and as you're gaining that AP back. Looks like Bigfatlp will back. He does have a good push on that lane. He shouldn't lose too much experience there, and he definitely is going to go back and grab, I believe, that Doran's ring, an award for himself to give him a little bit of lane sustain there, and he doesn't have to play as cautious. It looks like Saintvicious coming in. Bear stance. Bear stance will allow Saintvicious to move a little bit quicker, but he could not get the stun on as well. And it looks like red has just been picked up by Jatt, as he may decide to go for a gank here after he does the wraiths.
Yeah, Udyr's a little bit ahead in experience overall. That Golem steal did actually put him ahead a little bit, but Jatt's still running around the map. Of course, a very scary champion. We'll see if that ends up working out well for him. Scarra still actually landing quite well. You can see the last hits down here, 28 versus Xpecial's 20. So, of course, Xpecial did recall once, but Scarra doing a good job despite what could be considered a counter lane. Now Bigfatlp forced to run to the backside. And here is Udyr, and Scarra's been spotted, but a nice Twilight Shroud. A very safe escape here. 0 damage even dealt, and look at this. The minions dropping to the turret. Xpecial losing out on experience and gold. So a great escape by Scarra. Nice try by CLG, but Scarra read that one beautifully and came out scot-free.
Wow, looks like IMaqtpie coming up strong here. Didn't do too much damage. Looks like he took a little bit, got punished for trying to push in that far, and they're both going to have to back here. Not going to have too much push on the lane as they're backing at the correct time. We said this before. You want to stay in lane as long as possible, but if you are going to back, you know, you want to make sure you're losing the least amount of XP so you can get back to lane and not give the other team an advantage. Galio still pushing up in mid. HotshotGG's farm usually up there, and it is 39. He has the highest of the game right now, doing a very good job of keeping LoCicero back on his heels at 36. So he's only 3 behind, but he is keeping him in the turret, and that is going to give the turret some nom-noms, as LoCicero will not be able to pick those up.
Yeah, so Scarra has now warded the river. He should be safe from now on. I'm going to get Udyr still rushing around the map, getting closer to level 6. Nocturne's going to be the really scary one at 6. So far only 5 1/3, but as soon as he hits 6, you're probably going to see him gank. In League of Legends, your champion learns abilities as they level up, and at level 6, they learn their ultimate, and Nocturne's ultimate is really awesome. So you're going to see that pretty soon. He'll yell, "Darkness!" and then people will start dying, most likely. And that'll be fun. But right now, Scarra still in against Bigfatlp. Xpecial level 6, doing a great job actually catching back up in minions and killing off minions quite well. And you can see actually, by the way, maxing Twin Fang. So if you're curious about the build for the pro level Cassiopeia, it's QEW. Oh, I missed the first blood. I'm sorry, guys. Udyr is over here and ganked bot. That's me being terrible. I was talking about abilities, and of course I missed first blood, as I normally do.
It looks like we did have that down bottom. They were able to grab the Sona. If you can see, Caitlyn was putting those traps down, but she was more hovering towards that mid bush. And even though they have a ward there, still, Saintvicious able to come and take that out. A very nice job. And we do see up top, as Scarra is being pushed, he's now level 6. And really, he can take out Bigfatlp quite quickly if he does his ultimate, you know, shrouds or allows Bigfatlp to ult. And that origin could just be off enough for Scarra to get in there and do a lot of damage without taking that ulti. So Bigfatlp has to be very careful with his ultis. It is a cone in a direction and not a skill shot.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see what they can do with this. Cassiopeia gonna actually recall right now. Probably want some durability to deal with this Akali. Her ultimate, by the way, really awesome. Basically, just jump kicks you from sort of across the screen, and if lands well, actually a great job by CLG. They're actually swapping lanes. They're gonna have Galio face now the extremely scary Akali, because it's gonna be a hard press to assassinate a tank. So that might work really well. He's kind of harassing down onto these minions. Scarra could go for the harass, might be worthwhile. And you can see actually the Q goes off here, and he might go for the Predator. And actually, yes, doing some damage now, baiting that Bulwark. He could go in for it again. The Q goes off. He's actually going to stay back for now, but actually could harass down Hotshot. It's a possibility here.
All right, so during top fight, we did have first dragon take in about 8 minutes. We're going to see that come up at 14 minutes. It'll spawn every 6, so that'll be very big. At 14 minutes, you'll actually see pretty much just Dignitas. There was a CV that came from CLG, so they know the timing to an extent, and they're all going to start heading down that way. You'll kind of see them all start to shift a little bit, trade lanes, and make sure they can get that dragon. That is the global gold we were talking about before, and that is the thing that can accrue and start to accumulate and giving you that lead in the game. Right now in 9 minutes, it is 1-0 as Saintvicious was able to come up with that first blood, assisting onto Kog'Maw, that is grabbing that assist, Chauster and Elementz on the bottom. So it's really good money for them, a good thing to have the more XP against the opposing team. And Chauster, wow, just shooting out the artillery, actually gets both of them with one. That twofer was very nice.
Yeah, he's playing that one really, really well. That's really good play. You can see Cassiopeia still maxing out on that twin fang, doing a great job. Akali maxing Q, getting points in E as well. Looks at Hotshot's build. Maxing actually Righteous Gust and then nothing else so far on the maxing. So for those of you who are still looking at builds, I'm giving you a little bit of that information. Saintvicious maxing Phoenix Dance 2 in Turtle. Let's see. Nocturne max Q. Yeah, everyone's like level 7, so you can have like one ability max and nothing else really gained. Chauster maxing W, Elementz maxing Shield.
Oh, Jatt almost crossing paths with Saintvicious there, but they do have very nice wards. Again, mirroring each other here. You can see the wards being placed down. And another one, this is all vision for their teams in positions you can't be, and you can see where your enemy is. It really, really helps, and it gives you such a big advantage. And you'll see these being placed throughout the game. Later, within mid to late game, you'll see oracles being purchased, which is going to float over their head as a pink eye. They're going to be able to see invisible units and wards placed around the map. And you really want to decrease the vision that the opponents have on you. And like I said, it just gives you such an advantage, and it's a huge part of the League of Legends meta.
Yep, absolutely. We're just going to sort of see these guys go around the map as they complete their builds. Chauster going in with a pickaxe, so that might be a fast Infinity Edge right now. There's only a few items that builds into. Most players do not go Magic. Blood Razor on Kog'Maw. It's normally standard AD and just sort of use the W for the range as opposed to the necessarily for the proc damage. And we're going to see just the rest of the builds come through. Cassiopeia still with Thorn's Rings, recalling now for some items. We'll see how they end up playing that build out.
Hotshot still kind of harassing Scarra, neither really losing too much health. Scarra getting that revolver, he is going to be able to heal himself every so often, so Hotshot never really putting out too much burst at the moment, really building tanky for his team. That's going to be helpful for them. Those are just going to bout it out and pretty much farm top lane for now. You're not going to see too much coming from there until the team fights begin from those two. Rise in middle, LoCicero still doing what he can to farm it up. This is what you're going to see for the beginning of the game in League of Legends. They farm as much as they can and really rely on the jungle coming out. Whoa, we got a crescendo coming out from Sona. The ulti on a turn down bottom. A beautiful ulti by Elementz, and it does keep Chauster alive. They were able to take down ultis. Hotshot coming out of nowhere with the teleport. Huge damage being reverted onto Locust. Sona is forced out of this fight, but I don't think anybody's going to go down here. Just a lot of damage being traded. And wow, great job by Hotshot to come down and turn that one around for his team. Pretty much pushed Dignitas off of what could have been a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, they did a great job there. Hotshot with the teleport came in there, did a lot of defense. You can see QtPie continuing the last hit, has survived this battle. They're pinging around. You said that the Dragon was coming back at 14 minutes, you said?
14, yes.
Okay, so we got another 2 minutes to wait on that one, but Scarra, of course, pushing the wave against the basically vacant HotshotGG, so a lot of free farm there. A great overall survival. Uh-oh, QtPie gonna get jumped on by Saintvicious, everyone else. There's the flash. Can they get the kill? Almost right there. And there it is, a nice job picked up there by Chauster. Yeah, he stayed around a little bit too long. That was a ward for CLG in that brush, and that let them see that he was retreating over there, and that was a nice kill picked up. So well played by them. They're pushing on through another turret. Locust is alone. Locust could get dived here. Elementz has some crowd control available. They're going to do a lot of damage to this turret. Ow, wow, taking a lot of damage there from Kog'Maw and from Janna.
Wow,
so,
that's an early turret. Very nice job.
Yeah, well played by CLG. They lost the first dragon, but they're up 2 kills, and now they've gotten their first turret. They're finally ahead in gold for almost the first time game, but wow, Scarra putting out the pain on a Hotshot, down to half health already, and Hotshot is not close to leveling, which means he's going to have to take a long time before he gets the proc on that catalyst and gets any health back.
Yeah, it's something he needs to worry about now. Obviously, Galio scaling from building that magic resist, so he's going to be all right late game. But yeah, right now, Scarra can do a lot of damage, and they're equal levels. So, you know, Hotshot knows he cannot fight that at this point if he's taking that much damage. Scarra being very cautious about where he's using his skills, but still using them to kind of draw and bait out Hotshot for some attacks onto him, and then he can punish once more. Going down in the mid lane, looks like Rise is backed. Jatt will take over that mid lane with the red buff. And we will see Bigfatlp back into mid as well.
Yes, indeed. So they have kept these lane assignments. They have not swapped Scarra around and let Ryze do with Galio. They're like, you know, you can just stay top, it's cool. We're going to have Ryze come down and help team fights later. 30 seconds until the Dragon respawn. Hotshot farming quite well in the meantime. His teleport will be down, so we're going to see if... no, I guess Akali's going to go back up towards top lane. They could have sent Akali bot and had her help kill Dragon. They would have given up a lot of turret damage to do so, but that might have been worth it. But we're going to move on down. Blue Buff's going to respawn. It's going to be really, really nice for Ryze. They're going to really want that to help. And actually, nope, Hotshot's heading down. They do know the Dragon timing, and he's going to go and help with that. That's really smart by CLG. Has been called out, and they're going to have him help do this. Cassiopeia going to go ahead and farm this Golem, and yeah, Scarra knows as well. They're going to head down. DIGNITAS already starting on it. This is going to be a little bit dangerous. Actually, they know these guys are far. They might have to get it in time.
Wow. Looks like they're going to get a free Dragon here. The ulti on to deter away. Good shield by Elementz.
Wow, well
Kog'Maw not taking too much damage. There's 300 free gold, or actually more than that, 380, I should say. Free gold that they have just picked up for each other as it is global, and they will be able to use that highly to their advantage. Another item for the ADs and a little bit of XP, hopefully a level for the APs, since that's how they both pretty much complement each other's levels.
Yeah, so yeah, 190 gold picked up.
Oh, Saintvicious taking good damage there from Scarra.
Yep, 190 gold for each dragon. That's the 380 you're talking about.
Yep.
Each dragon worth 190 gold for each member of the team. And you do that twice, and suddenly you've got a pretty rich team. And you can see 18,600 gold versus 18,100, the two dragons. Despite being down 2 champion kills, losing their only turret, they're actually winning in overall power because they've gotten these objectives themselves. That's a really, really good play. You can see now LoCicero still pushing through in mid, has that Tear of the Goddess, stacking up that mana. Chauster right below, still spamming up. We're going to see who has the most gold right now. Who's rich? 4K, 4K, 4K. Yeah, basically 3 guys on each team at 4,000 gold. The exact highest, 4,400 on Scarra. So a very rich Akali. Gonna be happy about that.
You know, this is what the teams are talking about, that they prepped their lanes for the push, and they weren't in whatsoever visibility when they left their lane. So they pretty much got to Dragon. You know, Hotshot was coming down because he did see Scarra leave lane, but they were those 3 steps ahead that everybody's been saying DIGNITAS can make happen, and it's really giving them a big advantage right now.
And you saw, I mean, and you even saw CLG know about it, right?
Right.
You know, he's like, okay, come down, come on down. Hotshot got down to mid lane, but oh, by the way, they're already there on the respawn.
Yeah.
And that was such a good play from DIGNITAS. This is definitely going to keep them in the game by quite a bit, even though they have lost those lanes a little bit. The great ganks from Udyr so far have gotten them both kills. Saintvicious playing amazingly so far. But, you know, dragons are dragons, and that's half your job as a jungler is controlling those buffs for your team and making those calls and making sure that they do stuff about this. Saintvicious is clearing wards out. That's a very good play by him. He's got that Oracle's Elixir that you talked about earlier, that pink little eyeball above his head. Lets him see those wards, and you can see the map vision for both these teams with those ward clearings. There's not a lot of vision over here from DIGNITAS. They have very, very scarce visibility, whereas CLG, actually, they're not even warding that much better. They've just been clearing wards for the most part. They've not really gained significant advantages.
Looks like bottom lane still being pushed a little bit. Chauster feeling all right about this push. They have good wards on Dragon, so he's not going to get pinched from the backside. They can push that lane and feel very safe about it.
And here comes Saintvicious up from the top of Scarra, getting pushed back to his turret, and the Bulwark is on, but he's got Oracle, so the invisibility doesn't matter, and Hotshot's still not really dying, and the tankiness is massive. They just dove that turret. Wow. Amazing job by these two. Hotshot puts on the Bulwark, and Saintvicious refuses to take damage because of that. that was really, really nice.
That was a really smart idea. They went in there strong. They knew they had the oracles, and she was even sitting in the shroud, and they were just like, no, we're going to make this happen, like you said. Yeah. So Saintvicious back to his jungle, doing a very nice job. That early oracles really helping their team. We see that Sona has not been able to grab one yet. Looks like Jatt will take top lane and start to farm himself up. Looks like their jungle is a little scarce now, and the lanes are being pushed, so they're going to have to grab any XP that they can. They'll see if Saintvicious starts to go and start jungle invading to deny those resources.
Yeah, I'm just kind of mousing through all the champions real quick, then you guys see what they're up to. If your eyes are quick enough, you can see what the build is for your favorite champion. Just giving you guys that information, because we got, you know, the downtime in the lanes, and you guys said you liked it, so here you go. So let's see, Ryze heading back. Looks like Golem will not actually should be respawning in about a minute and a half or so. Scarra actually finally has finished Gunblade, and is heading towards the bottom. He's going to start assassinating. Let's see if they can do this. Definitely really want. Yeah, they're gonna go through the river.
Caitlyn pretty farmed up, doing 417 damage with the Q. We'll see if she can get one of those off. Although consecutively doing less damage as it travels through enemies. If you take the brunt of that, that's going to do a lot of damage. And Caitlyn can usually solo somebody if they're far enough away with the Q, a few shots, and a quick ulti. So somebody definitely to be reckoned with. PewDiePie will be causing a lot of damage in these fights to come up here. Saintvicious burying around his jungle so he can just make those movements, get back into a scenario where he can get some XP and continue that on. Looks like Hotshot still staying top. FarmShotGG continuing to do what he does. And we are going to see a little bit of a tussle here. I don't think they saw Scarra. They did not. They're going to walk right into him here. Scarra's like, I can't even shroud. I need to get out of this situation.
Oh, wow. They got out of the range just in time. Bigfatlp did not land the ultimate. Great play by these guys. Bigfatlp did burn Flash, but let's look at Akali did not, and neither did Rise. So that was just Akali ult, jumping to a minion just in time. And actually, they might want to use this time to initiate, because now Bigfatlp without the ultimate and without Flash, they can destroy his face. He has no durability at all.
Pretty low on mana, no blue as well.
Yeah, no magic resist, only 1500 health. Akali could definitely just full combo that Cassiopeia down, and I think they should try for it, but oh, CLG going to steal the blue. Really good team by them. The whole team is coming in there, and I don't think we're going to get stopped. This is a great play by them.
There is not going to stop, but they may go for the re-steal. They do have a ward there. They have full vision of this. Rise is going to go for a Q as it comes around, and he does not get it. Saintvicious smites, and he quickly goes for PewDiePie, but the ward's in the bush, and it's going to be Nocturne's ulti coming out. Gets the fear on Saintvicious, and he could be going down. I believe he has those Merc Treads, though, and it just saved his life, possibly. Breaking out of that with the tenacity a little bit early than he would have, and they are going to be able to safely get out of this one, but look at the HP that they had to take to make that happen. Not good. That was very dangerous for them. And great warding by Dignitas. Really, they weren't able to get their blue, but still, they let them know, we're a force to be reckoned with. I dare you to try that again.
But you know what's great for Dignitas is Hotshot burned his teleport, so now Scarra is again pushing top lane. It's not dying too quickly. I think she needs to spend more time hitting the turret, but also, you said that second turret is 14 minutes, which means around 20 minutes is the next one, and they're pinging for it. And again, you know, Elementz and Chauster are a little bit low. Hotshot running back towards top. Cassiopeia and Udyr have returned, but they could get the dragon in time if they hurry up. If it spawns in time for them. And there it is. They're going to try to get it in time. Actually, they're pretty much far. They could get this. This third dragon's going to be huge. Scarra did take that turret. Hotshot's heading over, though. They could get caught. They've got to be careful. They need to run right now. PewDiePie playing too aggressively. It's going to be a 4v5 if they stay in, but CLG's going to back off. They know where they are with ward coverage, so you know they lost the golem, but Dragon generally, unless they win a team fight with the golem, they're okay to sort of trade like this. And I think they're actually going to be all right. They see they've got those 3 deaths. They've lost the golem, but they've now equalized turret and they've gotten that dragon. And they're up 3,000 gold because of it.
That's quite scary. I mean, there's still obviously a comeback chance for CLG, but none of these dragons have even been contested. You know, they threw out some artillery there, but they just kind of stay in that bottom bush. They don't go around. The positioning, obviously, in there, and you're not just going to run into dragon. That's not what I'm saying. But still, to go around to show presence, show that you have throw a few skills out there, you know, kind of deter them from doing dragon, but there's nothing has happened. They've gotten each one without even getting an attack from CLG onto that dragon, so quite scary
Scarra
for CLG.
Chase Hotshot at the top of the map. Of course, most of that damage went through the bulwark, so not a lot was actually done there. But if you look at the gold, you see that both junglers, despite Saintvicious getting first blood and those 2 other assists, right? Equal gold to this Nocturne. And meanwhile, you see 3 champions for Dignitas above 6,000. The first just now reaching that for CLG. So, I mean, there was a lot of wealth here.
Looks like we have 2 in middle here. Elementz is going to meet up with Big Fat. He did grab that blue buff. You'll see now, as we discussed yesterday, the jungle usually grabbing that blue buff, but we'll donate it to a member of the team that requires it a little bit more, and Bigfatlp is one of them. Also, LoCicero for Dignitas would be that champion that they would give blue to. The Golem, Crest of the Ancient Golem, will give you a buff to your mana. It regens it quite quickly, a lot faster than usual, as well as your cooldowns are reduced quite a bit, so you can just keep spamming your spills. Sometimes mean lower cooldowns means more damage. You don't actually have to build damage if you can just do it over and over and over again. So we'll see that coming into play as Nocturne coming out of the jungle with his red as well. That's going to be able to slow his target as well as do a little bit of burn damage as he can get the auto attacks on. Still, wards being placed all over, wards and traps down bottom in the river. Everybody's just kind of farming up here, gathering for the power in numbers, and we may see somebody get picked off for a fight here. A great early Banshee's Veil from LoCicero, and that's definitely going to help in that team fight for Galio on his ultimate.
Yeah, that could have been some aggression right there. LoCicero did spam out a little bit, and again, without a healer on the team, that damage is more or less permanent. Chauster has that, 1.5 health per second or so regen, but it's going to only so slowly finally tick back in.
Looks like everybody's kind of moving up towards middle here. We got 3 coming through the jungle. Chauster meets up. Well, Scarra trying to come around. It looks like he may have jumped on Bigfatlp for an ulti and then walked out of that situation with a shroud, but he wants nothing of it. The artillery coming out. Chauster kind of giving way. Did they see him? A little bit of an initiation there, but after they hear the bear stance from Saintvicious, everybody kind of thinks twice about the situation. We're not going to get any fight out of that in mid. Back to their lanes for a little bit of farming here, Phreak. And 23 minutes into the game, it is 3-0 CLG, but it is 28,000 gold to 30,000 gold. Looks like Dignitas is still holding that lead.
Yep, and so far IPK did survive that one. Recalled in time, got away from Udyr. See Hotshot staying up top, just harassing down to these minions. Scarra, I mean, the Banshees are already going to really hurt Scarra's damage output, and he's going to go for a little bit. Some damage being dealt inside of a minion wave. And actually spellvamping a lot of that back. Has not built another item yet, but Nocturne and Udyr dueling out on the right-hand side of the map. Both equal level, but I can't quite tell who's farther ahead. Level 13 on each. Items are pretty close. Not quite sure. Looks like Randuin's Omen going to be the item choice here. He's got pretty much most of the base pieces for it, so Saintvicious is going to be getting that. We see Hotshot coming towards middle. It's going to be a team fight rather soon. Locust actually took a lot of damage here. He's got to be careful. LoCicero taking some damage as well.
They're doing some good damage to that turret. It would be nice to get a second one for CLG. They need that global gold pickup that they haven't gotten so often. So it's 18, which was 24, right? Wouldn't the dragon be up?
No, it was 20.
20, all right, so 26,
14,
yeah, 14, 20, not 18, 24.
Yeah.
So they are going to have another minute and a half before they come up with this. We'll have to see what they do. It looks like they do have the ward in the bush still, but they're going to go for it. It looks like Hotshot loses his Banshees van. We are going to have a fight here. Nocturne ulti goes out. Will he go onto it? It looks like he has focused Saintvicious. Was this the right thing to do? He is able to take a lot of damage. They haven't taken anybody out yet. And Bigfatlp is kind of getting cornered here. Udyr finally falls. Scarra able to take down 2. Scarra taking down 3 for the triple kill. Can he come up with another one? A very nice job as Scarra stays in the fight. And 5 members of Dignitas stand strong after an awesome Crest of the Ancient Golem battle.
And I want to point out that Locust won that fight for them by himself. So here's Locust, right? Hotshot flashes in right here. Locust is like, dance! The second he casts his ult, breaks it immediately. That was so good. So if someone's recording this, Locust's gonna make a skill video about me fawning over how amazing that ult was because Locust won that fight for his team. Scarra's gonna get all the credit. He's gonna get all the credit, but it was Locust. It was Locust 100%. And now Scarra jumping on a Chauster. One more Shadow Dash. Can he get it? The Q come off from Caitlyn. Elementz running with him. Scarra has blue buff. Does he have charges with the ultimate?
Where's the ulti?
There's the Q.
Wow.
It's not up yet. He's got another second to go. But they got Baron.
Yes, they did, and that is huge right now.
Wow.
Dignitas coming out so strong. Everything they do almost seems unchallenged, and they just continue to go through it. They had a perfect positioning in that fight. Like you said, Locust coming out strong, and they all stood it with the mentality that they were going to win it. Nobody faltered or second guessed, and that's what you need in team fights.
But a good comeback here from CLG. I mean, they're not over at all. Only 5,000 gold.
Not at all.
The kills are only equal now. They certainly have a good chance here. They certainly skill in the late game too. Cogn will out damage a Caitlyn. Akali will be scary, but again, they do have the ability to support. Wow, Akali has a death cap. So not Riley's, but death cap. Pure damage output Akali. That's actually really scary.
Udyr going bottom. Saintvicious going to get a little bit of this farm on as well as push that lane up so they can't quickly take down a turret if they want to go for any split pushing. We do have Dragon, another one being taken here, and this could be huge for them. They could be going for their 4th now, and they're going to get it again uncontested. Dignitas just rolling in the gold right now. Pass go, collect it all, and they're going to head back into their jungle to continue to collect their resources.
Yes, indeed. And you're going to see that they're going to, collecting resources is exactly what they're doing. Scarra almost level 18, getting a lot of resources. And let's see, individual gold, 9,200 on that Akali. 2,000 gold above everyone. Oh, I guess only 1,000 above Caitlyn, but hey, on his team, so doing a great job. Individual gains actually really significant for Dignitas. This is actually really, really good from them.
Looks like, ooh, very nice. Akali picking up the Negatron cloak. Going to be able to do a little more magic resistance there. Actually, a lot more magic resistance. She'll be able to stay in the fight quite a bit longer, especially with Cassiopeia laying down Miasma and Galio's ulti as well. So we'll have to see Caitlyn taking the bottom turret down. The global gold surmounting by 7K CLG's gold right now. It's 33.6 to 40,000 gold. Dignitas is really making this happen for themselves right now, and they are not giving CLG any room to move.
Yeah, and they are definitely going for the front door right now, hitting that turret up a little bit, taking a bit of damage here. They're going to go ahead and back and hit back and forth a little bit. Of course, they have Baron buff and Sona for sustain, so the longer they poke like this, the better. You can see Sona actually rushing for that Shurelya's Reverie. Really huge, great initiation or even anti-initiation item. They jumped in, got one turret. Yep, Akali jumped in, dealt a bunch of damage to Elementz. Again, they have no sustain on this team, so any harassment they get is actually massive right here. And again, they're going for the turret damage. They'll take a bit here. They should be a little bit afraid. If they get jumped to this turret, they could lose the fight really hard. And you see Jatt taking so much damage. A great pickup there for Bigfatlp. Just as I was saying, they got a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too
as
eager.
As soon as you said it.
Yep, and they did die. That was a little unfortunate.
So it looks like we will have them stopping in middle here for a little bit of a minion wave clearing, and they should be pushing quite hard after this. They may want to grab a turret off of that, but I don't know if they have the power or slash minions to do it since they are all gone. Hotshot doing his thing up top, just staying alone, farming the entire game, and that's really gonna become big because, you know, it may look like he does not have much now, but he's gonna be one of the most farmed at the end of the game because that is his style of play, and hopefully as the tank for his team, he can continue to do so. But like we said before, they have a lot of jump, and Dignitas is doing exactly that. They're jumping right past all of the skills of CLG and taking out those pivotal fighters of the of that team fight, and it's really coming out for them. They just came out 5 strong on that last one where Elementz had to get away by himself, and it's not looking good for CLG right now, but still anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the thing is, there's so many different ways these fights can take place. Scarra's got to be careful. He's getting jumped on pretty hard, trying to get away from Bigfatlp. And the flash comes in as well. This is very scary. Scarra needs a friend. He's getting poisoned still. Bigfatlp chasing quite well, but looks like he'll live. But yeah, so there's a lot of ways these fights can happen. The fight down to the bottom jungle was very much about sort of people kind of being scrappy and sort of moving back and forth and getting into weird positions. And that's really where the Dignitas team is going to shine, because Nhat Nguyen and Akali can get away from that Galleon, get away from Janna and all that. You saw the Galleon ult hit Caitlyn and Sona. It didn't hit, you know, Akali and those champions. So in the really sort of dense, you know, fights in the middle of the jungle, or the dense fights in a lane, that's much scarier and much better for CLG. And
great
you see
TV.
Wow, Elementz taking so much damage. Nhat Nguyen's in there. Elementz could fall, but a great flash ult can keep them alive. Caitlyn ult's going to come down as well. That will actually take him. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. And oh, that is a dance. And Chauster drops immediately to Akali. There's the Galleon. It's going to hurt a lot, but they could keep going in on this. Akali's killed Kog'Maw. There's another kill being down. And oh my gosh, they're cleaning up. And only Hotshot's alive. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Locust falls, but that was nice.
It's one after the other. It's not working, but they continue to do it fight after fight. They lose at blue for Dignitas.
Yeah.
They walk in there, and that CV was right on top of them. They had pretty much no vision of Dignitas. Why would you run into the jungle and ask for that to happen?
Yeah, that was a repeat of the last fight. What I really enjoyed though was Scarra jumped into the Galio ult.
Yeah, like as soon as it was ending, that was awesome.
Well, no, he jumped in and got taunted. Like, he was like, hey, let me take some damage real quick. But, I mean, they won, okay, whatever, but, like, he kind of just jumped in, like, just willingly getting attacked. I don't know, I guess he did have Cleanse Slash, so maybe he jumped in, cleansed it, and then went for the damage output. I didn't watch closely enough. So maybe he actually made the right call. I just felt like making fun of him. Because that's what I do here in my soapbox.
All right, so here we go. They're just kind of farming it out mid, making sure nothing can happen. Still pinging the jungle. Maybe did they see somebody there? Want to invade again. They're being quite antsy right now. CLG is looking for that one fight to start taking over. Elementz kind of wandering alone as he clears wards. Not really what they want to do. He is using CV, so he's being careful about the situation, which is good since they really need to do that right now. Galio, Hotshot going back to top. That's totally new, never happened before. Chauster looks like he's gonna go bottom lane, try and push this out, but it is quite pushed already. So I think they're kind of denied of resources right now. Dignitas is just doing a very good job of staying in their face as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see as they start getting close to each other. Scarra nearby. They do want to steal blue, maybe even try for Baron. It's gonna be a little bit scary for these guys. I'm just going through the builds once more. You can see a lot of Merc Treads kind of everywhere. Cooldown boots on Sona. Nice, a lot of regen from that Shurelya's Reverie. Go ahead and mouse over that for you guys real quick. A lot of stats there. A nice active for your team. Boost your team up for 3 seconds, make them run around real quick. You can see Phantom Dancer being, or actually at least Zeal being on, Infinity Edge and Zeal being on both the range carries here, but looks like going for a Cleanse Sash now is Cutie Pie.
Definitely a lot of focus on this Baron right now. It may be coming up soon. They will be there for it, and definitely there to put down the defensive structure if anything happens. A throw down that wall of a crescendo, and Akali and Jatt just coming in to pound base.
There we go. So they're like, I guess is Scarra saying I'm gonna bait them, you go Baron, because the purple team is pinging those, and then now CLG pings and says, hey, look out, there's a ward here probably, let's go clear this, and there's Elementz leading the way, and yeah, they're gonna drop that ward. And just a lot of kind of baiting on both sides. Dignitas going to go around the back. Scarra kind of alone. I don't think they want to spread out this much. Just because if they get caught, they could die right away because they have so much burst potential with Chauster, Bigfatlp, HotshotGG. Saintvicious can jump in there with the bear stun. Scarra, this is a very scary place for Scarra to be. This could be really good for CLG. They could be really, really, really good. He's jumping on at Bigfatlp. They're all jumping down though onto Jatt. There's the ult coming in. This is scary. Nice Sona dance. Can they pick up one? They picked up LP. Now it's on everyone else. Chauster is low. Scarra hurt as well. Scarra could drop down extremely low on health. Staying at just barely. The true damage could blow him up. Almost about to die. Still alive. Are you serious? And now everyone else, Saintvicious getting picked up. Another set of kills. Elementz lives. Dignitas barely surviving. Scarra with no one else to hit him. Barely living through that one.
Thanks, Gunblade.
Yeah, seriously, thanks, Gunblade. I'm impressed with it. I was scared for the Dignitas right there because they jumped in and like it was great because you saw the damage being dealt and he was kind of pulling back and the whole CLG team was right here in a nice little ball and Nhat Nguyen went in anyway and they still managed to pick up those kills. Akali insta-gibbed that poor Cassiopeia. You see those little stones right there. That's the death of Cassiopeia right there.
In before Scarra Westrice 1v1 mid.
It's solo top though. Solo top.
That's true. That's true. So let's see what they got on this push. It looks like they will be able to take this turret out. Caitlyn just firing off there. Won't be able to proc that headshot on the turret, but she will be able to keep it for somebody who comes up next. Not even worried about the artillery. But oh, where's she going? I guess that was a smart move. I figured she thought the minion would take it, but no, she is just saving herself. Very smart. It looks like Scarra denying red, and he will be able to take that. Just making his way out of the jungle. Oh my, what are you doing? Oh wow, actually hitting. Do they have a CV there? I do not see any wards, but it looks like they will start to chase. Getting the flash on. Oh, flash is over the wall though after the exhaust. It looks like he wanted to use his ultimate, but again, oh no, it is down, so he could not have used his ultimate.
So what that was so they knew that the lizard was respawning, right? It respawned for them, and they're like, it's gone.
Yeah.
Akali stole it, so he checks the brush with Noxious Blast. So that's really smart, basically guessing by Bigfatlp, saying, hey, it's gone. It was probably you. Let's check. And then they were right. And the thing is, he almost baited it too, because Udyr stayed back, and it was like, if you come at me, Udyr's gonna stun you and you're gonna die. Yeah. So it was a really, cute move there. He almost got a bait kill, which would have been a great turnaround there. But overall worked well. And Akali got out. Did burn their flash though, so that was smart. That was smart by Bigfatlp. Burned Akali's flash, so he can maybe escape next time. Bigfatlp does need some MR. Ultimately has not bought any new Magicus items. Let's see what his gold is. Actually, with 1,000 gold, he should really just. I know the wards are nice, but he needs a Negatron cloak. Really badly needs a Negatron cloak.
And you can still get wards.
And yeah,
unless you're full.
He can sell a Doran's ring for it or something, right? Yeah. But he's been dying first. He needs some MR. HotshotGG is not. The bulwark is not enough to keep him alive.
Looks like they will be pushing off here. The fear is going to land, but not do too much there. Just kind of stands him still. Jatt just trying to cause a little bit of trouble for these guys. Blow some skills off, and we are going to have them pushing up here. They have a pretty good minion wave, a regular one. No siege coming down on them. Every few minion waves will have a siege minion in it, and once we see these inhibitors go down, we will see the super minions start to fly out. Let's see if they got this coming in. They are laying down the traps. Very nice by Caitlyn. That's a great deterrent on the turret. Hotshot trying to do some damage here. It looks like Saintvicious tries to initiate, but he gets by Caliber Nhat. They will turn around to focus. Jatt onto Saintvicious. Jatt not going down. Enough HP steal to get himself back up with the heals of Sona, and it just does not look like they can penetrate the defensive wall of Dignitas in a face-to-face fight. They were even right off the turret, and Dignitas just kept bringing it to him, taking out an inhibitor there, playing a very strong game right now.
Yeah, actually, this is a very interesting team from Dignitas. Like, they've managed to initiate the fights properly, and when they get jumped on, it seems like there's no targets available. Okay, yeah, so Jonah did have an Oracle, so, I mean, Akali was there and available. They managed to go for Jatt instead, I think it was a mistake. Wow. What's up? Oh, the surrender vote came in, yeah, so that is GG. Game 1! Woo. Going to Team Dignitas.
Wow.
That's a surprise to most of us, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, for sure.
That's impressive. That is Scarra being a boss.
Yeah,
that's Locust also, that Locust save. I mean, the first team fight, the game definitely snowballed a bit. They kept getting the dragons. That was really good. They did a lot of good things. That first fight was the fight where the game could have turned to either way, and that was Locust. Perfect ult from Sona. Just the runway lights flowing down. Galio making his moves, man. You know me, I like to dance, and so does Galio apparently, and that really won them that fight. They would have lost that whole back line there to that Galio taunt, but he broke it immediately, made the rest of them dance. Akali got to clean up, picked up 3 kills, and they kept the pressure on, and they kept those fights, and they were all so close too. we kept seeing them get like 10% health and then live.
It's almost like what was happening to the other teams yesterday that were getting 2-0'd is the fight would happen and they would come out really, really low, but Dignitas just continued to push even in that low state. We saw some teams falter there. Dignitas continued to push forward, continued to dominate, and that was an amazing game. CLG really faltering on that one. To go after so many blues and lose, to go out like toy with Baron so much, it just seems like that situation for them never worked, but they tried it over and over again.
Yeah, and you're right. And you talked just a second ago about faltering when you get low in the pushes, and Dignitas never over-aggressed. And some of them scared me so much. I like seeing underdogs win, and Dignitas kind of the underdog to CLG. It's always fun to see like the teams come out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, so they're amazing, and oh, geez, okay, well that was awesome. And so, it's so fun to see those underdogs come through, but we will, of course, have a game 2. CLG, definitely known as a team who loses game 1 and wins the rest of the series. Yeah. They are the anti-SK in that regard. They will lose game 1, but they will win the rest. And I believe in them. I think they will definitely pull it to at least a third game. And we're going to see him do a lot of really smart things here. The first pick, Udyr, did pretty well, but Jatt still came through with Nocturne. But ultimately, we are back with game 2 after this commercial, so stay tuned. More games coming up. Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. I told you to be quick. Commercial break is done, and we are back on the screen.
I like it.
I like it too. It's so fun being up here.
Yeah, yes,
Dude,
it is.
How much do you love casting?
10 years of love.
10 years of love.
10 years of love.
That's how much?
10 years. I didn't know. At one point in my life during the beginning, I would just like walk around and commentate random crap happening, just like to myself. Walking down the stairs, here we go, turns into the kitchen, just kind of rolling it out.
I heard you commentated parallel parking once.
I did. It was like 4 tries, and I'm like, here we go with the 5th try. He is going to park by field. There's the curb. We can feel it rubbing the tire. It's just kind of really grilling him every time he got in there. It's fantastic.
That's awesome. Oh, man. I actually remember when I got started with casting, it was, I was like 15 or whatever, and someone had recorded their shoutcast, so I'm just like, all I had was the MP3, just like a dude recorded it, and I just listened to it and was like, that sounds awesome.
This is great.
I want to do that. And now here I am, in front of an audience, and there's people watching, thousands, and you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Right? This is amazing. I asked Scarra why he jumped into the enemy team during the Galley ultimate, and he says because I'm practicing to be like Voyboy. So he's channeling the energy of his underage team member who couldn't make it to this tournament. So there you go. For what that's worth. So let's see. We do have a couple of players into the game. Scarra and Saintvicious are in so far, and now QTPie joining in. So it's going to be Dignitas' choice of do they want blue team in first pick or do they want purple team and second/third pick. But we do have everyone filtering in, and it's going to be go time in the very near future.
Looks like they have not chosen the first pick. They want to have CLG do that.
They are filtering over to purple team again, so they're like, you know what, that worked last time. Sure, let's just do the counter picks.
Yeah.
The one cool thing about being purple team is you get last pick. So you can basically say we're gonna take our souls at the end.
What does that comp say?
Yeah, right. I was sort of saying, well, why would you pick Rise? Rise is sort of he's not contested. Rise is safe. Rise doesn't have a bad lane. So hey, we're gonna take Rise.
Yeah.
What's your comp? Oh, that's your comp. Akali. Just gonna take a little Akali. And I'm actually surprised Akali worked because I was like, they have Janna, they have the Gallia bulwark, and I just didn't matter. And I don't know if if Hotshot wasn't able to bulwark in time. I don't know what it was. I just knew we kept seeing. We just kept seeing.
And it was the Nocturne ulti onto Saintvicious each time. And I always said that in the fight. Yeah, he always hit the blue. He's like, and he ulted Saintvicious. And I was, well, wait, they're just absolutely clearing him out. Every time.
Yeah, they did kill every time.
Yeah, you wouldn't think they'd go for Saintvicious first. He can shield, he'll take a few cooldowns, and then you have nothing to do but look around until they come back up. Yeah. But everybody just kind of consecutively use their cooldowns. So it was like there were always skills happening and not just a burst of damage.
I think I know why. So I'm thinking about the lineup of CLG. They've got, big, super, super, super beefy Gallia who's not going to die. You don't want to hit him. The only other melee they have was Udyr. And Udyr was half tanky, right? Wriggles his damage and lifesteal. Wit's End still has that damage proc. I mean, he got Merc Treads and randos and stuff, but, he was only half tanky. And Udyr is a persistent damage dealer. If you leave him alone for the entire fight, he will eventually destroy your whole team. He will eventually just crush your faces with Phoenix Dance, and he is deadly. He's a fighter, right?
Yes.
That's how those champions work. Is they're rather durable. They're not swatted aside by a single champion, but they will start taking apart your team. The other champions, Kog'Maw, Janna and Cassiopeia, they can't reach that, right? If Caitlyn runs past Galio and Udyr to shoot at Kog'Maw, she's gonna die.
Yeah.
She's gonna get owned because Sona, can sustain, she can ult, but she can't keep you from dying if you get jumped. And so, that's sort of the playstyle there is they don't want to get Caitlyn hit. And so okay, we're just gonna focus Udyr, the front line go, so Nocturne jumps in there as well. Nocturne does that. They send Akali towards the back line. She goes for the Cassiopeia for the Kog'Maw. Nocturne maybe comes with as well.
Right.
And they're okay, we're gonna get rid of Udyr because we'll just go for Udyr. We're just going to coordinate and go for him because we can 3v1 Udyr. He's not so tanky that he can't be killed because he's not 8-0 with 500 minion kills, right? He's at a normal level of durability that he can be killed. Whereas Caitlyn got super farmed, all that stuff that worked really well. So I do see that working, and that actually worked. Every fight we did see Udyr die, and I was surprised. But in retrospect, that's kind of who you want to hit.
Yeah.
And at that point, then it's well, we don't care about HotshotGG anymore. He blew his ult, we'll live.
Looks like everybody is good to go.
Cool. And I said run it, exclamation point. So we are in a champion select.
You mean it.
Yeah. Game 2 starting up. CLG again. First pick, first ban, and blue team. And they're going to start rocking this one out. Let's see what they go for.
Awesome. So we'll have to see if anything's focused now. Now that they know, obviously, coming into this game, a very big thing to know is to know the other team in general. That's why we saw some of the bans last time, and we're seeing some of the bans this time. Obviously, a few of these bans are also because of top-tier characters they just don't want to see in the game, but most of these actually have a focused player on each side. Wow. And that's Scarra on Talon, that Hotshot on Nidalee, Trundle once again.
Band.
Yep, pretty much the same bans. We see Lee Sin coming up on the other side, and it will be verbatim. Will that happen?
Yep.
Nope, there
exact
it is.
same bands. They're no. We know. They had good reason to get rid of those.
So now this is cool. Oh, wow.
Wow.
So now this is cool, though, because it's up to CLG to create a better composition than they did last time with the picks that Dignitas has.
Or do they think it was just gameplay? Do they think they actually should have won with that comp and they just misplayed it? Because they could be stubborn and take the same comp. We saw game 1, the very first series of the day, we saw EPIK versus... who did EPIK play in the first round? V8, thank you, yeah. And EPIK played the exact same lineup both times, except that the second time Yorick got banned, they took Singed instead.
Right.
And so some teams well, this comp works, why would we not take it again?
It's true.
Oh, they're actually choosing the Kog'Maw this time. They're actually normally they did Rise plus Sona, right? So now they're well, Kog'Maw.
Oh, whoa.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
I'm getting trolled.
So Kate Sona, okay, so they're leaving Rise again this time, but...
I'm surprised we haven't seen any Tara.
I'm getting trolled by QTPie at this point.
Yeah.
He's just picking different champions just to troll me. So again, the Sona comes in. Wow. Same comp so far. I'm expecting...
Oh, wow.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. You're really going Kog'Maw again.
All right. Bigfatlp. Choose here. He's... Wow. Choosing again.
Man.
That's exactly what he did before. Grabbing that for Hotshot. Let's see if Hotshot will grab him Cassiopeia for this game. They did not ban it out. It may be a different AP carry. We will have to see. We haven't seen really any Malzahar this tournament. That's good CC there. It would be also very nice for a Galio ulti to just put down the null zone right inside of that. That would hurt pretty good. And probably not going to see him, though. Those compositions, not really what they're looking for right now. And you're going to lock it. Taking his time.
CLG loves Galio too much.
Yeah.
That's going to stay.
Hotshot's been able to create such games with them. When they played yesterday, I believe it was against Goose, he was such a tanky character. He really built himself into a form nobody could touch him. He ran into the fight, was a huge flash initiator, which we didn't see him do that many times in this one. It was more, when the fight was happening, he was waiting for them to at least get within that range, and he never really flashed into the position he wanted. He would only get 1 or 2, so that really affected them last time. There again is Nocturne.
Nocturne's expected, though.
Yeah.
I accept Nocturne as a standard. Well,
Lee Sin's gone, right?
Yeah, right. Okay. Will be interesting to see. Yeah, Caitlyn obvious lane choice. I'll be interesting to see if I don't know, but so I expect Janna for Elementz, but I actually could see a non-Cassiopeia pick. There's a chance for Orianna.
Something that would counter an Akali better.
Yeah, I mean Anivia would probably not do great against Akali, but there's other mages here who could actually succeed quite well.
Man.
I don't know if Kassadin's really the right choice here, but Kassadin could do cool things. Kassadin would survive it for sure. Kennen is another option because Kennen can actually survive that. And I don't know if Kennen fits in this comp. I mean, with Bigfatlp's ultimate, maybe. But I think Cassiopeia is the pick where it's going to switch because Cassiopeia got pooped on every time. And I don't think they're like, Hotshot just bulwark better, and we got this. I think they're going to pick it from Mage. I'm putting my professional, what's the word? Legitimacy, whatever, on the line saying they're going to not choose Cassiopeia. I'm going to be wrong, but, you know. I'm saying it. I'm making the call. I'm making the stand. Cassiopeia's not getting picked.
Intensity in 10 cities. This is building right here.
They're going to be like, 1 second, Cassiopeia lock in. Head desk.
We'll have to see what are the viables. Obviously, I guess, oh no, they do have a bit of the AP.
Annie
they
could be really good.
Annie, yeah, that would be really great for them. They could do a Gragas.
I don't know if he plays Gragas.
Oh, dear.
1 second, Cassiopeia. It's like he's listening to me.
Oh, yes!
Yes, look at me being right.
Woo!
Yes! Woo!
And
I don't like a Kali anyway.
Okay, so this will kind of help
but they have a minute
to break down what a Kali does. I mean, Kennen and Galio is really where they focused on last time. That helped them out a lot. And
Kennen can survive this.
Yes.
Kennen can survive this. Yeah.
That'll be a lot better. Kennen getting a little magic resistance and
I called Kennen. I was right.
God.
I was right.
You're going to throw something
so excited.
At me up here.
Sorry. I was like, you need to listen to me.
All right, so we got 100 seconds on the clock. These are the lineups. A slight switch on the side of CLG, but the team comp for Dignitas going the way of EPIK. They are going exactly the same. And I don't, if it's not broken, don't fix it. You know, if you're going to get 3 dragons uncontested and be able to wipe a team and take Baron, I think you should do that again.
Well, hold on. On you saying if it ain't broken, don't fix it. There are like 5 threads right now saying Akali's broken. Right? Like the long forums are exploding with nerf Akali, and we're like, well, I mean,
yep,
he didn't bulwark anyone.
Thanks, Scarra.
Yeah. Way to make the forums whine, bro. I appreciate it.
Forum repair when we get back.
You guys are mean. Making my job hard. I can't believe you.
Now we got 50 seconds on the clock. Obviously, CLG probably in each other's ears right now, and their Astros talking it up, making sure that they know what's going on. What did we do wrong? What happened? Why didn't we contest any of these dragons? I don't know what you're talking about.
Meanwhile, I drink some amp.
Dignitas coming up huge in that game, as I said before. I'm kind of just like sitting in that state of like, how did they get almost 4 uncontested dragons?
How much do you like working for Riot Games?
Yes, let's hear these teams, guys. Great games going on all weekend long. Everybody here participating, having fun, and enjoying the IGN Pro League.
Sponsored by Galio.
Sponsored by Galio.
Yeah. Thanks, Galio. Putting on this great tournament for us. All right. So, yeah, the last 7 seconds for these teams to choose their runes and masteries and stuff. Then we're going to have our 1-minute spectator delay, and then we're going to be into the load screen. And at that point, I will then ask for you guys to cheer. In the meantime, just sitting here.
So we got some. Right. What are other matches we're going to be seeing today after these?
All right. So after the conclusion of this match, we're going to be seeing EPIK versus Team Solo Mid.
All right.
Immediately upon the conclusion of that game, we're going to take the losers of these matches and going to run a best of 3 for 3rd place. And that's going to be pretty much as soon as possible, and or 3 p.m. Eastern time, depending on sort of the timing and all that. At 6:30 p.m., we're going to kick it over to the first place match between the winner of those matches. If we're still in the middle of the best of 3 for 3rd place, we're going to end the stream and move the stream over, but they will continue out their game, and we'll have the epics for you periodically there. But we have a full schedule.
You didn't do any math for us.
I already told you what time it was going to be, and I don't have the clock open right now. And what do you want from me? Let's see, the current time is 2:03 p.m., so in 57 minutes, we are scheduled to start the next best of 3.
Exactly.
But I believe we'll be waiting for the conclusion of this.
I'm going to need you to use slope and quadratic to get that one done. Here we go, 5 seconds before we get into the load screen here, guys. We got our second matchup, a CLG and Dignitas going down here. IPL3 Origins live all weekend long. Thanks everybody who has tuned in, who is tuning in, enjoying the League of Legends, enjoying the StarCraft matches going on, all the numerous professional casters that they have. Forgot all their names. There are so many, and they're all just so awesome. I don't want to name only a few and not be able to name all of them, but, you know, holding it down all weekend. League of Legends debuting yesterday with awesome games.
I get all 6.
Teams. I figure you could hit it.
Yeah. All right. So, and I'm gonna get them wrong now, right? So it's DJ Wheat plus Apollo, it's Cat's Pajamas plus Doa, and then it's Pain User and HD.
Just give them a round of applause.
Yes. Look at me remembering things.
Meanwhile, all right, guys. Yes. CLG. Who wants CLG to pull out this game? Bring it into a 3rd one.
I want him to do it too.
All right, guys. Dignitas coming out as the underdog. Who wants Dignitas to take this one home? Oh, wow.
Fairweather fans much? Holy, it's like Dignitas, yay! Game 2, oh my god! I love you, Scarra!
Yeah. All right, here we go. Dignitas doing the same thing again. We're going to see Cutie Pie throwing out some cupcakes in middle here. Delicious.
Oh, by the way, Scarra has a shirt on that says cupcakes are bad for you. Yeah! Look at that! Chauster learning from IEM China, or not.
30 seconds.
Sorry. I'm taunting the other players too much.
Bigfatlp hanging out in the bush. Dr. Kennen, love it. Awesome. I'd like seeing him play Kennen. I like anybody playing Kennen, so it's a plus for this match. Locust kind of hanging out there, making sure what they're doing is making sure nobody goes for Wraiths. They're just going to hang out in that spot. Looks like Akali will eventually go top, as he did last time. Scarra, you must feel pretty good. If you have a game like that and you get to replay the champion, you got to feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, it's not Teemo, but it's close. He's still a Yordle.
Wow.
Minions
He's got little scalpels.
I'm at Scarra.
Well, I'm just talking about Kennen.
You are zooming on Kennen.
Oh, yes, I am. Hi, Kennen.
Oh, dear.
I'm waving right now. You can't see it on stream.
All right, here we go.
Right,
Starting off with Wolves. Both junglers will do that, switching up their paths a little bit. Usually more common now. Getting that XP makes Blue a little bit easier as well. And they're going to be going for that one.
Pretty
Scarra,
refined pattern here.
Yeah. Scarra going, well, absolutely waiting for the minions up top. He doesn't even want to leave anything to chance for HP in the beginning. He's going to head into his bush and just wait for those last hits. Kennen will meet up top. The ninjas of the Kinku to head it off in top lane.
Nice.
We have Udyr. You like that?
Lore
We have
style, man.
Yeah, Udyr going down into the bottom of his jungle, as Nocturne will now be doing the same. They're pretty much at the same timing, but we usually see Saintvicious be a little bit more aggressive.
He's a little bit faster too. He got it like by 2-3 seconds. You know, he's going to be first one. He's actually not invading this time, at least not yet. He's doing, yeah, he's actually heading for his Wraith. I think he assumed he might get caught, and sure enough, here's that ward right there that would have, actually, it would not have spotted him go this way. So he could have made the same steal and it would have worked actually.
Hotshot and LoCicero changing a little bit of damage there in the beginning. Nice job.
Yeah, Hotshot's pushing really well. Whoa, wow, he's actually down to half health. Nice, Loci.
Both are going for the reds on the jungle, but yeah, way ahead right now. It looks like Nocturne skipping his red. Udyr is about to grab that, and he still has a good amount of health. Saintvicious still with 2 pots left. He might be able to come off of golems with another pot and just head to that bottom lane with both buffs on. That'll be awesome for him. Sona, Locust doing a very good job there. You see that ward coming out? He is actually timing himself, or looking at the time as to where Saintvicious may be in the jungle, and he doesn't need to place that ward early. Places that ward now, it's going to last longer, be way more of an advantage.
That's really smart. It's like 3 minutes I ward bot. That's when I would get ganked probably by Udyr. So what's the over/under on me missing first blood? We're Atlantic City. We're old enough to gamble. What are the odds? What are you giving me for odds?
50 to 1.
50 to 1 that I miss it. So you'll give me like $50 for every one I bet if I catch it. Is that correct?
I didn't think you had any money.
I mean, I have like $5. I mean, if you're gonna give me $250,
all right, we'll do 5 to 1. Do it. Wow, Dignitas, not a Jatt, taking a lot of damage on that red. He went for golems. Then for red, he still has health pots, so he's going to save those up. Knew he could take the damage. That's going to help him sustain a little bit more as he comes back to the jungle. He is higher level, so the junglers really don't have to worry about getting taken down by the minions at this point. But he's going to be able to make sure coming out of the jungle, he has the HP needed to make those ganks count. Kennen, that Bigfatlp, playing very aggressive right now and continuing to just auto-attack the minions and keep Scarra at his turret.
Yeah, indeed. So he's doing a pretty good job. Look at the minions, 16 versus 17. Actually, Scarra could come ahead on minions despite getting pushed to his turret. Really good play by him. Yeah, his Qs are not quite doing enough damage, though. He's going to have to do a little bit better job of last hitting these. There's the Crescent Slash, going to help him quite a bit. And yeah, minion kills. Way to go, Scarra. Most exciting part of my day is watching people kill minions. As you know from me casting ever, it's all I talk about.
It's like Scarra. Going for, yeah, his Qs. Trying to get that Mark of the Assassin on. Kennen obviously leveling up his W, the long-range damage. You want to be able to get it out as much as possible on the lowest cooldown. So you're going to see Kennen going for the QWE and then WW depending on what's happening in the lane. Looks like we may have a move here from Saintvicious Phreak.
Oh, where is he? Oh, okay. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to fist.
Oh, no, timing. Look at that jungle wait on timer.
Wow, nice.
Golems came up as soon as he got down there. They do have a CV, though, down bottom, so they know where the jungle is. And the CV top as well, mirrored CVs. I don't know if that can see Nocturne, though. I think it's just on the edge. So they both know where the junglers are. Lane should be safe, but we'll see if somebody can pull off this gank.
Yep, Chauster has eaten a couple cupcakes so far this lane. He's a little bit low on health.
Oh, wow,
the
no
Q
ward.
will not hit from Cutie Pie. Yep, the ward actually about to time out, too. It's only got 45 seconds left. Saintvicious is going to recall, and Nocturne waiting around. Will not continue to do anything here. Let's watch Bigfatlp in lane. Is maxing W, by the way, for those Kennen players out there. Ignite Flash, Boots Potions, and maxing W. So FYI.
I'd like to know if he runs the Ignite 10 AP. I don't see why not.
It depends on the rune build, honestly, but he's got bonus move speed, which means actually he's got a Jatt on his team. I'm trying to do the math. I built Kennon's base move speed. I can do the math here.
Negative. Like. It's gonna be like 340.
340. That's a little high.
Okay.
I don't think anyone has that. Actually, Pirate does, because of his E.
Scarra backing up. Ooh, great place of award by Jatt. He is seen quite quickly, and you can see Saintvicious already realizing he's like, I'm going to start the back now to make sure it happens. You know, buying himself seconds. And like I said, seconds count in League of Legends, even to the half second. Bottom lane still farming it up. Let's go ahead and see who really has that under control. Rise at 40 right now from that mid lane. That bottom lane, however, is going to be your Kog'Maw versus Caitlyn in 37 at 37 creeps each. So they're doing a very nice job at keeping each other at bay, but as well as getting in there to get the attacks and the punishes in while creep scoring.
All right, let's see. Saintvicious still going for it. 5.5. Nocturne really wants 6. He's same pace as this Udyr. I don't know if these two patterns will give him, if these two mobs kicks will give him level 6, but he really wants that to get that gank going. Elementz with another great ward. Oh wow, this is smart. He puts it way out here because this is the range at which Nocturne could ult in the bottom lane. That's really smart for Elementz, knowing the enemy champions, knowing how to keep his teammates safe. Very, very smart play.
Good jump on there. Looks like Scarra and Kennen are both 6. That's Bigfatlp and Scarra up top, rather. There's going to be a lot of damage done there, but Kennen can shut down Scarra. He may have to run away from the initial fight due to the fact that Akali just does a lot more damage on her hits. So he can definitely take a little bit of damage, but right now Scarra is in a good position to do some damage to Bigfatlp. Looks like mid lanes are going to be backing quite soon. Cicero decides to stay in. I believe does he have a tier yet? No, he does not. So he's not going to be gaining that mana, but he still will regen most likely from his runes.
He's enough to buy it.
Yeah.
If I were him, I'd actually go get it, and because I can afford boots as well, and probably another mana crystal.
Yeah, and Hotshot's not farming mid, pushing your lane. He's really good time to do that.
Yeah, this is a good time for him to push this out and just go recall. So Hotshot's gonna be first in with a catalyst and boots. Very good for him. He's gonna really like that.
Let's see what they're doing. Yeah, bot lane. Elementz getting hit a little bit there. They do have wards in the bush.
Chauster's already recalled, picked up a pickaxe. PewDiePie has recalled for Berserker's Reef so far. Some nice harass on a Locust. He's taking that damage. Chauster playing pretty good. He's got a pink ward as well, so he can actually counter ward and take control of the brush. You can see they've already taken that brush over. And that's actually really strong for them. Nocturne is 6. And watch, he's going to get spotted even if he tries to ult.
Oh, Hotshot walking right into him. He does see him on the other side of that. He has vision from the brush. He goes to hit him, and he gets a little bit of damage down with the smite, but it will, a resolute smite, I should say. Don't want to confuse anybody.
Good enough.
Yes, that is his
Scarra
Q.
going. Oh, they're going for a dragon, probably. They're getting blue and going for dragon. That's the time they did last time. But Kennen does not have TP, so the legs can be really good for them. And now they know. Like, he's like, shoot, Scarra came from top. It's dragon. And yeah, Udyr's going for red. The CV, they know where Udyr is. They're going to go for it now while he's taking red. This is perfect.
Their team movement is absolutely ridiculous. And
yep,
CLG also knows that this spawns at this time, but Dignitas still making the move blatantly. CV is down, Hotshot is on the other side. He does have the flash up to flash in an ulti, but the team is not there to make it happen. Nocturne ulti coming out, and that's a great job by Nocturne. He shut down the vision of the opposing team. They couldn't take it if they wanted to.
Very smart by Dignitas. They know Bigfatlp does not have TP, and they just made the call, and they theoretically probably could have been like, oh, Akali left lane, come down, come down. Yeah. But that was smart. They CV'd the jungle to see where Udyr was. They had everything in a row. It's like, save your clairvoyance, we need to know about this. You see that Nocturne already come down, put a ward here, already watched the entrance from the left-hand side. They already had one over there. Like, that was so well set up. That had to be part of the plan. They had that in motion from a minute before. And that's the coordination that you expect from these high caliber teams, and it went off so well. And that's how they won the last game. They got 3 dragons in a row by coordinating for them so incredibly perfectly.
Yeah, Hotshot rather, CLG wanted to contest that one a little bit, but they were both on the backside. It would have been flash, flash, flash. Not worth it, really. No. Top turret was almost grabbed, so I think they may have thought they would have traded that. Not enough damage done. They should be able to get it soon. Hopefully even out that gold. Really only that gold multiplied by everybody is what is the difference of 800 right now. So they aren't too far behind. No turrets have been taken. We just passed the 10-minute mark in the game. As we get some items being built here, the jungler should have their wriggles up almost. No, it looks like they're going for a little bit more defense. Saintvicious feels like he's doing enough damage already. Looking for a Madrids. Yes, there is one on Jatt's side. Going to be turning that into a wriggle soon. A little bit of sustainability as well as vision for his team. Like we said, the wards are a big thing. You can see Dignitas having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards placed in this game right now. Oh, one of them's a trap. Cupcakes.
Cupcakes, yum, yum, yum. So let's see, DIGNITAS' vision. The entire river.
Yeah.
No jungle entrance really, but that's okay. CLG, ooh, not nearly as much. Now Nhat actually available to gank, but he already blew his ultimate, which means we're gonna have to wait for, 57 seconds for his ult to come back up. Let's go ahead and do some mouse servers real quick. Let's look at the builds again. Whoops, I pressed the wrong button, I'm smart. All right, so Saintvicious, again, very similar build. Open up with the fast Heart of Gold, gonna generate some gold for himself, and then go into either the Wit's End as before, or the Randwood's Omen, most likely. Chauster over here, still just on the pickaxe right now, has not finished anything on Infinity Edge, but we look at his gold right now, and he is soon actually pretty far from being able to afford anything there. He can get Berserker Freeze, but that's it. We see Kennen maxing W, then Q, so by the way, 1 point Lightning Rush, keeping that there. Going for the fast Spell Vamp book, probably Azonia's, we saw him do that earlier in the week. He got Azonia's for his first major item, and now Scarra going for a little bit of harassment. A little bit of damage dealt there, nice job. You see Janna got the Philo Stone, still no boots, but maxing shield. Zephyr was the second max afterwards, so you'll see her get that as the time goes on. And a pink ward on that brush means they can clear out a ward. Nice. That's actually pretty smart. That lets him not buy oracles. I've actually seen CLG do this a few times. They will not go oracles, they will get a couple of pink wards, and they will have that transition throughout the game.
A little bit of a creep here down bottom by Jatt. He is going to slowly move up, but he decides to head out of that one. No go for that. Nice. They pushed down another vision ward in that bush and took it out. Great job by Locust. Definitely worth the cost. And he is able to pick up a little gold for himself as he destroys that. 2 hits onto that turret. Wow, Cutie-Pie attacking quite fast right now, or turret, or rather ward, and he almost was able to take it out before it went invisible.
That was pretty smart. So you see, we're just gonna go through the builds some more. Hotshot maxing. Actually, interesting. He's got like 2 points in Q, 4 in E, like kind of weird little mix there. But generally maxes Bulwark after Righteous Gust, and you can see he's going for the Catalyst and then more Magic Resist. Moving over Scarra, of course. Rushed Gunblade last time, max Q, then E, 1 point Twilight Shroud, and now he's jumping into Bigfatlp. It gives him a half health and then goes into Twilight Shroud. But he has a lot of spell vamps. You're gonna see Bigfatlp get a lot of health back over the course of this lane, but Scarra might be able to zone him at this point. His damage is high, and he's gonna stay towards the front. Then he's gonna get shot most likely. But
man, Energy Ninjas with Revolver is just back and forth. It's like watching a Soraka lane. Soraka versus Soraka.
Oh, Soraka. And or Sona.
And or. Let's see what we got here. Picking up some more. Oh no, Saintvicious walked out as soon as Elementz walked onto the trap. They get crescendoed as they know Saintvicious is walking away. A beautiful time to start attacking. Wow. That was amazing right there. Huge hit by Locust on the crescendo. Saintvicious was well out of range, and they knew that because of the vision from Caitlyn Trap. An absolutely stellar play right there.
Yeah, the burst damage on the squishies with the Caitlyn ult is so high. They got Sona walked up, popped the ult. She did flash for it, so it was kind of, it's nothing you can really expect all the time. You're like, okay, well, she's 1,000 range away. Better hide from Sona. But, flash ult, Caitlyn comes in, Q ult, damage up, it comes in, Nocturne shows up, and Elementz did a really cool move, right? He got ulted, he got stunned, Nocturne showed up. The second he got into melee range, he flashed, and he came over here. The problem is, Nocturne got that one swipe off, and that's all it took. He was like, I'm gonna flash right after he hits me, and it just wasn't enough, unfortunately, but it was close. That was a nice try by Elementz, but an amazing set of coordination from Dignitas. So they've gotten First Blood and the Dragon, and no other turrets yet, but they're doing a very good job so far in this game.
Checking out the damage trade here between the Qs on Kennen and Kali. Looks like Kennen putting out about 200. Kali is throwing out about 180, but she can quite do that a little bit more often. Kennen has to hit those Qs. Kali can pretty much just place that on Kennen and jump to him and really start to do that Mark of Assassin damage as she triggers that attack. So he has to be careful. He is going to back. His lane is quite pushed right now. It looks like Kali will actually do the same thing after placing a ward.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to go through the rest of the builds here. Caitlyn, actually only 1 point in Trap, otherwise maxing Q and then Net. So Nocturne actually spamming a lot of MR right now. Hasn't finished Merctrez or whether that's Hex Drinker or
they're
Wit's
moving.
End.
They're moving for it.
Is it up already again? Jeez.
I think it would be, yeah. 8 minutes 14. They probably took it around 9, so it's going to be 15 minutes.
But Hotshot has teleport. Hotshot has teleport, so they'll be able to 5v5 this. And that was the mistake they made last time. They didn't have Galio top in time to switch over.
They don't have a ward down there and anywhere near the location, so they're going to have to be careful with how they actually do this. There it is, spawning at 15 seconds. Looks like they will be able to get this one easy. Is the CV up? We just saw the ward go down. There's a teleport right inside Dragon from HotshotGG. Will he decide to get onto this fight? And they were able to take Dragon. Oh no, I think Jatt actually picked that up. Very nice job there.
Got it.
It was a smite take. Can he get on the bear stance just out of range? And there it is, Saintvicious, like I said, flashing when he needs to, just to land that bear stance. Getting onto Udyr. He knows he can't fight this. The Rune Prism about to come back up. A huge fight going down bottom as well. Crescendo's coming out all over the place. Hotshot just making it out alive, forced to flash. Oh, Scarra goes in, but he taunts. Will it be enough damage? A very nice ultimate by Scarra to get out on that one. An all-around back-and-forth fight. 4 for 1. CLG takes a big hit on that one.
I'm surprised Hotshot wasn't able to ult. I mean, he used it there on the Akali at the turret. It was close, but I mean, maybe he just never had the positioning to actually land that one. I mean, everyone scattered so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah.
It would have been just Jatt in there.
Yeah, and I think the problem there was it took so long to put a ward down to get Galio into that fight. He had to wait until a ward came down, then he could TP in. We saw actually Bigfatlp had put the ward down here and then flashed the wall. We saw Bigfatlp flash the wall, but because basically it was, let's see, did Sona have an Oracles already? She did not, so there was really no excuse not to have a ward on top of Dragon already. They should have had it timed. I'm pretty sure they should have known the timing, you know, remotely.
Right.
And I mean, there's no pink wards around this place at all. I gotta call that a mistake to CLG. Like the very first game, they were constantly on top of Dragon at the spawn, and they did not have it ready for themselves this time. And I think that was a very crucial mistake. They could have fought that so well, but they basically that fight was so close. They could have won that fight. I mean, Jatt got owned really hard. Like they blew up Jatt pretty well. But the problem was they started that fight so late. Dragon was already taken, and if they had ganked while Dragon was still alive, they would have crushed them because they would have had a 6v5 there.
Ooh, it looks like they could be coming around here to dive Kennen. So much damage, a Q to Q after from LoCicero, and here it comes, going down. The Shroud will go down. Oh, wow, absolutely blowing up onto Bigfatlp. Very nice job. The assist going to LoCicero. That's a few turret shots, but he does not mind. He's just going to get a few minion waves back, and he pretty much will have his health back. Yep. Saintvicious is trying to do what he can in bear stance to top. He's really only going to get a minion wave for himself. Great job there. Dragons and turrets now in favor of Dignitas.
Yeah, really good play there. Also, LoCicero actually trolled Akali there slightly. There was one minion that Akali could have jumped to, and LoCicero was like, and last hit, you go off the turret now. And I found that rather enjoyable. Oh wow, he's found Hotshot. Ooh, he'll be okay. Bulwark's good. Yeah, 4 points in Bulwark. He's actually maxing Bulwark early. He's actually stayed at 4 points in Righteous Gust and switched over to Bulwark now. That's very smart.
Looks like Nocturne will back. They look like they could have a pinched on Hotshot there if he started to come up, but he did stay back. The ward being placed now by Locust, continuing to place. I'm gonna go ahead and see how many actually have them. You know, Akali being top lane, placing wards as well. She has one. There's 2 on LoCicero and 3 on, who is that? Locust, that's right. So they have a lot of wards on their team. It's about 6 wards right there, 5, 6, 7 wards to 2 wards that CLG has in their hand. So consistent vision is really giving Dignitas an upper hand here.
Absolutely the case. They've not really gotten ganked at all. They've lost one champion only in a team fight and only where they got ganked at Dragon, and it was worth it even if they did lose that champion. As long as I said it in chat, of course. And yeah, nice last hitting there from Scarra, pressing E, waiting for the cooldown, pressing E. It's really difficult. And let's see, Galio. Kennen recalling. Now, Kennen is surviving the fight a little bit better than last time. It was Cogman that fell down. He did get the Bulwark on halfway through. He was already kind of low. Ignite ticks through Bulwark. It does true damage, so the bonus armor MR doesn't help too much, and Scarra has been able to just keep crushing him down. Unfortunately, John had not been able to push her back successfully.
Saintvicious cleaning up his jungle as he continues to go around still, or actually purchased himself another Oracles. Quite an expensive item if you continue to purchase them. It's only 400 gold, which is considered quite low in this game, but to have to purchase that over and over again can really start to take a hit on your economy, especially for the entire team if you're the one that's getting taken out in the fight first and you could have been building mitigation. So we'll see if that goes to hurt him. I think Saintvicious is going to be in a good spot now. That fight was kind of haphazard for them. They'll be able to pull back from that definitely. There are not that many dragons in favor of Dignitas, so late game they really need to start getting these Barons as they didn't last game for CLG.
Yep. 6,000 gold. The difference though is pretty big.
Yeah.
It's not everything. It is winnable, of course. They do have the ability to get those AoE bursts down. Looks like Kennen and Galio are both level 11. I think 13 specifically, but they both have those rank 2 ultimates, and there's no significant over leveling by Dignitas. You see LoCicero also level 13, Scarra also 13, so all the souls are tied still. Nice ult coming in from Caitlyn. Chauster, wow, taking a lot of damage there. Caitlyn is out leveling that Kog'Maw. Sona out leveling the Janna, but that's it. The rest of the levels are pretty much equal. 11 versus 11. Yeah, all the solos, all the junglers are equal, so those are the major players in these fights. CLG has a good chance here. Good
Shots onto the turret. Caliburnet to get himself out. Cutie Pie retreats with his team. Hotshot, where is he? Yep, farming, taking out turrets, doing what he does. He is going to head back out of this lane. There we go. He does lose his Banshee's Veil right there, though, on a Cupcake. So we're going to have to see what he does. Kind of standing there for a second. Hotshot could be taken down here. He is going to be able to take a lot of damage, so it's really just going to be chased. And Jatt says, I know the end of that. Your whole team's going to come. I'm not going to do this. So he backs off on that. Jatt back into help his team through the river.
Yeah, great play with these guys so far. And oh, actually, wow, CLG making a stab for Baron. And they're doing it with, oh, that's cute. They're baiting. They hit it, and then they kill the ward, and then they're backing off. That could actually do something pretty cute, but it looks like they're not really falling for it. They do have the clairvoyance down there.
They did just pull that off a Hotshot. He's going to be able to continue for that turret.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty smart. Q going off. Yeah, Hotshot farming quite well. Has a lot of mana spare. Going to keep last hitting here. One minion, but that's okay.
So bringing up last game, exactly what CLG just did is what they did not do. They didn't even really initiate anything there. They faked it, didn't even take too much damage, and got out. And they orchestrated Dignitas as if they were telling them what to do. You know, we want you to come up here. That's exactly what happened. That's all they needed to do for Dragon last game. Show yourself, come in, a little bit of opposition, and it's going to help a lot. You saw what it just played through there, so we'll see if they can continue to play that mind game here and put the Dignitas out of position a few more times. That's where they're going to start getting ahead.
Yep, and Scarra, again, going for that needlessly large rod, going to be getting the death cap, and right now, this is scary.
Oh, dear.
CLG, so smart. So smart. They're taking dragons. They're going for Baron. This is the comeback they need. Absolutely need. And yep, there's a teleport from Hotshot. Oh my gosh, he bursted him down during teleport. Oh man, that just happened. Wow.
Wow. A very unsure CLG backs off of the fight. And the vision would have helped them. You see how aggressive right now that Dignitas is. It's because they know exactly where CLG is retreating to. They have no worries. They sent 2 people Baron, and it was pretty much just Scarra, or not Scarra rather, just I believe that was Rise up there to get in the fight. And that should not deter you from taking Baron. You should be able to turn around, initiate that fight, knowing possibly someone's taking Dragon from that ward, and that somebody's down bottom, Akali fighting Galio, which is their most damage. They should have been very sure about themselves there.
Wow, they're doing so well. I'm thoroughly impressed with this team. You know, everyone was saying, you know, Dignitas is really scary. Oh, they don't have Voy Boy. Well, I mean, they might win some games, and honestly, they're dominating. They're playing so incredibly well. Their coordinate, and especially, I mean, when you have a ringer for your 5th, their coordination is still phenomenal. Yeah, that's actually extremely impressive. That normally you see these teams when they drop a player, you know, there's a fallout there. You know, I think, for example, Sidco, right, for Curse is not their standard solo mid player. I think he's their ranged AD, if I know the team right. And, you know, he in a lot of respects kind of underperformed compared to a lot of other solo mids this tournament. You know, he was low on minions. His death cap was at 50 minutes. Like, he did, you know, not perform as well as a lot of these players are doing. But you see LoCicero doing quite well, actually. Scarra actually not only a solo top player, but doing quite well with this Akali in this series. Dignitas is just doing a great job.
Yeah, they really are. They're not giving CLG to do the combos they need to do in a fight. We really haven't seen Galio throw down the ulti and Kennen come in with his ulti either. And that's really something to shut the other team down. That's so much CC, and they're going to be just attacking Galio, returning percentage of that damage, and then stunned after that in Kennen's ult. And that's a lot of free time to be doing damage for Udyr. But that's Kog'Maw's position as well to continue firing artillery onto that fight.
Careful, bro.
See what they got here as they go in. They're going to quickly take down that ward. It looks like they got some cupcakes out for a deterrent, and they're doing quite a bit of damage here to Baron.
They're baiting for Scarra.
Oh, they're going to quickly come out here. Bigfatlp getting taken down, bursted. He is in the bush. He gets his ulti down. Galio cannot teleport. Hotshot is trying to get to his team right now. A valiant attempt here. Can he take down Caitlyn? They're focusing on Elementz still. One more shot from Caitlyn taking down Elementz. Kennen goes down as well. Bigfatlp, that's a double kill coming up right now. And Cutie Pie doing what he can. The ulti from Galio, not able to take anybody down. Udyr finally dropping onto Scarra, and it will just not be enough then. They lose 3. Scarra finally goes down. That's going to be a nice gold boost for Saintvicious to get some items into the game and help mitigate the damage that they're taking, but everybody really needs to come out with that result if CLG wants to come out on top of this.
Yeah, they almost got that fight for sure. Yeah, I mean, Kog'Maw got away from the Caitlyn, and he could have come back in a little bit once Galio taunted, and Galio was staying on Caitlyn, and Caitlyn was not turning around. Kog'Maw could have picked up that kill. Kate got super low, barely survived. A Sona heal helped that one as well. These little tiny mistakes, of course, matter so much at this level of play. CLG was close to winning that one. I mean, a really cute move where they kept the ward down and they baited Baron, and they're like, okay, and now Akali's going to come in and assassination.
Yeah.
But they still almost got it.
That fight never could have been initiated if those wards weren't there. And that's really what they need to start clearing out. You know, I said the Oracles could cost him a little bit. Saintvicious still has it, so he's going to need to utilize that and really start taking some of these out. There's some CVs going down, more wards being placed. Elementz picking up that trap right there. Very nice job not taking the damage because of the shield. And just going to continue back into the laning phase here. Not a lot of resources for CLG to get back into this one. They're really going to have to facilitate for that for themselves right now. It's not going to come to them.
Indeed the case. We see, Scarra just continuing to last hit. Minions pushing down the top lane. DIGNITAS playing this game so very well. They're up 9-2 in champion kills. They're up 9,000 gold. They're on their way, and they're going for Baron again. CLG knows about it. Hotshot does have teleport. He's going for it. He's teleporting over. And then here they are. He's gonna dive in. They could go for this. His Q could slow them and he can take the ult.
Ooh, Galio's ulti is down right now.
Oh, you're right. His ult's down. Oh, wow. That's harsh.
Unfortunate. They were able to deter it. They're not going to be able to grab it. You can see Baron regaining its health right now. If they don't attack it for long enough, it will just regen all the way up, and those wards being taken out. Another ward placed. We'll have to see what they have. Jatt is kind of poking around with Saintvicious here down bottom. Saint's kind of in and out, making sure they don't have wards as well. There's a great placement. They will have vision on this if Saint walks away. This is exactly what they want. They just need to know when they have to poke their head in and stop the Baron.
And just kind of cycling through all the team vision right now. They still see Udyrs nearby. CLG still has vision of Baron. They're okay for this. But you can see the flanks. You know, Kali got to recall, pick up new items, has Death Cap and a blue elixir.
Oh, wow.
Yep. 344 ability, probably going to jump up to about 400 when she chugs it. 40 AP, 30% bonus, 52.
See what they have here. Rise taking a bit of the jungle. Nocturne not needing it as much now. We are pretty much mid to late game at this point. We're going to see a lot of contesting for that Baron still. Looks like Dragon could be spawning soon. They are, Akali is making his way down there and would definitely be able to take him out, take it out alone.
Cutie Pie. Just recalling in his face. Doesn't really care. All right.
Probably just trying to get him close enough to steal that Banshee's Veil, but
yeah,
it wouldn't have mattered. 30 seconds back, quite quick.
You know, I see a lot of different Galio builds. So Hotshot's going full tank. I've seen a lot of Galios go like fast Rod of Ages, Death Cap, and they'll go AP Galio. And honestly, like Hotshot's not being killed, they could almost use that because a lot of these fights, DIGNITAS gets away very, very low, and I feel like that hybrid AP style. Like I've seen a lot of Maokai builds the same way, where they go like Rod of Ages, Trinity Force, and they're still tanky because they're that champion. But, you know, I feel like a bit of AP on Galio actually would be really strong. I mean, he's got 126, obviously, from his build, but I could totally see AP stack being super powerful here.
Looks like they are making their way for that Dragon. They're going to be able to take this out quite quick. I don't think they have to worry about anything. The vision isn't there. They're going to actually try to contest this Dragon. The red is up, so they maybe just headed that way, and that's what they're doing. They're going to go ahead and grab that red buff that's going on to Udyr. And we're going to see Dragon has been grabbed. Oh, they're going to just beeline this for Baron. They're running straight through the minions right now. Look at this. Like, hey, we're not really going to Baron. This is not what it looks like.
They see him. I think they're okay.
For sure.
They're gonna regroup. They see him go across, and they know it's a threat. Yep, they know they're on it. They know they're on it. Not a lot of vision yet for DIGNITAS. Locust staying nearby. He's gotten caught. He's gotten a little bit caught. This is a little bit scary. There's a kill on Baron, but here comes the initiation. This could be amazing for them. Locust drops down. Chauster's in the middle of all of this. Looks like Scarra's going to drop as well. Great job so far. It jumped on. Looks like no one has fallen. Kog'Maw gets a kill. Kennen gets a kill. Rise does get one. Rise getting away from Udyr, but looks like he'll still fall. Anyway, Hotshot gets an ult off. Cutie Pie not in great shape. You're going to follow this chase onto the Rise. Going to go back down. We see Cutie Pie trying to run away. Getting caught a little bit. I don't think he can make this escape. Going back over to Rise. Rise will fall to Saintvicious. There's the kill. Nice job by them. HotshotGG chasing on. And they get the ace. Almost.
Wow.
Jatt is alive, but that's it. They traded 1 for 4.
CLG showing some life finally in this game. Not to say that they weren't, but they came out there, they did not scatter, and they really fought the way they have been from yesterday into today.
Perfect Kennen ult. It was perfect Kennen ult. And I said, you know, right away, like, Sona got slightly caught, and immediately Kennen ult blew her up. That, you know, Sona is not a champion who can delay.
Definitely a little worried that Hotshot was not there. Caitlyn absolutely destroyed Elementz in like 3 shots. Yep. If she would have turned to Udyr, they would have done the same thing. There's just not much you can do about it. That much critical damage, especially with the headshot proc. It really hurts and can almost get up to, it can get up to 1,600 damage at some times.
Yep. And here's the case where Udyr is 3-0 and has the second most minion kills on his team. That's what I was talking about before. When Udyr gets ahead, you can no longer three-person, burst him, and he starts taking down an entire team. And you saw him chase Ryze the entire way through, and that's what it takes. Udyr, there's a fine line with Udyr. If he gets to the point where he isn't killable, he will take apart a team by himself.
There are 10 wards in the entire inventory of Dignitas right now. 5 on Sona. It looks like LoCicero has 1, Nocturne has 1, and so does Scarra. He has 2. So all of them are contributing to the game right now. We look over at CLG screen. They're leaving it up to Elementz, and Elementz can't be everywhere on the map, and you can just see the amount of wards placed right now by Dignitas is because they are spreading out, because they are split pushing. So Scarra can give his team vision wherever he wants right now. Looks like we did just either hear a CV. Yep, there's a CV right there for Scarra. I thought they placed a ward. So that will be down for a bit there for CLG. Looks like a good push mid here as Nocturne and Locust just take down some creeps. They're going back into their jungle, grabbing up the buffs. Nocturne with red. And looks like Caitlyn is going to come out of the jungle and gather together with her team. She's actually pumped up on a green elixir of agility and a red pot. That's going to proc her more critical attacks and more damage with a little bit of speed on the end there. So little silver lining to her cloud. We'll see if she can do a lot of damage in this next fight. Bigfatlp trying to Q out. Wow, the shot just to deter Chauster from the fight. The ulti is going to come up quite quickly for her again. We'll see what happens, Phreak.
Going in, the turret's going to drop down about half health. They did use the speed burst from Locust. Combine that with Song of Celerity, and your team runs really, really quickly. And so they end up getting a turret for it. It's pretty smart. I mean, they do have Baron buff still on that Nocturne, and they still are ahead. You look at the gold up there. 47,000 to 39,000. The last team fight was great for CLG. They got them back in the game. They killed off most of the killing sprees. Nocturne 1-1, no real killing spree there. So they did get all the gold back from the killing sprees that they wanted. They did assert some dominance, but still, the Baron kill itself is worth a lot. And that's kept Dignitas in pretty good shape. Hotshot just diving into LoCicero. They're gonna catch him.
Whoa.
Wow, nice job, CLG.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of ulti for one person, but they don't seem deterred about it. The Randuin's Omen gets activated, Akali is slowed, and everybody in the vicinity. But it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to do too much damage. That Shroud also slowing them, so they're not able to get to those auto attacks fast enough as the enemies run away at a quicker speed. You're only gonna get it 1 or 2, and then it's gonna be the chase for that next one. Really not consistent amount of damage, but a great initiation. They have Ryze down, LoCicero 20 seconds into the game, and you are just seeing them use this to their advantage. They could be overextending a little bit here. The crescendo goes out. Chauster taking a lot of damage, but Saintvicious wants back into the fray, and he goes back for it. Here comes Scarra, pushed out by Elementz. The Nocturne ulti coming out onto Bigfatlp. I believe the fear, however, yes, it is still onto him. It did not activate. He gets chased down. It looks like we do have Chauster go down finally. Saintvicious falls to Scarra, and Bigfatlp now trying to run away here. The cutie pie looking for the ulti, going down. HotshotGG being chased very hard right now. The flash actually to get away. A lot of chasing going on. Bigfatlp makes it out alive, but it would have been Caitlyn to come down and take that one if Scarra had not gotten it. What a chase. What amount of slow that they have. Every time Scarra was, or Jatt rather, was knocking a hit onto a Hotshot, he just was slowed every time. That's the benefit of the red buff, and you have Holly right there to continue closing that gap of distance and continue the damage. A great chase, a nice try by CLG in that mid fight, and it was just a they got a turret for it, but the back and forth, they just took a little bit too much damage in the poke at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah, and I want to put in a couple of cool things so far. So also, one thing that Locust can do is whenever he uses Song of Celerity, if his power chord passive is up, then his basic attack will also slow, and I think that was one of the slows as well. We saw Hotshot get slowed so much, and you're right, Jatt had red buff, that was huge. I want to say Sona was helping with that one as well. Scarra had the Gunblade, but probably used it earlier. So, I mean, that team has a lot of chase potential. Right? I mean, Akali is Akali, of course, but yeah, Sona with the slow, Jatt when he has red, really good stuff there. I mean, CLG, they played it, I think they played it right still. They had a 5v4, they pushed the turret, they did get the turret down, but, the ult from Locust came out, and they just barely scrapped together that fight. It was so close, but Chauster had taken so much poke damage. Nocturne ulted onto it, and we saw actually a Hotshot and Elementz did it right. They put Bulwark and Eye of the Storm onto him, and it did a lot there. Or I guess it's called, yeah, it is Eye of the Storm. Okay, making sure. They put those shields on, and it did make Chauster live a bit longer, but Nocturne could not be pushed away. No one could peel him off of their teammates. The rest of Janna's spells were down, so we got to finally chase down into Chauster, finally to get that kill. He got a little bit later, then he got away from the fight just in time. The Aegis helping his team be tanky as well. and they just barely scrapped together that fight. So incredibly close. Dignitas taking another dragon. I don't think they've even lost one this match.
Yeah, and again, almost uncontested there. We're just seeing this Dignitas team absolutely promote why they are the most feared team right now in this game in League of Legends, at least for this tournament, for these upcoming tournaments. You know, Dignitas was the name being said. They're the ones to be headhunted, and they're actually the ones to be afraid of as well. So if we can beat them, people would think they have the tournament, and that's actually really the bar they're setting right now. Locust taking out more wards, 12,500 gold earned by Scarra right now, highest in the game. 300 gold over Caitlyn, who is also 12,200. So there are two of the two of the richest teammates on the same team. Obviously, they're teammates, and those items are just absolutely tearing through any mitigation that the CLG team is trying to build. An Infinity Edge and a Phantom Dancer on Caitlyn. The Bloodthirster, 2 pieces, one last to be built, that 1,000 gold that she needs, and right now Caitlyn has 720 gold, so she's right on to building that and just snowballing her damage up even more. These guys are doing an amazing job. Kog'Maw, however, as we said, Chauster needs to stay alive, and he really can turn this fight around for his team with the amount of damage he does if he is left alone. So this can really go either way, as we've pretty much always said, but right now with Dignitas, they are making it very hard for CLG to make that true.
Indeed, very much so. Yeah, Kog'Maw, highest DPS champion that's on either of these teams. Pretty close to what Scarra does, but he's a little bit of a safer champion, so it just depends how well they can babysit him from the assassins. But again, that Knock Akali combo, a lot of assassination there, and it does really, really well for them. You see Rise finishing his build pretty soon as well. Got a lot of mana stack there, 3,800, actually 3,900. He's 7 shy of that, so not a damage.
Looks like they are going for Baron here. We have Hotshot teleporting in on the ward. You are able to see that now, so I do see him coming in. A nice Shroud, keeping her composure. Scarra just throwing that down to slow down the team, facilitate the escape there. And we'll have to see what they can do. There's an attack onto Saintvicious. He does not take too much damage. There's just an Akali, and a Mark of the Assassin. And looks like they will start to run around here. They are still trying to bait this Baron out. This technically does not mean they're going to do it. They definitely want to do it after this fight, if they are able to take the win, but their vision right now is going to give them that ability to win this fight. They can get a few more wards down. Now Hotshot and Saintvicious both actually have oracles, so they are really noticing that the vision of Dignitas is what is shutting them down. They are starting to mitigate a little bit, and now they're going to be the ones to bait this one out, Phreak.
Yeah, and they do want to fight, and they got good positioning. Hotshot's going to go in. This is really smart. There's the ult coming on. What can they kill? PewDiePie ults out. Hotshot almost dead. There's Ken in the middle. One is fallen on each side.
Wow.
Jatt now in the middle. Looks like it's going to be Bigfatlp drop as well. Chauster taking a lot of damage. Great ult from Jonah, but it's too late. Drops down to PewDiePie. Great shot by PewDiePie. Now it's Saintvicious in the front. A lot of ult damage coming off on both sides. Saintvicious dropping down rather quickly. Jatt still alive. That's going to be another kill. Looks like Elementz trying to get away, and he's the only one alive from CLG.
Wow.
Nice job. Go ahead. Go cheer for Dignitas if you're going to. I heard like scattered like clapping, and people were like afraid to cheer for that fight or something. There you go.
Yeah.
The rest of the crowd does it. All right.
All right.
Wow.
So we actually do see CLG is saying, guys, great game, well played, and it looks like they will be able to take this one down. The GGs are going out. Saintvicious and HotshotGG exchanging the GGs of Scarra, LoCicero, and Locust, and they are going to be able to clear right through this. A team to be reckoned with here, rock solid, morphing into Dignitas, and now one of the teams to be reckoned with.
Didn't respawn, lol.
Oh, man.
No, minions, what are you doing?
What an anticlimactic victory. Oh.
Yeah,
there we go. All right. Very
no,
good
they might
game.
get him.
What?
They're going back into the
no
fight.
Way.
It's close.
Oh.
PewDiePie almost died right there. It was so close. Well played, Dignitas.
Wow.
Well played.
Wowzers.
Well played. That was impressive.
Okay, so off the bat, it was almost a character you would see would be banned out next time, and they should have focused an Akali ban, but they didn't, because they obviously would have left something else they felt really uncomfortable with open. So how do you, like, even there, that's just one of the things that says Dignitas is scary. We don't want to ban Akali because one of the other bans is even scarier, but that still just happened.
Well, and we saw this time that it wasn't Kennen that died so easily. I mean, Kennen didn't have a great score. I think he definitely helped win.
Right.
if they were to win, Kennen would have been a big driving force there. The Galio-Kennen ult combo,
Yeah.
they did blow dudes up by doing that. That was definitely really strong.
The 2 times they had it, yeah,
for
sure.
The one team
it's
fight
just
they won,
the positioning they weren't able to get in, which was really unfortunate.
Yeah, when they did win that one team fight outside of Baron, I mean, that was definitely Kennen ult. It just destroyed so much of that team. Realistically, like looking at this comp, it's like this should do a pretty good job against Akali. And the one time they finally got that good Janna ult off where it pushed Akali back, Caitlyn was just out of range sniping down that Kog'Maw, and that was just enough.
Almost 15,000 gold gained by Scarra and only 240 CS, and only means that, you know, usually you see CS is the gold game, but he is 10, 2, and 4, so that gold just kept snowballing up, and he has the highest gold in the game. Right behind him is Caitlyn, as we were saying before. They kept that for the last few minutes of the game. Didn't even get a chance to finish the Bloodthirster, but a lot of finished items as well on the side of Dignitas, and a few here and there. Bigfatlp, the sustain on Will the Ancients, you know, Chauster doing a lot of damage with an Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer build. There's just nothing you can stop and take away from that, but he didn't get the chance to attack. And Dignitas, actually, what they did really well is didn't allow CLG to fight in any of those.
Yeah. Another thing I think that was also really underrated was how much gold Locust got from, I mean, some of it's the team fights, sure, 14 assists versus you compare to Elementz 7. That's not a huge difference, right? You know, the amount of gold they got difference was 3,000. 3,000 is not 7 assists. That is not, you don't get 500 gold assists, period. What really happened was they got 4 dragons, 2 barons, like that amount of gold let Locust get, you know, he got Shirelia's Reverie and he got Will the Ancients.
Stacked with, you know, Akali giving that help too.
Yeah, Elementz was trying to get an Aegis, right? Jatt went basically after Riggles, he got Aegis. So his entire team was beefier, and it helped him out. They had a lot of really close fights where dudes like barely lived. Like the one time the Caitlyn, you know, in that lower left-hand side jungle, you know, Caitlyn lived with a little bit of health. That's, you know, 18 armor, 24 magic resist. That'll get you up there. +8 damage to the whole team. There's a lot of auto attackers there. You know, Akali, Nocturne, and Caitlyn all want to have that +8 damage. So, you know, they got a little bit of early auras, and then because Locust got extra gold there, right, he was still wearing Oracles, he's still warding, he had those cooldown boots, but he was also able to actually get some real items out there. He got those 2 auras. The haste, you saw that, get them a couple of kills there. They got the one chase on a HotshotGG, they got that sort of push into the base, then pull back to kill that turret. I mean, those items that Sona got were actually really, really impactful. Especially Will of the Ancients is just your whole team, you know, the bonus AP, bonus damage, all that stuff. You know, yeah, sure, Scarra's gonna get all the credit for, you know, having 10 kills, 2 assists, but he was just, you know, one of the tools that team had. It was really the giant drag control. That was so much of it.
They did a good job, and I believe we're gonna have some interviews with the teams coming up in just a few minutes, right after this commercial break.
Cool.
All right, guys, what's going on? Rivington the Third here with Dignitas up on stage. You guys played an amazing game just now. I want everybody to know who you are and how it happened, so we're going to quickly go down with a rundown, just pass it down and then throw it back to me. What's your names?
All right, my name's William, and I'm Scarra.
Hey, I'm Mike, and I'm Rambo.
I'm Pat, and I'm Locust.
Hello, I'm Matt, I'm Delirium, I'm team manager.
I'm Michael, and I'm Cutie Pie.
I'm Adam, and I'm LoCicero, the ringer.
I'm Josh, and I am Jatt.
All right, guys, so there you have it. The winners of the first game here on day one, a quick 2-0 coming out. I wouldn't even say it was quick, but you guys made it look so easy, coming out strong. You guys have been that team that everybody says is a few steps ahead. You were always headed to Dragon. You always had like up to 10 wards on the team to an opposing 3 wards that they had. You guys were always placing it down, making sure you had an Oracles. What facilitates this? Where do you guys start with these ideas, and why are you guys so much better right now?
Well, like, a lot of it comes from scrimming, because practice makes, like, when they say practice makes perfect, like, they really mean that. Like, we practice a lot. Not for this tournament specifically, but as a team in general, we've practiced quite a bit. I think the big playmaker on our team is Jatt. Jatt makes all the dragon calls, all the jungle calls. And I really think junglers are, like, not many people give much credit to junglers, but definitely Jatt does almost all the big calls. And whenever we go for Dragon, whenever we go for Baron, he tells us timers, tells us everything to do. And he's pretty much the playmaker of our team, and that's one of the big reasons why we won.
That's amazing coming in. You guys had at least like 3 or 4 uncontested dragons each game, just able to get that gold out with some turrets on the side. Now I have to ask, a question that everybody wants to know. How did you feel when they let you get a Kali again?
I really thought they were going to take over the Talon ban and ban Akali over it. Okay. When we first saw we knew their bans would be very similar, but when we realized they were going to mirror match us again with one change, I think we were pretty psyched, because we were really prepared for a mirror match, and I don't know, it turned out well.
Right on. Where do you guys think you could have changed anything? Obviously, you won both of the games, but there's always room for improvement. Do you guys see anywhere in these games you would like to say that could have happened better?
Well, I think the first game bottom lane ended up dying and giving first blood because their jungler, Saint, got a really good gank on like a level 5, and we knew it was coming, but we didn't have the wards down for it. So I feel like if we had an early Oracles or like more wards, I think the biggest problem with our team right now is we don't get an early enough Oracles, because once you get that, like if you have map control and you get an early Oracles, you can really like take over the game.
Right on, guys. Team Dignitas here, moving into the finals, 2-0 over CLG, and we're gonna have a quick interview with them as we throw to Sumi Chu in just a few minutes.
In a top-secret facility, some of the brightest minds gathered in the dead of night. Their mission, to redefine technology as we know it.
We've managed to unlock it, but how will people handle this much power?
AMD FX CPUs, the EPIK returns. Introducing the AMD FX 8-core processor, the world's first 8-core desktop processor, unlocked out of the box. With an extra burst of speed when you need it most, with AMD Turbo Core technology. And ultimate power for all your demanding content creation needs. Introducing Vision FX technology. When you combine the power of an AMD FX 8-core processor with the world's fastest graphics card, the AMD Radeon HD 6990 graphics card, put your graphics to the test and revel in lifelike imagery with AMD's second generation of DirectX 11 capable graphics. All that you know is about to change. Get 8 cores in your system.
Hi, I'm here with Team CLG, who unfortunately lost to Team Dignitas 0-2. Why don't you guys do a short introduction to yourselves?
I'm Brandon DeMarco. I'm Saintvicious. I'm the jungler.
Hi, I'm Steve Chow. I'm Chauster, the AD carry.
I'm Michael Tang, Bigfatlp. I play IP.
I'm Cody Sigvason. I'm Elementz, and I play support.
I'm George Alitas, and I'm HotshotGG. I play AP Bruiser.
All right, guys. So you guys played some awesome games today. You guys really kept it up. But I do have to ask, in game one, why did you let them take all the dragons for free?
Well, before when we play, we used to have like a mentality of we're either going to trade the top tower and take that over dragon, or we're going to contest dragon. And we just kind of had like miscommunication between that. And we just didn't really have a set game plan going into it, and that's really all that is. So.
All right. In the second game, you guys unfortunately had some bad team fights, but what made you guys decide to keep the same bans? I mean, Akali totally did a bunch of damage in the first game. What made you guys not decide to ban Akali and instead ban Talon instead? And what made you decide to only swap out Cassiopeia for Kennen?
I think the team count we had both games is good. I mean, it's not like either team had stronger team count. We just really played the team fights badly. We didn't focus Akali early. Like the first team fight where Akali got I think it was 4 kills. That pretty much just done, So you don't give Akali 4 kills. I mean, you can't really do anything then. Then he's pooped on Kog'Maw. So.
All right, cool. So for my last question, Team Dignitas is actually missing one of their core players, Voyboy, due to the age restriction here in New Jersey. How is playing against Team Dignitas different this time from the other times you've played against them?
The only difference really is Voyboy is an encyclopedia of heroes. He plays every bruiser and a lot of APs. And we played with him at MLG. He actually subbed for us, and he's a really good guy. But I mean, LoCicero, he's really good. He has 3 really good champions he does, and he's notorious for destroying pubs or whatever in the game. So. And he did a good job at that. So, yeah.
All right, awesome. So once this is Team CLG, unfortunately they lost 0-2 to Team Dignitas. We are going to go ahead and go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more games after this.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. We are here for the second semifinal game between EPIK Gamer and Team Solo Mid. Hello, Rivington.
Hello, Phreak.
Woo!
Yeah.
I feed off your energy.
Nom noms.
It's like I'm Fiddlesticks just draining everybody.
All
right. That's probably the best intro ever to a cast in the history of the world.
I'm going to say I can't wait, and summoners are going to be happy. I'm going to leave it at that.
You're such a troll.
I know.
It's going to be fun.
So we got EPIK versus TSM coming up here. EPIK Gamers, gamers and gaming. It depends.
Yes.
Depends if you're at the website or if you're talking to them. So, yes.
Sure. I believe you.
Yep.
So, hey, by the way, shout out to how well this tournament going, by the way. We're actually on time for all the games.
Amazing.
Like, unheard of for competitive gaming on LAN, like, ever. So, I mean, big ups to the players, big ups to the organizers. Thank you, IGN, for putting on this awesome tournament. IPL3 Origins, the colon in there somewhere. Awesome tournament, so thank you guys so much. Big ups to the crowd, big ups to the communities online, leaving the comments, teaching me how to cast better, because I need it. And, thank you, by the way, Rivington, for being awesome.
For sure, man. That's what I'm talking about. You can't do it without a counterpart. Can't do it without a counterpart.
Cool. So let's get it rocking with a apostrophe at the end.
Going live.
G.
Let's see what we have here.
Go, 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 exclamation point. I like my punctuation. I get it right when I talk to the players. And you hear the clickety-clack of the keyboard.
Indeed.
And we are into Champion Select. Oh, yeah.
So we're going to see these teams choosing here. We're going to do this rundown again. I know the pros are going to sigh and moan, but you know what? This is how League of Legends is played. We're going to see two teams, 5v5, going at each other. There are going to be 3 lanes. There's a top, a middle, and a bottom. Each lane has turrets and minions in them. You're going to be able to take those turrets consecutively to get to your enemy's base, and we're going to see that right off the bat. They're going to go into what's called the laning phase. So we're going to see everybody pretty much divide up into their roles. As we said, there's mages, there's supports, there's people to do damage, you know, bows and arrows, and melee attacks that really can get into the fight and do a lot. So there's all those positions you need to play, as well as have a tank on your team. So you have to make sure you build a good composition as well as counter a composition that the other team is building. So a lot of things come into play there. And right now in this scenario, they are choosing picks and bans right now. The left side is going to be banning Phreak, which we have seen they are doing here once the screen goes up, and we see that in a few minutes. And we're going to see Cassiopeia is banned, and that is going to be the 3rd ban for EPIK. And we're going to see now that they've countered in the bans, they're going to pick, and they're going to decide what they want for their team. They don't necessarily have to pick the champion they want. They can choose by countering a pick and taking that so the other team can't get it. Quickly switch that with a member later that grabs the champion they need. So there's a lot that even goes into the production or the pre-game, and we're going to see that right now. So the picks are Phreak, please go.
Yeah, so a lot of bans coming out here. Kog'Maw, Caitlyn, and Cassiopeia banned from EPIK against Team Solo Mid. Zillia, Lisa, and Gangplank banned out from Team Solo Mid against EPIK. And you see the first pick was Nocturne. That's going to be Dinh, the jungler for the team. But Vayne and Yorick, smart picks for Team Solo Mid. You don't let that happen.
No.
And the funny thing is, neither of those champions were banned in the last series. But it's cool to see the different playstyles come in here. By the way, Vayne Yorick. Yeah, that's going to be hard to deal with. Chaox is an excellent Vayne player, the solo top. TheRainMan going to be playing as Yorick. And yeah, when you clone a Vayne, your team takes a lot of damage.
2 Chaox isn't good.
Yeah, 2 Chaoxes means a lot of pain right there. But we see interesting picks here. Yeah, Cho'Gath being grabbed is probably the solo top, and Ezreal being grabbed up for Nhat Nguyen. And now we're going to see Trundle coming in there. OddOne actually pretty much well known for a Trundle player, and the Alistar being picked up, going to be Xpecial. Guy's also a great Alistar. So actually, we see a lot of really sort of like first-tier picks for the players. These champions, these guys are really known to play very well. And I'm curious to see if like Akali would work well here, because you're still going to see Yorick revive her, revive that Vayne, but Akali could totally blow up a champion here. So I don't know if they're going to let. I think it's normally not the AD player, or sorry, normally is the AD player, not the solo. So we'll see if they do lineup switches to do that, or if they're just going to pick a standard mage for Crumbz. But also one thing they could do is, nice Anivia. The Crumbz known for Anivia. Yeah, a lot of you guys know about that. I actually like this team because they have a lot of counter initiate. They can push people back with John, and they can Anivia wall. So once they clone that Vayne, they can wall off, push back and retreat, make that timeout, and go back in. And I really like that. I think that's a really great idea. But both these teams have some terrain deformation. I'm sure I pronounced that one wrong, so sorry, internet. But you've got Anivia wall on one team, you've got Trundle Pill on the other. You've got a lot of pushback with Janna and Cho'Gath, a lot of pushback with the Alistar, Vayne, things like that. So going to see the mage pick. Could be Brand. Reginald plays that a lot. Another one is Gragas is a pretty good choice. Could maybe knock someone over a wall and use that. So we'll see what the choices end up being. But this is a very scary lineup right here. The solo mid is to be picked here, and the thing is, you could pick a counter lane as well. You see, the Cassiopeia was banned to make sure that Anivia had a pretty safe lane. Cassiopeia, one of the best laners, Anivia, one of the frailest laners. You want to make sure that you get a matchup that's a little bit close. But what is Reginald going to be known for here? It's going to be his pick, and they're debating. They're actually taking a long time to get this one.
I was going to say Zillion, but I forgot. It was like one of the first bans they had, obviously not wanting the other team to get it.
Zillion would have been first picked, almost definitely.
They could easily use Brand.
Yeah, Brand would be
a great pick.
Let's see. I mean, they do have to worry about Cho'Gath being disrupted.
Reginald doesn't Karthus whatsoever, does he?
I've seen him do it before.
Okay.
Yeah. He's done Annie as well. Annie be pretty good here. They could catch the Ezreal, even catch the Nocturne.
Oh,
Gragas it is. Okay, so
cool.
Gragas displacement.
I like it.
Yeah, heavy displacement team on both sides. So you can really, you're going to probably see these team fights kind of open up, and they could be close, but you're going to see a lot of the fights be stomps on one side or the other. Because there's so much displacement, you can actually kind of give yourself 5v2s.
This could actually be hard to follow.
Yeah, there's going to be fights sort of all over the screen.
Like thrown by Gragas barrel, headbutted out, getting chucked by pillar. Yeah, this would be great. Good amount of CC and stop on Epic's team still as well. You're going to be able to throw down the Anivia ultimate right on the floor. Her ultimate creates a ring on the ground of just frost. You run through it, and it also applies the frost to you, making her damage, or magic damage, do double, or critical, you would say.
And another one of the points to bring up for this match is, we were talking about how a lot of things have ringers. Well, Epic has 2 ringers. Crumbz has taken the place of Salsi, and Nhat Nguyen has taken the place of Pure Golden Boy in the solo mid mage and support roles, respectively. Dyrus, Westrice, Dinh still the mainstays there, but Team Solo Mid actually were about to lose their 5th as well. The TheOddOne was stuck in Canada and actually flew in the morning of the tournament yesterday. They still did manage to 2-0 their matches, so they're doing all right. But we're going to see if ringers equals power, because so far Dignitas has been doing quite well.
Yeah, they have been doing very well, and a lot of credit they are giving to the jungle. They said Jatt, a mind on their team that just allows them to know the timing, the seconds that we talk about, when they should go for this, when they shouldn't, and being able to listen to that person and feel confident about their calls is that extra step in the game. It's not also second guess your leader. So Dignitas has all that wrapped up into one, and we're going to see if the junglers can really make a big difference. Dinh and the TheOddOne boast amazing junglers in their top tier caliber play. So we're going to see if they can really turn the tide of this battle for their team.
And let's see, as we take down the last 20 seconds of the players to make their arrangements with runes and masteries, we're going to see, what kind of lineup do you think is more powerful here? We talked about the Yorick Vayne, the displacement on both teams, but let's look at the actual team fight power. Who's going to really start winning this?
There can be a lot of kiting and shutdown from Epic's team. There's a lot of in-your-face, however, from TSM. So if Epic can, throw down Dyrus' Rupture and then silence the entire team, that's a lot of free damage. But then again, they're going to have to deal with barrels. They're going to have to deal with a pillar. They're going to have to deal with pulverize. So it's really either team right now at this point. Obviously it is. The game hasn't started, but it's such diversity of skills on each side, and there's enough CC on either to stop that from happening. So, yeah. What do you think?
So I think Dyrus was forced to Cho'Gath because because Yorick is such a heavy sustainer, does so much harassment. There's really no other solo top in the game that can withstand Yorick, pretty much.
Yeah, look at that smirk little smile he's got on
his face. I know, right? He's they're both so just like little coy right there. Summon Teleport being picked on both solo tops. Again, that lets you sort of teleport back into a team fight. I don't think we're going to see any lane switching here either. I mean, they could 2v1 with Janna Ezreal against Yorick, but I think Yorick can actually withstand that. Of all melees, he probably has the best chance. Dyrus would probably not be able to do anything against Vayne Alistar, so I don't think Epic would want to make that trade, whereas Yorick actually has a chance to do that. So they could actually, TSM could choose to swap, and that actually might work. I don't know if it's really going to be the case, but it's a possibility. We're now going to filter on into the load screen. And so let me hear you guys. If you want Epic Gaming to take this first game and take it over, let me hear you guys cheer in the audience if you want Epic. And everyone at home in front of your monitors, cheer if you guys want Epic to win. Nice, thank you. We heard you from here, seriously. Now, for the Team Solo Mid fans out there, let me hear you guys in the crowd. People at the table back here, if you want Team Solo Mid, let me hear you cheer.
Yes! Oh, God, they're so cute. Wow. Gotta get these mics checked. Somebody's over here.
Thanks, Riff.
You're welcome. All right, so here we go. Bombing into the map, we can see the lanes we were talking about before. One straight down middle. There's a top lane and a bottom lane. The top and bottom lane are longer lanes to get to that Nexus turret. But if you are able to take that direction, it's actually a faster way to take the Nexus because you will not be confronted with the 2 turrets that sit in front of the Nexus to guard it. So usually you'll see the mid push lane, or the push mid lane, if you speak English correctly.
Yes.
And yes. And we'll see if they have to choose that one. There should be some split pushing in this game. They definitely have a lot of characters that can get themselves for a good split push and get back. Ezreal is great at escape artist to be known as that. I wonder, is he running flash as well? He is, so he can double flash. That's going to be really great for a kite in any of the fights that they have. Looks like they're just hugging this bottom turret here, hoping that they come in. They're going to say, oh, they're not at our blue. We're going to go, or they're not at their blue. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to stop there. But yeah, no invasion right now. Both CVs going down, and both of these teams are going to easily get their blues picked up. The TheOddOne, it looks like he's going to be starting on the bottom side of the jungle.
And they're going to, pull on for the TheOddOne. He's going to go for the wolves first. All these junglers actually going for wolves, then golems, and that's kind of been the early game plans. And actually, we do see Alistar Vayne go up top. And both teams swapped it. EPIK actually read it. And they're like, they're probably going to swap and try to crush us. So they're actually counterpicking that. I mean, that has to be the option because I don't think EPIK wanted to do that unless they figured TSM would. So very interesting to see these both these things swap out, knowing what the weak lane would be. I think it's the first time I've really seen this in this tournament. I mean, we see CLG play roam a fair amount in their own gameplay and tournament play, but really one of the first times to see this being so heavily done on both sides of the game. So that's pretty cute from both those teams.
Ooh, TheOddOne taking a little bit of damage there. It kind of got walked around his... he still gets it, though, quite nicely with a good amount of health. I thought he was going to take some extra hits he didn't need to take. And look at this Reginald in middle. This is going to be a really hard lane for Crumbz. Already, without even a health item, he has quite a bit of health. Another 100 HP over Crumbz. So we're going to see how that plays. Crumbz is going to have to be very cautious. As you said, a very frail laner, and especially with Reginald's distance.
Wow, and they're doing again. So we saw that Dyrus went bottom lane, and they're like, we don't see anyone in lane. They're probably swapping, so we already recalled, and look, Ezreal's headed bot. So the game has resumed to normal. The trickery has been resolved, and y'all tried to be funny with it, but it seemed to work out just okay. And I'm trolling rioters right now. It's great. All right, let's see. So Crumbz still in mid, doing a good job of dodging these barrels. Both people going boots of speed and potions because both these champions have to have skill shots that they're actually going to send a projectile out, and then it's up to the champion to detonate the projectile, have the projectile deal the damage. They're not direct targeted, so having boots of speed will let you dodge those shots, and that is the way to do it. So Dyrus, just, having to deal with all these little wraiths that the TheRainMan is summoning.
Dinh, quite aggressive. Already went up top, poked at Yorick. They traded about half health each, but it looks like he's going down for Reggie here. Reggie has flash. Dustbringer goes out, and he misses that quite hard. The flash is on, but the fear will stick. And unfortunately, he takes a few steps towards his turret. Fear will make you run in any direction. Sometimes it'll run straight forward. It's just pretty much not even useful to have, but it is an awesome skill. And if you can get it onto somebody in the middle of the lane or in a great position, it just gives you such an upper hand.
Oh, wow.
Reginald able to get out of that one.
Some really good poke by Westrice against his Alistar. He's actually poked him with 2 straight Mystic shots, and that's a really good play there. They have that defensive ward. They're going to watch for Xpecial, and yep, there he is. But actually, interestingly, Chaox has been really pushing the wave. That's going to make things rather difficult for EPIK here. They've got to try to last hit against their turret, and they're losing a lot of minions to the turret this way, so it's going to be rather touchy here. Dyrus, you see, got a little bit of a gank coming on from the TheOddOne, put a pillar down. Dyrus is low on mana. He's trying to sustain that. He's already chugged through 1 to 2 potions. TheRainMan getting low on mana, but still actually not in bad shape. You look at the bottom of the screen and see minion. What's up?
Look, Vayne now going top again.
The constant switching. Alistar's running away, and of course TheRainMan has Summoner Teleports. He's gonna kill the minions, buy his Tear of the Goddess, and then recall or Summoner Teleport to the bot lane. And that's really smart. They're already making that switch over, so Vayne's not going to miss out on much. Of course, that bottom lane, they did push into the turret to allow them to do that. That is why Chaox pushed. He pushed so that he would not miss out on much once he made that switch over. Westrice actually queuing too early, missing a couple of minions there. Unfortunate play. And yep, there's the recall from the TheRainMan. And Dyrus is like, hey guys, hey guys,
look what I found.
This is going to be difficult.
So it looks like Alistar will also join. Dyrus does not like the position he's in because as he looks on the map, he says, you know what, I don't see Alistar either. I don't know where the TheOddOne is. So he's playing quite careful right now, staying behind that river. A good rule of thumb, I always say, stay behind the river if you're alone. Obviously, if you know the situation and the view of the other champions on the map, you can take a few steps, you can get yourself over, get some minion kills, but usually the other team will look to punish you if you overextend too much. Looks like mid has backed. Anivia going to grab that Meki
Oh, you're
pendant.
gonna take so much damage.
Wow, what is he doing? Going
Getting
towards
owned.
it, gets condemned into the wall, exhausted now, not able to get away. The rupture goes up. Can Alistar get the last hit? No, Vayne comes in, knocking that one down in the first blood. A very nice pursue there, and a quick laugh from Alistar to taunt on, who is that? To taunt on to Dyrus.
Didn't even have to use flash to get that stun either. He actually had to headbutt right into the wall. An easy condemn for Vayne. Great damage output there, and that's exactly what we expected to see from this lane composition from Team Solo Mid. And it's interesting to see that, so I was talking to a lot of the players before the tournament, and they're like, yeah, EPIK generally wins against TSM in scrims. Like, they're probably the better team, they'll probably win. Meanwhile, it was like, Dignitas without Voyboy, easy win for CLG. And now we're seeing actually that swap on both sides, where TSM already in a great position. Nice barrel coming out from Reginald. And you're going to see, you know, the gold income actually 1,000 ahead. First blood is about counter to that, but...
Looks like TheOddOne's trying to creep up here in his lane. It looks like bottom and top are all trying to facilitate a gank here. Can he get the pillar out on Janna? He does, but she will have a little bit of that movement speed. Her passive is to give her team 3% movement speed. It's called Tailwind. Very, very advantageous, especially early game when you haven't bought your boots yet. But most of these players now building into the early game with boots and 3 pots. The supports usually going their wards and the regen items. So we'll see that really coming into play, especially with the Janna on the team.
And you can see Chaox with a very interesting build for a skill order. He's actually not maxing Q as many Vaynes often do, but he's actually getting equal points in Condemn and Silver Bolts. Wants that cooldown probably to match up with his Alistar combo. You see Alistar with about 15-second cooldowns. Vayne's done about 17 rank 2 Condemn, but getting points in Silver Bolts for the anti-tank damage and not really worrying about using a lot of tumble hits. So kind of interesting build. Normally you actually see Vayne's max Q, so Chaox quite the master, does interesting things, and so far it's gotten him a kill, so I can't really complain.
And then gets here the goddess as she returns the lane. It looks like Reginald will be backing for it looks like a second time, maybe starting an item. We'll be able to see what he will continue to buy. No, he has not started to build one. Now 2 Dorans and his wards. We'll be looking to maybe finish some boots later before he really gets that item. He's doing a good amount of damage right now, so he really is just looking for the sustain in lane. He's very happy with the way that his character is playing in lane, and he can really take down Anivia without having to buy anything expensive right now. Good wards by Crumbz, keeping himself alive. That'll allow him to play in lane a little more dangerously. Vayne still pushing onto this Dyrus. I don't think he's having too much fun up top.
Yeah, Dyrus is not having a great time. He's going for the fast chain vest, trying to stay alive in the lane. Makes a lot of sense, of course. But look at the minions. He's at 44. Yorick, actually at 32. So, interestingly enough, Dyrus actually doing, I mean, aside from getting first blooded, obviously, doing a pretty good job despite that lane switch. See 38 on Ezreal versus 53 on Vayne, though. So
moving down. Body slams through the wall, sees Nhat. Nhat is now backing up, and it looks like Ezreal will also have to retreat quite a bit there. They did just give Reginald blue, so it looks like the odd one feels comfortable around his jungle, and Anivia, yes, as well. Good call.
Yeah, but both teams running non-blue junglers, and we can see aggression at top lane. There comes the push into Chaox. A nice little shield right there's going to block the stun, or at least the headbutt, but the fear is not enough. Dyrus will not be able to pick up this kill. Chaox will make it out, and they seem happy. Gragas and Trundle still in mid. Gragas, of course, able to easily, pretty much freely last hit with infinite mana here.
Is gathering up the gold. We do have 61 Anivia on the highest creep score. 56 for Cho'Gath and Vayne on opposing teams. So everybody's pretty much keeping their creep score up. You're not going to see the supports try to farm. They usually get the gold for 5 items or really base their gold off the assist. The buffs they add to their champions, to their team, will also allow them to get the assist if they are able to get a kill. So really, that's how you see the supports start to build. Dyrus continuously being forced out of here, or not forced out, forced to fight without any mana. He just has to do that to save himself, and also went for Vorpal Spikes early, knowing it was going to be hard to farm.
Yep, Westrice getting pushed around by York, but they actually sent John over to support Dyrus. Interesting lane now. We've got Bruiser support versus ranged DPS support, and then ranged AD versus Bruiser. So really interesting things going on here. EPIK definitely known to throw a couple of wrenches into the gears, doing some kind of cool things here. And yeah, kind of just some really cool things being done. Crumbz so far laning quite well against Reginald. Normally you would see Anivia be a weak laner, but Gragas is not aggressive enough. And not able to really stop Crumbz, but this could be scary. He does have ult. Crumbz taking a lot of damage, but dodges. Wow.
Wait a minute.
Oh, and a wall, but he's lands a stun though. Yeah, he could have gotten egged by that ult. Reginald just completely whiffed it. I mean,
he should have just threw it into the Wraith camp.
Yeah, Dan did force to flash though, getting caught by Trundle and the TheRainMan. But TSM, great job, are the first ones to go for Dragon. Vayne is taking some damage with it, but I mean, maybe they could stop him. I mean, Vayne is being slowed here. Trundle does have Madrits, though. Looks like they're going to get it for free. Yep, they have taken the Dragon kill. 4 versus 4. And Reginald coming back in onto Crumbz. Crumbz doing a lot of damage to him, though. He's out of mana. Reginald has no flash either. He actually burned the flash to try to chase down Anivia. Anivia did not burn her flash this time because she'd already used it. And interesting to see that play out.
Grace's ulti almost up again. Does Vayne have one as well? She does. Vayne can really take Anivia off guard here if she just ulti tumbles in. It's going to make her invisible for 1.5 seconds, and that is just enough time to be able to take somebody out. We will have to see. It looks like she's going to head top, though. They're going to give Dyrus a hard time as she makes her way up there. OddOne still just going through his jungle. Minded to know P's and Q's is Dinh taking down the Wolf Camp. Bottom is Yorick and Ezreal. Ezreal and Yorick both out of mana. However, you can see he's sustaining a little bit better. Yep, here it goes up top. Condemned. The third shot condemned into the wall. He was able to stick that one. A ton of damage coming out from Vayne, but I don't think it's going to be able to happen. Not enough attack speed just yet, and a very nice job on the Nocturne ulti shutting down the vision of Chaox and Xpecial.
Yeah, a lot of armor there. It's really great to see him run down and left, down and left, down and left. In the condemn range, if he ran straight down, he would have taken more shots, but not been stunned, and that was probably the better option there. Dan taking a fair amount of damage right there. Didn't want to get condemned or anything. But yeah, Vayne with a fast BF sword is in very good shape. You see Ezreal not with a similar build just yet, still on those 2 Doran's lanes. You're going to see his gold right down here. Only 790 gold. He's actually not very rich at all. 65 minions to the 74 of Vayne. Where's Westrice's gold?
Xpecial loves that shift 4. He just keeps hitting it. Laughing all over the lane. TheRainMan, not too much MP on his side. Looks like he will just be forced to take these minions, hopefully push it out enough and back. Ezreal gonna fire through. Not doing too much damage, but he really was just trying to clear the minions there, giving TheRainMan a hard time. Everybody on TSM pretty much getting back into their lane now. OddOne covering mid. We do have Alistar and Gragas making their way back out. And not too much aggression from Dinh in the jungle. We have Crumbz going back into mid lane, so everybody kind of just complacent in their lanes, doing what they need to do until the team fight happens.
Yeah, we see Xpecial coming back up towards top. It's very weird to see that, you know, Team Solo mid, right? They've been running duo top, and they're still able to get dragons with it, which is really, really interesting. Chaox, yeah, still not putting points into Tumble, just the 2 into Condemn and maxes Silver Bolts. Really goes for that early damage output with his team, the consistent auto attack damage, not worrying about that Tumble spam, and just, yeah, going for just the pure damage output.
Ooh, good invasion ward there. Xpecial throwing one down in the blue of EPIK.
Look at control, yeah. So we see EPIK just, you know, a little back ward on Dragon, but not a whole lot. TSM, actually a pretty good ward coverage. They have kind of all the ganks and all the back doors open.
That was really nice. Alistar putting down a pink ward up top, taking out Dyrus. Dyrus very confident about pushing, but now you can see where he is. He's really not gaining anything from being there. So that's going to hurt just a little bit. Very well played by Chaox. And he's also pretty much just going for the last hits, knowing that Dyrus isn't going to be getting this XP, hoping that minion wave pushes out.
Let's see what else he can do best, though. He's going to go back in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, drop some of these minions, getting some good gold from that.
That was amazing timing by Xpecial on their blue. They were able to just come down, ward in, and now they have almost full reign over it, but they will be contested here. Reginald coming around from the other side. They don't like what's going on, though, knowing they get displaced by Reginald as well as thrown out. And it looks like they will start to contest this after the buff has been taken. The fear was missed, but they are able to do some damage. The shield goes down, and Dinh condemned backwards.
Chaox.
Looks like Chaox got caught quickly there. He does not go down, though. He's able to get out alive. There is a teleport coming on the top ward. That's going to be TSM coming in. TheRainMan has now joined the fight, and he is going to be able to take down Nocturne. Crumbz going down slowly, but surely. Chaox staying alive, condemns out the Ignite, taking him out, but he is going to be able to use his ghost for just a few seconds. Vayne, rather, going down by the hands. I believe that was Anivia, and they are going to start to finish cleaning up this fight as they make their way out. Westrice going for Reginald. Arcane shift over the wall, but he hits the minions. Starts taking turret damage. Oh, the minion wave shutting him down, and it could be a 2v1 situation. Body slam out of the position. He does not have Arcane Flash back up yet. His skills are coming up. He did just get Arcane Flash back up. Can he shift away? And he is getting too much damage. There it is, but it is just in the position to be taken down. And trying to kite forever, he goes down. And Reginald keeping himself alive by the skin of his teeth there with a minion wave coming in for a defensive wall.
Yeah, well played by Team Solo mid. Reginald managed to bait well enough at the turret. And nice try, Ezreal, but still got a team around there, so... Unfortunate there. They did get the kill onto Vayne. They lost, they at first only lost 2, but they did lose 3 as Ezreal kind of went for the kill there. His ult now back up. would have liked to use that to help get the kill. And I mean, Vayne did drop down. She did die. Did go for a fast black cleaver. And Crumbz, unfortunately, also losing out on the blue buff. Just lonely, killing the lizard, wishing
10 gold.
that I had teammates.
Alistar looks like he's going to head back bottom. Yeah, another blue for Reginald. Very nice job on the donations here. And the OddOne actually has one for himself. So he's like, hey, I got one too. Let's go make something happen. Alistar coming in. Let's see the wards on him. He does have, 2 wards and a pink as well. Wards just being placed down here. 1, 2. There's the pink, the takedown. Oh, no, he's not even going to worry about taking it down. They are actually going to force onto Alistar here, kind of pinching in. Dinh has one side. A teleport coming in. I believe that is from EPIK, and it is. Dyrus comes in, and it looks like he will be able to get over the wall, however, expending that flash.
Should be Dragon soon. I think that's why they TP'd.
Indeed, that's exactly the motions and the movement right now happening by both teams. They know this time is coming up, and we're about to see Dragon and possibly a fight between both of these teams as they go to bait and initially take Dragon. There it is.
See the push on through. The wards are down. Good job with the pink ward. Dyrus taking some more barrels to the face, and not a lot of magic resist on him, so that's going to be a little bit scary. And they're going for it. Let's see what they can do. So Gragas is far towards the back. Dinh does have his ultimate. No flash just yet. They're still going for it. They need to get in on this. Gragas is far. They could probably go for a 5v4.
Throw down the Anivia ulti. Make it happen.
Oh, they catch him with the wall. And a great wall right there. It's going to catch the OddOne. Alistar coming on through. Vayne is stuck very far away. One goes down. More fights coming on, especially getting pushed back. Chaox going to run back as well. But here's the RainMan up in front. Reginald does get the kill on the Dyrus. They're not running back. Westrice not in great shape. RainMan getting low. Puts the ult now onto Chaox. Damage goes out. He picks up Alistar. Good job, Dinh. Now getting chased down by Chaox and Chaox Jr.
So
and
good.
Reginald taking some damage. Nice stun off of the RainMan. Chaox Jr. will drop out. Westrice so low. Crumbz low as well. Reginald still with blue buff. A good wall from Crumbz. They will stymie that pushback. Oh,
no.
Chaox takes down at the top of the map, though. 2 versus 2 barrel. Let's be careful.
Nocturne, absolutely.
RainMan is
just
beefy.
saved his team.
RainMan is very beefy right now.
Unless they die here.
They could dive the turret with this. They have enough poke.
This is not over
Look at
yet.
that.
Oh my gosh.
That was a great lead by Reginald. Yeah, they've got a recall. Ezreal's got a recall here. Reginald knows. It's clairvoyance. Crumbz getting low. Nice damage.
Oh, so much damage
Still
being
got some
traded
regen.
back and forth. Oh no, Westrice dodges that one. He could get by. Does the body? Oh, body slam taking out Ezreal. That is not happy for Westrice, and it looked like Crumbz is going to get a little bit of help from Cho here. Chaox taking down a turret. Great job. Not so much a split push, just taking the advantage of where the enemy team is here and beginning to take advantage of that by taking down turrets. Great job by Chaox in middle, knowing his team has full control of bottom. Says, hey, who wants 150 gold? And 190 gold. Wow. That's going to be very helpful for them.
There's a really strong fight from them at EPIK as well. They had the really good Anivia wall. They did catch Trundle right away. That was huge. He got his ult off. He sustained a little bit, but they got that kill. Nocturne had a great push in on Alistar as well. I don't think he was yet wearing an Oracles, but he's been investing in pink wards, still not getting an Oracles yet. So not an excessively powerful kill right there, but he did a pretty good job overall. But then Chaox did get that chase down. Did a good job there. Actually, still doing equal points into Silverbolts and Condemn. Those are both at 4, so he's just trading points in them constantly, and still just that 1 in tumble. So, very interesting build there from Chaox. Not what I would have expected, but it makes a lot of sense.
Indeed, he actually, that cheap damage. Not that the Black Cleaver is cheap, but is definitely not the Infinity Edge. And Bloodthirster also a way you could go, but you're gaining that speed, and that's really what Vayne's, that shouldn't scale off of, but she gains a lot of damage every time that W procs a 3rd time. It's an increased amount of true damage, and it's really, really something you want to have in the fight as long as possible. There we go. She is going to be able to grab that for herself, that red buff. She is going to be slowing the opposing team as well as doing a little bit more burn damage on her attacks. And we'll see if she can do something to Ezreal here. This is going to be quite a hard fight for Chaox. Not hard in the sense that, Westrice is going to win, but he will pretty much be able to get away here. Does hit her with that. No! Wow. Condemned in during his ultimate. Stands still for that entire time. Chaox condemning him right into the wall and says, all right, dude, that's fine with me. Wow.
Ouch. Yeah, that's a really good read. That's a good catch.
Note to self, that was not hard for Chaox.
That was not.
I said it was going to be. Nope. So it looks like Janna here to defend the turret up top. She can do a pretty good job throwing out hurricanes, clearing that minion wave, shielding the turret. So this should be safe for now. A lot of aggression from Reginald in middle, displacing Crumbz here. So much damage coming out of that. Looking at the Q of Reginald right now. 285 plus 232 damage, throwing 400 damage barrels. Not something you want to get hit in the face with. Top turret is going to go down. Another 150 gold in favor. About 490 global gold now to the team of Team Solo Mid, if you will. And they are going to be continuing to push these lanes down without losing a trick yet. 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Indeed, you can see they're going to move on through this golem getting a bit low. Bam, nice job. And here we go. Westrice just jumps over the pillar, survives barely against Trundle and the entire team. But a good blue steal. It's the second in a row. So Crumbz, you know, he's gotten tier and catalyst, so he's not, you know, crushed in terms of mana issues, but it's just so nice having blue on Anivia. It fits the color scheme, like the cooldown reduction is nice. It's scenic a little bit.
Considering the ulti is a constant, really nice to have.
Like being able to keep that on longer is just so useful.
So it looks like Yorick going to get a little attention down bottom. Westrice trying to do an arcane shift. That is his E. It allows him to shift a little bit. Really not too many champions have that ability, so he's definitely one that is a character you will see running away from a fight, but that's actually how he fights. He's a kiter, and he's able to do his damage in that scenario of running away, turning around, and doing the damage. So Westrice utilizing that a little bit. Got him killed up top, but we'll see if he can use it again and bring that one back into his favor. It's going to see 3 in mid, 4 in mid here, as actually Chaox hiding under the coin of Xpecial.
Oh, nice
just
dodge.
Missing the ultimate once again. Crumbz in dodge mode right now. That's the second ulti he's been able to get out of. Looks like there's going to be a good amount of damage on this turret, but they did some damage to those minions, so it won't be too much.
Yeah, TSM still grouping around in mid. Nocturne recalls back. Ezreal's still fighting against Yorick, but Yorick with level advantage can always duel him. Ezreal's got to be careful the entire time. 160 minions, not too bad, but we see Solo Mid up, wow, 7,000 gold.
And we just got a ping from TSM that CLG Epic Gaming's blue is going to be up soon. So we'll see if they try to thwart that.
No, that was recently stolen. I don't know what the ping was for. Maybe they thought Nocturne was coming down.
Possibly.
They're red.
That's right, though. It was just taken at that fight. They did wall him off. Ezreal had to shift out. All right. They are, however, hovering around this bottom. It could be a dragon spawn soon.
It's a free turret at least.
Indeed.
Oh, they're going to invade on this. This is going to be good for them. It's a great fight for Anivia wall, though, if they can get it right. They're running away. They're out of position. They've stolen the red. If they got into position a couple seconds earlier, great Gragasol. And there's the Trundle Pillar as well. It's going to really hurt their initiation. Ezreal goes down, hits 3. This has been taken, but they could fight here. They have Anivia. They really could fight here. They will choose not to. Okay.
Looks like they are going to get out. The CV goes down. They feel pretty confident about where everybody is going. It looks like they will keep 4 bottom, though. Dinh's going to take from his jungle what he can. And it looks like they want this bottom turret pretty hard. They are hungry. It's going to be a 4v4 situation as Nocturne and Janna meet up with the team here. They know Janna is right up top there, so they could single her out. Here comes Reginald on to Nhat, but Nhat gets out of the way saying, yeah, there's some more wards that we can see you coming. Now all 5 are bottom. Anivia, the only one middle, possibly required by her team right now to wall them off. They have great initiation on this turret. Nocturne could shut down the vision, but they're all within range right there to do what they need to do. And it looks like a turret has been destroyed. There it is. Gragasol not coming out.
Cute.
He goes for the barrel. Does not decide to throw it. It looks like they are constantly pushing back, just going out for some damage on Dinh. Will they continue to pressure this, or will they continue to back off and possibly get a dragon spawning in the next few minutes?
Yeah, the Fast Frozen Heart's going to help against Chaox quite a bit. A little bit against Yorick, but not a huge deal. Will help against Trundle a large amount. Let's see, they're still poking those long-range barrels. Really good poke there from Team Solo Mid. They don't have any dedicated sustain necessarily. Alistair's a little bit. Yeah, Reginald kind of okay to take that damage because he can sustain himself. Yeah, it seems that they have just enough health gain that they're actually okay. Actually, all the champions can individually sustain. They have lifesteal, they have Yorick, so I take that back. They all have sustain, so poking great for Solo Mid.
Looks like they are not giving up on this. Their minion wave a little bit farther away. We'll probably see 1 or 2 more minion waves here. If they don't really come up with anything, they're going to back off. They know they're not gaining any ground. They go get their buffs, reset, and get back into get into their lanes with some more items. Oh, so much damage from Gragas Barrel. Q's now all the way up to about 500 damage. The wall goes out. The initiation, however, is on the other side of the wall, so nobody really gets at each other on that one. Yorick pushing middle as we have Dyrus up top, just kind of trying to farm the lanes out.
Yep, TheRainMan doing a great job killing some turrets. TSM playing this one right. They're splitting up, allowing this, the TheRainMan, who just really can't be killed at this point.
Yep, there they go,
job.
backing off.
Probably going at Mogs. And yeah, it's just a lot of beef right there. He's gonna get this turret.
Wow.
Nice job by TheRainMan. Dyrus shows up, but Dyrus, not really as durable as him, honestly. Or at least not as deadly.
A tower and a dragon once after the other. He ulties onto. Does he get the dragon though? The 190 goals goes to TSM. It looks like they could stun up Dyrus here. A very nice job. Will he be able to flash over the wall? I don't think he can get out. And yes, he does just enough. And it looks like a Nivea Crumbz going in. He's like, oh, were you okay in there? I didn't think so. Crumbz gets taken down into egg form. That is Nivea's passive. If she gets taken down, turns into a baby bird to come back to life. Full health. Didn't happen that time. They crushed the egg. Very nice job. Crumbz a little out of position on that one. It's not too much of a loss. They did, however, get dragon and a kill, so that kind of helps the snowball that we're seeing for TSM right now. 36,000 gold to 26,000 gold. There's that 10K difference at 26 minutes into the game.
Wow. Yeah, Team Soul Mid really running away with this one right now. I think EPIK had a badly coordinated fight there. It was a nice try by Dan to steal the dragon. It would have been worth it if he caught it. Unfortunately, he did. I think he died for it, right? That's my assumption. He probably could have flashed out, but I don't remember. Either way, they didn't get dragon. Dyrus came in, did some nice damage to Chaox. Couldn't quite do enough, unfortunately, especially no ring and oracles. That's nice. But then Nivea kind of like came in there and got caught and didn't have anyone supporting. That was very, very odd. It seemed like they don't have someone making the calls, at least not correctly.
Power in numbers here as we move through the jungle. There it is. The blue is up again. They have the timing of blue down to a T, just as they would dragon. This is pretty much going to be uncontested here, unless Nocturne gets an ulti in again and can get in there, but I don't think Dinh can do that at this point. Wait, oh no, they did get it. I definitely thought he got it for a second, but you see Gragas walking away with that blue buff proudly, and he will be able to make it back into his jungle. Looks like they do need to clear a red buff right now, as well as their own blue buff, unless they have gotten that. We'll have to see in the next few minutes. It looks like they're focusing on top quite a bit. There could be a possible Baron soon.
It's pretty true. They are all on the top side of the map. There's no real outer turrets available to them, so they'd have to really make a dedicated push to get any more turret kills. They might be just taking neutral buffs for a while, but I mean, theoretically, you know, a 10,000 gold lead means less and less and less as the game goes on.
Right.
When both teams have 100,000 gold, 10K almost doesn't matter. When both teams have 30K, that's massive. So they kind of want to press their advantage. It might be Baron. A lot of teams do go for the Baron kills around this stage in the game when they're this far ahead. It's a fairly recent spawn. Let's see what they go for.
Looks like OddOne, Reginald sticking together right now. That is a deadly combination for sure to get pillared and displaced, not be able to go anywhere, because right when you get hit by that casket, he is going to put the pillar between you and the wall. Explosive cask. Yes.
Okay, those are different things.
It's still deadly.
It is.
We could change it.
Yeah.
Halloween skin on the way.
Don't promise things you can.
No, I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So here we go. Looks like they are going towards their blue, but maybe just to thwart it and say, hey, it might be respawning soon. We can go for this. No, I'm just kidding. They know it's down. However, they are placing themselves for what could happen at Baron. That's exactly why they're at their blue. And it looks like they're kind of focusing a little bit down bottom. Dyrus could be all right against TheRainMan by himself, but Ezreal going down looks like he will quickly grab red and head back up. And just this team is power in numbers. As I have said before, TSM has all their turrets, and it seems like they can stick together in one lane. There's not enough push going on. So Ezreal to go mid right now, possibly take mid turret. There's a lot going on down bottom, so there's going to be no focus there for him. It looks like TSM is just going to grab another turret with 4 top and 3 just sitting behind. There should be a rebuttal to this.
Good job here. They will take that turret down. Well played. Let's see, back up here. Dinh. Oh, he's late on the shield. Late. See, they're pushing on through. I think they might go for a siege like last time when they were down here. They did a lot of damage. They ended up not actually getting a whole lot done, but their ult comes by. A lot of damage to Crumbz. He just keeps using that and spamming it. His cooldowns are pretty low. It's only a 37, well, I guess 40-second cool. Down to 32 right now. Nice abilities. Crumbz has maxed out wall before Q. And that, of course, matching shield, then Zephyr.
Dyrus again going back down to bottom lane. At this point, he's trying to become a character for his team that can just stop everything and allow them to fight for the maximum amount of time. He wants to be the one taking all the hits and the cooldowns. He does, I believe, have full stacks. It looks like he's the size of the lane. Yep, 6 stacks on Cho'Gath. But still, you know, back and forth here with Yorick. They're kind of just trading HP damage and then gaining it back. So not too much going on there, but the focus on this inhibitor turret, a nice displacement there, but the wall goes down, and Crumbz noticing that right away. He throws the casket, a wall should go down so nobody can get past that.
Yeah, wall went down, but they did manage to filter out just in time. They did survive all of this. Dan's still poking away, but yeah, TSM is very, very sustaining, and they are not really giving up anything. RainMan still shoving around against Dyrus. will eventually tick down his health, but of course Dyrus with a lot of regen can make that difficult. And there's the jump in. They're onto the odd one. Dinh getting caught a little bit. Now going on to Chaox, but so much damage being dealt. Anivia in there. Ult goes off. Wall goes off. No one is dead yet. Dan did flash out, and there is a TP in from the RainMan. Dyrus could take a lot of damage here.
Dyrus is taking a bit. They did just jump on Bellyflop. Onto one.
Got one.
Looks like Gragas has gone down there. Ezreal able to take him out. Very nice job. Westrice picking one up for himself. They could have a chase on this one. It has quite a bit of HP down on
nice
the TSM.
stun.
A good stun there. Going for the
hits.
Mystic Shot. Hits that one. He may have his shift up in just a few seconds. Another Mystic Shot that's going to lower his Arcane shift down more and more. The odd one coming from the right side. Should have been facilitated there. Why would they not go for the odd one real quick?
He flashed.
Oh, very nice job. And they did force his flash.
Nice
That
job.
is
Nice
expended.
job.
And what, I thought EPIK was playing way too lackadaisical on. They were able to come out strong.
Oh gosh, Chaox is nearby. He's got a pet as well. Dyrus is in there. It's Dinh being dead. You gotta be careful. They are gonna get probably owned right now. It seems likely. R goes out. Chaox doing tons of damage specifically. There's Janna popping the ultimate. Oh my gosh, Dyrus doing the damage of it. Can they get Chaox so low? Anivia, yes! They'll pick up one. Now RainMan getting low. The odd one trying to run away. He's very low. Crumbz with the stun. Not quite getting it. Just still running fast. Odd one using that desecrated land. Keeping himself just barely. Oh, contaminate. Wait, it used to be called that. I could have sworn it used to be called that.
Oh man, looks like that turret goes down. Gragas forced up by a rupture there, but he is able to belly slap, flop, and body slam at the same time. Belly flop. He's able to get out of that one with his body slam, even though he was slowed from rupture. So finally, a little bit of ground gained here by EPIK. They have something to push forward to. They can worry about a second turret while guarding their own. The split pushing should really start to happen for them now. They've lost way too many turrets, I should say, not few too many. They've lost way too many turrets at this point, and they really need to gain that global gold back. Dragon is up, but the risk of Dragon is barren, so you have to be very careful.
Yep, they lost blue again. Good job by Team Sulamid. They had a ward. Oh, it got revealed, yeah. So Xpecial knows about the wards. There's so little. Oh, nice try, Ezreal. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, he did get it.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I was like, I see Reginald, and he's not wearing. Ah.
Westrice says, not at this time.
Really? He has that accent?
I believe so.
Is he Italian? Or
Vayne
Italian?
coming in 2v1 onto Dragon here. But it's just Vayne. Okay, there's the odd
Dyrus
one.
is no mana.
Don't get wrecked
Really
with. Dyrus is like, I can just squeeze through. Here we go. Gets through that pillar into the wall. And it looks like, yeah, they're able to take that Dragon down without the worry of Baron, making it out quite easily there. And it looks like they have kind of pulled EPIK down to that side of the map. They don't have to worry about it though. Back into their jungle. Looks like this blue will go to Reginald this time, unless we see another Ezreal Essence Flux come flying across the barrage, I should say, coming across the screen.
Yep. The problem with Chaox's build right here is a lot of damage, but it's almost no sustain. He's just the Vamp Scepter and the Doran's Blade.
Right.
We saw that in the previous fight. Chaox had gotten low from the first fight at the turret, and he was still low from the next fight, and actually died to basically like Anivia's R. Right, and that's like not a thing you should probably die to. Range DPS is like a dot that's like localized to a certain area. That seems like the worst way to probably die. That and getting first blooded by over-aggressing, but generally speaking, you should not die that way in a team fight. So Chaox not having a ton of lifesteal makes that a little bit difficult for him to fight correctly, because he can take a lot of incidental damage here. Anivia R, Sho'Gath has AoEs, Nocturne's gonna want to jump him if he can't get that health back, because Alistar, not a good sustainer in a giant fight, not the same way that sort of Sona can keep spamming that, the way that Janna can shield you and block so much of that damage output, that Vayne doesn't have a good way to sustain herself in the middle of a fight, and that's usually why people start getting Bloodthirster is, where's my sustain, because I need to survive a fight, and that actually is not there this time.
It really makes a difference. We actually saw with a match yesterday was Ezreal was taking a tick of 50 damage and actually lived with 48 because of his auto attack.
Yeah.
So it comes into play quite a bit, especially late game when you're in those duke it out battles. Who's going down in this one? It's going to be one of us, because neither of us can run. So we are going to see a little bit of a bait here at Baron. Everybody is formulating into position right now, gathering together at the blue buff of EPIK. Looks like Westrice has both buffs on, and that's really great for Ezreal. As I said, he's the kiter, so he's going to be slowing his enemy. He also has blue buff, more mana, more cooldown, so he can just shift around and kite as much as possible.
Gosh.
Oh, wow. Dinh and Nhat Nguyen taking 80 to 90% of their HP in one attack. from Gragas. Reginald doing so much damage, and he says, you know what, I will be the front line of this meat shield, and my team will get Baron while I defend. A very nice job. It's going to be a quick Baron for them, especially with 2 Chaox firing at it. It's going to be a lot of damage coming from both veins. Not something you want to reckon, or something to be reckoned with, rather. And Dyrus coming up here to kind of deter a little bit. Still taking a lot of damage from Reginald. You don't want to see that much damage coming out into your tank. A very good wall.
Oh, they caught Chaox. They could have gone for it potentially. Is that Chaoxin, by the way?
I don't know.
I think it's Chaoxin. I mean, you know, it makes sense. English grammar rules and all that.
Pretty sure Vayne ulti rolled through the wall as it was being created. That was amazing. Like, just at the last second of its image of creation.
Yep. And now a really good chance for a push here. Also, they do have Baron. They're up 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold really hasn't shifted anywhere. It's just gotten, you know, farther along in the game. Fights are still close. 5-10 on kills. I mean, Team Solid's obviously been doing a great job of controlling the map. They've done this the entire game, and that's what's built them this advantage. Even if their team fights up is good, the map control has given them such huge advantages here. You see, you know, Anivia not wearing blue hasn't the entire game, as far as I can tell, except at the very beginning. He got the second blue buff on the side. And yeah, Elementz has been controlling the map. They're playing very, very methodically. They're really not taking any major risks. They're playing very poke-based. And when they ever get a little bit too aggressive, they get completely jumped on because they get that Anivia wall, that Nocturne ult comes down, John is going to land something. And they go Nhat going to take down one of these turrets.
Looks like they all are heading down mid lane right now. Yorick, TheRainMan still down bottom. Let's go over some creep scores and some builds here. I'll let you actually do that since you can fly around with that.
Woo, flying around. Get it? Because I'm on Anivia. I'm hilarious. All right, so Anivia, you can see pretty much level 18 at this point, but looks like he's going for Void Staff? No, Death Cap, sorry, next item. Nice job by Dan. See, we even managed to get some action there as I was following Anivia blindly. That was skill. So anyway, the rest of the build.
Reginald says, I got baited.
Yeah, that's a good job. So that cooldown, though, is still only 48 seconds, not too bad. Coming on down here, they're going to try to... Oh, Dyrus, you've been very much caught.
Oh, wow. Can he get one last rupture off? It won't keep him alive, but it will allow that turret to do some damage. And all 5 pass through, and actually 6 with another Vayne there. They are going to be able to do that. This is a pet Yorick. It is. That's why I was looking for another Chaox, but we do see
no
TheRainMan.
Chaox in this time.
Nope. Oh, wow.
This is going to be bad. This is without a tank, a 4v5. Nice harass there coming in from Reginald, and this is doing good stuff against the turret.
40 seconds now for Dyrus to get back up. This could be bad for him.
Yeah, well, if they can AoE down one more minion wave, and of course Crumbz can do that as Anivia pretty successfully, wants to make sure his Gragas ult is back, so as soon as he does that, Reginald's going to try to push him in. So AoE's coming down, there's the Q, there's the spam. Reginald's moving forward, yep, he's trying to make them not get this happening. There's the Q, there's the flash, turret's down, now the inhibitor. This is good for Elementz. This is great. Oh, great ultimate there. Wall comes out. That will stop the push.
Nice attacks going on right now. They were able to get the inhibitor there. That's what they wanted, and now they're going to move up here. Mid has a farm or a wave pushed up. Bottom also has a wave coming in there in such good position right now. And top lane is actually pushed over that 50% and all the way on to EPIK's side, so they really have great lane positioning. They're just going to continue to push this. Again, go back, grab their buffs, come back into the fight. I believe one last fight like that is going to be it for EPIK, but we did see CLG coming back in a few fights. EPIK also coming back on that last bottom lane fight we saw. They did get too aggressive and go all the way to Baron, continuing to lose the fight, but I think they're going to change that one up, turn the tide of this next battle, hopefully, if they can get the fight to happen under their turret, and really, they have to dodge the damage from Reginald, because that is something to be reckoned with right now, and it's really the way that they're able to win these fights.
Let's see who's the richest in the game. Over 10k on most of Team Elementz, only one even close to that.
That ulti, so painful.
Yep, they're pushing to the top. Chaox takes some damage, but it has, of course, that Guardian Angel making him hard to kill. And oh, there we go. Westrice finally dodges the barrel for the first time in his life. And they're going to be okay for now. Back around, TheRainMan, yep, leading the way towards the mid lane. Another turret goes down. This is going to be the last inhibitor if they can't stop them here. It's almost a guaranteed victory at that point. EPIK's still not coming back through. Another barrel dodge. Good job. Inhib is gone.
Doing a great job here. They have top wave coming in, a mid wave coming in here. They have a lot to work with. And we're going to have to see what they can do as they move in. A nice ulti from Westrice, not really trying to do champion damage, but clear that minion wave. Sometimes it is absolutely worth it, and you can see him judging that right there. Still, only one turret down on TSM side. It's something I've said all weekend. I don't know what it is about their lane control, but they hardly ever lose turrets in a game, and that is such an advantage because you are shutting down the global gold the other team can gain.
Yeah, let's compare the supports real quick. So obviously assists are part of this, but
Yeah.
1,200 gold on an Alistair. Wait. Oh, wait, sorry, 9,000 gold on an Alistair versus 7,000 on Janna. So that's a pretty big deal. So you figure, what is that, 9 turrets, 4 dragons? That's pretty much the difference right there. Nice job. Actually, wow, Alistair has less assists than Janna.
And he has died once, which means he was out of lane.
Outplayed. if EPIK wins, it's all Janna. If TSM loses, it's definitely all Xpecial.
Rough stuff. So here we go. Looks like Xpecial, OddOne, pushing up to the middle here. He does throw down the Contaminate. Chaox is there to gather with him as well, just clearing out these minion waves. One final push could happen. They do know that Ezreal is outside the base. Wow, you are
Reginald probably could have killed him if you wanted to.
Pretty risky, Crumbz. Looks like he's just going to be able to wipe minion waves out with a quick barrel, heading over to Reginald. 1 Q of Reginald right now is putting out over 800 damage.
There, nice block.
Very nice block there. They did live, and it looks like they are going to be able to come in with this minion wave. They're going to at least get some damage on his turrets, unless Dyrus can really just be that stopping force. Getting up good ruptures. Big damage coming out from Reginald. The Nivea ult is down and the wall is down. That could be an initiation for these guys. They are into the 2 turrets, but they are going to stay on the outside, play it careful, and just go for the attack on the Nexus turrets. They need to continue to hit these. They are the only turrets in the game that will regen. However, this happens quite slow, so it's also obviously in EPIK's best interest to get them away. But look at all these super minions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 minions in here. Not much they're going to be able to do. First game here going in favor of TSM as they are about to smack down onto the Nexus. Nocturne comes in to shut down the vision of TSM. It looks like Anivia has gone down, and everybody on the team gets a little bit of that one. Vayne and Trundle getting an assist for the next one. York, Gragas coming up with some few kills. The GGs are going out as they finish and clean up the end of this matchup here. Dyrus still fighting valiantly in front of his Nexus, but there's the last damage in game 1 as we go into your second match of the day in this best out of 3.
Well, very, very, very well done by Team Solomid. They seem to be very methodical here.
Yes.
And it's interesting because we saw from Dignitas versus Counterlogic that it was it was scrappy in a way. And it was these fights come in, they go for a blue steal, Nocturne comes in, they do all these disruptive things. You know, great ults all around. Akali jumps in, gets a couple of those weak guys in the back, and it's very, very, very mobile, very, very high energy fights. And here Solomid's very, very methodical. They took no risks. They got very strong lanes. All their lanes were strong lanes. And they kept, pressing forward, very poke-based, very long-ranged. They stole buffs with a lot of map vision, and EPIK could never get in on those. And I'm interested to see if Solomid does win Game 2 or Game 3, how those styles might mesh and how they will clash, because Solomid is so methodical, it seems, that it'd be hard for Dignitas to get those scrappy fights going. But also it's very interesting to see how different those styles are, because we saw Vayne, Yorick, all those champions not even get touched in CLG Dignitas. It's such a treasured grab here that you saw, okay, yeah, we're going to first pick that Nocturne. Yeah, well, by the way, Yorick Vayne. And that seemed to be the thing that, that should have been grabbed by EPIK. That they should have had that first pick Yorick, because that seemed to be such a powerful force.
Yeah, it really is. And it really the only person, I guess not the only one, you can have more to really make it a 6-on-5 if it really needs to be. So such an advantage to have there. Great scores all around, everybody contributing to the scores on TSM's side. Not too much lackluster as well. On EPIK's, they did very well for themselves. As you said, TSM just methodical and always constant in their ways, and that's really hard to break that strategy down. So we got another match coming up. That is our first of the best out of 3 here in our second match of the day, right after this commercial. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. We are here with Game 2, Westrice, Nhat Nguyen in the game so far, both from Epic Gamer, and Rivington and I are in the spectators.
Good day.
Hello.
Good day to you.
Good day. Or evening, or morning, depending on where you live.
All over the world.
Although days are kind of still days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you make the distinction day and night, sure, but, you know, it's still a day.
And on this day, we have IPL3 Origins here in Atlantic City, at Bally's Casino and Resort.
Yes.
It obviously doesn't suck.
It does not.
It's a common phrase by me, and it really doesn't. An amazing event that IPL has really turned out here, set up amazingly. The huge CMAX main stage, awesome to look at, always filled up. We have guys and girls sitting up here cheering on the teams, just absolutely awesome. Everybody enjoying the games, and Epic versus TSM to go for their second matchup, and possibly TSM coming out with a second win could also move on.
That's true. That's true. And so actually, I want to step back a little bit. You talked about things that don't suck, and you repeat that a lot. What are all your catchphrases?
Oh, there's
the internet
a lot.
needs to know.
They have to come out though. You can't because they don't have the impact. It's like the waves. Remember the waves for Dominion? The greetings of the days. There's always this or.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
We had different ones each time.
It happens when it happens.
It does.
Yes.
It has to be magical in the moment.
Yep. So here we are waiting for TSM to get in the game. A very good game by them last time. As we said, it wasn't really a stomp either way. Epic didn't get too many turrets, but they still fought every fight to the fullest extent. They did get some kills almost every time, and they were able to kind of go back and forth, but really just the global gold from those turrets is what put the hurt onto Epic that game.
Yeah, the fights were
you
all
can't
really
itemize
close.
if somebody has 20,000 gold more than you.
That's true. That's
kind of hard.
The fights were super close. Chaox got super far ahead. That was great play by him overall, and his team, of course, to support that to make that happen. But of course, a very individually talented player, certainly. And yeah, they played so well because they didn't give up any advantages. They lost basically one fight, which was they got one death. They're like, oh, we lost this fight because one dude died.
Yep.
Still got 9 turrets, so worked out okay for them. But we do have now, looks like 4 from TSM are in the game, 3 from Epic so far. Looks like all the teams for the mid lineup are in. Epic grabbing first pick this time around. Actually, they had it last time too, so it seems they're going to sort of, just like our CLG Dignitas series, they're going to kind of keep the same sides as the first game. Teams are kind of okay with that.
I highly doubt it. I don't think we're going to see the same one again, same comps.
I think we're actually going to see that switch up because like the thing is they know like Epic was talking. I was talking to Epic this morning, and they're like, you don't let people get Zillion Vayne. That's just dumb. You don't let them, don't do that.
Yeah.
And they let us do it both games. Like, what are they thinking? But here it's like Yorick Vayne is very similar, and in a lot of ways it can be better because you have Chaox in instead of just one Chaox. And then otherwise you have Chaox dying, Chaox comes back to life, or whoever's playing Vayne, Westrice for Epic. And it seems like they're very similar concepts. Just don't let those happen. Just don't do it. Just it's not worth it. Sucks a little bit.
A little bit. So you don't make it happen. So we're gonna see these guys. We're waiting on one more here. I believe it's Reginald is waiting. No, Reginald's on the other team. So we're waiting on somebody from Epic here to get into the game, and then we will get this live again. You know what map it is?
Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, you are right.
Yes. Thank you for
You're welcome.
There we go. Looks like Nhat Nguyen is in there. Reginald's still on the wrong team though.
That's because he's good.
Yes, he wants to ring for the blue team. He and his brother, want to be close together. Dan and Reginald, by the way, related. Reggie Switch Andy. So some of them going for the first name, some of them not so much. But Dyrus letting him know he's doing it wrong. And now it is time for Nhat Nguyen to rejoin the game, play support for Epic, and then it will be Jocelyn. So he is back into the game, and it is go time. Period on a new line because I can.
Bam.
Yeah.
Said it in chat.
Yes, I did.
All right, so here we go, guys. IPL3 Origins, our final day. StarCraft going down. League of Legends going down. The finals to happen and upcoming quite soon. We are going to have the 3rd and 4th place match, but definitely jump into the finals as it comes around. We want to give you all the content we can give you, so that's what we're going to be doing and planning to do for the day. Hopefully we can bring you all of that and 100% value. TheRainMan now to ban out here. We see Kog'Maw getting banned out first. Westrice is going to be the picker for that team since he was on the top. Zillion obviously going out, as you said. You just don't want that to happen. Yep. The combination can just be too complementary and really turn the tide of the game for your team.
Epic is a team that will run Zillion, and North American teams just do not let a team pick Zillion. We saw that with the Dignitas Curse game, the interview, they're like, yeah, they baited us with the whole first pick Uders. We got Zillion, that was super smart for them. But yeah, it seems that Zilean is like the driving force of the North American game. Where they're like, no, we're gonna have a reviving ranged carry. Like, what you can do about that? The Gragas ban aimed at Reginald. They did not want to deal with that. He was really the one that let them poke so very well. You know, TSM does not have people who really play Nidalee or Kennen, so. With the removal of Gragas, they can no longer play that poke game that was so harsh to them last time. I really expect to see Yorick banned or Vayne, and then they're going to pick something else here because that was so disruptive there. Or they actually go for the first pick Yorick because I think the Nocturne first pick was dumb, and I think they're going to leave those bans on the table and take that Yorick because he was really driving that. Dyrus played Yorick in the very first game of the day yesterday. Of course, they left that one over to Team Solo Mid right here. And it seems like with Gragas out, there's nothing that Epic should really be that afraid of. Lee Sin's gone. Yeah, then they're banning Nocturnes that they can take this. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, so last game, actually, since we high chat on the stream, I was looking at it at one point. Dyrus was actually Kog'Maw, right? Or I'm sorry, he was Cho'Gath. And he actually said, he's like, note to self, Cho'Gath does not counter Yorick. When they were in the bottom lane just fighting each other, he was like, ah. So that was quite funny by Dyrus. He was just kind of messing around with Yorick last game.
So there's the Yorick ban. They know about it. Fast Caitlyn. They don't want to. They want to deal with a strong lane. I could see Taric Vayne being the grab here to counter lane that. You don't want to lane against Taric Kate. You don't want to do that.
I haven't seen Taric in this entire tournament.
I think.
And Lee Sin has been banned every game.
I think I've seen him once. I think. So there's the Gangplank. Oh, that's nice. Wow, this is really smart. So with Lee Sin and Nocturne gone, those top 4 jungler slots that seem to be really popular, they grab solo top Udyr for the RainMan, and they let OddOne jungle with Gangplank, and now Epic's probably going to jungle with Amumu.
Yeah, they have.
It's the likely. So they could go into an AoE comp because I mean Amumu's a fast jungler. He's pretty safe. He can get disruptive. He can lose blue. But as long as they pick a good level 1 team, and Gangplank and Udyr aren't amazing level 1 champions, so they could pretty easily pick a good level 1 team, not lose blue on Amumu, and kind of go through there. Unfortunately, Amumu, Morgana, we didn't. That's smart. That's a really, really good pick here. And Morgana doesn't need blue, so they're still okay to grab Amumu here. And they can grab, interesting, they're going for, even with full choices, they're going Soraka instead of Taric.
Soraka jungle.
No,
I'm just I'm kidding.
I mean, Dan has it. I mean, you never know, but that seems unlikely. I do think they're going to do the late Amumu.
It'd be so great. The silence gang just running out of the bush.
Yeah, they could do lane Fiddlesticks.
They could.
Lane Fiddlesticks would probably beat lane Udyr, but Bear Stance would be scary.
Yeah, right. Just knock you out all the skills you're trying to use.
So I mean, Morgana here. They could lane Galio.
There.
They could run a bunch of AoEs there with Galio. They could run. And the support is Soraka, the anti-physical there, and the AoE heal will help against kind of everything that TSM's thrown at him.
Got females versus dudes right now. Let's
see
what TSM decides to pick here. They have a lot of choices. Obviously, as you said, they grabbed out the junglers there, so that kind of leaves Amumu as the viable jungler for them to take. There obviously are other junglers. Yeah, right, that common, but we'll have to see. There's Chaox on Ezreal. Xpecial takes the Sona, so they have their support and their AD right there. Reginald to pick himself an AP carry as he gets the last pick, and he's going to be able to cut what?
Yes, Dyrus on Heimerdinger.
I hope he's trolling you.
Nope. There's the Trundle pick.
Oh my God, he locked in.
Yes,
Wow.
Heimerdinger. Oh man, this is good though.
Reginald is just scratching his head. He's like,
huh? I know this is the poke team. This is a big version of the poke team. Like Dan is in love with Heimer, and so am I, by the way. He's like Teemo, but with a fro. That's basically what that champion is. He leaves little mushroom turrets down. He's got he even blinds. Like he's basically the same champion. He's got a global taunt as well. No one doesn't focus Heimerdinger. And this is the poke comp because look at this. They've got Caitlyn. They've got heavy sustained Soraka. Soraka versus Sonya, you could argue either way, but like. Brand's a good choice. So they have with Ezreal and with Brand, they can kind of poke these turrets down. There's that ability here, but I mean they could Soraka heal them, I guess. They could Morgana Black Shield them, I guess. They're probably not going to do that. I mean they could.
There's going to be pretty good ultis from TSM, but Epic's going to be able to counter that. Wish is going. They're going to get TSM Reginald Brand ulti, most likely an OddOne ulti from Gangplank, but that Wish is just going to be able to turn that whole fight around. So kind of, but. See if you can do that.
This is the Epic version of the CLG poke comp, right? They've still got the Trundle. They've got Heimerdinger instead of Kennen, and they've got Morgana instead of instead of Nidalee.
So you said you spoke with Epic. Were they in like lieu to make this happen, or did they actually come up with it because of that?
I mean, I know Epic is a team to run Heimerdinger. Okay. Dan does play a bunch of Heimer, and Dyrus is the jungle Trundle. Yeah, so I mean, this is something that I didn't necessarily expect to see, but that I knew existed in their lineup. And we've seen apparently that Trundle is like the poke comp jungler. And I do see it with the pillar, right? He's got that localized AoE, like you fight me here on Beefy with Desecrate. No, Contaminate. There we go. Finally get it right this time. I think it was that like back internally. That's why I'm getting it wrong. But he's got the pillar out there, and you've got I mean, look at how much localized awesome. They have Kate traps. They have Heimer turrets. They've got the pillar. They've got Crumbz with the ult. That's self-centered. They've got the Soraka aura around her. She can feed mana to Heimerdinger, which is hilarious, by the way. Feeding Heimerdinger mana. It's like back when Udyr had the Innervating Locket and it was AoE. You'd have it there, Udyr like mashing his keyboard, and Heimerdinger just keep putting turrets down and just kind of laugh at everyone.
That was fun. You just play Udyr like this.
Yeah, you play Udyr like you play Sona.
Just roll in your face. It's fun. All right, so
TSM does have the two face team. They have Sona and Udyr.
Yep.
It's a team of guys mashing their freaking heads in the keyboards. And I lost my headset there for a second. This is good.
So let's see what they are going to do. Obviously, not mashing their keyboards. They are going to be playing at the top level here. That's why they are here for their respective teams here at IPL3 Origins. They are going head-to-head to see who is going to play off against Dignitas, the #1 team being headhunted right now in the U.S., doing a very good job for themselves and pretty much transforming the current meta right now. Not really doing anything too different, but just the timings, the strategies, and being 3 steps ahead. They're really formulating the positioning and how to move in the game flawlessly to really come out with those wins.
Yeah, I'm a little bit cold in here. As you can see, I'm now wearing this bright green hoodie. Okay. I put it on because I thought I wasn't going to get seen, and then they switched the camera to us. So now I'm like, oh, I was supposed to wear this riot shirt the whole time, and I'm going to have to take my shirt off. Yeah, so anyway, back to the riot logo. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate you making me cold.
And that's just the first article of clothing.
No. Shut up. Shut up, crowd. I'm not removing clothing for you guys. I hate you. All right, moving on. So lineups are good. I'm liking this for EPIK. They could technically have brought actually multiple smites to kill more turrets down from Heimerdinger. I don't really expect it, but it could happen. And this is good. I like all of this. I mean, this is just a great lineup. And the anti-poke, the ban out on the Kog'Maw, and the Gragas can help them a lot. Of course, Reginald's brand still that W can shoot from out of range. Chaox, if there's not minions in the way, has easy E shots out there. But the TheRainMan is full melee, and Udyr running into a network of Heimer turrets, not really the business. So this could work really, really well.
Let's see what they got.
Yeah.
Jumping into the loading screen, we have our second game here in the best out of 3, EPIK versus TSM. Our second game of the day as well. We have one more game to go, possibly with a 3rd and 4th match being previewed before we get into that championship match, and we'll see how that runs out. If these games go a little bit over time, maybe we'll be able to, or under time, we'll be able to get that match for you. We do have Crumbz with that teleport. Could be seeing him go top, or most likely Dan Dinh be playing middle. Obviously Dyrus in the jungle, and you're going to see Westrice and Nhat down bottom, unless they decide to switch it again. It's happened all weekend long to send that support and AD top if you know you can really take them off guard. The quick CV coming out on each side, that's going to allow them to know what they're buying, and it can actually tell you what lane they're going into.
So Dan going to be soloing mid with an early Doran's Ring and Rockets first. That is how he plays it. It's not so turret based. He does have the turrets, of course, but he actually is Rockets first, max Rockets, get blue, do cool stuff, and Jungle Trundle not a blue required champion. So
that's a good amount of AP, 32 AP at level 1. That's going to sting.
Yeah, it's a lot of AP games. So it looks like flat AP blues are the choice.
Wow, real aggression.
No, never mind. He's got it's a standard AP per level. Blues, probably mana regen yellows.
So all the way back into that side of the river, they actually had vision on them, so they feel pretty safe about going to their blue. Very nice job there putting that trap down. Westrice grabbing that W first. Just a lot of them not grab a skill until they come into that. Most people will just actually go for that stun. Obviously, it's the most advantageous in that time, but if they're already stunned up and you can do a skill that has more damage.
TSM was actually pinging where they were going. They're pings to this triangle bars and they're like, EPIK's going this way. Ooh, we might have a level 1 engagement. This could be pretty big.
Wow.
I think EPIK's level 1 is better though. I think EPIK's level 1 is much better.
Somebody's going for the bushwhack here. Are they going to be able to get it?
It's probably Caitlyn. Wait, who has the ability? I thought we had to build that bushwhack. I'm just dumb.
That's Nidalee's traps.
Nidalee, okay. Well, they both have traps, so that's why I got it. That's why I was confused. They're both female and have traps. I have no longer any. I don't know. I'm just dumb. Okay, it's fine. So let's see. The minions have spawned. The monsters have spawned as well. I'm going to keep talking to myself about how bad I am. And let's see. Actually, they might go first blue to Heimerdinger. He's staying around. Trundle doesn't need blue. No, Heimer's going to pull, and yeah, he's going to go back to the lane. Okay. They're going to let Dyrus use blue to jungle faster. Doing a lot of damage here.
Wow, okay, so they did switch it up on TSM side. Sona and Chaox top. It looks like it's going to be versus Morgana, and you know what?
Fine there.
Yeah, pretty good 2v1 character. She's not going to have trouble. Tormented Soil all day long.
Whereas Udyr actually might have trouble. I mean, Kate Sona is not a, or Kate Soraka's not a huge amount of damage early on. Wow, this could be good, but she has flash. Like, how are they gonna kill her? Right, like, yeah, he can zone out for a little bit, but like, Trundle's jungling right now. There's a Trundle in the jungle. It's kind of like a fiddle in the middle. And yeah, I mean, Morgana is like super sustainy. She's got to be careful. Close. She's got to be careful for now. Certainly, Sona gonna sit in that brush. It's good early zoning, but I think Morgana's gonna be okay. Trying to get an experience range. Gonna have to be afraid of Sona. There's the puddle going down. Only gets one of the minions. A lot of damage here from Chaox. Well played. Wow, actually, she's taking more damage than I expected. Yeah.
That was really nice. Great job. As long as she can land those, that would be a great lane to have a Jatt in. If you could just shield him every time, give him more AD.
Epic's going for turret. This is really smart. Instead of trying to poke the TheRainMan super hard, they're going for turret damage here. And realistically, this could work quite well. So yeah, Soraka puts the ward. This is okay. If Gangplank comes to gank, we'll be okay. And now let's just go for the full push. And look at this. Caitlyn, you know, really not even stopping to last hit. Almost just full, harassment spam. TheRainMan going to turtle shell part of that damage. Nhat, yeah, just going for the harassments there, using that silence to deal some damage here. Crumbz, wow, taking a lot more damage. But, you know, got health potions, going to recall. They might swap. He does have Summoner Teleport. More traps going down, really hurting that aggression from the TheRainMan, but they're pushing really, really hard here. TheRainMan, yep, takes a trap to the face. Actually getting hit pretty hard here. Unfortunately, Westrice does take minion aggro by doing this, so it's a little scary. We're going to go back in, has more potions and a ward, and is going to walk right back up there. Gangplank's scared mid a little bit, but Dan's going to be okay. A lot more health potions and a ward.
Sona doing a great job. Xpecial just kind of hanging out. He's still grabbing XP there. Doesn't need to farm a thing. And they're also going to be able to do a good amount of initial damage as Morgana comes to lane thinking it's just Chaox. Let's see if Morgana actually has a word for herself. And he does, yes. Crumbz knows he needs to stop that. Using a skill right away, kind of jumps Xpecial out of the bush, so that's not going to be any damage they're grabbing. Looks like Gangplank will be donating that blue to Reginald, and Brand is a force to be reckoned with, as I've been saying that quite often lately. But it indeed is. AP scales off of their levels, and with that blue, he's going to be able to do more cooldowns. And I also said before, you don't really necessarily need to build damage early. If you can do cooldowns, your skills come up more, and that's where you get your damage from.
I think Westrice should be going for the turret a little bit more than he's going for Udyr. He's gotten about a fourth of the health off right now, so he's doing some good work. And Dyrus is ready to gank. This is pretty good. They could do some good damage Xpecial.
That was a really deep ward, actually, that Sona placed, so they got good vision that Dyrus was coming up. He is, however, going to go ahead and take some jungle mobs, denying resource. Yep.
He's been CV'd. They can come in here. Gangplank and Brand are both going. Morgana's going to come over. This is going to hurt Dyrus a lot, though. Exhaust comes off. Crumbz nearby. Good pillar. And Dyrus will flash, and he'll make it out. He did take one of those golems, but it was not worth losing his flash.
Yeah.
Morgana will ward, and that will help against Gangplank. Xpecial does not know about that ward, but he can assume. He pinged it. I think he assumes. Dan did. Baiting Reginald into a turret. This could be pretty good. Reginald could do a lot of damage here, though. He's going to flash, or he's going to ghost. I don't think he needed to ghost, though. I think he would have been fine without it. He could have dodged Reginald's Q, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, nice try there. OddOne staying in mid as well to make sure nothing else happened to Reginald's lane or anybody else came down to Reginald if it was the OddOne trying to, Dyrus rather, trying to come in for a kill. So good positioning there by both of them. The OddOne feels comfortable about a little bit of invasion here. He's going to go ahead and raise morale, take out those wraiths, deny some resources. But wait a minute, here comes Dyrus just on the other side of the wall. Does he know he's there in the ward placement? Very nice, saving him out. Says, you took my blue, it's all right though.
Yep.
Still pushing Udyr back. Not a fun lane for TheRainMan.
This is really good, though. See, they've actually gotten him out of all of his health potions. TheRainMan's out of mana. He's taking even more damage. He's going to have to recall here and probably teleport back to the lane. But, you know, he's done enough. He's got level 5 and a couple of minions. Ooh, wow. If Dyrus comes up, they can get this kill. They do not have ward coverage. So was that TSM's?
Yep.
That was not TSM's clairvoyance, I don't think. So, I mean, they should be afraid. Nice harass. Stops TheRainMan. Now it's going to put a new ward down, I think.
He actually took the full damage of that Q as well. Another level, and he may have gone down on that one. She only has 2 levels in her Q, and she actually got the Caliber Net and W. You always want to get your E at some point early with Caitlyn. It's such a good utility to escape a fight, or as well put the fight in your favor. So, you know, going for that was not a problem there. She just Q that one up, and you saw the damage there. That would have definitely been a kill on Udyr. OddOne taking a good amount of hits there, trying to pop those oranges, and everything will be all right. Sona and Morgana duking it out.
Yeah, so one thing you can do with Caitlyn is while you are actually pushing backwards with Nhat, you can actually shoot Piltover Peacemaker. So you saw him shoot backwards and the Q came out. That was a cute little move you can do there with Caitlyn. So y'all should try it.
Y'all.
#1 troll all day.
Looks like RainMan coming up top. He's going to leave his jungle for a second here, start farming the lane a little bit.
Yeah, nice harass though. He's maxing rockets and getting those points and turrets. He's actually not even gotten his ultimate yet. It's 3-3 right now. So Dan with a very clever little Heimerdinger build, still without items other than wards and potions. Very sustainy. Wants to keep poking, but he's getting out farmed right here. You see 51 to 28. Reginald is last hitting quite successfully. Of course, some of those kills are on turrets, 12 gold apiece, but still. Let's give him a nice advantage. You see the turret down to half health. And now, yeah, they send RainMan to top because that was not going well. Only 18 minions on him, so he's getting massively out-farmed by Morgana, who's at 40. The Ezreal at 52 is actually very close to the Caitlyn at 51. So the swap didn't really hurt EPIK's farm very much, but it did hurt Team Solo mid. However, the mid lane went much better for Team Solo mid.
And they do see that Sono is traveling back down bottom. Xpecial and Chaox gathering to clear out that minion wave. Looks like they should safely push this pretty much up to the turret. Caitlyn and Soraka are going to be there to stop him. Westrice and Nhat getting back into lane. Another Doran's Blade for Caitlyn. A little bit more damage. That really helps her to get those creep score as well. So you can take out the minions at a little bit more health than usual and not have to precisely take that out. So that'll also help her give a little bit more gold and a little bit more ability in lane to worry about the enemies around her. All these little things coming into play in this laning phase, little subconscious things you have to think about. So Chaox and Xpecial really not taking any damage. Everybody's just going for their last hits. Looks like we have Morgana backed to purchase.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
If they're subconscious, why do you think about them?
What?
If they're subconscious, why would you think about them?
They just happen.
But that's what subconscious means.
I know.
Okay.
Thanks, Phreak. All right, let's see what they got. Taking out the red buff. OddOne's going to be grabbing that for himself. Heimer with a good push onto Reginald. Good damage there.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see. Dan finally has blue. That's going to help him a lot. He can spam rockets pretty hard, but still without points and grenades, he can't really crush the backline minion waves. Getting some good harass though on Reginald. He's taking some damage here. Of course, he's still spamming, getting a lot of these kills on the minions. Of course, Dan doing the same. But he's forcing Reginald basically, wow, those rockets doing great harass there as Heimerdinger actually. Those rockets are pretty hard to dodge, of course. As long as there's not too many minions in front, you're going to get them for free. But he's basically forcing Reginald to spend a lot of mana to keep his lane from being pushed. And of course, Dan, you see, doing a great job pulling the minions off to the side. And look at that, using that with his turret, just killing off these minions, separating them from his minion wave. And then going in, oh, this is smart. Does he have turrets on cooldown? He does. He have 2 turrets available. And look at this. The stab for Dragon is so smart. Reginald had just recalled. And Dan making a great stab here. Dyrus going for the push as well. The rockets come out. And that is a great, great, great Dragon attempt. Nice job, EPIK. That is smart stuff. Good job there, guys.
Very smart.
2 people clap. Thank you.
OddOne almost getting taken out down to 100 HP. However, oranges, everything all right. And just heading back into lane. Looks like he is going to have to back Morgana, pushing into the face of RainMan right now. Neither of them are really taking damage. She's trying to get that Tormented Soil down for creeps more than damage onto the RainMan. You can see he's pretty much blowing through his mana quite fast. And there it is, right, especially very nice placement, especially on the Tormented Soil, damaging both the back and the front minions, keeping her in the aggressive position. Bottom lane is getting pinged. Let's see if they may have a move up. Oh, they say there's a ward in this bush. We cannot do a jungle creep.
Yep, and that's going to see Xpecial run back, and a pink ward is down, so he's going to take some turret damage, but it doesn't really matter. He gets a pink ward kill, but the pink ward is worth Dragon, so nice job overall by EPIK. And actually, you see the gold 800 up in the advantage of EPIK with a really cool lineup. So Heimerdinger, by the way, not a bad champion. Forums. Heimerdinger is good. Okay. I've been saying it for a while. Heimerdinger is good in special comps, and look at this. Being awesome. So, RainMan harassing against Crumbz.
Black shielding the tiger damage, very nice.
Yeah, that's really smart.
Yep.
Tiger is magic damage, so. Crumbz still pushing on this turret. It's got it down to half health, of course. Very strong pushing there. Udyr stuns a little bit early, though. You can see Crumbz not really getting owned there. He got stunned, but there's still a minion there to tank the turret, so Crumbz is okay. He's taking a little bit of damage, but of course he can sustain, and RainMan is 1 mana, so we might see EPIK continue to do some really good things here.
All right, so we have jungle 6s right now. We could see the Gangplank coming out, or Gangplank ulti, I should say, coming out quite soon to initiate a fight, possibly for top. And they could be going for Crumbz as he is headed that way. Probably going for his golems, head back down to Wraiths, maybe try something onto Heimer in middle. And we do see that Dyrus is just finishing up his wolves and may head somewhere as well. Mid is in a pretty fair position to be ganked right now.
It's true, actually. No one's going around just yet. Looks like Morgana still going toe-to-toe with Udyr. And actually, that means Gangplank's coming by. Crumbz, you got to be careful. He misses the Q. There's the flash. Nice job with the dodge, but here comes everyone else. Dyrus nearby. The ult goes off. Crumbz will try to survive until the stun goes off. Gets it in time. OddOne is low. Can they get the kill in time? Yes! First blood picked up by Crumbz. And RainMan gets Dark Bind, and Crumbz is okay. RainMan getting chased down. Red buff on Dyrus. He's going to TP. One more hit. Ah! But he TP's top. Lizard buff does not do enough damage.
Oh, his ulti.
And Reginald now getting caught. CV is down!
Wow.
Wow.
Not something I thought was going to happen. Amazing teleports. Great team help comp. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Can't believe that RainMan actually lived through that teleport. He was probably sitting there grabbing his desk. He's like, all right, lift off already. Come on now. Just taking hits from Dyrus. Dyrus should be able to get this turret up top. It's going to be some nice gold for EPIK as they continue to play a very good game here. 2K gold, 2 kills, 13 minutes into the game, and Heimerdinger is just blowing people up right now. Getting a little mana regen from those rings just keeps him in lane, and he's going to keep doing a lot of damage.
Yep. Now to continue the build looks. RainMan, of course, not with any MR, died really fast with that team. Let's see, OddOne. Maxon, yes, he's Maxon Raise Morale. That's the right choice there. As though I'm a better player than OddOne. Like, yeah, you made the right choice, buddy. Yeah, just injecting my own opinions. Xpecial. Finally getting his first item of the game. Maybe. Will he get a Philo Stone or anything at all? Yes! Has a real item at 13 minutes in. Congratulations. You finally just ticked up enough gold per 10. Reginald, 2 Doran's rings, some good stuff. Maxing W, then maxing E. So, by the way, brand players out there, if you want to play like Reginald, Pillar of Flame. Look at this damage output on this one. 310 damage. Pretty good.
310? Do the 25% ad. I'm just kidding. All right, you are doing it. Dinh in mid lane. He is going to be just farming out. Has a creep down, or has a turret down. That is not a creep. And it looks like, okay, that's just the OddOne. I thought we had some jungle invasion, but he's just up by Udyr as he meanders through his jungle there, looking to get some creeps, but really they're all farmed out here. What are they doing? Are they like positioning for a dragon here? They're kind of gathering. Not too much going on. Sona is by Reginald. We'll have to see what happens. Gangplank's going to go back for his red. Morgana pushed up quite far.
Yeah, neither of them at top have teleport up. They're both about minutes away. Let's see. Let's click him. Actually, that's the wrong guy. I'm smart. RainMan, click him. 161 seconds left on his teleport. Over on Morgana, it's 109. So theoretically, if they go in the next 2 minutes, they'll have 1 TP, and only for EPIK. And that actually could be a good way to win a fight, but that's a very small time window. They don't exactly have the timer probably on his teleport. They're like, okay, well, he teleported at 12:05, and so if we go between 15:05 and 17, we'll be able to get in there before his teleport comes back.
And there they are positioning. Dyrus actually just entering into the Dragon's Den. They're kind of waiting for this. Turrets on the outside. And kind of just waiting for the guard here. They may know it might have like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Yep. They're really not in position for it. They're going to go back.
And it's smart to pre-place them so that they're down and they can kind of control the area. They can watch for wards. And then when the fight actually happens, Dan's going to have the ammo back to put down new turrets if he needs to. It's actually really clever. He's actually got the turrets down, has them pre-placed, and then he's going to do something with his stocking up of that cooldown.
Nhat doing a very good job of shutting down the vision right now of TSM up top. Crumbz taking some damage there. Black Shield guarding most of that Tiger damage. And he will be able to just get this last creep, continue to push his lane. Really not too much aggression up top. There he is going for the bear stance. He's going to get stopped up by a minion. Unfortunate there. Looks like we have a few gathering here. They are going to donate red buff to Dyrus. Very nice. With that long range, it becomes such an advantage in a fight.
Maybe even Caitlyn, though. I mean, she's staying on it.
Yeah, I did say Dyrus. I'm sorry. Caitlyn,
no, that's
I meant.
Yeah. It's thought that counts, dude.
Yes.
You got it. Don't worry. I believe in you. Just want you to know that.
That's all that matters.
It does. And here he goes.
Ooh.
They're both stuck at top, but Morgana's TP's up first, but they're going, and they do have the turrets up. And Dan's still holding on to his right now. He's got 2 in store. Let's see who goes in. Udyr's still fighting against Morgana. They're getting a little bit low, but that's okay. And oh wow, Heimerdinger with some nice harass there. They did just pick up Dragon now. That's 2. And here they go, 4v4, and they're going in for the stab at blue. Oh, that was close. And Reginald didn't get it. I think they stole it. Or it died and Reginald doesn't have it, so I'm assuming.
Looking at Trundle has a refresh blue buff.
Yeah, nice job by Trundle. Good steal. Morgana, of course, first one with TP. Looks like RainMan has to wait another 38 seconds, so they could go for a jab into the base, but they got Dragon. They stole the blue. EPIK playing very, very well this game. This comp is very clever. That Heimerdinger really being an all-star so far.
Continuing to stay in lane. He does still have those Doran's rings, and he's really using them for the mana regen. I say it again, I say it before. Placing those turrets down, he can continue to hit Reginald with the missiles. It's going to hit the closest target, so he's just always in the face of Reginald right now. And Reginald, as you see, a brand player to be standing off is not something you see all the time.
Indeed the case. You see Dan. Dan. There we go. Puberty is hit this time. Dan going to keep killing off these minions, doing a good job of all this. Turret's in the background, actually not using to spend his mana. Or not choosing to spend his mana right now to last hit because he's actually waiting for blue in order to get that one going correctly. And yeah, just crushing minion waves down. Pretty easy job with these turrets. Oh, I think he came in with smite. Nice. Gangplank just killed one of them. That's pretty smart. They always do want to do that for the team fights. That's really smart of him. And that's why Dan is holding an ammo system back. So that, when a fight starts, one's going to get started, he can replace it into the fight. And that'll be really good for him.
Ward on Baron goes down. That dragon went down about 2 minutes ago, so we are going to see them coming up about 15. It'll be 21, 22 minutes. We'll see dragon. Let's see what they got. There'll be a 3-minute ward on Baron, so they'll be looking for that. I don't think anybody's really in the position to start doing Baron. I don't know if we have enough damage. Looking at Caitlyn, it's only a BF sword. Actually building that Infinity Edge up as we head over to Gangplank. Obviously, that Wriggles is going to help, and we'll see Udyr maybe have built one himself. He is actually going for the Madrids, or maybe a Wriggles as well. You see TSM, Chaox really bringing that out at the IEM in Europe.
Oh, wow, that damage output on Xpecial was massive. Burst damage, help from Caitlyn. I mean, EPIK is really controlling this game. They're, again, playing rather methodically as well, but it's a little bit more aggressive, I would say. They've pushed through, different minion waves, taken down more turrets overall, of course, not losing turret damage themselves. You see these guys are all rather healthy around the map. And for the first time, actually, someone's actually not stopped in hitting a turret, so TSM could get some really good damage here.
Yeah, Chaox down bottom, doing what he can to push this one in as well, doing a great job, getting a lot of damage. One turret there. Can they trade for this? And seeing that turret go down, he is going to quickly get out of that situation, knowing they are heading for him. Udyr still up top. He hasn't really left that lane. RainMan knows he needs to continue to get tanky. He's going to be one of those players for his team. They don't really have a main tank. They do have a Trundle on the other team, which becomes quite tanky, and really that's going to overrun whatever they have in the fight right now.
Yep, and there's the blue buff being picked up by Dinh. Nice and full of mana. Look at those rockets. 100 of mana cost. That's why he's got the blue buff. But they're doing 350 damage per shot. So 3 targets. That ain't bad on a 6-second cool.
6-second cool.
Yeah. I don't even say the word down. Y'all know what I'm saying.
I heard it. So we have Ezreal pushed up here. Caitlyn getting that lane pushed up as well. She teleports back and to the base. We'll see what the purchases are here. It's finishing the Infinity Edge on 1. And Ezreal does have a Sheen, possibly that Triforce as it comes up.
Yep, the Triforce is indeed in Legend of Zelda, so... I mean, I say it too, so I can't really blame you, but... I always get made fun of when I say it, so I had to keep the joke alive.
Fair enough.
Alright, let's see. Xpecial kiting away and giving red buff to the RainMan. Looks like Ezreal not even going to bother. Yeah. So, nice red buff there. He's got Wriggles Lantern. No, sorry, not Wriggles Lantern. Wit's End has not finished Wriggles, just keeping the Madrids Razors. And the interesting thing about what Elementz doing is, of course, their solo top has gone Madrids, but they've not been able to actually contest the dragons. Normally you have those, the double proc there, and you get a really good chance at Baron, Dragon, things like that. But it's been EPIK who's been actually controlling those buffs, and that's been really, really good for them. That RainMan's not been able to really, exert any dominance in this game. He's actually 0-0-0, has not helped his team get any kills. Of course, his team doesn't have any, but also has not died. So the team fights not too massive. We'll see how this turns out.
They are targeting one here. Looks like they want to catch Brand with a Dark Binding. The pillar is a little too late. Everything still goes out, though. A little bit of damage to go down. They are going to get golems, and it looks like RainMan will join with his team in mid here to stop this push. We got the laughs going out. I think that's Dyrus still just laughing constantly.
Oh, here comes the initiate from the RainMan. Gonna jump in there on Dyrus, but RainMan is so incredibly low, down to half health. Caitlyn's gonna kite out. Gangplank ult is on, and here's the Brand ult. That's gonna hurt them a lot. Oh wow. Crumbz got 1 kill on Xpecial. Dan's in the middle. TheOddOne gonna get crushed right now. Udyr has fallen. It's about 2 for 1 so far. Actually, no one has actually yet died. It's so close though. Reginald now gets caught by a trap. They will not get enough damage. The rocket comes out. They're gonna be okay. Wow, they got 2 for none, just barely.
That was really nice. Trundle getting out of that just alive. Dyrus able to continue just taking that damage, and the cooldowns exactly what you want him to do. He is your tanky character, and you saw what wasting all those cooldowns did. Chaox playing very dangerously right now, especially with a Dark Binding range, and Dinh just firing out missiles all the time. So they need to play very careful. The damage that they're taking is a heavy front burst, and that's not something you can come back from in a fight right away, even with Sona on your team.
Let's see, we see, oh wow, and their timing is perfect. They push the ball back to the base, and hey look, blue buff's up. So Dan gonna get a refresh on that. Gonna be super happy to keep blue buff on himself. It was just about to time out as well, so good timing there. Dragon shouldn't be too far away. I think they got Dragon before blue last time, so it should be under a minute.
Really turning the tables this one. EPIK is now shutting down and gaining turret control over TSM. TSM has not grabbed a turret yet, and totally flip side from last game.
Seriously,
and they're really figuring out the game that TSM played. They just needed to rethink it, get together, talk it out, and we're definitely seeing a different EPIK here.
Yeah, they're playing so incredibly well. I think they're playing a strat they're more comfortable with. They're definitely playing the game they know how to, and I think just Silvan's almost not ready for it.
Yeah.
I think the lane swap didn't go as well as they hoped it would. RainMan managed to not get farmed, and that's, we saw that in the first game as well. I was talking about how, he's this big fighter guy, and if he gets ahead, he'll carry a game, but, he had like 3 minion kills after the first 3 waves, and that's going to be a behind Udyr, and that's not the happiness.
Yeah, as you said, last game oh wow,
Dan's
Dinh getting taken out crescendo. The timer doing his head dance, gets out, that one flashes out, keeps himself alive, a pivotal player to continue to be alive in this fight, and it looks like they are going to be able to take down Dyrus, though. He will go down quite quickly, and very nice job there. Wow, almost going down. OddOne taking a lot. Probably going to have to orange up. Sona giving a little bit of health back to every teammate around him. It's going to heal the 3 closest, and that's how many she had.
Good fight by solo mid. And he's putting, oh wow, he's putting traps down. Turrets down by the Baron. At the very least, it's a scout and makes someone have to fight it. And the cool thing about using turrets for that is Sona can't easily solo a Jaime turret with a couple hundred AP. It deals a lot of damage, so they actually force someone to run around and actually help that. Of course, it can be gangplank just tossing a smite, but it actually does help them control things like Baron a little bit better than you would otherwise expect. But wow, fast dragon attempt, nice job here. They don't even need the jungler to do it. So much damage up coming in from Jaime against, I believe, the 3rd straight dragon now for EPIK Gaming. That's really putting them ahead. You see they're up still 7,000 gold. The kills are getting closer. It's 4-1 right now, but the dragon are about 1,000 gold total apiece, and that's about half their lead was just purely dragons.
Dyrus actually quite building a little tanky here. Has the Aegis on him, not something you usually see on a Trundle. Usually going for a little bit more damage, but he is definitely going to go for the team assist. Soraka is going for GP5 or GP10s, so she is going to be getting gold that way. And I don't know if she's going auras or she's going to go real bursty heal. It looks like she does have cooldown items that she's going to be building at Shirelia's or something of that matter. So we'll see what she does there. But both of those players playing very well for their team right now. It looks like TSM is kind of confined to their side of the jungle. Really good vision right now by EPIK as they turn this one around in their favor and really possibly bring it into a game 3.
Yep, you see the OddOne moving about, getting the builds underway. He's getting pretty farmed up there. He's got his wriggles. He's getting more items coming up soon. Might be Merc Treads. He's already got the gold pretend with the Heart of Gold in there, so he'll start scaling into late game a bit. Team solo mid doing a good job with their gold over time. Actually, wow, they have 3 wriggles. They have Ezreal doing it as well. I realized that a while ago. I was like, oh, wait. Of course they do. That's how solo mid plays ranged AD. They get wriggles. But wow, already up to the base. EPIK ready to push down an inhibitor. Wow, this could be one of the fastest wins we've seen of games that are this close.
Yeah, very much so. You said they feel a lot more comfortable with this team comp. In the game before we even mentioned, Dyrus may have been a forced Cho'Gath pick, and it really didn't work out for him. So they definitely seem to feel a lot better. Their cohesion as a team is a lot better. They're just cooperating immensely right now as they come in for all of these fights, understanding where each other are, initiating just simply on knowing that, Dyrus walked a few more steps than he should have. He's definitely going into the fight. Let's assist here. And, they're really coming out on top with these fights. TSM is kind of all scatterbrained at the moment. As you can see, they're all around their jungle. A lot of focus right now into Baron. There is a ward there. They're going to clear that out. And TSM kind of making a move towards that position. Down bottom, we do have Udyr going against Crumbz with the shield on. They are going to go back and forth on this one, trading a little bit of damage. There is going to be a walk away from this fight for sure. They will not continue to do that, but they're still getting in each other's faces, really trying to kind of pull everybody down to the bottom, maybe for a fight, and go for that Baron. So both of them are trying to initiate that same thing.
Let's see Reginald pushing around. Dyrus taking some damage from that. OddOne's still getting close to level 11. He does want that level up. It'll be pretty heavily like Cannon Barrage, a bit heavier. Only 75 damage per Cannonball right now. Dyrus farming around. Dan didn't help him with that. He's got his Death Cap. He's got his Tear of the Goddess already as well. He's actually just finished that, so he's actually just starting to spam that mana. But interesting to see Heimerdinger not get a fast Zonias, though. Normally you kind of see that as part of the build. Put those turrets down, get jumped on, stasis for a little bit, but that is not the case. He's playing much more kite-based, kind of staying towards the back, using rockets as his main point of damage, and the turrets are an afterthought.
Westrice quite painful now. He just took out a minion at 1060. That's over 1,000 damage for that headshot that procced out. It's not something you want to have to deal with in a fight. So if they do get in a fight in the jungle, you better watch out for Westrice proccing headshots. And that is not going to get through the defense. It does hit TheOddOne. He will be able to quickly heal that back with Sona and a W. Let's see what they do, continuing to attack this turret. They do have a good minion wave. Not good, but should be enough to take down this turret. Oh no, Ezreal doing a very nice job of focusing on the minions to grab them out with Mystic Shot. So that turret stays alive, throwing down a few of those traps, and this is just one of those things you really can't do anything about. You know, you don't want to have to initiate under the turret stun when it's that low. So those traps definitely causing TSM some problems.
Yep, Morgana still dueling, or soloing, I guess they're dueling, that's the word, against Udyr at the bottom of the map. Got it eventually, guys. Turret goes down again, and wow, EPIK is definitely out pushing this one. They have lost that turret finally. It says Purple Team has 1 turret kill. Yeah, they did get that top turret a while ago, but they are just up onto the second inhibitor now. Morgana's still pushing against Udyr at the bottom of the map, and this 4v4 is just in EPIK's favor. They're really not getting stopped here at all. And they're back again to the inhib, and TSM still is not stopping them. A great pillar that's going to really hurt the ability to push in. They're going to back up now, though. They've got to be afraid of that brand ultimate. It certainly could hurt a lot. Turrets can help pull that fire every once in a while. You might get lucky, and maybe it'll tank 2 ounces of that pyroclasm. Morgana looks like she's going to recall, maybe join in with her team. They do have the ability to teleport. Udyr has already made it, and they're going to go in for a gank right here. Now, can the team show up in time? Well, the TheRainMan kind of got caught, and oh, wow, the damage of it is massive. As the Ezreal hits everyone. And they're still pushing on through.
Oh, TheRainMan stays alive. Amazing that the Gangplank out. He's still hitting. Dyrus falls very quickly. It's a 1-for-1 trade on that kill. Brand is able to take one out as Udyr goes down. Reginald still staying in this, taking a lot of damage. Looks like they will be able to get, oh my, Reginald. How much HP? And he has about 20 on that one. And they are going to be able to get out of that fight. Another kill coming down. Looks like they did shut down Brand. That was Morgana. That is going to be a takedown on a kill spree. Just missing the crescendo as well. Can they turn around on Dinh here? Looks like a ton of damage. Will he get the missile out onto Xpecial? It almost killed him last time. I don't know why he's throwing down wards. Maybe possibly for somebody to teleport to him, but he will not be able to get up there and take out Xpecial. He is, however, being chased. Dinh still has the visual. Crumbz taking him down. A very nice job there. Dinh to pick up the kill. And Xpecial about to do a bush run here. Will he be able to go back and forth enough?
Damage up at nice, point blank. And yes, Soraka steals the kill. Well played. Get that gold income.
Wow, there it is. A surrender 5 vote by TSM.
Wow,
EPIK
nice
brings it to our first Game 3 of the weekend.
Yeah, seriously, first time to go to Game 3. Amazing play by this team. A great comp overall. Very aggressive push. You didn't see a lot of heavy team fights because TSM was afraid the whole time, but EPIK knew their strategy, their win was going to be by pushing, by taking these turrets, and they just had such a strangle on the map. Again, you've seen both with EPIK and DIGNITAS, the series before, is a team that was so prepared for Dragon. They didn't even get contested. They had no chance for it at all. They did such a wonderful job of that.
And before these poke teams in normal. Like really, I can imagine seeing these teams, and I'm just gonna cringe when I do because that is so offensive. There's just like nothing they could do about it. It was an absolute game switch from what happened. TSM actually lost her at last game. EPIK didn't even lose one this game.
They did lose one.
Oh,
they
top,
lost top,
yeah. That's right at the end after
Just
I said
one,
they
though.
haven't lost a turret. So you're right. So they kind of were just like, you get one like that, and then we'll get one like that. So we're really, these guys are at 50-50 right now. Who is going to be able to pull out?
And this is the team that everyone was sort of talking about, and like, no, EPIK normally wins those games against TSM, and when you get a best of 3, you see the new strategies come out, and EPIK does great with unorthodox.
Yeah.
And it's good.
They really do.
When you've got a good team, you got a good team leader who calls the strategies. You got DIGNITAS Jatt calling all those Baron attempts, and there's like, all right, well, same team comp sounds great. We'll let you have Gallia. Well, that's all fine. We know what we want to do. We're gonna go double assassin, no real tank. Gonna get onto that back line. You've got here Dinh saying we're gonna go Heimerdinger poke comp. What? Yeah, Heimerdinger poke comp, and that worked exceptionally well. So
it really did. And actually, one of the fastest games we've probably seen. The lowest income scores for everybody, although they were playing amazing games. It's only one person broke 10K. We've seen a lot of 16Ks today, so you can just tell how EPIK changed that gameplay around and really took it to TSM that time. And TSM has a little something to think about for this next game for sure.
So you thinking Heimerdinger ban?
You know what? That leaves a lot open if they waste a ban on Heimer. But it wouldn't actually be wasted now from what they just saw. But I don't think they're going to exactly get this team comp again. They could.
Yeah.
CLG left the Kali open for DIGNITAS. So if they feel comfortable with that, then EPIK may just be like, we should ban so we can get these guys again.
So here's the thought. I'm trying to think of how they're going to plan this out. So TSM has the choice of pick and side. They're probably going to take first pick, which is going to bait. I mean, either EPIK allows them to get Zilean, or they bait a Zilean ban. If now EPIK has to ban Zilean, Yorick, these heavy hitters here, they banned Kog'Maw before, they banned. They had a couple of other really crucial bans. When EPIK had first pick, it's like TSM first ban Zilean, TSM had to ban Yorick at the end, right? They had to throw away so many of their bans, but there's a lot of first pick scary champions, like Zilean, like Yorick.
Right.
And it'll be interesting to see if they're going to cause EPIK to make those bans now, and they're going to have these free bans on champions like Heimerdinger and like Nocturne and all this. So we're going to see that in the very near future once they get the next game started. But in the meantime, stay tuned. Commercial break. We'll be right back with Game 3 of the second semifinals between Epic Gamer and Team Solo Mid.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Bally's Casino and Resort, home of IPL3 Origins. League of Legends going down right now, and we're entering into our third match in the best out of 3. All weekend long, we've seen 2-0s straight off the bat. Now TSM taking EPIK in the first game, losing 1 turret all the way up to 30 minutes in the game. EPIK just seemed to really lose composure of that, and they were able to turn that around, bringing it into the second game, a totally different team comp. The poke comp that we've seen do really damaging things this whole entire weekend, and EPIK was able to take that game pretty much verbatim the way that TSM beat them. So we're really at a standoff right now for this third game, and it's going to be amazing.
Yeah. And sure enough, Team Solo Mid is picking up blue team. They're going to go for the first pick, first ban. And, we saw the last game. I mean, it was such great play by EPIK. Obviously, the draft was really strong for them. We talked the first game that Yorick Vayne comp so good. I mean, they couldn't win fights there because they had so much damage output. They really got to crush that game. And the second game, again, it was such a strong strategy from Epic Gamer. Come up with a Heimerdinger poke, super strong right there. Xpecial saying duo support bot. Apparently that's the new thing. We just see a lot of interesting things come in from these guys. Oh, because Nhat Nguyen is taking over for Chaox. I get it, yeah, because TSM is without Chaox, so Nhat Nguyen comes over. So it's going to be, Alistair plus Sona. Really powerful lane. That's definitely a kill lane right there. Very farm heavy. Soraka, Alistair. Okay, Soraka instead. Close enough. But I think this game's going to be probably one of the most interesting drafts that we're going to see from these series because, we saw CLG Dignitas. It was cool to see Bally, cool to see Rise, all that kind of stuff. But, game 2, they're like, no, we think we can do it again. We think we got the comp for it. This time around, it's actually very much about, we've seen just very different strategies both times, very different styles of play. And this is, I think, the one best of 3 where we've really seen different styles come out, and the drafts are so incredibly different. It's really going to depend on that, what champions come into play, the strategies teams go for. EPIK, the first team to really show they have different strategies. CLG actually showed it the first day, I think, when they had the heavy needly bundle poke comp instead of the first game where it was much closer. So other teams, I guess, have been actually doing different comps as well, where the draft's been very heavy. But now being a best of 3, and now knowing that both these teams have the ability to take games very heavily from each other, and I gotta say, a lot of it is the draft.
Indeed. Something to be asked by TSM when we get the interviews with these teams is, coming into that second game, it seems like they just thought they had it. You know, that's exactly what may have happened for them. They were just a little complacent in the fights. They really got caught off guard. And we'll have to see. You know, as you said, I do expect the lineups to switch again. They aren't really teams to stick with, you know, it did work. Not to say that they don't stick with what works, but to change it up, that's the idea. You know, EPIK didn't really like what they had last time, so they just went for a full flip and really came out on top. And we'll have to see how really the picks and bans go here. There is that Heimer to be challenged now, but will they, now I wouldn't say waste the ban since of the damage he just did, it would be smart to take him out. But it does leave somebody else open that really could be picked by the other team.
But yeah, I think again, because they had to ban out Yorick and Zilean in that last game, because EPIK was first pick, I think there's, you know what, Heimer ban's worth it. And we'll just kind of deal with the fallout of that. I think they're okay with tossing one of the 3 bans towards Heimer just to prevent that strategy. You know, ban out that Dinh pick, and they'll go from there. And it seems like the likely choice. Or, you know, they go the CLG route where they're like, no, we think our comp was fine. We just got outplayed. You know, we didn't play it right. We, you know, had some miscommunications. Maybe they think that is the case, and maybe they think they can just outpick the Heimer. And again, because they might have to bait those bans away, you know, because EPIK has to ban probably Zilean and Yorick as that was swapped. They said, oh, now we can Gragas, now we can, you know, pick all these other champions. Kog'Maw again was a ban that EPIK had to use. Maybe with these available choices in the lineup, because maybe you'll ban Zilean and Yorick this time. Maybe now we actually have the comp for it, even to beat that same strategy.
All right, so it looks like we have the switch-ups going on here. EPIK now to get one more back in. There's Dyrus, and it looks like we may get underway on this game right about now. We're going to let them know that they can go. Third and final match, TSM versus EPIK. Team Solo Mid looking to face off against Dignitas with this win, and the same for Epic Gamer. Can they make it happen? Can they go to the finals here? IPL3 Origins, our final match, about to go underway once the team's okay that they are also ready. And it's going to be quite a game. We did have some switching up going there in the last game. As we said, you know, the comps were nothing of the same as we saw in the first game. And we'll just have to see what they do for the third one.
Yep, and we are into the draft. Now you can see TSM, TheRainMan, the captain's game. Fast ban under Morgana makes a lot of sense. Very highly sought after champion. Apparently TSM, not a team that really likes to run it. Instant Yorick ban, of course, makes a lot of sense. So it'll be interesting to see what else comes on here. Heimer could be one. Zilean could be one. But, you know, we're gonna keep this one going. I think TSM going to let Zilean stay in. I know that Reginald likes to play that champion. And, I mean, maybe EPIK believes that they're okay to fight against Zilean if they can get the rest of their comp to work. There are some champions that are really good against Zilean, one of them being, for example, Talon. You can go Corki for a ranged AD. We saw the comp last time where we saw Dignitas take over Curse. And they said, you know, if you go for, you know, hey, no, Zilean's out with the ban, but you know, they're saying, you know, if you go for a heavy AoE style team, you know, with Talon Ultimate, with Corki being a very AoE heavy champion, if you don't have heavy single target focus, the Zilean revive doesn't mean as much because everyone's dying. One guy reviving in a 5v1 doesn't mean a whole lot. So we'll see if that ends up being the choice. But Nocturne, Morgana, Yorick, Zilean, those are the bans so far. TSM gets one more choice, and we're going to see if it's Heimer.
Yeah, they do. Caitlyn. All right, so Caitlyn goes out. They figure that Heimer can be countered by a champion if possibly picked again. We'll have to see that. It's up to Westrice now to ban out the final player for EPIK.
Lee Sin or Kog'Maw are my bets. No, it is Gragas. I'm surprised.
First game, Lee Sin has not been banned.
It's true. Wow. Are they gonna rush it?
I don't know. Yes.
Yep, they do.
Oh, wow.
There's the Lee Sin.
I think, you know, that's kind of one of those things they were hoping exactly didn't happen, but maybe they have an idea. Maybe they have the idea to stop this.
Thing is, again, like with Udyr and with even Gangplank, Lee Sin not necessarily that strong against Heimer. Now with Caitlyn gone and with Morgana gone, maybe that's the pieces that they needed to make the Caitlyn comp work. Here is the Gangplank grab. I'm surprised they get it so early because, you know, the jungler has been taken. It's not likely that it gets stolen, but Gangplank and Vayne a very strong pick here with Yorick, Zilean gone. They don't have that heavy support, but there's a lot of choices. With Caitlyn gone, though, also it means that Vayne has a very safe lane. No one really touches, you know, Caitlyn's like the one champion where the laning is brutal. Everyone else can kind of trade around, and it's not a big deal. And Vayne seems highly sought after, but Kog'Maw is also in. And so, you know, it really seems like they're going to get a lot of choices here. Yep, there's the TheRainMan going to be playing that Udyr, and Xpecial might get a free Alistar here. Alistar, very strong pick, but also, you know, Alistar gets killed by Vayne. That true damage coming in from Silver Bolts can really crush that. And yep, there is the Kog'Maw. So it really seems like TSM's getting all the champions that they want this time around. Lee Sin and Kog'Maw were both banned away from them, but now they're like, actually, we're okay with this. And they have those, you know, those two big heavy bruisers in front with that Lee Sin and that Udyr. They've got the Kog'Maw in back, and you know, we'll see. I mean, EPIK might, you know, get a switch over towards, you know, Westrice could have an Akali come out because, you know, we saw before with Dignitas CLG that Akali does really, really well against that Kog'Maw. So, I mean, that might be an option here.
Indeed.
Galio.
Crumbz and Dinh to pick it out here. It's going to be already such a team comp for TSM. The odd one to initiate a fight in bear stance with RainMan flying in to double shield him. Start off, and that's a lot of cooldowns to be blown by EPIK if they really go after that fight and initiate that way. So they have to be careful of odd one coming in with RainMan close on his heels. It's going to be something to reckon.
Karthus, interesting.
I like it. A little bit of magic shredding as well as lay wasting. So we're going to see who actually goes in mid against that. And what would be a good counter that TSM would really throw into that play?
Wow, this is like a full global team right now. They've got Soraka ult, Karthus ult, and Gangplank ult can all reach everywhere on the map. So they might go for some heavy pressure onto this Kog'Maw. They might play I mean, I guess they're not an aggressive support because Soraka's in there, but they could really pressure this Kog'Maw. Jungle Gangplank, Vayne dives, Karthus ults. There's a lot of supports available here. They could Alistar, they could Taric, they could Sona, they could Janna. You could always go for like Leona and Sho'ggoth have been used as supports, you know, tanks bottom lane before. It's going to be up for Reginald, probably a brand pick. It seems like the likely one. Reginald, a lot of brand in here. Certainly also Soraka, very good pick against brand. That wish really helps. Kassadin. Oh, yeah, Kassadin is a counter pick to Karthus. Can really assassinate him. He was a very strong lane against Karthus. And let's see what the support choice is going to be. Support Rammus has been called out from the audience.
Yes.
I'm betting not. Sona. Wow, they can dance and silence that Karthus. They can really keep him from doing anything. This is a really, really strong lineup from Solo Mid. I think Solo Mid's got them outpicked. I think that actually. I mean, we'll see if Kassadin stay test of time. They've got that back line of Sona and Kog'Maw, so there's really no heavy support for that Kog'Maw. If they dive, no one can stop that. But you know, Nocturne's banned. They probably won't have that Westrice. Kali, I don't think it's going to happen. But if they did, they would be. I mean, you get soft cap by Lee Sin because they're reveal, but it's not always important enough. It's really time for the solo top, and it is high. Wow! Please don't troll me. Please don't troll me, Dyrus. You have trolled me before. You have done it before, but let's see.
It looks like they're going to stick with this one.
Honestly, Singe would work here.
Singe would definitely work as well. The Dyrus Singe would be great to see.
Like, I mean, Crumbz is likely to be Karthus. They could give. I mean, Dyrus probably can jungle a Gangplank, but he's taken a long time to pick this. It might be a troll pick. I'm hoping he's not. That Fro is just so lovely. Dyrus, what are you doing? Dyrus, what are you picking?
Keeping us on the edge of our seats here. That's what
Let me scoot back so I can get on the edge of my seat. Hold on, let me scoot this chair back. All right, I'm now on the edge of my seat, waiting for that Heimer pick. Is he going to do it? I'm leaning in, hoping. 2 seconds. 1, 0, and he is. Heimerdinger, all right, there it is. EPIK Gaming going for another Heimer. They've got, again, that support Soraka. That is a long-range Karthus.
You had me on the edge of my seat there.
You didn't move.
I know.
You lied to me right now. I don't appreciate that.
100 seconds left. We'll appreciate this match because it's going to be amazing. We have all our champion picks in. Morgana, Nocturne, and Caitlyn, the bans for TSM. Yorick, Zillion, and Gragas, the bans coming out of the side of EPIK. They do leave Heimer in the game and give him back to Dinh. Did not work out for them last time. We'll see if TSM can thwart it this time. They do have Lee Sin, however, a really big game changer and probably one of the most prominent junglers right now in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of a who's who of Team Solo Mid's lineup. I mean, they really have a lot of, you know, heavy, strong champions. Sona's never, I mean, really, you never see support bans anymore. It seems that they're all, you know, closely enough balanced and that, you know, no one has a strong preference in play style, that they're okay sort of leaving all the supports in almost all the time, and it's more these, you know, these mages and junglers that get the target bans right now. Caitlyn, of course, a extremely strong laner. They just did not want to deal with Gragas, and that was again aimed at that last pick Heimerdinger. They did want to run that strat, and they said, you know what, we can make this work with other champions. It's gonna be okay. You drop out Caitlyn, but it's all right. We got something else. It's gonna be interesting to see because I mean, Chaox can spam that ult out, but they have the Soraka for support. They do have, you know, a little bit of poke from TheOddOne, but you know, Reginald trying to jump into this lineup. You know, if they can support Karthus enough, and it's going to be close, because Karthus has, you know, the one heal from Soraka, maybe the wish as well, but you look at, you know, OddOne jumps in, Chaox ult. I mean, if Udyr lands a single stun, that's an instant drop from Chaox. Reginald's going to come in and silence. Karthus could immediately blow up. We're going to see if he gets some early magic resist to try to defend that, if the Soraka ore is going to be enough, if they get an Aegis on Dyrus. We saw last time, you know, he went Wriggles into Aegis, 24 magic resist gained by doing that. Crumbz could even have a you know, instead of AP blues, could do MR blues. We saw way back at the at Season 1 championships, we had people, as their mages, would run MR books to outlane, and we saw it actually at at the IEM Gamescom Global Challenge like last year as well, a lot of the European mages would run MR books to outlane mages because, 13 MR versus 9 AP, one of those is going to be a little bit stronger. It's the 13 magic resist. And so, that might be the choice here. Might go for a more defensive Karthus build. He does have Exhaust. It's going to really help him actually against Reginald. Reginald might be soloing top. He's got Teleport and Flash. So, interesting. They might have Karthus solo, Kassadin solo top, Udyr in mid. I could see mid Udyr actually landing well against Karthus. Karthus can't really spam him down. He doesn't have the sustained damage. He'll run out of mana by doing this. And then you've got...
Yeah, if you just boots pots in the beginning, you can run right around every lay waste, get in there with the Bear Thun, and really not have to worry about Defile with with Turtle.
Yeah, or I guess Heimerdinger might be mid as well, so it's maybe
true.
Karthus top. But again, Kassadin lane against Karthus is quite strong. Has that Q spam harass. Karthus might get a bunch of MR. Does not have someone to teleport, so that's going to be a little bit difficult for him.
No teleports, actually.
Yeah, so this is the first time where EPIK, where one team's got a teleport up top, the other team doesn't, or one of the first few times. Normally that teleport is really, really helpful, but a lot of cool things can happen with this. You might see Reginald be highly mobile and a highly assassination. That was not grammar at all. Highly assassination from Reginald. Thumbs up from me. But I mean, Kassadin's a champion that can get ahead and stay ahead. And I mean, it's good against Heimerdinger, it's good against this Karthus, it can be good against Soraka. All these champions can die under a 3-second silence.
Yeah.
A lot of things could happen here.
Highly assassinable.
Highly assassinationable. So, if you guys are in the audience and you want to cheer for Team Solo Mid, the blue team spawning in the bottom left, led by Reginald, their team captain, let me hear you guys for TSM. All right. And if you want the purple team, Epic Gamer, to win, let me hear you guys in the audience.
Wow.
A lot of crowd feedback there. Now, I know you thought he was super cute last time, but who are you rooting for?
I'm actually, I don't know, I'm pretty neutral on this. I want to see an amazing game. I don't really think anybody has the upper hand on this match, so there's really no route to be had here.
I'm definitely excited to see a lot of different picks in here. We have not seen a lot of Kassadin. We've only seen Kog'Maw a few times. We've not seen Lee Sin yet. The Heimerdinger, of course, always interesting to me, and he's done well so far, so... it might work, but this is just, a big, sort of throw your hands up in the air, toast everything around. The entire lineups are almost, the lineups are almost entirely different now, but the same core strategy of the solo mid Heimerdinger is still, at its core. So we'll see how that pans out. But we see Reginald got that 1 point in queue. Let's go through the builds. RainMan, not grabbing much just yet. Let's just go through and we see all the builds for the players. Vamp Scepter for the odd one. Learning E to jungle, Kog'Maw with the W. Kassadin again with that Null Sphere. Westrice actually starting Tumble. Again, we see different builds for different players. Chaox, leaves Tumble for last. Westrice going to get level 1. I think that's actually a bit of a mistake. Nhat Nguyen going for the heal. Pretty standard on Soraka. Move over to card support to lay waste the early grab there. Heimerdinger with rockets. And finally, Gangplank getting that raised morale going. There's the missiles coming out, and he's going for it. So he's going to take a nice bit of damage here. Dandin still tanking those 4. The Gangplank, and then getting tethered. Dyrus, get the damage output.
There we go. Able to get that down. Sometimes it happens. They will go around. He just wants the big one. Able to come out. They're going to draw that back. It looks like they will get off of him. He goes for blue, and it looks like Lee Sin, Asley starting at bottom as he does, has a different jungle path than that Gangplank. So we'll see.
Cute. Karthus Soraka is the lane. They're going to let Vayne lane against Udyr up top. So Heimerdinger is still going to get harassed, though, by... this Karthus, or Kassadin. Heimerdinger's passive does give him bonus health regen, so he might survive this lane. He does not have an MR book, though. So that's going to be a little bit scary for him. Might be difficult for his lane, but let's see if Westrice can survive. The RainMan should be able to, honestly. Westrice is very accustomed to solo top. Generally, he's known, of course, as an Akali player. Akali is generally a solo top champion. He's done pretty good with that so far, but here's Crumbz. This could work pretty well. We'll see if it's just a babysat farm lane and Westrice is the aggressor. We're going to find out.
Looks like, yeah, as you said, it's going to be Dandin in mid versus Reginald. Look at that damage already. Wow, Reginald not even able to get in range. The missile's just so much farther than that Q. He's able to do a good amount of damage, at least 75% health right now. Looking to hit him there with some auto attacks. Getting it out whenever he can. Yeah, if you can't dodge a wrench, you can't dodge a ball.
Actually, no, that's actually the contra... No, never mind, doesn't really matter. I was going to fight your grammar, but I'm really done with it.
I know you would.
All right, let's see. I'm sure Reddit's like, why does Phreak keep yelling at Rivington? He's not.
Rivington was hate Phreak.
I've got this every time we cast. Someone always calls me out.
It's because when you're talking and I do this, they're like, oh my God, Rivington's so mad. He looked at Phreak.
I think everyone gets angry looking at me. I think I have that kind of face.
Looks like Westrice getting a little bit of pressure there up top. It was, again, Lee Sin going in on RainMan with the shield. Very nice job there, zooming in, getting the Q off. They were able to do damage, but that health pot's able to keep Westrice in the battle right now. And straight down, OddOne just continuing to batter down on this Epic team. Silenced. Oh, tons of damage coming out. He does get in there, and he is able to flash onto him. Can he get the Tempest down? I believe that second one did go down. You can see Heimer is not running as fast. His Q should come back off the flash from Cassidy. Silenced once more.
The Q.
Coming in. Oh, wow. First blood coming in. Very nice. The Q-Dukin coming out of the OddOne, taking out Heimerdinger. And actually, that was Reginald come up with the last hit on the auto attack, so very nice.
Yep. Very, very well done. Lee Sin gank, very strong. That was basically the counter pick there. Is Lee Sin's such a strong ganker. Heimerdinger, no natural escapes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gonna hurt you quite a bit.
Very nice job there. I mean, that was really aggressive. Lee Sin was just top. He's like, you know what? I'm going straight to middle. I'm gonna make something happen for my team, and they did. First blood at about 4 minutes. 15 seconds into the game. Very nice for TSM, starting this one off strong, and great harass up top by Westrice, continuing to just batter down on RainMan.
Oh, ow, that's gonna hurt you a little bit. And now that means he's actually available for Lee Sin. He has no ward. They've got to be very afraid of where Lee Sin is because Vayne has no flash right now. It is an easy kill, and I can see this game snowballing out of control and giving TSM a good win because they've started out so very strong here. Dinh only with boots still, has not gotten any other items, has not been able to afford much. You see his gold, only 220 at current gold at least.
Vayne has back top. Within her harass, definitely getting a little bit more damage. She did grab a Doran's, now has a ward for herself. So Westrice is going to be able to play a little bit more aggressive in lane with that placement of ward. Dyrus making his way around, double buffed up, so we could see him out in the lane quite soon. Usually the gangplanks of this tournament have been quite late in their appearance, and they may be costing some people the game, but always a good player to have on your team, and definitely awesome to have those globals. As you said, they kind of stack in together with Soraka, Karthus, and Gangplank, so we'll have to see how they utilize that.
Yeah, that could have been a gank right there for Gangplank if he actually had health, because Reginald has used Flash to chase that kill onto Heimerdinger. So I mean, this would be a great time for just Gangplank to show up, Lizard buff plus passive, and they don't have a ward watching it. So realistically, TSM Reginald, this is like a free gank right now onto Karthus. There's nothing that could stop him from doing this.
Yeah, it really
I'm a little
couldn't.
surprised.
Karthus is actually close enough that within the next 2 creep waves, he is going to be level 6. So they really want to initiate on that at least now, so he can't just rift away. It's going to be a lot of damage because he may just go for Dinh in that fight. Looks like Lee Sin just kind of roaming around, may give Reginald some time to back here, but no, they saw him back, so they're going to be pushing this mid turret. Very well played. The OddOne in just the right spot at the right time, and they're going to get good damage here in mid after they take these down.
Yep, he got 2 minion kills, good job there, and they're going to keep moving on up to this turret. It's going to take quite a bit of damage, so nice stuff.
Bottom lane, not doing too much. That Karthus sticking it through. See what he can do here.
So I was just handed an interesting note. So Dyrus is unfamiliar with Jungle Singed. Or sorry, well, probably, but
yeah.
Unfamiliar with Jungle Gangplank. So before the game, Dyrus looked up a Jungle Gangplank guide.
Yes.
Guess where he looked up the guide?
Team Solo Mid's website.
Yes, he did. Westrice actually getting jumped on by RainMan, losing about half his health. So I just want to point out, Solo Mid, if you guys lose this game, you beat yourselves.
Wow. Up top, still the harass from Westrice, but wow, great shielding by the RainMan, taking a little bit of damage here, but using Turtle to sustain. That's going to help him get a little bit of HP back. Really just using that. Let's see what he's skilled up here. Yeah, 3 in that Turtle, 1 in Bear, and 1 in Tiger. Lane, you usually don't get Phoenix until you have to. Just one of those things that you really don't have to utilize. Westrice.
Epic the first.
Oh, Dragon.
Going for Dragon. It's going to be close. Not taking some damage.
Teleports.
They're on top of it. Can they get the kill? Looks like it did get picked up. OddOne is in front. He can take a lot of damage, but Crumbz is low. Out of mana. He will flash over. OddOne could land the damage. Oh, and he dodged some of it.
Great dodge. That's still going to hurt. Karthus is going to have to run. He has 0 mana. It's not like he can even... And he can't ult coming out of this anyways. He is not level 6.
They could have chased Chaox
Great
there.
damage there. Yeah, indeed, they could have.
The whole team, like
2.
Chaox has no escape. They had Gangplank with a red buff. They could have chased it, I think. But, they got the Dragon. They lost a kill. But, that Dragon was worth it. They're only 500 gold down, despite some pretty, scary lanes. Karthus only at 44 minions compared to the 63 of Kog'Maw. So Karthus apparently not doing great in that duo lane. We see RainMan milling about in the backside. Oh, Westrice has been caught by OddOne, and there is Cassidy. The exhaust comes out, not quite enough. Almost got the OddOne, but the ult came out just in time. Good job by the OddOne. Only 100 health left. Was definitely about 1 second away from dying. But that's now another kill picked up, another 1,000 gold up despite losing the dragon.
You know, you just mentioned a few minutes ago, snowballing out of control, and it unfortunately appears that that is what's happening here. The kills mounting, the first at 5, and now we have 3 at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So at least all the minutes since 5, they've really been picking up kills for themselves.
Dyrus.
Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and say that wasn't on TSM's website.
You know, at level 7, you should probably die to the wolves. Get back to your base. At least he did donate away blue. His red was about to time out. He didn't lose a lot of buffs for it, but Dyrus, which is interesting, you know. So I actually have another story to tell. Dinh, actually, this is the first. This is actually the first series he has not actually died to jungle mobs. In his tournament, actually, back in Season 1, qualifiers or championships, he died to jungle camps. Back in the first series, in the quarterfinals, actually died to jungle camps, Dinh. And now Dyrus, of course, taking the reins as the epic jungler who dies to jungle camps. They're keeping it in the family. It's, you know, well, not really, because Reginald is his brother, but, you know, keeping it in the team. Hands up to Epic, dies to jungle mobs.
Here we go, Gangplank. Oh, no, just warding. Dyrus going around, trying to get those wards in. We'll see what he's skilling up here. Should be Raise Morale, and yes, it is. No, actually going for Parlay. Parlay and Raise Morale.
No
and
oranges.
Actually, no oranges.
That's probably not in the build.
That's not in the build. All right,
because I've seen OddOne play jungle Gangplank, and he's not in the build. It was actually last game. We saw it just a second ago. He could have just screenshot of the post-game screen and like talked to me about, hey, so what was that build? And then I could have told him, but trusting the website.
I have a little fun fact for after the game. But
after the game?
Remind me to say it.
Remember your fun fact after the game.
I will.
Okay.
I was actually told this weekend, and it actually could be coming into play here. So we'll see if it rings true. And we're going to see mid, Kassadin. Oh, rifting in. Good damage from the QW. Very nice there. Reginald just back out, knowing that he's going to be able to do that quickly. He didn't even waste too much mana doing that. He's going to be able to do that at least 3 or 4 times, and that's a lot. Both of them chugging those health pots right now. Lee Sin advancing into a gank position, but he walks right through a ward, so I don't think he's going to get anything from this.
Yep, Dan's pulled back a little bit. He's got that turret in the way. One cool thing Dan can do is stay on his side of the turrets, and sort of if Lee Sin wants to Q him, he can always just hide behind a turret to do that more successfully. Lee Sin now going for the blue, is going to hand that over to Kassadin, and Heimer might read that and go for the pressure. He's got a nice turret down. He's going to shoot some rockets out, getting a couple of minion kills off of this, and yeah, he's going to go for some turret pressure. But Kassadin, of course, will have blue rather shortly. He's actually heading up towards Vayne. This is smart. Vayne's carrying red, but Kassadin can easily chase this down. He should have his Force Pulse charge. Actually, no, he just used it actually last hit this. He's got no Force Pulse charges, but when you're landing with an Udyr, Udyr can give you those charges really quickly.
Epic doing a really good job of actually farming the gold difference back there at right now. They have a 70-70 and a 60 farm. We're looking at TSMs. It's an 89, 50, and 50. So you can definitely see TSM, or Epic rather, farming a little bit better. But the kill favor is on TSM's side. So we're going to have to see no turrets have been taken here. 11 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Still anybody's matchup. This bottom lane AP support here with Crumbz and Nhat doing what they can. Chaox, the highest farmer in the game right now, as Kog'Maw. He's going to have 96. Doing really well for his team there. Dinh really pretty much hasn't moved from that position. Takes a Q, though. And not that much damage. I think he feels a little bit more safe in lane. However, with that blue buff, it's going to make Reginald a hard fight.
I think he's really going to need some magic with this, though. I think he's going to get to the point where he's going to get one-shotted by Kassadin unless he starts building resistances, because Kassadin, right now, he's on Catalyst to lane well, but soon he's going to get that death cap, and that's going to be brutal against Heimer. Heimer has no natural escapes again, and there's no really heavy CCs. I mean, he can get silenced by Soraka, and maybe they can kill Kassadin during that time, but they have 0 stuns on the team that are reliable. They've got Heimer grenade if it hits a guy dead center. Those are the stuns that are on Epic. So that's a little bit scary.
Indeed, you know, they can get to condemn up, but that's all about positioning, and they really have to facilitate that. But we have RainMan up top. Really can't get too close to Westrice right now. He is dealing some damage. I don't know if he has that BF sword yet. It would be quite early. He actually goes for attack speed. Very nice, and it looks like Westrice, again, will be going for the Black Cleaver as his first item.
Yeah, Westrice is also actually maxing Silver Bolt as well, so he has that same build as Chaox. And yeah, he's going for an attack speed build. It's another dagger being picked up. I mean, that could be sort of divine to deal with the dodge from Udyr. Udyr does have Ninja Tabi. It could also be, for a Phantom Dancer, it could, I wouldn't think Malady or anything, but interesting.
Black Cleaver.
Oh yeah, you're right. Black Cleaver is a very, actually very, very common build on Vayne. We've seen that since IEM China, seeing their Chinese range AD player going Black Cleaver almost every time. was pretty successful. But still, I guess Soraka is enough sustain that she feels safe not getting anything more than that.
Looks like blue has just come up. Dyrus will make his way there, timing that quite well as he just walked right past the Wolves. Gonna be able to take that down. And Vayne has now shifted over to middle here. It looks like they may get some focus onto Dragon. Very nice job there. Doing some great damage. Just getting in there for their shot. Get a roll on almost. Did not have the roll up. That would have done huge damage. Nice dodge there from the Q of Lee Sin.
And both teams know Ogum's around the back. The turrets are down. Westrice got some good damage from Reginald, but Reginald has summoned a teleport up.
No.
Kog'Maw's been found a little bit. The wall doesn't do much. Crumbz taking a lot of damage here. Ooh, barely dodges the Q. A lot of harass coming in. And there's the gangplank. Oh, they're going to press on aggressive. They will get that first kill. And Chaox is actually low. Crumbz going to keep chasing in. Great dance from Soda. An amazing kick. And RainMan did trade back. Chaox will fall to the ultimate. And a great condemn. Nice job there by Westrice.
Wow.
And, oh, Reginald. Oh my god, that heal. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. That was clutch. That was clutch. I can't believe that. Now, CLG was talking after the first game, after the series with DIGNITAS, that, you know, sometimes instead of fighting for Dragon, they'll trade the top turret. But the problem was they traded, so it was a 4v5. They got the top turret, but it was a 4v5, so they lost the fight. Like, you can just trade and just be fine, and just like, whatever will kill mobs, it's okay, just take it. But I mean, the fight was close. Certainly, it was really close. They kind of were towards the back, but the gank ult caught them. They dove in. The movement speed buff from that raised morale. I mean, hats off to EPIK. That was well played.
Yeah, great push here by Heimer up in the mid. A lot of damage is going to go onto that turret from these minions. That siege minion, if that's to take the second shots, it's just going to keep going. Yes, it will. So those caster minions, OP, just knocking down on that turret. RainMan doesn't have the Phoenix stance yet, so he's going to have to go at each one of these individually. But there's casted into Riften, and good damage there by Heimer, knowing he can go back, not really wasting any time. Double buff to come back to lane. Pretty nice for him. Karthus still down bottom, doing what he can. Looking at the creep scores here. Still, Kog'Maw up in the front. Chaox at 121, and it's going to be Dinh right behind him at 110 on EPIK.
Yep. One thing to note is Chaox is almost done with Infinity Edge. He's got two of the biggest pieces. He's under 1,000 gold away. Let's look at his actual gold real quick. He's at 161. So yeah, it's 1255 to finish that combined. So he's not far away. Actually, it's less than that. I'm just gonna stop doing the math now, though.
A little bit of an invade here.
Yeah, they're gonna invade and steal red. It's been clairvoyanced by. Well, they've not been spotted, but they could get caught. You never know. They're actually moving in. They see Lee Sin. They now see that. Westrice could get jumped really hard. Oh, Westrice, you're so incredibly dead. So incredibly dead. Will fall down.
Not much you can do there. Very nice job. Two of the biggest CC characters, a silence and a stun. You can't even flash out of that in either way. So they're going to go back to top. A very nice steal on red there. Totally unchallenged, and they actually got a kill out of it as well. Yep. And Kassadin just back to farm top with that assist, and now more gold. You know, TSM snowballing a little bit, but we did just see EPIK stop them in a fight, so they may be able to shut this down if they can continue to do that within the next one here.
Ooh, good harass there from Chaox. Nat's going to try to keep Dyrus sustained. He has his wriggles. He's going to go, probably looks like it's going to be Heart of Gold next for Gangplank, or it could be Phage, I'm not really sure, but Dan double buffed up, going to keep pushing through mid. Nice harass on the RainMan, doesn't shield in time. Grenade coming out. Still killing minions, got red turrets. Still spamming down RainMan, of course, healing quite nicely. Has that innate lifesteal from the wriggles and from Turtle Stance. Grenades coming out. Dan is still that harass, but yeah, RainMan is sustaining pretty nicely. Vayne's been pinged. TSM knows she's there.
Oh, Lee Sin coming in to try to get this tack down. Nothing happening there.
It. Let's see, OddOne's still pushing up through the top. Let's take this time to go through builds real fast. You guys gonna look up on that. Max Tiger, Max Turtle, Max Heal, and Song of Celerity. So Xpecial actually playing differently than Locust. Locust was maxing Q on Sina, but Xpecial gonna max W and E, so for what that's worth. Lee Sin, of course, maxing Q, and actually starting to max Shield instead, so he's not getting points in Tempest. I actually am surprised by that. That's not what I would have expected. Chaox on Kog'Maw, maxing W, then maxing Q, just leaving that E at 1 point. And finally, Kassadin, ignoring W, max Q, then max E. Of course, Swift Walk, pretty standard. Switch on over. Westrice still maxing W, then maxing Q afterwards, so not anything. Oh, scary. Chased by Reginald, not in range for a slow. That cooldown should be back up on the ult, but won't get much else. So yeah, unlike, I think, Chaox, who was maxing E afterwards, Westrice is going for more tumble points. Soraka maxing just one in Star Call, maxing the heal. Lee Sin's still around, he's been pinged. Westrice could get jumped. It looks like he's going to be okay. Highbanner's still in mid, but out of mana this time. And blue is gone, so have to be careful. Oh, there's some damage output. Chaox could fall. It's going to be close. He does get it. Nice job there. A nice engage at the bottom of the map. Crumbz coming in there with the assist from Soraka, and they do pick up Chaox. That's really, really useful for them. Of course, a little bit of free damage. Ooh, Reginald could scare you.
Ooh, just missing that rift outside. Looks like she will get a roll. Turn around, hit that minion. Oh, missing the Q. Reginald still trying to go in range of the turret. A very formidable opponent onto the turret. Getting an attack right there. He could go for the condemn. He only has 2 on him. Oh, wow. Rifting over.
Shot.
Knows where he went, though, because he did have quite a little bit of a slow on him. Back flashed over. He's going to be able to rift again. But what an escape artist here. Reggie's going to be able to get out of this one alive for sure. Should just walk right into the red camp.
Stun!
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
He stopped moving, and he does take him down. Wow. Reginald typing all caps. Vision, question mark? How did that happen?
Clairvoyance, man. He had a clairvoyance.
Clairvoyance, and Nhat lets him know. Yeah, that was my CV. It's in the build.
He's like, Air 5 guys, anyone? Yeah.
Wow, that was awesome right there. I figured he would have walked right into the red, flashed over, and you're right into that entry to get back into the river and get out. So a very nice condemn as well, and the CV happening complementary to the attack.
Yep. So Dyrus actually playing pretty much full kite style. Oh, he's going for Aegis. Oh, he did as last time. Again, going for the Aegis there. But yeah, he's actually not getting oranges at all. He's max E, max Q, and 0 points there. We look over at the Karthus build, by the way, max lay waste, then 2 in Wall of Pain and Defy. It was actually equal pointing those. But the blue seal just seemed to happen, and here they go. The Wall of Pain is out, and this could be scary. They've jumped in now. The TheRainMan is low. Crumbz gets kicked in the face with his punching or whatever, and there we go. OddOne gonna go. Chaox gonna get the kill into Dan. Crumbz in the middle of everything. TheRainMan getting chased around. Dyrus is there. Reginald's in there as well. TheRainMan could fall. So much damage. Crumbz getting hurt pretty badly, and Chaox is still there. Dyrus is running. Crumbz will probably fall, and he does, but he kills the TheRainMan, of course. Kog'Maw gets the kill onto Karthus, and no ult going out. So it's a trade 2-for-2. The blue, of course, was still as well, so pretty good trade so far. 6-7 the kill score, almost equal. EPIK is winning in gold so far. The Dragon is up as well. EPIK should take that down, but without Heimerdinger, it's going to be a little bit difficult.
And Vayne doing a great job here. The split pushes, they're all focused on that Dragon fight and around the area as well. Cassidy going to clean this up.
Turrets.
Yep. Great job there. Chaox and Xpecial pushing up there in mid, getting that turret down. I believe Dragon is down, but they may be headed towards it, so it could be up. And there it is. It looks like they are going to go for this.
Leaving Clairvoyance, though.
Oop.
Can they get there in time?
They do have wards, so they're not seeing anything coming. Once they start seeing possibly more than just Soraka, yeah, right now they're not even worried about it.
They can jump him, though.
They're absolutely not worried about it, but now they see him. Great ward placement, and they know just straight down. Don't go anywhere else.
Oof, that ult hits hard. And they can still chase this. They do know that Cassidy was far. I think. Oh, he's just gonna flash. There's the Wall of Pain. Rockets hit hard. Crumbz dying pretty fast, but they will kill Chaox. Nice job, and the heal comes in from Soraka. It's going to be safe. Vayne got to be a little bit afraid of the TheRainMan, but a nice catch there. That was good. That was knowing the limitations of your champion and that your team has got your back. Like, no, we're gonna chase this. I'll flash wall. Don't worry. Let's go. Let's go. It's got flash wall. It's okay. And they get it. But Dyrus gets caught, and no oranges. Not gonna be okay right here. Good dance coming in. Actually, wow, the damage up, but Karthus ult as well. OddOne getting low. Westrice trying to chase. Not enough damage being dealt. They have not gotten this one. The team lives. Sona can sustain them back as well.
See what they have on this push down bottom lane. They do have a turret in the bush. Very nice there. That's going to stay in there and hidden until somebody gets close enough to be attacked. And we'll have to see. They can take down this turret. They have about 3 minions there, or 4 minions. Each minion, depending on melee, caster minions take 2 big shots. I believe all the small ones do. The siege minions take up to about 8, so it's really nice they were able to get that turret down, and still with the 2 minions hanging out to go down after. Pushing up through the jungle, denying the resources that TSM would have. I don't think they're going to be able to make it over to the blue, but that right side is perfect enough, and they're able to just shut that down.
Wall could get the kill. TheRainMan slowed. It's only rank 2 wall. He's going to be okay.
Great job by Dyrus, focusing damage onto the turret during the entire fight there.
That was very smart. The team has some nice mobility advantage because of the raised morale plus the Karthus wall. They can really kind of jump into the enemy team, and they can't jump out too easily. The Karthus wall, by the way, at rank 3, it's a 60% slow that refunds over time. And Gangplank's on active is going to give 7, no, that's passive 7 move speed. Wow, 26% move speed for 7 seconds. So that's actually a significant buff right there. Now, Xpecial does have the Song of Celerity as well. That's not far behind. We'll see how this kind of add up. Of course, Lee Sin and Cassidy highly mobile. But Cassidy not dominating the game as hard as he wants to. He is 1, 2, and 5, a lot of assists, but he's very, very slow on the minion kills. We see that 3 people for Epic Gaming are above 100, but Reginald actually behind Lee Sin in minion kills. That's really harsh for him. He's actually got denied pretty hard by Heimerdinger, and is actually very low in gold.
See, TheRainMan and TheOddOne now splitting up. Here it is, face to face. We do have Westrice ulting, going for the TheOddOne. Can he get over the wall? He does have a shield for Udyr. Will he hit it? No, jumping in. That was awesome. Jumped in at the same time he was condemned. Broke the space between that. Oh, wow. Westrice going down for his attack onto Lee Sin. They were going to get 1-for-1, a little retribution kill for their teammate, and they're going to make it out. Wow, Kassadin chasing a huge attack and front burst onto Nhat. Nhat's going to be forced to turn around, and it looks like Dinh not doing as much damage as he was last game to deter everybody from the fight. Crescendo coming out, but they don't the damage they have. They are going to be forced to back here, also losing a little bit of vision. They did have CV, but still, they knew the odds were stacked against them. A lot of full health coming in here, especially with Soraka's big nuke heal, if you will, and they are going to make it back, possibly past this turret. Nobody's going to be on the catch here. And wow, Kassadin coming around the backside, and he will deter that. A parlay Rio side almost gets him, and he is about to make it out alive. Yep. Very nice job there. Back and forth, Reginald helping to save his team and kind of cause a little bit of distraction there. I don't think they would have caught him down the lane, but all the more, they're really working together right now.
And earlier on, Chaox actually was 1v1ing against Crumbz, killed that Karthus, and I think his ult was up, and if he'd actually cast it, they would have ended up killing Reginald, but you know, he had died. He chose not to use his ult in his undeath, even though it probably would have helped his team with that fight, but turns out TSM came out ahead there pretty strongly. I think they got 2 for none, or no, I guess they did lose the TheOddOne initially, but then they traded 2 for none afterwards. So TSM doing a good job. They've kind of got themselves in this game still. 8-9 on the kills, 3 turrets on both sides. Dragons have been split pretty much evenly, and it's only 1,000 gold separates these teams. Very, very, very close on both sides. Dan does have Golem.
Not seeing any oracles yet, or purchased oracles. Let's go over here to Soraka. Yeah, she actually does have one. So EPIK have the oracles. They actually have a great amount of wards on their side as well. So they're really controlling their own jungle, knowing that TSM may be very pushy right now, trying to go for their blue, trying to go for anything, and they want to be able to catch TSM off guard. EPIK, you know, I kind of said that TSM was able to snowball, but EPIK has been able to turn that around, and they've been doing a good amount of damage on their own, really turning these fights around that look like they're going to be in favor of TSM.
Yeah, they have very good location-based damage. They've got the Karthus E, they've got the Heimerdinger turrets and all that, Gangplank ult as well.
Yep.
If they can get them into a nice confined area, they've got so much AoE spam that can come down. And Sona, she can't really AoE sustain that well. She can heal a single guy at a time, gonna keep him up over the course of a battle. If the battle takes a long time, Sona can rejuvenate her team. But if they go, you know, over the course of maybe 10-15 seconds, they've got a really good fight here. And there again, the Wall of Pain off on the TheRainMan, doing some nice damage. Karthus actually continuing to put points into Wall of Pain, not into Defile. So, you know, not necessarily the huge damage dealer as he could be by maxing Defile, but certainly without blue buff, because Heimerdinger is taking it. Wall of Pain, a great asset to the team.
Huge movement here, and they do get a ping onto Baron. They don't have a ward there, and they're saying somebody should throw one. That's pretty much what they're getting. Wow, a big push middle, and they're forced to kind of come down here and converge on their second turret for defense in middle. They don't have a big enough minion wave right now, but here they are going onto the turret. They are going to be met by 4 members of EPIK. TSM trying to poke some damage in, got it down to about 75% there.
Yeah,
all the damage helps. Yep.
Suleiman has good siege that you can see, you know, Kagama laying down some damage. They've got a lot of spam coming out, and they've got that sustain from Sona. So any of that damage that comes in, I mean, he's maxed that heal. It's going to be 120 points per shot, and that's going to help a lot in keeping the team alive.
Looks like Udyr going for that wit's end, going to stay nice and tanky as he goes into fight on that Crumbz. It's going to give him a little bit of magic resist as he hits up to 5 stacks there. Let's see what we got. Reginald just kind of hanging around, placing wards. That may have been his pink. I don't believe I saw that there before. So very nice job in communication by the entire team, assisting the ward game just as Dignitas does. There we go, trying to thwart that, put the wall down, and really this could be a fight. They're all trying to bait each other. Here comes the poke game. They're really just going to be looking to get here and there. The bear stance from TheRainMan. The flash in, and they get Dinh. Enough damage to Q. All the way coming from Kassadin. Flies across and catches him after the flash. Defile is on from Karthus, so everybody standing that is taking damage. Now in zombie mode, his passive allows him to cast spells for another 5-6 seconds. There's the ultimate, taking down Kassadin, really hurting Xpecial. Chaox also forced to leave the fight. A very nice flash coming in there by Westrice. Could he find Chaox as well? It's going to be a one-on-one. The condemned does not happen. The damage is being traded, and it's going to be up to Westrice. Just dodging that. The Canthian, can it come off? And he is able to get him in the runaround around the bush. Oh, Nhat was probably like, stopping around, I can't heal you.
Yeah. No, he'll just come off cooldown just that second. There it is, uses it on Dyrus. They get the turret kill. They managed to get 4 for 3, and that was amazing by TSM. They caught Heimerdinger and they destroyed his face. It was gone. The fro was singed and burnt off. His turrets immediately die when Heimerdinger falls, and it was like, all right, 5v4, let's do this. But I'm pretty sure the TheOddOne kicked Karthus into the team. I'm pretty sure we saw Karthus go and come into the enemy team and like do way more damage than he was supposed to. I think that happened. I did see him move forward, and you know it wasn't flash. He kind of moved over time. So Dyrus there finally has a point in order because he has to. He's level 13. There's no other choice there. And oh wow,
do they have, are they double wriggles here?
Yeah, they do. Oh. Karthus knows. Karthus is gonna drop that ward. I'm getting crushed in the face.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, the damage output. TheRainMan taking it too. But there's Xpecial. They need more people. Kassadin's there. It's down to half. They need to do stuff.
Yeah, they really need to get in here. Flash in by Karthus right
now.
He
doesn't have
flash.
Oh
no. They need to get around this corner. They're just segregating themselves from this entire fight by being around that wall.
They got it.
They finally get Baron, and they knew they were there for at least 15, 20 seconds. That cannot be allowed to happen. TSM gets a huge amount of gold. They can reset here, and they have a lot of ways to use this buff. The lanes aren't too pushed. They got quite a wave down bottom they need to take care of, and top before they can really utilize the buff. But Baron is now in their favor, and EPIK is going to have to play very cautious for the next few minutes.
Yeah, very, very good call on that Baron grab. Whoever made that call made the right choice for Team Solo Mid. Even despite that gold income, they're still about 3,000 gold behind because they just lost a team fight. They just lost Dragon. They've lost most of the Dragons. They're still behind 1 turret, but over the next 4 minutes while they have Baron buff, it is their time to push through, to find open turrets. Now, all the outer turrets are dead, so they don't have an easily reached turret, but have such a great siege team. They have so much sustain with Baron buff and with Sona. They have a really good chance at poking down turrets. They've got about 3 minutes left on this. It's ticked down about 1/4 so far, but they can easily take the other 3 outer turrets here. Top, middle, and bot should all be available, and they need to make this happen. They need to bring themselves back in. The Baron buff is nice, but they need to make something out of it. Dan gonna take blue. Very, very smart there. Has that poke.
Looks like they'll be able to grab this. Yep, give it to Dan. A nice donation there. Complimenting the team and allowing him to continue to just lay down that ammo when he has it, get those missiles out. Pretty big damage we saw last game. It seems like they've really mitigated against that damage this game, and Dan's not as much as a threat that he was before. Obviously, those missiles really initiating fights for them, and even the Q kind of not doing as much damage on Dyrus. We're going to look at the levels here. Yes, 15s, 14s, and 16s for Team Solo Mid, 15s, 12s, and 14s for EPIK. So they are also down in levels here, but they are still continuing to win their fights.
Yep, and they're going to keep doing this. They're poking in, they're doing a little bit of damage, they're backing off. They have Udyr walk up, just face tank the turret and have someone poke at it. Dan losing even more health, Reginald getting a little bit lower, but still, he can jump on Dan pretty soon. Silence comes out on Dyrus. Dyrus taking some damage still. Rangers are not powerful enough to beat Null Spheres. And you can just see the harass still coming in.
Oh, wow. Vayne, Westrice coming up huge onto Reginald, catches him off guard, blindsiding him there, and it looks like they will get the chase on here. Nobody really there for him. They know they have gone down in the bottom jungle because of that ward, and they're going to start pushing very hard. A nice minion wave behind them, and definitely with that siege minion as well. And they are going to put some hurt on this front tower here, the second tower, I should say, right down middle.
Wow. Yeah, Vayne. Great move there by Westrice, getting that kill. Kassadin he thought was going to live. The wall goes down. There's no initiation possible. This team is almost entirely melee at that point, and that is a good pickup. There's another turret. That's impressive.
That was not to your advantage to lose turrets with Baron.
That was clutch by Westrice. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
that's clutch. A lot of attack speed on him. Now has the in addition to the Black Cleaver. Now has that Phantom Dancer.
All the way up to bottom. That wave is pushing in, already doing damage. Going to clear through these minions pretty quick. We'll get some good damage on that turret as well as the siege minion turns to it. It looks like they're going to focus on the position of where that EPIK is right now. They're catching them on the escape here, and they may actually get exactly what they want.
Wow.
The CV goes down, and TheRainMan is going around the outside. They're trying to pinch him in here. They're going to force him to run towards TSM's base and see if they can make that happen. They're kind of like back and forth. They don't know which way they want to go.
They get us the game here. Okay, Vayne's going to flash in. He's going to go for Chaox.
EPIK, wow. Crumbz going down quickly. No, Crumbz stays alive throughout the entire fight, still alive, goes into zombie mode. Udyr taking down Karthus. Karthus will be able to get a kill, though, as he is dead. A lot of these kills coming up. Udyr coming up with a double kill. TheRainMan doing very good things for his team. Focusing onto Soraka with a triple kill. Coming up again. Can he take down Dan? Dinh looking for that Quadra. No, OddOne gets that one. And it looks like Dyrus will also fall, but he is going to go down, and he is going to fight to his last breath. And that one, the ace from Team Solo Mid. A very nice pinch up top.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. It's good by Westrice. He did take down that Kog'Maw, but the team came in and they cleaned up. They just did not have the damage output. They managed to sustain throughout all the Karthus damage output. You see his ult is now back up, but I think it wasn't at the time because he didn't cast it during that fight, and that would have made a big difference here. We saw TheOddOne and TheRainMan both get extremely low. They just barely survived over it. They did get the kill onto Reginald as well, but you know, they just did such a wonderful job there. They dealt enough damage. You know, he survived for a while. He had that Zhonya's, but it wasn't quite enough. He did get dropped down. Well played there. TheOddOne actually did pick up the kill on the Karthus specifically. And, you know, they've regained some of that power. They've gotten that turret back, so it's 4 to 5 on turrets. They traded back and got that second mid turret. And they won a team fight. They're only down
so close game.
1,700 gold.
16 to 16. 33 minutes in, 1,700 gold. These guys are going back and forth. Pretty much every lane is almost decimated all the way to the inhibitor turrets. They have one defensive up top for Team Solo mid and a defensive up top and down bottom for that second row of turrets. So it's all about those inhibitor turrets now. Pretty much for Epic, they can go for either mid or bottom, and they can really start toying with a split push here. And Vayne can be able to do that and also get away. Let's see if she has a Phantom Dancer yet and nice items. She actually, yep, went for the Black Cleaver and the Phantom Dancer, so that speed.
Cleanse Slash for sure.
Yep, going to make her very, very strong.
Yep, she's doing great, has a lot of damage. But the cool thing about Vayne is even if there is the exhaust, her Silver Bolts will still hit for full damage through it. But if it's an attack speed slow, which Lee Sin can do, that's going to actually hurt her quite a lot. Let's see whether he's going to recall. Probably has enough. Let's see the gold. Yep, 1,500. Can re-elixir and buy a cleanse sash. That's what I would do if I were in her shoes. What will she go for? Actually, no pickups. I'm surprised it's not a cleanse sash. Maybe she wants Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, she has. Yeah, she has 1,500 gold. Kind of walking out of that one. Didn't like any sales at the shop, I guess. Going for that red buff. Dyrus. They're going to be able to... Oh, no, waiting. I was like, why does he have his back turn? But he's going to give it to Vayne. Westrice going to come in here, condemn it against the wall. Bam. Takes it out. Nice. And Karthus down bottom, just trying to get the lane pushed up. Knows it's as far as he wants to go. He's going to go and gather with his team. I don't know what the timer on their blue is. It doesn't seem like any focus there. But we do have a lot of pings going around. Maybe we need to get some wards down here. That's what they're saying. It looks like they do have some movement towards that spot. And we'll see if Dyrus is the one to initiate this.
Dinh needs to be safe. He's got Archangels and a Rabbiton's Death Cap. A lot of AP.
Ward on the ward. Nice job.
Yep. I think Epic's doing a good job of map control. See, they've got decent vision. Yeah, TSM's got very little. Only that one ward right there. So Epic's got a good chance of sneaking around. Dragon was very, very recently taken by TheOddOne. They've got another 4.5 to 5 minutes on that. Blue is back up. Both teams know it. This is going to be a very big deal, this fight.
They could easily sit on the backside of that and try to grab it if they were to go for it.
I think they have a chance to get it now. Yeah. TSM's far. And Baron's not up yet. They can't really bait it exactly. Yeah, there we go. Heimerdinger putting a lot of damage up, but here they're going to give that one over to him. The turret is down. He will pick that one up. Now Baron's up. They've got to move. They should know.
This is going to be a very pivotal fight for either team right here. Team Solo Mid was able to just kind of bait this out last time and continue to win the fight. Will Epic put themselves on the right side of the wall? No, the Gangplank ulti comes out very nice, but it is not doing damage to Baron. They quickly walk out of that. The Crescendo comes out. Westrice could be shut down here, and he is. The Soraka heal, just not enough. Wish is down. It is now for the run and the cleanup. How much more can they split up Epic here? And it looks like TSM is actually getting a little haphazard themselves. This fight is turning around in the favor of Epic. Karthus ulti coming out, and there goes the
Oh my gosh,
a triple kill for Karthus. Coming out huge. Epic turns this one around, and they are able to get a huge push out of this. TSM thought they were safe, and they thought absolutely wrong.
Wow, and that was a clever timing on that, too. He actually popped it basically at the time where he knew there's no crowd controls available to hit him. He basically channeled in the face of an enemy champion and was like, I got this, don't worry. And of course, it would have been terrible if he got stunned and been like, Crumbz, you just lost the game for your team. But they have Gangplank with the Wriggles. They have Crumbz, which is like the ultimate Baron champion. And yeah, Crumbz is the champion, apparently. But Soraka's going to feed him mana. Lay Waste very, very strong. Actually, they're not hitting it that hard just yet. It's down to half. Udyr's coming. They've clairvoyanced him.
Oh, man, I think RainMan does have Smite. Nope, he does have Smite up. He's going to go in for the fight. He does not steal it for his team. They were able to grab that one. Great job by Dyrus to pick that one up, and it looks like RainMan has found himself in a tight spot here. turtle form, and he is praying. He's got his hands together.
He's got so much durability here.
Wow, I can't believe he's taking a 3v.
He dodges the wall.
3v right now. Get out of here. RainMan turns around to fight. Is his team going to be
there's
close
Reginald.
enough? Waiting for Reginald. Reginald TP's in. That is down for him. Dyrus flashing over the wall. The shield is up. Is the parlay enough? Vane coming out of the backside. Westrice finally takes down the RainMan, and we are going to see Reginald now kind of running here, but still trying to bait. Keeping Vane in that bush is exactly what he wants, but he is going to be forced to rift out a very nice critical attack that came out and procced onto Reginald. And it looks like EPIK really in the spot they want to be in right now. They're playing an absolute stellar game.
That was clutch. That was clutch. Yeah, the split happened, and it was Karthus who managed to not die against that stack. You saw Karthus flash over to the left-hand side, and he stayed there, and he did not get dropped. They managed to get rid of the important targets. Cassidy, I think, went over to deal with Heimerdinger and everyone else, and it was Vane that managed to get the kill onto the Kog'Maw. And once Kog'Maw was gone, there was no damage up but to stay on Karthus. Karthus, you know, heavy sustain, was getting those heals. And let's go ahead and find him. He's got, you know, a lot of AP. He's got the Rod of Ages. He's got the Spell Vamp from Will of the Ancients. And I find that Nhat Nguyen does not have a Spell Vamp book on him just yet. Heimerdinger could have one. He has not done that, though. But Mass Spell Vamp really good on this double AP team, and it's working quite well. EPIK definitely in the advantage. 5,000 gold up still. It's less than 10% of the total gold on each team, so it's not that huge. And she did go Banshees. Yeah, Vane did go for the Banshees. She was dropped. Actually, no, it was Vane that died right away. It was the Kog'Maw was killed by. I guess it was Crumbz that did it, or Dyrus. I think it was Dyrus that did it. I don't know. Either way, Kog'Maw died. Westrice died early. They won the fight. Good enough.
Nhat now making his way up with Crumbz. It looks like there are a few more. EPIK and, yeah, EPIK. All of them. Westrice and Dyrus making their way towards top as well. Looks like they will get a little bit of a split push going here. They're kind of staying towards top, so I guess I wouldn't really call it a split push. They're really just kind of baiting this one out for Vane to be in a lane alone, but they don't like it. They're just going to play some wards, make their way out. They feel really all right with the position that they're in. Baron has been taking, so it's kind of weird that they're hovering around it. Maybe they're waiting for the blue, and yeah, there is the ping. And that's exactly what they were waiting for. Cassidy and Kog'Maw both moving up. They have zero vision until they get to blue, so this could be a big surprise as they come right out of that darkness of the Fog of War. And there it goes. They are going for the attack as they move in. Phreak, here goes the fight.
Yeah, they're going to come on in here. The Gangplank ult goes down. Blue team did get the buff, and now they're going to try to run through Kog'Maw, and they're just so slow. They're not getting anything for it. A good escape by TSM. There's almost no chase here for EPIK. Yep, they will just back out. They will kill a couple of wolves and wards. That's fine. OddOne lands a Q. Won't mean too much. Westrice does have the sustain thanks to Baron buff, and they're going to catch the RainMan. They're pushing on through. A little bit of damage here, but he's got so much magic. There's 193. Dyrus takes a nice shot to the face there. He's got that mallet right now. He's going to go maybe Atma's next. Dyrus doing a pretty good job here. Has dodge boots as well. Does want to be afraid of a lot of these champions here. Still kind of milling about towards the backside. No one's pushing in just yet. Okay, they're going to push through now. A couple of kills on these minions. They do want to siege this. They do have a good chance. They, of course, have Heimerdinger. He's got 2 turrets up. The Rockets come out and do a good job. Westrice dodging some of those attacks. They're going for the turret pretty hard. A lot of damage being dealt. They could come back for it. No, Dyrus taking a lot of damage. Whew. Giant heal that comes out.
Vane shoots so fast right now. She has Berserk Greaves, Phantom Dancer, and that Black Cleaver. Every shot is going to shred her target's armor, and she's going to be able to do more damage on top of true damage that cannot be mitigated. That is going to hurt. Also, you see the damage on the turret, mainly from Vane. She's just able to absolutely drop it. There it is. Very nice job as Westrice takes that turret down with the help of his team. They're going to back off here, possibly clear that mid wave, clear that bottom wave. They are quite pushed, reset their lanes, go for another attack. But it looks like they're actually staying to be aggressive.
Yep, they just dropped the ward out, I think, right there. I saw the 25 gold pop up. They do have Dragon back up. They pinked. Oh, TSM pinged bottom lane. They're like, hey, there's some minions. They might go farm this. Actually, they're basically backdooring minions right here. They're going to pick those up. They don't get the bonus armor like turrets do. And red is up. Crumbz with a great wall of pain that will not let them initiate at all. A couple of spams out here from Dinh. They should. I don't think TSM should push in for this. Although wall of pain is going to end soon. Okay, there we go. Vane picks it up just in time. She's going to haste out. Yep, Nhat Nguyen's going to get his team out of there just in time. The Shirelia's Reverie being activated. Lets that team reposition. Dragon is up. Reginald's going to come in here. He's going to find Dinh. He's going to rock it at least. And uh-oh, this is going to be a big fight. This is definitely going to be happening. See both teams milling about back and forth. They're on both sides of the screen. Both are kind of blind, actually. They're going to move up. OddOne, Chaox going with the minions. They're actually going to get them on the other side of the turret. It's going to be good. Crumbz going to flash into the team and getting immediately kicked out. Well played there by the OddOne, but They're going to get a lot of damage. Westrice trying to get away from the OddOne. OddOne's still crushing his face right now. TheRainMan jumps in there. Westrice might fall, but a nice ult is going to pick up Sona with Heimerdinger's help. Westrice still alive. Giant heals come in. Nhat Nguyen going to survive. OddOne drops down. Nice job there. Now Dyrus chasing onto TheRainMan. Westrice going to drop to Reginald unless that Banshee's Veil keeps him alive. He's going to recall. And it's 2 deaths to 1. Barely getting those kills. The team surviving. Crumbz did drop a good displacement by the OddOne, but it just did not quite matter. Chaox so close to dying. Minions. I was actually afraid for the monsters real quick. I was like, I don't know. But Dan getting blue, and that's going to be a free dragon as well. Well fought by EPIK. I mean, they really just flashed in there and said, let's go for it. I can't believe Westrice lived. He was so low the entire time, but really clutch heals from Nhat Nguyen did keep him alive.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get some sustain under his belt. He did get the Banshee's Veil. That is keeping a lot of defense and MR off of him, as well as taking 1 negative spell, but he needs that lifesteal. It's going to keep him alive in the fights a lot easier, and Soraka won't have to focus on him as much, and you can really distribute those heals to somebody else that requires it with that armor buff in the fight. It makes it so positional to use in the fight, and it really can help.
If I were Westrice right now, I'd actually build more durability instead of that BF sword, just because he seems to be such a valuable target. And he barely survives. I mean, he really trusts that Soraka, obviously, and certainly Heimerdinger and Karthus are both, you know, really important champions that the team needs to get rid of. But I mean, he's been jumped on a lot, and he's been playing so ridiculously aggressively. It just seems like you might want a Guardian Angel at this point. But, you know, he's working well, so I can't really hate. Dyrus actually not going for an Atma's, instead going for the Randuin's Omen, so choosing to not go too heavy on the damage output. But really everyone on this team from EPIK, aside from Soraka, is actually a damage threat, so it's actually pretty nice for the EPIK team. They've got everyone able to deal some damage. Everyone's a little bit tanky in some form or another. Actually, Soraka now got that BF wand, so this is a large rod, giving him 242 ability power.
Artillery coming out from Kog'Maw. Looks like we will have the first attack on an inhibitor turret here. It has taken a little bit of damage from minions before. The bottom one has also taken some. Reginald. Oh, Baron's coming up. Reginald is bottom.
He's got TP, though.
They may be able to. He does have TP. Is there a ward up there? The CV goes down. They don't have a ward too close to that position. They are going to have to place one down for him. We may see that happen now. The ulti comes out from Gangplank. The ward is not placed. And as you see, Reginald actually heading back down towards bottom. Baron has been grabbed. The second one now for EPIK. They are going to push this top lane in, and they are going to have 3 inhibitor turrets to work with as they just walk around the front side of TSM's base.
Reginald's being smart. He's still pushing. He has still their teleport up. Oh, they're going to base. TSM, this is smart. Forcing up to recall. They'll get a turret out of this
base race here.
That's so smart.
They have a lot of damage on this one, and they have a pretty big minion wave right there, especially with that siege minion. Everybody has backed on the side of EPIK. They do not want a DreamHack remake there.
But who actually won the game with that base race? Wasn't that EPIK that won it?
It was TSM. Reginald made the call. Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They were going for Baron.
Yep.
So here we go. EPIK doing what they can to push their lane out. They're kind of like neighbors right now. All 5 on one side, all 5 in the middle. And it may be that race we were just talking about. They have backed to go all the way back into the middle of the lane. That kind of confuses me. But now they're like,
they're forcing the recall.
Yeah.
Because they're running for it. Yeah, they'd get aced and lose if they pushed.
It's a very nice job
Karthus
there.
could ult and they could kill them. Karthus could ult, cancel the recalls, they could kill them. I'm telling you, it would work.
That would have been amazing. They would have not been able to get out of that fight, especially with Baron.
That'd have been hilarious, by the way.
That would have been really nice.
She would have Banshee's Veil and actually leave and get a 5v3 for free. That'd have been great.
They're like, guys, wait, stop the blue pill. Stop the blue pill. All right, here we go. Pushing back out. They're going to meet a wave just right mid lane there. Clearing this guy out. What?
You said a wave, and I felt like just being ridiculous.
All right, you are, so I guess it's all right. Reginald go ahead and take blue for himself so he can continue to rift down the map. We're going to see Karthus and Soraka in middle playing the buddy game. Looks like Dyrus is going to meet up with them. And see what his items are. What is he going for? Yeah, like you said, Randuin's Omen. He does have the Warden's Mail down. Aegis, he's really being a team facilitator right now. That aura, as well as helping his team with raised morale. So definitely a big benefit to his team right there, especially with the aura, again, of Nhat, helping that magic resistance.
Indeed, and they're going to push through on mid. Heimerdinger is last one of the party, so they got to be careful to not get 5v forward. They do have a nice amount of crowd control on this team. Dyrus going to throw out some damage. TheRainMan does block it. Shield actually fully blocks the Q. And let's see what they can do. Still nearby, it's going to be careful.
Minion wave just about mid. They should, it's nice. Has a siege minion as well.
Yeah, but he's got a force of nature. He's got so much MR. It's going to be so hard to kill RainMan or even poke him out because of the regen. Those turrets are actually very, very far back as well. They're going to retreat to the turrets if they ever get jumped on. There's a little bit of free damage there. They're going to help themselves sustain like that damage on the RainMan. And again, that turret down to about 2/3 now. Just poking and running back to the turret.
Wow, Vayne, so much damage on the turret. Almost taking it down with about 6 shots there. Doing a very good job, Westrice, of focusing on the global gold objective on that one as everybody else was kind of doing their own thing to allow him and keep the focus off. So they're doing what they can now. That next minion wave will probably mean this turret, if Westrice can get any type of shot on it, it's going to take 3 shots from him. There it is, and they are going to deter it there. Westrice is going to walk in, go for the turret. No, he misses the Gangplank ulti coming down. He's kind of forced out there, and the turret will fall. There it goes. They are forced off of their inhibitor. The first inhibitor turret goes down. And it looks like they will easily take the inhibitor. This is not good. They do have Baron, so it is smart that TSM does not want to initiate this fight right off the bat, even though they're in their base. You could be thinking, why are they not doing this if you don't know much about League of Legends? And that is a very dangerous moment. You can see the buff circling around Team EPIK, or EPIK Gamer, I should say right now, and that is giving them a huge buff of HP regen, or MP regen, as well as attack damage. A lot of other things as well, so it's very, very helpful to them, and that's exactly why they took that, and it looks so easy. So TSM now, a little bit to regain. It doesn't mean they're out. It's just going to take a little bit more time now to gather that back up, let the inhibitor spawn. They got to play very careful right now.
Yeah, interesting stuff going on as well is, so you saw Karthus ult before they jumped in. 2 things for that. So one, he wanted to have the ult up for the team fight, like, because hit everyone and then we'll go team fight and, it'll be fine. The damage is going to be relevant. But also his blue is about to end. You saw that, as soon as that battle ended, blue buff was gone, and so he got only like a 90-second cool on that instead of right now it's 97, but with the 25% CDR on there, it would have been a little bit higher, or lower, actually, the cooldown. That's how that works. And would have had, a better chance with all that. So you can see only 30 seconds, 28 now left on that cooldown. Roughly a 75 cool instead. So it's pretty nice. And you're going to see for the next team fight, he'll have his ult up again. Only 20 seconds to go. Once he gets caught, he'll have it up. And good choices there.
EPIK now going down. Looks, yep, they will get Dragon. This is going to be very nice for them. Ward control has really fallen off for both teams. EPIK is still keeping it on their side, but they really have no vision of TSM side except for right down near that front base bush off to the right side. So that's a very good spot to hide. They can also do Wraith Camp. It's really a good place to initiate a fight, especially at this point in the game when TSM would think just towards that first jungle entry path, or second, I should say, off of the base, they feel safe, and that's exactly when you take them by storm. Looks like we have 5 bottom. They haven't been spotted. The minion wave is pushing hard, so they're not going to see them until they're quite far up this lane. They now have vision of where EPIK is. They're going to be able to wipe these minions out quite quickly, and they're looking to take down their second inhibitor turret here with this siege.
Yep, they're wearing elixirs. They've got blue buff on Heimerdinger, and they're going to go for it. They're going to have super minions filter through mid eventually. They're going to see if they can do the same pokes before you see the turret back there. Both of them are down now. They can always retreat back to those Dyrus. Going to shoot a couple of shots at there, Xpecial taking some damage, but sustains himself for free while sustaining teammates. That won't be too big of a deal. Actually has a Sheen as well. Could be, actually it's going to be a Lich Bane. I was hoping for a Trinity Force. I really, really was. We've not had enough Trinity Forces this tournament. That was actually one of the quotes from Reddit as well. We had everything going right. We had games on time, spectator, everything's awesome. No Trinity Forces, and that hurts my heart a little bit, but
just a little bit.
But they're pushing on through.
Very aggressive. There it is again. Blasting off with that. Vayne about to just attack this turret. Taking a little bit of damage, though. Still getting hit by the turret. Few more shots is going to take it down. Focusing Lee Sin. That third Silver Bolt proc. Taking him out. A huge amount of damage. OddOne goes down. And it looks like this could be it for TSM. They may not have enough to stop this. They are just going to go right around the ring here. EPIK is like, guys, we deserve this. Let's take out everything they have, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Walking right through the damage of the turret, quickly taking this one down. They are still going to try to stop it, and they could be caught off guard here. Dyrus taking a lot of damage. Kushino going out. Crumbz caught in the turret range, but he will stay alive. Very nice heal there coming out by Soraka, and what could have been the game for them. They had a great minion wave. They kind of got lackadaisical on. A good stun there. Vayne is going to be able to be a lot faster here. Slowed down a little bit there. She does have the Phantom Dancer taken out. Very nice Kog'Maw. Able to grab her there. A very nice kill. That's actually a kill spree take, so Kog'Maw grabbing himself some good money. Chaox really pushing for that kill, and he deserved it as well. And, TSM not sitting pretty, and it looks like this will be a free Baron coming up for EPIK Gamer.
And if it weren't for the super minions, it would be TSM's free Baron.
Wait a minute.
They could lose the game here. or rather TSM could win the game here, I should say it positively. Reginald definitely holding his base alive, just barely his turrets, each below a third health. They're dancing back and forth. It looks like it's a 3v3. RainMan getting hit for some damage. Dinh doing a great job of poking and not getting caught. Chaox doing a great job here as well. That cleanse sash coming up very soon. Dyrus around the back. They do have that blue buff going to be grabbed here. Might give it to Chaox. Seems to be the choice.
Wow, nice damage, Chaox. 700 on a hit. That's really going to help, especially with that added magic damage. Just tearing through, especially if he is not focused in the fight.
Yeah. And I really think they should have been giving that blue buff to Chaox the entire time because he's the really anti-poke champion. He can actually ult much better than Soraka can heal, and they're going for it. TSM, this is a great idea right now. They're going to push through onto the Baron, and you're going to see that they see them with the Gangplank ult. They don't see him coming in.
Oh,
this
wow.
could be scary.
This is a pretty big deterrent here. That's a lot of damage coming out. Kog'Maw putting out 440 damage a hit. Nice crits. And it looks like they could turn around and get this one. Kai slowing down. He is forced to rift over the wall, keeping himself alive. Any other champion without an escape would have gone down in that situation. Reginald, though, Grog-soaked blade slowing him down. Will he have rift up as he gets there? And he does. Makes it across. If Dyrus had red, he may have been able to make it in time for a hit.
Well, actually, they're going to have Karthus teleport back, or blue pill back. He does not have teleport up. It's just an inhibitor and no turret.
Vayne's going to come in here and put some damage on this inhibitor.
Yeah, Gangplank did a little bit. This is very scary. Yeah, the mid inhib's back up too. EPIK could get too aggressive and give TSM the window they need. And TSM could really, jump for this one right now. Only bot lane has super minions, and it's okay. They're actually holding it on quite well. They're clearing out the rest of the minions. All super minions are gone from the other waves. Mid, you see, is nice and clear of supers. Oh, a good steal on red by Westrice. They're all going to recall. Now, they have two choices here. They can wait out Baron and let solo mid farm all the minion waves pretty much forever because they're going to kind of auto-push a little bit. And they can wait out Baron for the next 3.5 minutes. Or they can take the risk, fight against Baron buff, but take down inhibitors for it. This is really a sticky situation for EPIK because if EPIK, if TSM does a wonderful job in the fight, they could take the lead over. I mean, they've already got the Baron buff. They've already got most of the turrets down on the outside. TSM could easily turn this one if they fight perfectly. EPIK needs to make sure that they're secure in the battles that they take and they don't get too aggressive. Karthus ult up in 8 seconds. Red buff is back up over here. They might, Golem is back up. That's going to go to Dinh, and it seems EPIK's going to take their time. They're going to let TSM farm for a little while. There's a Trinity Force. Thank you very much, Udyr, for giving me that Trinity Force. 3 people applaud. Thank you, guys. Oh, Trinity Force. And Vayne is almost full stack. Look at those items. So many items. Double Phantom Dancer. Pretty awesome.
Looks like they are heading up here, just trying to get a lot more vision. As you can see, it kind of switched it around for EPIK here. 1, 2, 3 wards, all covering the entry to blue from mid and from their entire base on TSM side. That part of the jungle is not going to be touched. They also have 2 wards completely giving vision on Wraith all the way down to red. So they have their entire jungle and their resources capped off from them, and is not looking good. But like you said, they got to keep the pressure on and decide whether to fight with Baron or allow them to farm.
Here it is. This could be a big deal. Crumbz already got low. He's trying to get away. They're going to get back through the jungle, but Vayne is off to the side, and Udyr is still chasing in. There's the haste coming in from Nhat Nguyen as well, and now RainMan is the only one in front. Reginald chasing down to Dan, and Dan is taking so much damage right now. This is bad. He's been silenced. He gets the stun off. There's the rest of the team. Oh, Reginald could drop from this. Karthus ult goes, and he will live.
11 HP. Wow, amazing there. They're still continuing to fight RainMan. Looks like he will go down. This is exactly what they don't need. A great kick back. RainMan with such sustain, staying alive, a 3v1 situation, getting hit by Starcall. There's a Grog-soaked blade slowing him down. Oh, and the last missile as he flashes away. Oh, the worst way to go down right after expending your flash. You just wish you hadn't done it. Looks like Karthus may fall to zombie form. He does not have his ultimate up, but he still will be able to defy all that damage and lay waste around him, throwing down his... Oh, wow. Soraka taking out Kog'Maw. Westrice trying to get away. Killian. Surprise taking him out. Very nice job there. And it looks like they will be able to take this game. They have a huge minion wave here, but it looks like they may back off. Dinh, just does not have enough HP. That bottom lane may be able to get an inhibitor by itself.
It's going to be close. Reginald's going to go back around 2 for 2. They did take the 2 inhibs for it, though, and they killed most of the guys with Baron buffs. That is a huge deal right there. Dyrus being a troll. Dyrus doesn't give anything. Yeah, I know. And he's going for it. He's trying to do the damage. They have oranges up. He doesn't, and he doesn't get the damage output. He tried. It's only at 240 health, but they will not quite get this. However, with 2 inhibs down, pretty much all of TSM must hold in on the lane. Dan will recall back, and...
Oh, yeah, he does have oranges. It was in the build.
It was in the build. I mean, he's level 18 at this point. I mean, even Dyrus won't. OddOne, very tanky, actually has a Thornmail Jeez. Epic, I mean, they're still in driver's seat. They're certainly up, actually 9,000 gold now. You know, just always when these inhibs are down, you can just farm so much. And these guys can complete their builds. Of course, everyone should be level 18 by now. I'm just going to go ahead and assume, even the supports, yeah, Nhat Nguyen is 18 and Xpecial is 18. So everyone's got their full levels. A lot of completed builds. We're going to see 18,000 gold, almost 20,000 on Kog'Maw. Kind of rich this game.
You know, it's weird. I wouldn't say it's weird, but it's really a fact that these teams, especially Epic with 2 subs, are able to come out this strong against team that, you know, Team Solo Mid is about 4 or 5 months, they said, at Raleigh, that they've been a team, and not many switches have happened since then. So, you know, with Reginald as the leader, they really know what they're doing. They really know when to follow and when to initiate. But having these subs and still being able to keep all that mentality to keep the flow going and not hesitate during fights is really amazing. And they're putting up a strategy that TSM just cannot seem to thwart right now.
Yep, Nhat is about 700 gold away from having a death cap. Of course, he's been on needlessly large rod for about 15 minutes so far, and is just constantly buying items and wards. He's got, and elixirs rather. Okay, wards and elixirs, that's the one I was going for. There I go, I got it right this time. Gangplank coming in from behind, and it's going to be a 5 versus 5 for the inhibitor. Top and mid are still pushing. Oh, nice little turret there, blocked the Q. They should pursue minions to get into the base, though. They should really make them have a bad choice here.
Oh, wow, OddOne taking a lot of damage, yep.
Meteor coming on in. Crumbz gonna take a lot of damage. Well, Zhonya's right there. Gonna push on through. RainMan getting low special in there as well. Taking a lot of it. Oh my gosh, the damage output. That's 1 and 2 gone. And the ult will kill Reginald. No, wait, he didn't. Oh, he is back alive.
Wow.
Okay. And there we go. A lot of pain going off. It's going
to be GG, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Epic is going to be able to take this game. Coming out very strong. Reginald finally falls, and Epic, coming from a 1-game loss, win 2 in a row consecutively. Very nice job. Xpecial saying GG, and they are being traded between both teams. Very nice job. Let's give Epic a round of applause. They will be facing off against Dignitas in the upcoming final match.
And who really would have guessed that those were going to be the finalist teams? Of course, there's the storied Team Solo Mid, kind of Logic Gaming. Those are the ones that people just generally assume to be the best North American teams, but amazing turnout here from Epic, amazing turnout from Dignitas.
So here you go, tiny little fact that I heard somebody, a little secret that they told me. I guess it's not too much of a secret, but OddOne will intentionally misguide his guides on the website to have an edge over his opponents.
Really?
Yes. So that could have easily been a misguided jungle for Gangplank. Because I'm pretty sure dying to Wolf Camp was not in there.
No, well, if he's trying to misguide his opponents, it probably is in there. It's like, guys, okay, the strategy is you don't level oranges till level 15 at least. Just leave the skill points in there at 13, 14. Get them later. Die to the Wolf Camp. You probably want to definitely like max parlay and just don't help your team. I hear stacking Thornmails is probably the build to go for, especially if you're against a bunch of mages like Kog'Maw. You know, does some magic damage. You want Thornmails there.
Right.
Almost an hour-long game. Jeez.
Yeah.
Way to put behind schedule, guys. Thank you so much.
And really an awesome game by them to consider that Dyrus just played 2 champions he does not main and was able to still help his team out that much. Coming out with Cho'Gath the first one, and then getting the note in the beginning of this game that Dyrus just picked up Gangplank to jungle.
Yeah, and I'm just... I'm impressed. I mean, wow. Soraka even went positive. She actually got more kills than deaths.
21
as Soraka.
2-1 and 25. Getting ahead of myself. And a needlessly large Raj, who was throwing out some huge heals at the end of that game, as well as facilitating the team with Reverie, as well as those cooldowns, just really, really helping.
And there were so many near deaths. I saw a bunch where it's like, Catherine comes in and bursts the guy for 800, and the guy lives with 12 because Soraka healed him, and I just see the armor aura right there. I'm just like... Well done.
Yeah, a huge creep farm too as well. 446 by Chaox, almost reaching 500 CS, 300 breaking for Crumbz. That's Westrice and Dinh all over 300, about 30 creep score just around that area. So huge money in that game. 20,000 gold accrued by both Chaox and Crumbz. So everybody was just really on their game that time. Barons being traded. TSM had inhibitors down. They took a Baron. Amazing. Not something you would see a team do or chance, but Reginald really has been known to have that key instinct of when to go for things. As we said, you know, the base race, the DreamHack, being able to call that in time, knowing that they had Alistar and they would win that. Just the little minute things like that that really come into play.
Yeah, I mean, these are just such good games, and you know, I love seeing, you know, these sort of underdog teams. Again, I was talking earlier about how it was said that, you know, Epic normally wins against Solo Mid, and you can kind of see why here. They have such a great everything. I mean, the entire team played so amazingly well. But still, it's going to be so much fun watching the EPIK vs Dignitas finals. CLG and TSM in the third place match is going to be coming up as well. That's going to be mostly for bragging rights, but the grand finals, of course, will be coming up in the near future as well. And I mean, these teams are putting on such a phenomenal show. I really can't wait to see them. But hold the phone, because we're going to get a commercial break, and we'll be back with interviews and more awesome stuff. So stay tuned.
I never asked for this. I never asked to be shown how human I was.
It's my time. What truth will I find in my world?
Or how much more I could become.
Rated M for mature.
All right, guys, here we are. Team Epic Gamer just taking that one against Solo Mid. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the mic. Just do a quick rundown for us. Everybody at home that really doesn't know League of Legends too much, that's awesomely tuning in. We thank you. Let them know who you are and also the fans as well.
What's up, everyone? I'm Dyrus, and I'm pretty much the #1 troll around. And even though my role is top or middle lane, Heimer is just too beast because Dan plays him, and I just go into the jungle and look up solo mid for TheOddOne's guide and play GP for the first time. So thank you.
Nice. My name's Nhat Nguyen. I play support for EG.
My name is Dinh. I play jungle and solo mid Heimer.
My name is Westrice, and I'm AD carry.
I'm Crumbz, and I play AP carry.
All right, guys, so there you have Epic Gamer. Now, this first question is quite easy. We all want to know, you guys came out huge in the second games. What happened that first game that you really let TSM take you guys over and just pull the game out for the win?
I take complete fault for that game. I instantly locked in Cho because I thought it countered Yorick, and we were just switching back and forth, and it does not counter Yorick.
I actually saw that in game. It came up, you noted, like, note to self, Cho does not counter Yorick.
Yeah, I really did. I just kind of copied Hotshot's way of play, but I didn't make it look that good because I'm not as good as him, as his big fat Cho Hotshot farm GG, but yeah, I tried.
Right on, yeah.
Another thing is basically one of the comps we've been practicing is Yorick, obviously, because we used it against Rez, and I think they caught on to that. And our expectation was they're not going to pick Yorick. We'll have them second or third pick, and when they insta-lock Yorick, we're like, oh. Yeah. You know, it kind of just messes up.
So was Heimer something you guys thought you would bring out in this tournament? Was it like an idea, or were you guys just like, you know what, let's do this and throw him off guard?
It was supposed to be for the finals, but if we were gonna go out, then we have to just break it here because there's no other tournaments that we know of yet that we're going to.
Right on. We have to ask, what happened at Wolves?
I don't jungle GP or jungle. Like I'm used to waiting for the leash, and wow, was that a highlight? Me like not hitting Wolves? Well, yeah, I was asking Dan and looking up the guide and like. And then I forgot to attack it. I'm like, oh, whoops. Yeah.
Right, all in good fun. You guys came out with a win. It was amazing. What was the turnaround for the second games? What did you see that Solo Mid was bringing out on their team comp that you just needed to shut down?
Someone else, I don't know.
Take it down.
So, like, the whole basis of Heimer comp is to catch some unexpected, and the moment they locked in Udyr, I'm like, okay, they have a lot of melee. And Udyr honestly gets countered really hard by Heimer. You know, it's just that infinite slow. It doesn't matter how much speed you get from bear stance. If you're running through a field of turrets, you're not going to catch me. And if you catch me, you're going to eat a bomb in the face.
Right on. So do you guys still have any of those tricks up your sleeve as you come into the finals? Or have you kind of unleashed everything and you just got to bring it even harder tomorrow?
We have one thing. We just got to remember what it was. There was something we do with our team that I forgot, but I think Dan remembers. So.
Or later today.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, today.
Good call. Yes, later today, actually. Unless you guys want to stay for tomorrow. I mean, we could do this again. All right, guys, we're going to have a quick interview as well right after this with Team Solo Mid, Epic Gamer, going on to the finals today. And they're going to be doing that in style. Great job winning 2 consecutive games after being a lost game to Team Solo Mid, who played very well. And I actually have to, I'm going to go back and stop the outroduction and go ahead and discuss the Barons a little bit before we do that. Like, what was your idea with the Barons? And in that last game, you actually allowed Solo Mid to take a Baron with inhibitors down. Why weren't you guys more aggressive in that situation?
Well, like Nhat said, it was like a really, really hairy situation. It was like hard to determine, and that Baron situation, I should have ran in and tanked it. And me and Crumbz should have just ran in there. Like if Crumbz died, he would have been able to do enough damage to kill them all because Vayne was coming. And like those kind of decisions, it's just really, really difficult to make. And outside of the team, there's no like one main opinion. It's pretty much all of us together as a team, and is there anything else you guys want to say about that? Wait, what? We were just yelling at each other, and I was like yelling across the room when Rain dodged the killing blow, so I was very angry.
Right on. You got any guys sponsors or shout outs you want to do before we close out?
There you go, Dan.
Shout out to Dyrus's mom. Yat's mom, Westrice's hot mom, and Crumbz' hot mom, and my hot mom.
I think those are going to be all the questions. We are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with Sumi and Team Solo Mid.
Hi, my name is Sumi, and I'm here with Team Solo Mid. They just had a defeat after competing with Team Epic Gaming, and they lost 1-2. But actually, the games were really exciting. There were kills all over the place, tons of CS. But I do have to ask, after your first victory, Team Epic Gamer changed up their team comp. How did that affect yours?
It's that Heimer. Like, he runs Ghost Flash middle. Who does that? Like, that's really passive, and he's like a girl, my brother. Okay, so anyways, so when I play against my brother, I like to kill him. No, like, really. And he Ghost Flashes away every single time, and I get really irritated. Like, the third game, me and RainMan chased after Heimer, like, 3 times and lost team fights 3 times just because of that. Because the turrets are so annoying, and it gets in your mind, like, you need to kill the Heimer when the better choice was, hey, stick next to Chaox and we're going to win. And that's what happened. We lost because we chased in. Pisses me off.
Why didn't you ban Heimer?
We're actually talking about, like, hey, Chaox, let's just ban Morgana Heimer. Like, that's what they're just going to beat us with that. Because we didn't know what to deal with, like, or how to deal with it because it's like a poke comp. And we're like, just ban what they use. And we're like banning Morgana, banning Caitlyn. Like, you can't play anything else besides Nocturne and Heimer. But we're like, oh, let's just ban Nocturne. They're probably not going to run Heimer again. And like, when they picked Heimer, we're like, oh man, this sucks.
All right, so you guys are actually going to go compete at IEM next week. So what can you take from this match against Epic Gamer and apply to your next competition?
The good thing is that I'm not going to be playing against Dan at IEM because he didn't make it, so can't get into my mind. So I mean, like, we're just gonna go there, do the typical thing, play our best, try our best, and practice.
All right, awesome. So you guys may have lost this match, but you guys still have the 3rd place match, still can win money. So what are you going to do right now to recover, because your match is pretty much right after this? What are you going to do to recover and, possibly take the win for 3rd place?
You know Scarra's shirt? You pick Caitlyn, you drop a trap, GG is gonna walk on the cupcake, and we're gonna win. That's pretty much it.
All right, so there's some confidence right here from Team Solo Mid. We are going to go ahead and go to a commercial break, and right after this, we'll have the finals between Team Dignitas and Team Epic Gamer.
What's up, guys? Rivington the Third back here at IPL3 Origins. We are on Bally's Casino, Bally's Casino and Resort. Amazing, awesome event they're putting on so far. I am joined here by Elementz of CLG and Tree Eskimo of V8. These guys have played over the weekend. Unfortunate outcomes for them, but they still played very strong in their matches. And CLG coming out 2-0 on their first day. Obviously, V8 not doing so much as well, or as well, I should say, but still playing very strong. A new team coming to light, and that's really awesome to see. And hopefully, we can see you guys in more tournaments and obviously doing a lot better because of the skill you guys do provide in the League of Legends community, and it's exactly what we want is more teams to come out in the professional league. So get your team together and get it ready for Season 2. So we're going to start off with a few questions here before we jump into the final matchup. That is going to start in a little bit, but we're going to go through this as the third and fourth match plays and allow you to know what happened in that. So coming into this final matchup, the games you guys have all seen this weekend and you've played in, what's the intensity around here at the casino?
I think intensity-wise,
you are mic'd.
I have one equipped, actually. Intensity-wise, I'd say it's about the same as any other tournament.
Okay.
People, generally the players like each other. I mean, me and Trey have got beef online. In real life, I have no problem with them. Like, that's what I mean. Like, everyone's super chill around here. Like, no one's like, oh, I hate those guys. Or, it's just everyone's relaxed. Come game time, win or lose, I'm going to go over, shake the guy's hand, and we're going to be buddies an hour later.
Right on, right on. How are you feeling, Tree Eskimo?
Yeah, I mean, the intensity was great, actually. Like, there was definitely a lot of pressure in our first game against EG, and a lot of people on my team, basically, they had never played in a tournament like this before. It's like the first major one they made it to, and they were really feeling it. The nerves definitely played an impact on the game. Every team had nerves. And, I mean, I'm sure going into the finals, these guys are going to have a ton of nerves. It's going to be how they deal with that. Like, it's totally different playing in a LAN than it is playing online.
Yeah,
that's for
definitely.
sure.
Yeah, it's something that Phreak and I have been talking about all weekend as well, and something I talked with some of the StarCraft players that are best from Korea. They're like, when we're in that booth, we're still good, but that good goes like this, and you play at this level of good, just despite all those nerves. So, coming into here, your first LAN event, obviously doing better in the next ones. A lot to learn from these, so that's awesome. Coming for the finals now, coming into the finals in this upcoming match, who do you guys feel has the upper hand? It's really been a lot of DIGNITAS. EPIK kind of just turned it around, though. Did that surprise you guys at all?
No, EG's always that team, though. EG's like, we don't practice, we don't do anything. Yet when it comes like time for tournament play, like we're still gonna like go in there, mess some stuff up. But at the same time, DIGNITAS has really stepped up their game. They were old Rock Solid.
Right.
And Rock Solid was like a third place team for a really long time, for like almost a year. And now I think they picked up 2 players, I think, and they just totally changed their whole team composition, and they're really good now. Like they really, as you can see, get stuff done. They have objectives. They make calls and it gets done. They really great communication that they have. I think is like their strongest suit is this. They communicate so well. Everything is precisely done. All their timers are perfect. Like we know their timers are coming up too, but they were already there. Everyone's already there. And
Yeah,
like,
their shift of the entire map was happening like 20 seconds before that.
They're
were
really
preparing.
well focused, and I think that's gonna come into play. And I'd probably say 2-1 over EG because they have that.
All right, Ian, same question.
Yeah, I would actually, a lot of the points that Elementz were making, very good. Like, DIGNITAS has been playing great lately. Like, I used to think that one of their support player, Locust, I used to think that guy, maybe not the greatest. Like, he's a pro player, he's very good. But, I mean, after watching his Sona that game, that ultimate on the Galio when he flashed in, I was like, there's like less than a quarter-second action time that you have to do that, to hit the Galio, and it canceled HotShot's ult immediately and won them the fight hardcore. And, I mean, plays like that, like, when you have the player that I thought was your weaker player doing a play like that, suddenly the whole team is just super strong. And on top of that, like, they were controlling Dragon great, but, like, overall, they've just made a great showing. But I think EG has actually done very similar. Like, they're playing with Vayne very well. They're protecting the Vayne. Westrice has made some crazy plays with Vayne. And from talking with the players, EG said that they're actually confident against DIGNITAS, like, through scrims and everything. So I'm starting to think that EG might actually take it 2-1. I think it's definitely going to be a close series, though.
All right, so coming in with both of these teams, DIGNITAS and EPIK Gamer, both having subs, it really hasn't seemed to affect them too much. They've been coming out on top. Are the subs I wouldn't say overlooked, because that means they aren't being looked at, but are they over-exaggerated? Is it just like they play with these players all the time? It's really not that big of a deal that they're in tournament with them? Is it causing them, to have to practice more, or is it really just something that fits in?
It really depends on who's who in a team, right? So it depends if they can jump into that role and just successfully go. Like when we took Voyboy in, that was kind of a new thing for us because we ran like a double bruiser instead of an AP and bruiser, and it turned out to work incredibly well. Like we just flowed. Like Voyboy just came in, and we're like, yeah, what's up? Like we've been playing with you for like years. Like that's what it felt like. And some guys really join teams like that.
Awesome.
But a lot of guys, sometimes they don't meld that well, and that can be making or breaking a team with a sub. But generally, yeah, we know these guys. Like we've known Crumbz forever. He's played with him in high elo, and he just jumped right in because he knows everybody, right? So it's easy to make that transition. But sometimes, not so easy, and that can, as I said, really make or break your team.
Right on. You feel the same way, Jessica?
Yeah. I mean, definitely, especially when you have subs who can play champions that are really powerful in the current meta. Like Anivia not being played nearly enough, and Crumbz' Anivia is like sick. It's one of his best champions. And same thing with LoCicero. Like Morgana super strong in this patch. Same thing, Ryze is really strong in this patch. And LoCicero's his two most played are Morgana and Ryze. Like he's all over the place with them. So when their main champions that they're playing on the solo queue ladder that they aren't with the teams are the champions that the teams want to be playing, it's a lot easier to sub in because you're like, yeah, I can play like the best champion right now. Yeah, it'd be useful for you guys to have me for that tournament.
Who are you guys looking for in each team coming up here you think is really going to shine through? We know we've seen Scarra from Dignitas doing a lot of things. Obviously, Westrice doing a lot for his team as well. Who do you think is really going to come out here? Is it going to be from the jungle? Are we going to see a lot of lane efficiency from either of these teams? Where do you think Dignitas would capitalize, and also EPIK is going to capitalize in the game if they happen?
I think Dignitas might capitalize on a sneaky Katarina. I know Scarra is like a very, very good Katarina, and I think that if he gets it, he can really clean up and make a win for their team.
Right on.
Yeah, for me, I wouldn't go with so much a specific pick as I think Dignitas is just going to try and capitalize on those dragons. They've been doing it all tournaments so far, and I think EPIK's going to go with the unconventional. Like that Heimer pick, that was really strong. That comp, I think they might actually go with the Heimer pick and do some kind of protection comp around Heimer, and that could be crazy to see again.
All right, guys, awesome. Thanks for the insight. Rivington the third here, joined by Elementz from CLG and Tree Eskimo of V8, guys, giving us a little bit of a panel talk. Not enough time for QA because we are going to give you the final match here in just a few minutes. We're going to cut to commercial, and we're going to be back with more League of Legends action here at IPL3 Origins.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. The League of Legends Grand Finals for IPL3 Origins. Coming up soon. We are on apparently the main stream. We're up in front of the C-Max. I'm waving my hands as though I'm there. Or it's over that way or something. But you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. You guys in the other crowd that can hopefully hear me. You guys are awesome. You guys at home, also, actually doubly awesome, I'm just going to say, just because I'm going to
joining us for the entire
alienate
weekend.
everyone in front of me who could beat me up. Yeah, thank you. You guys are triply awesome. That's what I meant. Yay! Everyone wins.
That's how it happens. All right.
Rivington is quadruply awesome.
Yes.
The third.
Triply awesome. Sorry, it's the third.
Oh, I guess.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Darn it.
So we are into our final match. Dignitas
Outplayed.
doing a great job this weekend. EPIK finally losing a game there. Had to be against Solo Mid. They got one loss, but they were able to come back with 2 consecutive. Dignitas without a loss on the weekend, I believe. So we are going to see if they can come up big on that.
Yep. So it is time to go, though. The players are ready to start. I said, let's go. So rock'em sock'em is what I'm going to say. And I think that's going to be the sign that they know
Classy.
that it's time. That it's time to play. Yeah. So apparently, yes, Scarra's like triple checking, and I actually misspelled the word yes because that's really hard to do on keyboards, I hear. And yes, now we go. We are into the game, and it is champion select. Dignitas Scarra, first pick, first ban for that team. Dignitas going to be blue team. EPIK going to be purple team, and Soraka the ban against EPIK because yeah, Nhat Nguyen, pretty good Soraka player. Instant ban. Zillion Yorick, EPIK's ban again. Let's see what they want to do.
Bans right here, definitely focused and targeted bans coming out.
I wonder if Talon's going to drop out here or not.
Not sure.
Because you know, Scarra played those assassins very, very well in the games prior with Talon and with Akali. So we'll see if they do much else here. Kog'Maw the ban out has been a very, very highly contended ranged DPS pick. Heimerdinger, that's the ban against EPIK. Yeah, well, you know what's going to happen. They're not going to make the same mistake.
Yeah, they said it on stage. They're like, yeah, it's probably going to happen.
Yeah, let's be fair. That's going to be an auto ban every time. But Lee Sin's still in the pool, and so are a couple of other champions. And Akali is banned out.
No Scarra there.
Talon is available there.
Talon's available, yep. Lee Sin is still available. All the top jugglers are still available. And Trundle.
I think they go for Trundle.
Poke game?
I'm surprised not Morgana first pick.
Poke game?
But Morgana's poke game too.
She is poke game, but we'll have to see what EPIK goes for. They haven't really been playing that style.
Let's see. A lot of interesting choices available here. Dyrus could take Singed. Could always have that available.
Definitely taking their time. I think they were thrown off by a Trundle first pick. They really want to get the champions that they can get while countering Dignitas, and obviously that's a given. But they don't want to choose something and give Dignitas the champion.
It's a good pick. I like the Caitlyn's a really good choice there. I'm also surprised that the Trundle pick because Jatt is actually known for the Udyr play that he has, but. Leaving that one in. Actually, I mean, it could still be a solo top Udyr from someone, but we have Morgana in still, and I would be surprised to not see her picked here. I think she fits into pretty much every comp you can imagine, and is a strong laner, and does a lot of other really good things. Locust could be taking that Sona. Yep, indeed it is. Soraka is out, so the only real sustaining support left between Sona and Taric. And of course, Taric, Caitlyn, rather scary lane. LoCicero could grab. I mean, I'm still going for that Morgana. Range DPS is available. It's Ezreal. Ezreal's a safe pick there against the possible Taric Caitlyn.
And grab that for Cutie Pie.
Yeah, and it's weird because they're sort of picking roles that aren't that contested. Like Trundle gets picked, he takes Doctor anyway, even though it's not going to be another jungle pick. Takes Caitlyn, grabs Ezreal fast anyway, and it is Kate Taric. First time we're seeing the fabulous Gem Knight make his way onto the fields of justice. And it is that Taric Kate bottom lane, very scary. It's going to be duoing up against Sona Ezreal most likely. And there is the Talon actually grabbed.
That's a lot of damage.
And that, I mean, that could be Westrice. They could actually, because Dyrus does play ranged AD, and they could have Westrice take, just because I think, like, because Westrice plays a lot of Akali, it seems like Talon is an obvious sort of segue for him. I don't know if, I mean, they're letting Dyrus play champions for the first time ever already today, so maybe he'll take Talon. I just actually don't know if Dyrus plays like assassins. He seems to play like more tanky guys.
This is true. This is true. If you weren't joining us last game, Dyrus went ahead and jungled Gangplank for pretty much the first time and got his build from solo mid. So as you said, solo mid beat themselves.
Yep, and again, the Sona pick, of course, is not a heavy babysitter. It's a sustained but not a clutch support like Soraka and Janna. Oh, LoCicero going to be on Pantheon. That'll be interesting.
Awesome.
And yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Pulling out all the stops.
But yeah, with Talon Nocturne, you can really dive onto someone. And
there's LoCicero.
But LoCicero plays. Well, I'm confused now. Because who's playing what? I guess Scarra.
Yeah, Scarra could play that. LoCicero's gonna get Rise. Obviously, there we go. All right,
Shen.
A little shift around.
All right, interesting. And that is still the Rise. That's gonna be Loci, and I guess it's gonna be Scarra on Shen seems likely. Vega, Urgot, or
Oh, trolling.
Trolling. All right, and Sion.
Wow, awesome.
Interesting.
That is a heavy stun team. Dazzle and Sion stun.
Dyrus solo top, Sion. Dinh jungling Nocturne. Nhat Nguyen, of course, the support. Crumbz is actually going to be the one who's taking Talon. Westrice on a similar pick there. So
they're going to be sending Talon
still. Yeah, Talon's a good mid.
Talon mid, yep.
Talon's actually a good mid. It's actually picked as a counter lane.
What? Scarra on right. Whoa,
no.
okay. Double switch. Scarra going top, so he's going to be verse, I believe. That's going to be Dyrus, yep. Be able to shield away most of that that gaze.
Talon Rise, I feel like that's in Rise's favor. That 1 second silence is going to come in. This Rise is going to be like, and burst combo. But we saw that earlier, though. We saw actually that Scarra versus... I think it was Curse, right? It was Dignitas Curse, where Scarra was solo top as Talon against the Curse player playing the Rise, and it actually went fine. Scarra actually managed to last it quite well. So we're not going to see if Crumbz can do that. I just do not know his prowess with Talon at all. I don't have a good handle on Crumbz as a player, so we'll see if he does well here. That's going to be very interesting. It's actually very, very melee heavy. The only ranged one here is Caitlyn. Whereas only double melee here for the blue team of Dignitas.
And one thing to really watch for right off the bat is when Dragon begins to spawn, and after that, Dignitas is going to be shifting in the entire map, and you'll start to see that right away. Mid starts to shift down, top lane will go to mid. They kind of hold that for a few seconds, but that's the prequel 20 seconds to when Dragon comes up. So they prepare for these situations to happen. We heard Elementz talking about that just a few seconds ago on the panel with me and Triaskimo, that their timing is absolutely ridiculous. In League of Legends, a game of seconds, that's really going to give you an advantage. 15 of those until we get into our final matchup, this best of 3 here. IPL3 Origins bringing you League of Legends on your Saturday and Sunday with amazing StarCraft matches in between all the way since Thursday. Just dishing out the amazing video game content for all of you at home and all of you that came and hang out with us.
You got it
Bally's
eventually.
Casino and Resort. Yeah, it's a mouthful. You just got to get the right ones out in the right order. So here we are. We can see now the summoner spells are out. We do have the teleports on the top lanes. Pretty regular there. We are going to have the junglers with Smite. Go figure.
Yeah, right.
It happens. Yeah. It happens.
Ignites in the solo
Your
mids.
supports have clairvoyance.
Exhausted the AD.
Crazy world.
Exactly mirrored summoner spells. And very interesting lives, though, here on both sides. The AoE ability here from EPIK is actually quite strong. You've got a big, heavy burst from Talon and from Taric and from Sion. Nocturne and Kate going to be throwing out that consistent AD. And they've got a little bit of assassin availability here. I mean, Sion can jump in there, can flash burst with the shield and the stun. Nocturne, of course, the ult. Talon as well, getting a lot of that in there. Westrice going to be pretty safe. I mean, no one can really dive Westrice that hard. Jatt can try, but he's going to take a net to the face. QtPie, actually pretty safe champion as well. So we're going to see if anyone actually is going to die here, because QtPie can play really safe, and LoCicero is going to build a little bit tanky, as Rise tends to do. So the assassin comp might not work all that well here. They've got a nice kind of beefy team here on the blue team.
Scarra is going to be able to focus a lot on just AD and building that, or building mitigation for that armor. But he's going to have to be very careful because that Nocturne ulti onto somebody is going to be complemented by Talon also doing his flash onto someone.
Yeah.
So if he can taunt into that group, grab both Nocturne and Talon, he can definitely stop a fight from happening. So Scarra is going to be looking to do that quite a bit, hopefully, and really save his team with that stand united into a quick taunt as a Shen would do.
But now that we are into the game, if you guys want to cheer for the blue team, for Dignitas, let me hear you guys in the crowd. Let me hear you at home. Give it up. And if you guys are cheering for EPIK Gamer, the purple team, spawned in the top right, at home or in person, let me hear you guys. Quite the bigger crowd for these guys.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what they can do. An amazing level 1 team here on EPIK side. If Dignitas tries to do anything, they will be crazy. There's so many stuns, the dazzle into the gaze from Dyrus, and they're just on such low cooldown, they'll be able to do it over and over again with the consistency if they can keep that fight going. Looks like they're going to mirror each other, either side of the jungle there, but it looks like they may go for the bushwhack on the bottom. And recently, people have not been filtering down to bottom from that top lane when they're or from the mid lane when they're assisting blue. They've been going all the way down to the base and around, because this is such a common thing to do now, is block off that path for the AD and the support as they go to their lane. 2 free easy kills.
Yes, indeed. And EPIK definitely being the invaders here. They're pinging up to the left-hand side. They want to catch someone. Sona is being smart.
She went all the way to base.
Yep, that's a smart way to do it. But you don't know where your opponents are. You do want to play like that. And they're waiting here. Will Ezreal take the wrong path? Nope, he will go the correct way and he will be safe. They could all flash the wall and kill him. They can clairvoyant the base. He actually cued the brush. Do you see that? Actually, or not the brush, but the fog of war. He's like, they might have all flashed up there. I mean, knowing Epic, they probably would do that. Like, let's be fair. They would all like flash right here and just be like, surprise! Kill Ezreal.
There it is, CV out. They do see that they're over there. It looks like they're going to steal the Wraiths. They're going to get all of them here. They should leave at least one. That's going to hurt them a little bit more because the Wraiths would respawn if they were to take them all. And it looks like they will. Go ahead and grab it. And they're going to go for red too. Oh, wow.
That's
already
smart.
starting the mind games on to Dignitas. Very well played by Epic. They're going to be able to do this without any opposition.
And Caitlyn with red's going to be a very scary lane. Kate Turk plus red buff. Dyrus going to recall, has his stun back up off of cooldown.
A little early word there from Nhat, but yeah. After they notice that the red is gone, that's a very smart play. They will be coming down for that early gank.
Okay, they're going to put that on down. You can see Trundle does have blue, going to finish off that camp. Dyrus does teleport back to the lane. He's going to be fighting against Scarra. We did see this earlier, actually, this sort of, we saw before a Lichbane Riley's Shen build. I forget if it was Scarra. I don't think it was. But we have seen interesting builds from Shen so far.
Yeah, going for that new AP ratio, or not new AP ratio, but the upped is really helping the Shen builds up. And a lot of people are playing him in these top level games. Quite a viable character now, and especially with his ultimate being global, it's just a great utility to have. We're going to see Talon, as we said, versus LoCicero in mid. That's Crumbz versus LoCicero. Just trying to trade some damage there. Nice job by both. Crumbz knew he was taking some damage, so he wanted to punch back. Looks like he has a little bit more health though, so in a face-to-face fight, if that Room Prism is too close after the Shun Po, if you will, onto LoCicero, it could be bad news bears for him.
Yep. So Dyrus holding top. He has an AP build so far. Over the Doors Ring has AP Quince, AP per level lose, but AD Sion is also a real thing, and he could go kind of hybridy or something. But I mean, Sion is a really good bruiser here if he wants to play him as you know, a singed type champion. Could work really well for him. Right now, though, just good juggling from Dinh, level 3.5. Jatt has already recalled, has blue buff, more potions and boots. I think Dinh, though, yeah, just barely 3, actually, not much XP above it. Jatt actually about a quarter of a level, so a little bit more XP here. Of course, the red buff has been stolen, and that's just super powerful. You can see the bottom lane. Kind of scary. Cutie Pie's taking some damage, and Westrice full health.
Yeah, and obviously by now, Westrice, or not Westrice, rather, it's going to be Jatt, knowing that Westrice grabbed his red. And he obviously went back to buy boots quite early, now going for the Wraith camp as that was taken as well. And he's kind of not in a terrible position, but a little farther behind than where he would like to be. We have Dinh heading back into the jungle. Looks like he's going to grab up on his buffs and do what he can to get out into the lane to gank. We usually have seen a little bit of action from the jungler by now in these games, but it looks like they're being pretty quiet on the home front, and they're just going to leave it up to the lanes to really get the push on and do the damage and put him in that position.
Dyrus meanwhile just killing these minions so incredibly fast. Has 2 points in that shield, is going to recall for items. Let's see what he has enough money for. Actually going to get pushed back, but he would otherwise have enough money, 700 gold for boots. And really not much else. What? Killing off minions. Oh, here comes Trundle. Jatt in there. Dyrus not in good shape. Will flash. Shield not going to come up because he stuns Jatt instead and gets out. So the flash has been burned. 3.5 minutes on that cooldown. Jatt's going to make his way out.
Very nice try there. Looks like Talon getting pretty aggressive, but he's kind of just hugging that line. You see a champion go horizontal to the other champion in lane. It usually means they're about to start attacking. You got to play very cautiously. You can see there aren't many minions there for Ryze, so that makes Crumbz a little more happy to be attacking at that point. He's not going to take as much damage from the minions, and he'll be able to get out really by the skin of his teeth if that fight were to go down, which is exactly what he wants.
Let's see, yep. Talon moving back and forth. Oh. Still okay. What's the ooh?
Oh, I just saw Jatt coming down, but it looks like Talon had already left that. Wow, they're coming up behind this one big time. Jatt is going to go from, or Crumbz rather, is going to go from the backside. They have pushed up all the way to the bush, and they have a ward in there, so they know exactly where they are. They're going to be able to get initiation on this. Somebody is at least getting dazzled. Tarek throwing it out, but he got a huge shift and flash in. Very nice job there, both staying alive. Ezreal forced to expend Flash and Arcane Shift to get out of that one, but it's exactly what he needed to do. That would have been first blood for sure.
Yeah, and Talon's gonna make his way back across the map towards mid. Well-timed jumps, but now there's no one in the lane for Dignitas, so this could be a really good push here for Epic if they wanted to sort of just auto-farm and kind of just shove the waves down. They could get onto that turret and do a couple hundred points damage. both of them making the return. No major items for either of these champions. Boots and a second Doran's Blade, the only grabs here.
Wow,
Crumbz getting hit pretty hard
Crumbz.
now by Cicero.
Yeah, Dinh making a little bit of an appearance in middle. Cicero was able to back off before taking damage. There's one, gets the fear, but he's able to break that. And looks like it's going to be a back by Crumbz. We'll see how much money he has and if he's even bought yet. Crumbz only with boots. Looks like he's going to pick up a Doran's Blade. That's going to really help him. And it looks like he's going to be building a Brutalizer right after that as he goes for the longsword. So he's really wanting that armor pen cooldowns early in the game. Like I said, you don't really need to build damage right away. If you can get the cooldowns first, you just do more damage.
Yep, well done here. Dyrus now level 6. Has a point in that ultimate. Scarra heading back on over. Yeah, that bottom lane pressure actually non-existent now as they both recalled, and now Cutie-Pie and Locust going to try to farm at their turret. Cutie-Pie missing a couple of last hits there. There we go, got some gold back. Level 5 now in Ezreal. It's pretty high up for a duo lane.
Oh, wow. Cicero taking about 250 health from a Q of Crumbz. That's definitely going to hurt, and he doesn't have much mana left. I don't believe he has a tier. He has not gone back yet. So he is really going to be hurting in lane for that mana regen right now. Talon's going to have a good push here, yep.
I don't think Crumbz can dive him. There's not enough damage output there. He's got 700 health. But doing some good damage there is Crumbz going to take down these minions. There's the rake coming out. And actually, yeah, Jatt takes over the waves, so he's going to make sure he gets all that gold. Or at least all the experience, maybe all the gold. Depends how well he lasts a turret. But Crumbz going to just crush down on these minions. Another rake comes out. Actually, some burst damage out. But he's got to be a little bit afraid. Jatt's getting low, but Crumbz might die to the turret. What?
Oh, wow.
That would have been a really bad first blood. that would have been Bigfatlp style, like dive the turret, get flung by Singed first blood.
What do you mean? Singing his friendship?
Yes. He hugged him and then dropped him behind him. Very close there.
Nhat and Westrice down bottom. That Taric and Caitlyn combo, absolutely just very scary. A dazzle into a trap, into the Q. It's really not much you can do. You're going to take about 600 damage right there, and not many people have 600 HP right now, especially Locust. He is sitting at 660, and that's going to be an ignite just to take him out right after. So pretty simple. We're going to see it is Dinh backing in the jungle. He has gone through and finished once again. Looks like Nhat is now going to the bottom part to start that up. He has Wraiths all the way down to his Golems in red, so that'll be nice. It is CV'd, though, and he just walked into that area. We'll have to see if anybody from EPIK starts to creep that way. Dragon is up. And I remember I said, watch Dignitas on their movement, but it doesn't look, oh, well, no, there goes LoCicero.
Yep, could be a dragon attempt. Certainly they do have...
setting up for dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Scarra does have, both teleport and his ultimate up, so they could really do this. He's going to push around Crumbz a little bit. Minions have taken some damage there. Who knows?
Looks like Nocturne may make his way out as well. He does have red buff, should be able to take that. Going for the white. Is that in range for him? Yes, it is, just in the outside of that pink. Very nice placement there.
Let's see the Cicero. Yep, because continuing the last hit, these minions doing a good job here. Of course, has a catalyst, but not a tier of the goddess, which is interesting. Slightly a different build there. Not rushing the tier, instead going for the sustain. Sion at the top has another point in that stun, so going full AP Sion, 3 Doran's rings now. Pretty good amount of AP on him. That shield hitting for 327, not even maxed yet. The stun for about 200 as well, so really heavy burst damage here from Dyrus. Could be extremely powerful. We've not seen Sion be played, I think, yet in this tournament.
Nope. We have not. This is also our first Shen, and I believe Taric, nobody really brought him out into the gameplay, so we'll see, you know, if it proves useful. His ulti been upped a little bit, also really helping out AP and not just AD now. So he is definitely going to help, especially Caitlyn, Talon, actually everybody. They have so much AD, and then the AP for Dyrus. So it's a great team comp, very complementary in the team fight. And now that Taric can do his own damage as well with that ulti, there's going to be a lot of front-end bursts coming out there. And we see a little bit of an invasion here. It looks like Jatt kind of going over to push up that the blue. Couldn't really get to it, though. The CV was down, not enough abilities to grab it. Oh, they fired off. Ezreal ulti just going a little too slow to get there. And it looks like they could have a tussle for Dragon here. They're kind of hovering around it somewhat. EPIK has at least 2 members by that blue still. One is actually back, so it looks like they're just going to go to their lanes and continue that lane phase.
Dyrus still going to farm up. He's got, might have enough AP to actually one-shot. The range minions does, in fact, have that. So he's making Scarra less than a turret, which is a really good power there. But Scarra, 78 minions to Dyrus's 89. Not that far behind. He's going to probably do a good job here still. You can see him rushing Riley's Crystal Scepter has the Giant's Belt already. The Gold Pretend coming in from the Heart of Gold as well. See Westrice making his way up. The team is looking like, yep, they're going to go for it. He's been clairvoyant, but they have a good position here.
Yeah. Looks like they could have it. They do have a teleport coming in from their teammate. There is Dyrus as he comes in, and they're going to be able to take this out nice and quick. I don't think they know that Dyrus is there, and he is about to walk into a 5-man fight here. Cicero absolutely going down the dazzles, and the gaze from Sion able to take him down. First blood goes to Dinh, and that is going to be very nice for the jungler.
Yep, Epic did burn 2 flashes trying to chase down over the cliff onto Ezreal and onto Trundle. That did not amount to anything, but they did get that first blood. They did get the dragon. Very, very well played. Good start to Epic.
That was great. You know, Cicero goes in thinking that, you know, Sion may have back, but no, he walked into the Fog of War to teleport down bottom, and he walked into what was, he thought, possibly going to be his teammates helping him in a 3v fight, but it was a 5v1. And Dyrus now back up to his lane to keep soaking up that XP. Really doing a good job for himself and holding that lane. Scarra is going to back and buy some items. Going to see what he gets real quick. Looks like he actually just bought a life belt. That's going to be great for him. A little bit of regen, regrowth pendant as well.
Oh,
very
so
nice.
Warmogs?
Yes, it looks like it.
Shen. I mean,
at Mongshen.
I can see it. All right, let's see. The damage output coming around, killing off these minions. Dyrus just auto farming. Must love this game. All he does is stay top, kill minions all day. Sounds like my kind of play style.
But then you got to zoom in and focus on the person.
Yeah, then I have to like auto lock as well. So now I'm playing like Dyrus, guys. I got this. Observe it. This is actually Dyrus' point of view. Exactly. Actually, he plays with auto follow.
Good damage on the bottom turret from Westrice. He was able to get a few hits onto that. Wasting a good amount of his mana here. Looks like PewDiePie coming in for a few auto attacks, but really just looking for his last hits. That CV is out in the bush. We'll go to mid here. It looks like Nocturne's trying to creep up. No, he just backed. What is Trundle doing? Only placing wards. No jungle invasion there. Nocturne shielding off, I believe, on the Rune Prism. No, he caught him. It could be Nocturne going down, but they did not get the pillar up in time. He is taking a good amount of damage. An ulti from both. Nocturne left with about 210 HP after that fight.
23 health after getting hit by Ezreal. Nice shot by PewDiePie.
Great.
Almost.
Great barrage. All the way from bottom lane.
That was a nice shot. 100% nice shot.
Looks like we're going to have LoCicero backing for, I believe, one of the first times. No, he did get himself a catalyst before. He just got his Tear of the Goddess, though, and that's going to make Ryze a really beefy character. Beefy in the form that he's going to be able to do a lot of damage as he casts his abilities and gains more mana.
Yep, Crumbz jumping in on Jatt again. Some good harassment damage here. Staying alive, but getting hit pretty hard by that Rabid Bite.
That bleed is deceiving. It'll definitely take a good amount of damage away if you get hit by it. You're going to stand there in the fight and still take auto attacks, especially with red buff. It's going to decrease your health quite a bit. He doesn't have it, but in the situation, it would. You're going to see Sion placing a ward. Very nice job. Dignitas continuing to keep their warding up as well. We can see one over by the Wraiths, as well as down in that bottom, keeping that bottom lane safe for farming if they would like to push out a little bit. They did get a dazzle onto PewDiePie, and he does take a pilt over Peacemaker from Westrice. Not too much damage yet, though. Still looking to get a few more on that.
Indeed, so they're going to keep up on this one. A little bit of damage going off on both sides. Miguel is going to get hit again. The Q is down, though. The trap goes in. And wow, the push in from Ezreal going to be a little bit scary. He will dodge that. It's close.
Oh, Talon coming down from the back bush, but they have a ward there. Oh, he chooses to go up. He is not going to try to get him. He did not like the situation. Sona, I believe, with Crescendo, and that probably played through his head pretty quickly as you noticed they were backing up. Great choice there by Talon. Crumbz is going to go back into mid, fight off against LoCicero, and top lane farmed out still. Let's go ahead and check. We got 118 on Shen, 130 on Dyrus. You know, that's a given. Dyrus has a shield. He's just going to be able to explode minion waves with that. So really, Scarra is not too far behind.
Yeah, that's very true. He's only 10 minions down. That's really not a big deal. He's still last hitting. Of course, he has enough health regen that he's just kind of last hitting against those waves and, you know, getting his health back. He's actually tanking them. But of course, Dyrus still trying to push in. Has that shield primed. Going to push Scarra down again, trying to get these minions a little bit lower. Wants to last hit them with the shield blow up, and gets a nice amount of gold for that.
Nocturne making his way through the jungle. Looks like he could, no, going for blue, actually just spawned. Very nice timing there by Dinh. We do see that Jatt is down at his base. He actually just picked up his Wriggles, I believe, and a ward that he had from before, or just another ward so he can do a quick two-place and really give his team the assistance that they need with those wards. In the early game, it's really big. You know, if you can get that 2v1 situation, people don't have that much armor or magic resist yet, so those kills come a lot easier.
Dyrus definitely going to scare Scarra a little bit. Did stutter out of that recall. He's going to go ahead and fall back. He's going to miss an entire minion wave of experience, which means Dyrus is going to shove in on this turret, and it could be really, really good for him. He's going to go for it. And he's going to back off. He's actually very afraid, doesn't want to get caught. He has some ward coverage, though. I'm surprised he's not playing more aggressively.
Yeah. He probably could have taken a few more hits onto that with the minions at least being 2 there. One took 2 shots and then the other. But, you know, he's got a big minion wave right here, and it's clear past the minion wave that has just spawned from Dignitas' base. So there goes possibly the first turret of the game. Actually, he's attacking quite slow. But, yeah, he will get it. Caster minions really helping him out there. And there it is, the first turret of the game. 150 global gold for the team.
Nice, yep.
Very nice job top lane. Dyrus winning his lane so far, and really going to help out his team there. A lot of people going to be able to finish some items now.
And there's the gank in on LoCicero, and they both jump in. He's taking a lot of damage. He's been feared, but he flashes out immediately after the fear and the silence ends. They actually stacked up a little bit there. The silence was lasting 1 second. The fear, not much longer than that. You can see it's, yeah, 1.5. And they got some good damage, but you can see he's already recalled. He's got no armor or MR just yet. He finally finishes Mercury Treads, but just has Tear and Catalyst. Another Sapphire Crystal, so he's not... he's probably going for a Glacial Shroud now, and the first item of that, of course, is a Sapphire Crystal, but still, no armor on him. It's going to be a little bit dangerous, being that squishy.
Yeah, you can see as that placement, as we said before in the earlier game, Locust playing that ward quite far out to make sure Nocturne can't ulti any closer than that. So a very nice placement there by Locust again. And we're going to see they're kind of baiting this. They're trying to go in. The ward is down. They don't have an Oracles. Does Sona have a pink? No, she does not, laying out that one. And it looks like they will kind of contest this a little bit. The pillar goes up. Kind of a little bit of vision there. Let's see what they can do. Are they going to go for it? The CV is down. The teleport is coming in, and that is from EPIK. Here comes Dyrus coming in. The shield has not been primed yet. There it is. Priming the shield up. Looking for Sona. So much damage from the gaze, and he is almost taken him out. The Piltover Peacemaker just making Sona, but she is taken out by the hands of Talon. Very nice job there by Scarra. They are just taking everybody out right now. 3 have dropped for Dignitas, and it looks like they have only lost 2. Scarra could go down here. He continues to go into the fight. Rise taking down Caitlyn. His Scion turns around, dropping Shen. It looks like LoCicero will also go down, and we will have a team ace 18 minutes into the game. A little bit of a Baron fight right there, or Dragon fight rather, and it really came out in favor as EPIK Dyrus coming down on the teleport was able to get his gaze off that, I believe, the Q. Let me get the first part of that because I want to say it. Cryptic gaze, and during the crescendo, that was flying through the air and hit Sona. That was the absolute burst damage that she took. Very nice job on Talon to look to the side, just throw out a quick rake and take that kill. They did a very nice job of shutting that down, even though they were all within the crescendo.
Yeah, that was super, super close. I'm surprised it went so well for EPIK because right off the bat, Dan got bursted. His face just dropped away. And then,
wow,
that's
Scarra
a shame.
trying to find one. Will he be able to get it? Crumbz is forced to ulti, and Dinh also forced to ulti to save his teammate and block the vision of, that was Talon. Or, Shen rather, Scarra.
There's an Ezreal. It didn't hit anything though, but I saw it. And it almost killed someone. Okay, we're good, we're good. Dinh, in the middle of 4 champions though, has to be afraid. They are gonna get a turret out of this. This is really good for Dignitas. Yeah, they lost the Dragon last team fight. Hey, turrets are worth a lot too. And they've equalized that 1-to-1 on turrets. Only 4,000 gold the difference. They can come back from this. 6-3 on kills.
Dinh taking a little bit of damage there from QtPie. Pretty good build. That Sheen and the BF sword really gonna put out some damage on that next auto attack. The Sheen's gonna proc that double damage for him. Let's see what they can put out here. Nocturne clearing out his wraiths. He's gonna make sure he heads, probably placing a ward. Yep, placing a ward right there, making sure there will be no jungle invasion from that side. That's more of a counter ward rather than a ward they would really want to act on for a fight. However, it obviously plays in both ways. We're gonna see Scion returning to his lane. Dyrus heading back top. Now has blue, able to put that shield and just cryptic gaze up as much as possible. Still warding that top. Looking at the wards being carried, as I've said before, Dignitas always carrying a bunch of wards. 2, 4, there is 7, 8 wards right now to the 1, 2, and they still have 5 wards on EPIK's side. So again, everybody contributing, and it's helping out immensely for both teams.
Okay, and a quick update. Apparently I was told that the guys in CMAX were not here, or the game wasn't live for them at the beginning, so they didn't hear the beginning of this game. But for those who are wondering, this is, of course, the grand finals of the League of Legends tournament. Both these teams have come through and fought a lot of enemies to get there, but Dignitas blue team, you can see the lineup here on the left-hand side of the screen. Shen, Rise, Sona, Trundle, and Ezreal. That is the Dignitas lineup. EPIK Gamer taken on with Caitlyn, Scion, Nocturne, Talon, and Taric. You can see these guys come on through. This is the first game of the series. EPIK came off of a very, very nail-biting 2-1 victory over Team Solo Mid, the last game being a full hour long, 59.5 minutes. Dignitas, meanwhile, had actually 2-0'd Counterlogic Gaming to get here. And they are kind of believed to be the favorite coming in. Both these teams have been very, very strong throughout this tournament. EPIK the only one to actually lose a map so far. You know, again, that 2-1 win over TSM, but right now EPIK seems to be in the lead, 5,000 gold up. They've got the kills, they've got the dragons. Turret's slightly in their favor as well.
Taking another turret right there. Sion still very aggressive in his lane push, but you can see EPIK with very nice ward vision in the middle of the river. 1, 2, all the way up the river, so Sion knows from that maximum point that somebody is going to be coming towards him. There's the Nocturne ulti going down. They do have vision, and that's the ward. I said probably wouldn't be an initiator, but it did come out to be one. Dinh trying to use his ulti. That is now down again. Unfortunate there. Nice try on the Cicero. That would have been awesome to take down and grab that blue buff. That's really what they were focused on. And we're going to see Jatt coming back now with the Cicero to give him a little help in mid. Can't really go turret 1-on-4, so he's going to need some help there, especially from that pillar to really help to get that lane pushed again.
Yeah, the team is coming by. Warmogs has been finished on Shen. He is stacking that up as best he can. Ezreal comes out, crushes a lot of minions actually. A lot of damage coming out from that. Has the BF, so a lot of pain coming out. Traps are down. Jatt just takes them both. Says, I don't want my team to take trap damage. It's cool. I'll take them. We'll be all right. Kit comes out. Jatt, again, taking it for the team. Doesn't care too much. Getting those heals from Sona.
Looks like they're all just kind of meandering around mid right now. This is really good by EPIK. You know, they all know that they have the items that they need. They've gotten a few turrets up. They've been able to purchase those items. So they all went mid. Yeah, the bottom lane and the top lane are actually being fought by Shen and another. But with that focus in mid, it actually had to pull Dignitas to that area because they couldn't just guard it with those two people against the 4. So really good mind games being played by EPIK right now. They know exactly when they can push, put all 5 in mid, and pretty much orchestrate where they want Dignitas to go.
And we're just going to go through the builds real quick. Actually, I want to look at the Shen real fast because his passive damage from bonus health 140. So he's actually going to do 215 damage on his passive. And yeah, that's pretty painful. Every 8 seconds he deals a bunch of bonus damage. If you hit him, it refreshes faster. So if he taunts the team, he's going to get 2 bursts off, 400 damage plus his base damage. And he looks like he's going for either a Frozen Mallet or a Trinity Force, I'm hoping. And he's going to be pretty painful when he does that, so that could be interesting.
Heading back down, let's see where the junglers are right now. It looks like Jatt is coming out of his base. He does have red buff. A pretty good item build right there. It looks like, what is that?
What's Jatt doing?
It looks like he's just kind of combining items right now. He does have an official item to go for, but it could really be anything for him at this time. Maybe an Aegis?
This build, so it's partial Aegis and it's partial Spirit Visage.
All right,
like,
okay.
Kindle Gem plus MR
Kindle
is,
Gem, yeah.
is that, but...
I saw that, yeah, the Ruby Crystal, no mail though. I knew he built Aegis last game that he played with Trundle. So.
Yeah, it's just a good item. Aegis super underrated. I see a lot of teams not get it recently, but a lot of these guys are getting it, and it's such a smart choice.
So it looks like they have a good amount of their stuns / CCs in one area here. They are keeping Caitlyn with Taric. That's such a great advantage to have the Dazzle trap right there. Everybody loves Cupcake, so they're definitely going to pick it up. Crumbz now in mid, getting that rake on. Takes down the Siege, doing a lot of damage, just wiping that minion wave out. We are pretty far into this game now. 25 minutes. Everybody's... Oh, wow. Actually, I'm just looking at Crumbz. He's level 15. Who else? And 16. Yeah, wow. And they only have Shen on 15 on the other side. So right now they're definitely out-leveling Dignitas. That's a few dragons right there. And these turrets being taken down. Dyrus coming in again. And this is how every fight has been initiated so far. Dyrus on the teleport in. Can he get the Cryptic Gaze off and hit? The Ezreal ulti coming out a little bit early, only hitting 2. Crescendo goes down. Can Dinh make it out alive? No, he's forced into the bush and he goes down. 1 down for EPIK now in this fight. 5v4 is the situation. And it just looks like Dignitas has full control over the view right now. They are in the bush, but EPIK still taking a lot of damage. They are thinking they are breaking line of sight, but it is not the case. Rise onto Caitlyn, but not before she can take down Trundle, and it is a great Cryptic Gaze and Shield Blast coming out of the hands of Sion right there. A huge fight, continuing to go back and forth. Can he get the last hit on Sion?
The shield's too big!
To stay in it. The shield is just too much. He gets stunned up by the Dazzle, and he gets taken down. EPIK turns that one around into their favor, and really Dignitas stayed alive for what was too long in there if EPIK were really just to win the fight like that. They gave him too much chance, but it was a very nice job. They picked up a lot of crucial kills there, and Caitlyn was able to clean up a good amount before she died as well. So
yeah, that was super close. And now they know that the dragon is coming up. Dan is on his way down. He has not yet finished his Warbugs, but really wants to. It's going to help him a lot in these fights. He picks up a good number of assists. That's going to stack that really quickly. Going for it. Dyrus has the burst damage, but he's going to back off now. He's very, very low. Wants to be afraid, or should be afraid.
Dyrus on that less than it. I just looked at it right now, and it's 25 minutes, but he has a Rabidons, and I'm sure he's had that for longer, or a few minutes earlier. Yeah, so that is huge potential, as well as that level 17, just doing so much damage. You're going to have a lot more abilities being built up and snowballed by level. Huge ulti coming in. True Shot Barrage just swiping through Dan. We got the taunt into the pillar. Very nice job. Team composition right there. That's how you do it. Pillar up right into the taunt. Very nice job between Scarra and Jatt, the rest of the team, to clean up that kill. And we are going to see full control over this blue buff. They take that out, possibly, and giving it to LoCicero. That's really where it should go. That blue buff required. Great donation. Clear up that. And denying resources. Great job. They really need to come out in this next fight, though. They are down by 7,000 gold. And I definitely just heard Azonia's?
Yeah, Dyrus Zonia's to pull aggro away from the lizards so that Crumbz can take it. I'm not saying it was the right choice, but it is a very Dyrus choice. #1 troll of all players. Oh dear. But yeah, so I mean, Dyrus is just too hilarious to watch. He's 5-0, 6 assists. But yeah, anyway, that fight earlier though, they got the dragon. It was an epic smite battle, and Dinh did win it against Jatt, so well played there. But for getting dragon, they lost a champion and they lost golem. And I think both those are things they could have avoided by not aggressing dragon too hard. And it's close. I don't know which one's necessarily better. If Dignitas capitalizes off that blue, you know, if they get a lot done because of Rise, and actually what's going to go to Shen here, you know, if that denial and steal of blue is going to give them a fight, then it's going to be worth it, because one more kill and it's for sure they're in better shape. But the dragon is better than a single champion kill, so they have to capitalize for it to be a better trade.
Dyrus looking to make it at least a little bit of a move here. They're saying, let's do this. They do have a ward, however, in position. They're actually on top of each other from both teams there, so they have great vision of that area. Looks like a few people in mid. Tarek's going to go down and meet up with Caitlyn down there, try to get some frags down. Can they make it happen? Yeah, I said it. I had to.
All right. Well, Crumbz does have Last Whisper plus Brutalizer plus Hex Drinker. A lot of AD there. You can see he's at 219. Probably wants a Bloodthirst for the next draw. He already has the Lifesteal from the Vampiric Scepter. So he's, you know, some amount of gold away. He's got 709 only, so he's quite a while from getting that Bloodthirster.
Shen pushed out pretty far now. Not really worried about it. Really quite tanky, and he's just going to be able to taunt out of anything that comes at him. Looks like they could be pushing up a little bit here. Dinh is going to grab his Wraiths. They are kind of just moving and milling around in mid. Not too much action has happened within the past few minutes. Everybody's just gathering resources, making sure the buffs are taken so the other team can't invade and do that, which we actually just saw Dignitas do to the blue. However, they were able to pick up their red, giving that to Crumbz, playing very well right now. Does have his Brutalizer, does have that Hex Drinker. That's really going to help him out, most likely with Rise as he gets down to that low health, trying to get away from the machine gun caster. And Rise can just keep putting that damage on you. That Hex Drinker is going to give him a shield for magic resistance as he's about to die. So great build there, and thinking about the other team as well.
Yeah, I'm just going through the items right now. Oh, there's a Caitlyn who's taking damage. That's what I get for looking at builds. Caitlyn's going to be not in great shape here. PewDiePie tosses a Q out. Caitlyn keep the turret alive. Looks like they will be okay. Those through on Locust again.
Well, they got 3 coming around this. They do not have a ward in there. He's standing right next to the wall. Will they initiate on that? PewDiePie is just going to wait, but I don't think he's going to like the situation when they see these come in. No, they right for Westrice. Very nice job. Dinh tries to cut out the vision, but he does not use his ultimate to get onto PewDiePie. His Arcane Shift was down. I believe he does have Flash. And we see here the crescendo going out onto Talon. Talon could go down here. He does not. The Ignite wears off, and yes, he does. With the final attack, but Dyrus teleports in once again. The shield is on, and this could be a very good fight for EPIK, even though it is a 3v2 situation. Very good flash there. Here comes Nhat coming in. The Dazzle and the Cryptic Gaze could shut anybody down in this situation. They're just too far behind. Dinh doing a little too much. A few damage here and there. Looks like that fight will not result in any more deaths, and they're only going to lose Talon out of that one. Very nice job. Caitlyn was taken down up top before that happened, so very nice, you know, positioning right there. A calm attack. Shen stood there, and PewDiePie just waited perfect just to go right after Caitlyn when they focused onto him.
Very well played in this game so far. A lot of burst damage. That kill on Caitlyn was just freaking amazing coordination. Cutie just getting stepped up, has a Bloodthirster, 40 stacks there, going for the Trinity Force, makes me happy, and Dyrus can head towards the top. Looks like that could be a Banshee's Veil, is the likely pickup off that Catalyst. Let's see, what does the Warmog stack? It's about a quarter of the way up. It's not too bad.
Oh, Atmos Shen, you were right.
Indeed, he's going to do a lot of damage here. Let's see what he's got.
So it looks like Caitlyn trying to get some fast damage down, not going for the Infinity Edge. She's going to go for the Bloodthirster and really rely on that headshot proc on the 7th shot. Also going for the Zeal, really getting a lot of more damage out of that attack speed, just like cooldowns for a mage, really helping them out. Throwing out the taunts. Let's see what they can do about this.
Apparently you belong in a museum.
Apparently.
I don't know if you're aware, but a museum is where you belong.
There we go. Good shots. Jatt, or Westrice rather, trying to get that poke damage down. Dyrus with the shield on, not really taking any damage. It didn't even affect him on that spell flux coming out of the hands of Rise. It looks like they will be able to clear this wave and they will not initiate. Dragon should be coming up soon, and EPIK really has this timing down.
Indeed, they're going to move on over. Oh, wow. They're really going to get Dragon this quickly. They got nice ward coverage. A minion gets a turret kill.
Wow. Oh, yeah, Shen's up there.
Shield full tanks and overload. Israel poking, Caitlyn goes off, and they're going to jump out of Cutie Pie. It's pretty crazy, but they're going to go for it. Locust immediately drops down. Dyrus still chasing in. Loci's going to get the Shen ult, and he's going to take a bit of damage, but here's Shen with a great taunt on like 4 champions. And the thing is, Dyrus, high cooldowns, can't really do anything to Jatt, but there is Crumbz, and that is a very, very dead person right there. Shen Rise make it out, but it's still 5 versus 3, and they're going to steal red. Nice job there. Dragon is up as well. Very quick kill. Looks like Kate got that one, and she's nice and farmed.
Yeah, really great pressure, especially Crumbz being able to do and save his skills for that exact moment. I mean, you can just get into the fight and want to have to shun pull onto somebody, but really he waited until that was going to be a kill for him, and that gets him closer to that next, which was Ezreal, but it's really no use to chase Ezreal. He's an escape artist. So they had to turn around on that. They were able to pick up a kill there, a little bit of extra money, global gold on this Dragon, especially the experience if you're surrounding it, and it's going to be really good for them here as they start to finish a lot of items. Sion finished Rabadons, the Warmogs on Nocturne. Hex Drinker, not really a huge full item, but he does have a Last Whisper and a Brutalizer, so that's going to be some pain right there.
Yeah, really good job. Loci's going to take this blue buff, going to do all right with that one. We can see the scoreboard. No one's really dead weight on either team, honestly. I mean, certainly Dyrus 5-0 and 8 doing some good work. Talon 4-2 and 8 has a lot of kills as well, but everyone's sort of holding their own, trying to do the best they can. We do have Shirley's Reverie already finished on Locust. That's a really big deal. Meanwhile, we see Tarek has not finished any. Actually, no, he's got Aegis, so that's really huge. These teams really do love getting their Aegis filled. Jatt actually has not done that, but went for another Shirley's Reverie. We saw the extra kill gem picked up, so you know we saw the Spirit Visage was the grab. The other health crystal was to finish a Shirley's Reverie. He got another Kindle gem out of it, and so he's got very, very low cooldowns. You can see, actually, where is he? He might be close to maxed on that. I'm trying to look at. I mean, 15 right here on Shirelia's, 10 on Spirit Visage, so 25% off the cooldowns is pretty nice.
Moving through the jungle together, Dyrus come out strong here. Oh, very nice job. The ward placement really helping out Jatt there to just throw up a pillar and stop what would have been a series of dazzles and cryptic gazes from Dyrus and Nhat. So we're going to see if they can continue to push here. Dyrus still going around the outside. He's going to push bottom lane, do what he can. See if he can farm that up and push it down to the turret. That'll be very helpful to get this split push going. EPIK really has a good control over the map right now, and Dignitas they need to start placing their wards. They have 9 wards, or 8 wards rather, right now, and it looks like Dinh gets caught off guard and he gets taken down quite quickly there. Rise able to take him out in the end. It looks like Caitlyn is going to have to caliber Nhat out. 2 flashes have been used there, and they will just throw down a trap, turn around, the pillar goes down. Very nice job in the arcane shift, the X damage being done that forces them back. They won't be able to guard this turret as much, but wait a minute, are they going to go for the Baron?
Oh, this is quite the comeback if they get it. They've got to be a little bit careful. It is a 5 versus 4. Baron will help them as well.
Wriggles, Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, they have the damage. They can get this down. They have Sona to kind of throw out some heals. They don't like the pressure they're being given right now. Smart move to back off of that.
Scarra.
And Talon getting caught off, but does he live? He gets a shield. Oh, almost. That Hex Drinker almost keeping him alive, but they just wanted him too bad. Dignitas too hungry for that kill, and they want this Baron even more. Let's see if they can get it. They can still be thwarted here. A Dazzle and a Cryptic Gaze can really shut this down. They have vision from that pillar. It's going to help them. They just took down the ward, so that they will not have vision. There it is. Going in, though. He's going to go for the shield blast. Will it go off? No, they killed his shield, going for Zonia's, and it looks like they will be taken down. Most of the damage has been thwarted by EPIK here, or from EPIK, I should say. Dignitas is just going to have their way right now with this fight. Turn around and grab Baron. Nhat runs right into the Pillar of Filth, not enjoying that situation one bit. And it looks like Westrice back up with Dinh. If they can get like a CV, oh, they don't even have their CV up. I was going to say the ulti from Nocturne could come in. They're shutting down vision, but they also don't have vision of that area. Yes, they do now. Jatt trying to take that ward out. Very nice job there. They can't do it. Trying the Dustbringer, doesn't take it out. No, he did not. I thought he actually stole it, but it was Shen teleporting to, or taunting him through the wall. Very nice job there by Dignitas to stay true on that Baron, winning 2 fights to get back to it, and then coming out with Baron on top, global gold, as well as experience and the Baron buff.
Yep, they brought that right back in. It was a couple of things happened there. It was, the early kill on Dan. They kind of jumped him. He stayed on that turret right here, and he got caught, and he died right there. Just barely. LoCicero doing enough damage to pick him down. And then as they went for Baron, they pushed back and forth, and Crumbz went for Rise again on LoCicero right here. Flashed over the wall. Hextrigger went on. Was not quite enough. And they got another kill that way. And then it was like, okay, well now it's 5v3. Like, this is probably the easiest Baron of our lives. And you know, it was close by EPIK. I think maybe Dyrus didn't break his shield quite in time. He tried, of course, and didn't quite deal the damage. It was close. We saw Locust get pretty low, but it just was not quite enough. And a great job of Dignitas to stay composed. You know, Baron's hitting them the entire time. They're getting harassed by the enemy team. They're saying, okay, well, who's going to take damage? We're going to be okay. Let's keep on this. Let's be coordinated. Let's be safe. And they managed to take it. They got 4 kills or so in a row, and they took the Baron. It's just huge. It's huge for them.
Yeah, it really is. You don't want to lose that much if you're trying to contest the Baron. Really, it's just to deter the other team from doing it. It looks like we will have Scarra pushing down here on bottom. He's going to utilize this Baron buff. But I think Dyrus and Dinh coming down. We're going to see Scarra start to back up here. Pretty good push in mid. They have 3 members of Dignitas pushing forward. Looks like they're going to go do some ward clearing. Locust will stick with Cicero. Oh, no. They are placing wards in ward clearing. Wow. Multitasking.
Indeed. Looks like now the item build for Dyrus is going to be Lich Bait. He's got the Sheen so far. That's pretty much Trinity Force. It counts. Dinh has his Warmogs, has a lot of MR now. He's finally itemized for tankiness, 160 armor, 190 magic resist. Atmos might be the next pickup now as he's kind of filled up his slots. And then he's going to go from there. Cleanse Sash and Force of Nature likely pickups afterwards.
Really? Scarra's going to go down and contest here? Probably. No, he will not. He's going to turn around. He's going to go farm the minion wave. Yeah, you did see, Dyrus did see him coming down from the wards. It looks like they may be able to pinch Ezreal here. Goes down. He does have No, he switches on to Jatt. And it looks like they will be able to get this one. They're not going to try to close that CV down. They can still see where they are. They have broken line of sight in the bush just outside of CV. Now, an ultimate not really wasted. They did push him off of that lane, and they will be able to be a little bit safer in their pushing as well. Yep.
They burned his flash as well. They blew 2 ults for that, but the cooldowns aren't that bad. Dan's only 73 seconds still left. Westrice is even shorter at 40. So that's actually not too bad. Jatt's going to wait another 3.5 minutes to get his. So they've got a nice little window there without one of the melees having that flash.
Scary, scary Talon. Now with a Bloodthirster, that Blast Whisper, and a Brutalizer. The cooldowns really being helped out there. Definitely going for Merc Tread so he can get in and out of the fight easy with that Tenacity ability. It allows you to break CC a little bit easier. And we are going to have to see Dinh here. And he's just going to hang out in the bush. I think his blue is going to spawn anytime soon. And maybe waiting for Sion to get pushed, possibly. Nah, he's just going to hang out and wait for Sion to get pushed. So they are actually getting pushed into their jungle. So maybe Dignitas knows that this the blue may actually come up for them. They're going way past the turrets, really overextending in this. Feel safe with Baron. I mean, if they can make it happen, they can make it happen. PewDiePie going for the Essence Flux onto his team. That's going to give them increased attack speed. Not that they needed it at that point in time, but he's just helping out. Why not?
Yeah, LoCicero actually in really good state. Has the Spell Vent book as well. Nice and tanky. No Void Staff yet, but that's fine. He's got True the Goddess. A lot of damage out, but you can see plus 318 on his Overload from his mana bar. That is nice and heavy.
Oh, wow.
And a Red Steel.
As I look around, we almost have 3 level 18s on EPIK. We still have a level 15 on Locust side. The lowest for EPIK is going to be Nhat at 13, actually. So they have to be very careful with that. They do have a lot of the high characters, but if they can focus down that Taric, not that you really want to in the beginning, he will actually take quite a bit of damage. He doesn't have that much defense on him. He does have the Aegis and the Heart of Gold for a little bit of HP, but he could get bursted down quite quickly and shut down the heal for his team.
Yeah, Crumbz stacking his Bloodthirster, has it at the 36 stacks, so he's close to filling it. Kills some more minions. Westrice actually stealing them from him. Actually misses the last hit anyway, so shame on you. Dyrus can recall. Does he have enough money for the Lich Bane? That's going to be actually a big deal if he can get it. 2,000 gold, that I think it's like 2,200 to finish Lich Bane, so no, he doesn't have enough money to finish Lich Bane. That's going to make me sad. He could sell the Doran's Ring for it, so that would be worth it in my opinion. Give him some extra move speed, let him get into those fights a little bit better, and the giant burst damage is going to be massive when he has like 500 ability power.
All right, so we got a Frozen Heart being built by Rise. Very nice. It's definitely going to give him a nice amount of armor as well as that mana. That's how you build Rise. Keep building mana, doing more power. So we're going to have to see that Frozen Heart really playing an effect on Caitlyn, on Talon, and especially towards that Nocturne. Very good build there. Going to assist the team throughout any team fights that we see in this upcoming battle. Looks like mid lane's being pushed here by 2. They're just going to let Talon get a few there. He's going to back off. Doesn't really have vision of the rest of the team. EPIK doing a very nice job of actually, yeah, they're more warding their side. But Dignitas also warding as well, keeping that vision up for both teams. It's really a pivotal thing to have in this game. You can see Nhat still placing wards for his team as he heads up towards the top and maybe going for a Baron one. Yep, there's 2 wards, even more being placed.
See what else these guys can do. Looking around at item builds, Caitlyn actually nice and farmed. 600 damage in the Q. Ult hits for 1,100. If it'll hit the right target. Let's see what else these guys got. Not a Trinity Force build on Jatt, actually. Looks like he's going to go for some more magic resist. Has the Atmas, but not really any giant health items. You know, Shurelya's and Spirit Visage is a little, but it's a very interesting build here on this Trundle. I've not really seen one like it. And, you know, the lack of Trinity Force, of course, makes me sad. See, Shen at least compensating has one. Yep, but there is the Force of Nature, has one more item to go. Probably a Randuin's, judging by the Heart of Gold. So he's almost full items right now. And that is a very, very deadly Scarra. It's that passive hitting for 630. His Q for 230. And got a shield, got some dash. That ult's actually really powerful too. 800 point shield.
Dyrus just continuing to farm down bottom, continuing to push that lane. It looks like Jatt's going to have to do something down there. A quick heal on to Imaqtpie, giving him a little bit of speed there, getting out of that situation. We'll see a setup here by EPIK. You're going to be able to take down some wards. Dinh with that Oracle. Really nice to have that, especially that's not on the support, a squishy character. Dan's going to stay alive for quite some time, so they'll be able to utilize that for at least the next 10-15 minutes unless he goes down in a fight.
Baron's back. This could be the reason for battle soon now. Singed. Not on the map, but Dyrus playing Scion similarly. Does have some better teleport. Lots of ability power. Does have that Lich Bane. 505 AP. Might get a new item soon. Let's see if he has the gold. 700 gold, not a lot, but you never know.
I think I just heard a teleport in rather than a teleport out. No, that was Scion teleporting
that
back.
Recall, yeah.
I believe. Yep, he still has his teleport as well as Shen.
Ooh, Jatt could get caught. It's close. He's okay.
Pillar goes down. They're looking to clear out some wards here.
Shen's pretty much unkillable right now, and he's going to do a lot of damage here. He's got red buff. That's pretty massive, actually. He can just stick onto someone and make them hate their life.
Looking for, there it is, Locust. Locust has an Oracles for Dignitas. They are going to start creeping up that path towards Baron here. Crumbz, however, is going to back, so they may be in a scary position. Caitlyn, or Westrice rather, wanting to trap out there if anybody was in that bush. Could have gotten taken down, but he's got a double trap there. That's nice. They're going to try to avoid that one and go in the bush and break line of sight. Actually walk into the other one. And looks like someone is going to do that for him. It's not going to be used in a chase or getaway. They do not know that ward is behind there, and they're getting converged down right now. They do have a Caitlyn above them. He's starting to go down. And here we go. A lot of damage going on to Baron. It is about half health right now, and it looks like going to be forced to back off. Very nice job as they move in.
And Shen is still side pushing. Of course, he can always ult into the fight as long as he doesn't ult into someone who gets one-shotted, which, yeah, and here it is. He should ult onto Jatt and they should go. There's the ult on. Jatt taking a lot of damage. A nice little Zhonya's there. And the damage output is massive from everyone. And it's huge eyes. Looks like Jatt has followed right now. PewDiePie in the middle, getting jumped by Crumbz. But Crumbz now getting danced. Could drop down to LoCicero. We see up in the middle, Dyrus chasing people around. Crumbz actually still alive, but gets bursted now. Finally, PewDiePie still at half health. Westrice jumps to the wall, but has to be afraid of Shen. Flashes back over. This is looking really good, I think, for Dignitas. Getting chased now by Nocturne. Q goes in. PewDiePie getting low, but Shen actually still has the ult. Saves him. Now Dan in the middle getting low. Flashes out.
Wow.
Scarra now at a half health. Nhat Nguyen taking a lot of damage as well. Dyrus in the front and still not dying, but 2 for 1. Actually, wow, that actually went in the favor of EPIK. PewDiePie getting low. Dyrus getting caught. A lot of damage here on Dyrus. He's getting lower and lower. Scarra could fall as well. Almost no health. LoCicero picks that one up. Now Dan, not in a good place. One more shot. He's going to make it out. Nhat Nguyen getting low, and now Westrice has made it up, but a Q hits him. One more shot. Ezreal whips. And there it is. PewDiePie picks it up.
Wow.
Dan with no health. 3 alive, and they're going to take Baron.
They're going to have to do a lot of damage this quick. They do have Ezreal. He's going to be able to put out a lot, as well as they're pretty much going to heal from this. And at least Ezreal will.
Here.
Yep.
Yeah, Scarra's going to take it. Lo's going to spam out as well. Has low cooldowns. PewDiePie actually jumps over. He knows his team's okay. He's actually looking for Dan and doesn't find him, and that is a kill. Nice
and
job.
He got the Baron. That's nice.
Sona and Trundle revived in time as well, so they all have the buff. A great fight right there from Dignitas. Now the goal actually is only tied now. That EPIK had built such a great early game advantage that now it's tied after an amazing team fight and a second Baron. So, well, now they get the Dragon. Now they get themselves ahead some more. But that was, I mean, it's still extremely close. Dan coming down, has Oracles now, took that over from Nhat, who had dropped down his Taric.
There we go, grabbing up Dragon. Dan Dinh trying to go down and at least contest that, but nothing coming of it. Looks like he's just gonna go back into the jungle, gather up what he can from his jungle creeps. Continue to do it. Going to check on some builds here. Very nice for Caitlyn. Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster. That's going to hurt a lot, especially on the crits. As you said, the ultimate doing 1100 damage. The auto attack, once you get a headshot, can be up to 600 or 1600 damage. It's really pretty painful. You don't want to stand in Caitlyn's range for too long, and unfortunately, that's quite a long range. We're going to see all the members of Dignitas now coming out of base, getting their items, refreshing mana and HP on their fountain with this Baron buff. A little bit of a Shirelia's Reverie there on PewDiePie and Jatt. They're moving quite quickly here. They want to get to these minions, clear them out before they can get to their minions. That means they'll have a lot more time to take shots at this turret.
Yep, they're doing a good job pushing out on this. Ezreal's poking them down as well. And Dignitas really taking control of this map right now. They've got pretty good ward coverage. You can see they've actually got some invasion wards here. Not a lot of vision for EPIK, unfortunately for them. Let's see if they can turn this one around. They've lost the last few fights. They started out so strong early on. They certainly, Sion is nice and farmed. That can do a lot of damage here, but his long cooldown nature means in these longer fights, he's starting to fall off a little bit and has no real attack damage presence. You know, that ultimate gives him a lot of attack speed. The E gives him some nice attack damage. He's certainly swinging pretty hard at 180, so he's not really killing people. There's no crit there. There's no giant jump of attack speed outside of the ultimate, which only lasts, well, actually 20 seconds is a lot. So, I mean, Dyrus should actually be a decent consistent damage presence, unless there's a giant armor stack on the Dignitas team.
CV in middle, and they're gonna just mill around
Double
that area
Warmogs.
right now. No way.
Double Warmogs on Shen.
That's
a lot of health.
That's 4,600 HP. That's quite a bit. Let's see how much damage that Dyrus does. He doesn't even really want to mess with this right now. He's like, I just want to see. Come back. I just want to see. That's all he's saying. Lich Bane is up, so that would be a nice hit right there. It looks like they're kind of contesting this turret in the middle here. Traps are going down. Caitlyn's laying out some cupcakes. That's really going to stop them from being able to initiate on that turret quickly and aggressively. Simple things like that can really help your team out.
Yep.
Dyrus going back in the lane, giving Scarra a shift 4.
Yep. Let's see what they can do with this. Dan gonna just kind of mill back and forth. Does have his Warmog stuff, has Atmas as well, so Dan's gonna be a threat as well. Crumbz, of course, still in there. Some nice spam going off. Looks like he's gonna be on to Jatt. He's gonna back off though. Locust doing a good job sustaining his team. Has a spell vamp revolver as well, so soon this vamp book's gonna be in. PewDiePie does take that turret. Good job there by Dignitas. Wow. Still pushing through with that Baron buff. Sustaining quite nicely. Of course, Scarra still very abusive at that bottom lane and has to make Sion defend against him. And of course, he can always ult into the fight, so great play so far.
Looks like Dignitas really picking this one up in their favor, doing a great job. Ezreal still throwing out that Essence Flux. If any fights begin to happen, he's going to be able to give his team that attack speed, as I said before. Dyrus forced to go bottom and at least show Scarra that he is there, and you cannot continue to push this lane. He's going to go gather with his team. It looks like they've overextended their stay. They're going to go ahead and back out of this one, possibly grabbing the buffs, and possibly they are going to. PewDiePie picking that one up for himself. They're actually going to go right back into this fight. No reason to waste Baron here. They actually are out of Baron as of now.
Okay, so they got 3 minutes till the respawn on Baron. It's going to be around 53 minutes. Westrice running away. Oh, good flash. Gets away from Scarra. Scarra had burned flash for that as well, so it's an equal trade there. Scarra actually utility spec spam. He's actually got a low cooldown flash, so if you're curious about the mastery, put a utility for him. Let's see what these guys can do. Westrice
hugging the outside of that wall.
Taking some damage. Actually, there's Nocturne taking a bit of pain, but he's going to be all right. He is pretty much full tank. Pushing through. Crumbz nearby. Pillar comes down. Of filth. Getting it right for the first time of the night.
Just saying.
Just saying. I looked at the name.
A little bit of cryptic gaze onto Jatt. He did take some shield damage, but you can see all that HP just soaking it up. He's going to be able to give himself that back as well. Wriggle sustain there, and he will be moving down towards that mid lane. He's going to get mid lane pushed up. Again, Scarra pushing that bottom lane. And Caitlyn with the ulti out.
2 minutes on the cool there, so you can kind of do that whenever he wants for the most part.
Yeah.
Crumbz going to head... I keep wanting to say Scarra because he was the one who was playing Talon before, but it's Crumbz doing it. Double Bloodthirster, plus 27 on each. Going to be doing a lot of damage here. Scarra is taking some damage here, actually. Pretty good chase, but, you know, he's going to be all right. Got a lot of health regen, of course.
Hex Drinker, double Bloodthirster, tons of armor penetration. A little bit of defense is definitely going to be what he's building next. He does have the Hex Drinker, though, so that's going to give him some defense, but more at the end of his life and not really a position he wants to be in.
Yes, indeed. So let's see what Scarra's up to. 360 minions. Has most of a full build. 1,200 gold still stored up. Could be a Cleanse Sash. It's almost pretty much you can just sell the Drone's Blade, get the Cleanse Sash right away. He actually might need that because of all the aggression he's been having from Scarra. The heavy damage from the taunt and the pressure. Looks like Kate's going to head over and picks that one up. Nice job. Thirster is full stacked.
Yeah, looks like she's got some elixirs as well. Is that a combination? I think that's just a green one.
No, it's both.
That's it.
It is.
Yes, indeed it is. Red and green, attack damage, attack speed, and more crit. What more can you ask for?
Indeed.
See Caitlyn back. We're going to get a purchase in. Oh, Negatron Cloak. Very smart by Westrice. A little bit of survivability now in lane. He has a Bloodthirster, an Infinity Edge. That Bloodthirster is fully stacked as well. And that Phantom Dancer and the Last Whisper. He doesn't really have to worry about doing any more damage. His headshots will do that for him. With his ultimate, he can really worry about building that defense now. And at 52 minutes, I think it's a good time to do that.
Yep, so Trinity Force is on Ezreal. See Trundle still finishing up his build. Now has Aegis for the last item. It's weird, it's a bunch of 2,000 gold items. He has no like heavy high tier build here from Jatt, but it's working quite well. He's been very disruptive, been very useful to his team. Does have the most deaths on the team at 4, but he's been very helpful so far. Drops wards, does good damage, 450 damage crits. Westrice hitting pretty hard. PewDiePie almost lands that red buff shot. And Dinh nearby. They could go for a team fight soon. Crumbz on the right hand side. Jatt nearby.
Wow.
See if they can kill anyone.
So much damage from Westrice. Oh, wow. They're going to have to focus him right away. It's so hard because you have Talon jumping all over. Dinh breaking your line of sight. The end game team of EPIK seems very scary right now, especially if they were to get this next Baron. 2 Oracles on the side of Dignitas, and it looks like we will have this baited out. Sion versus Shen bottom. They both have teleport to get to their team at any point in time. They're going to take down this ward, so they won't be able to teleport to that. Shen can do Stand United and get to his team right away. We're going to have to see what happens. Looks like Dyrus is trying to teleport at this time into the team fight. He does come in. He's a little far behind. The Cryptic Gaze coming out. Who's he going to hit? So much damage onto Locust. Can he focus that out? Talon coming in with his ultimate, doing huge damage. Sona falls. Nocturne able to take down Trundle, and Jatt will not be able to help his team. Caitlyn falls, and they exactly went in order after the correct people, able to shut down Dignitas at this fight. A very nice job there. They really traded the kills. 2 for 3 right now. LoCicero and PewDiePie stand alive, but there goes Scarra, and it will not be good for him. Only leaving PewDiePie all alive by himself, and before I said LoCicero was alive, that was Scarra. Fell, as we just saw. and it looks like Nocturne and Nhat are going to make it out alive on that one. An intense fight at Baron. Nobody was really giving up. Dyrus, even if the crescendo, again, got it off onto Locust. They were able to get that Sona out of there and do some good damage.
And thankfully they have a minion wave as well, so they're just pushing through mid really hard. They've still got a long time with these respawns. They're going to get an inhibitor out of this. Ezreal making a great play, pushing top. No one's arriving for another 25 seconds, so, you know, yeah, they'll get an inhibitor, but he'll get a turret and maybe the inhib as well. Look at that damage output, so massive. Takes one down, and still no one is stopping him. They're going to send Dyrus back in the recall, but he actually might trade inhib. 12 seconds still. Honestly, he can do this.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. He is hitting that pretty hard, and he actually is going to back off. I don't know if he has flash up. He does have flash, and I could definitely see Dyrus using that to take out PewDiePie. It's going to be so much damage. PewDiePie with 0 mitigation, except for that Hex Drinker, so it is going to help that AP from Sion, but I think he would burst right through it with his build right now. Void Staff, Deathfire Grass, Rabadon, Lichbane, Deathfire Grass. Oh, wait, wow, it switched. His Deathfire Grass turned into Sork Boots, and Azonia's Hourglass.
Full build from Dyrus. There's nothing else he could really buy here. He is in good shape. 770 ability power. His frontal burst is massive. Let's see. So, Deathfire Grasp, 30% of the current health, and 3.5 times 7 is 24-ish. So, does half your current health in magic damage. His stun's going to deal 1,000. His shield's going to deal 1,000. He's going to Lichbane proc for 900, and swing it about twice per second. Sounds fun. Good luck.
He also has full elixir, and I believe Talon does too. No, he just went for the red-green. Caitlyn coming out of base with a Banshee's Veil now. She went for that purchase instead of the red-green herself. Getting that extra armor from Taric being around. This entire team really wants to stay around him. That is a huge reason they also came out in that fight. We haven't been pointing out Taric enough. I said it in the beginning, Taric's ulti now has AP to it, so he's giving AD and AP to his team as well as running around and doing damage himself. And he wants to be in the middle of that fight to smash down with his ultimate now that it does damage. And here we go.
It's all you. Go for it.
Going down onto Cicero. Could we get it? No, the fear goes down onto Jatt. Jatt goes very fast for a Trundle. Focused down by 5. A very good kill there. EPIK really doing some forceful things, and it looks like they will start to head for Baron right in the vision of Dignitas, but I don't think they can do anything about it.
Going to be difficult. They're without the jungler, so they can't hope to smite steal. They can't hope to team fight them. That is possible. Ezreal looks like he's going for a last item, Infinity Edge. They're going to start milling on through. They do see them.
Crumbz up to full health.
Oh, wow. Dinh's in the front. LoCicero taking a bit of damage, but has been Shen ulted, but still getting bursted on. Dyrus in the middle has Zodia's. Now he's back up on a PewDiePie. Oh my gosh, the damage output. He is dropped down. Crumbz chasing down. He will die to Loci, but Din still chasing that one. Will pick that one up. Looks like Singed. Not Singed. I keep saying Singed. Sion going to be all right. Westrice makes it over the wall. PewDiePie running away. And again, it's PewDiePie, last one alive. But gets caught by Dyrus. Good escape there.
His shield was just about to go off, and that probably would have wiped out PewDiePie.
Oh, yeah. 1,000 damage.
Oh, no.
Oh, he misses it. He's going to recall. You're so dead. You're incredibly
Oh,
dead.
he's got him. Wow.
Gone.
Dyrus playing a game of cat and mouse with PewDiePie, and he comes out on top. Very nice job pursuing that, being very persistent, getting himself a kill. And we're going to see a blue buff being taken here. Gonna go ahead, probably throw that to Caitlyn for the cooldown and the ultimate. So much damage that Westrice is able to put out right now. Hey, Jatt, here you go. I could care less. I have blue. Tons of damage onto the turret, and he is actually tanking it from that attack. But they are able to take it down quite quickly. Huge minion wave bottom, a nice one coming into mid, and they're actually taking some damage here. Not yet on the Nexus turret, since Dignitas did just get a minion spawn, but they will be taking damage soon. Looks like EPIK has free reign over the map right now with that Baron buff.
Yep. So with 0 health items, Dyrus has 3,500 HP. Thank you very much, Sion's E. It's going to get him nice and beefy. He's got 470 minions, so the longer this goes on, I mean, Dyrus could theoretically, I mean, if the game goes on forever, get infinite health and be unkillable. I don't see that happening. I'm just saying, you know, at some point, Atmos might be the best item in the game. Crumbz running around. Wow. Triple Bloodthirster. Hello. That's a cute build. Of course, he did just die, so he's actually down 120 damage where he could be in the near future. He's gonna go ahead and just drop these down. Still has that Yomi Ghost Blade. 1,700 damage crit from Westrice. Says thanks. I'm gonna take that one. Does have the Phantom Dancer. Is rocking a bunch of elixirs. Blue buff, red buff. Nasty from those boots. In pretty good shape. Din. See what else he wants to buy. Well, he's actually pretty full. Oh, he buys Starks for his team. That is a smart choice right there. Does have that one bottom. He saw that Jatt did in fact sell his Wriggles for a Warmogs. Scarra I think he just might not have any items to buy anymore because he has 1,700 gold, 22,000 total, double Warmogs. Oh no, it is actually Blood Razor. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought Ezra would have went for a Infinity Edge, but he actually went Blood Razor here.
Wow.
And they're gonna
Meeting
catch
up with Dan Dinh in the bush by Wraith. They'll be able to take out Dan Dinh. No, he jumps out of that one, pretty much saving himself, initiating a new fight. Could get out alive here. Talon is forced to ult. He flashes back over, goes straight for Cutie Pie. He gets a huge shield from Shen coming in to stand united, stays alive. They cannot seem to find him there. Talon gets out. Oh no, Talon goes down by Rise. Scarra going down. He falls after helping his team. It's going to be Nocturne falling down. Looks like Sona grabbing up on that kill spree. Caitlyn coming up with 2 kills. You do not want to get shot in the face with 1,700 damage. And she is just walking around back and forth. Quadra kill from Westrice.
Quadra kill from Westrice. Locust makes it out. Wow, that's some damage output.
This is definitely probably GG for these guys. There's way too much damage coming in. They have a 2 super minion wave behind them. Unfortunately, we're going to have to see what Dignitas can do next game. Fortunately for EPIK, they are quite pleased with their performance here. And at one point in this game, I thought that Dignitas absolutely turned this one around. But, you know, a huge amount of damage. Westrice getting very, very fed in this game. Getting that damage and the attack speed out. 1,700 crits, not much you can do about that.
Wow, 60 minutes in total. Game. EPIK, their second hour-long game in a row. And that's just game one. That's awesome. Just game one. I was actually like, wait, is this series over? Because I felt like I was casting forever. And I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure this is good. Oh, man. There's a lot of LOL ahead of us. I'm excited for it. Oh, man. Continuing to drink my amp, get myself awake throughout the night, because a lot more games to go.
That was awesome. Great job coming out there. Caitlyn in the end. Westrice positioning himself very well. Dyrus coming in at 3 times. It was almost like mirrored. It happened over and over. Otis would mirrored. The same thing was happening. That he teleported into the dragon fight and then it wiped out Dignitas. That hurt him a lot. Those dragons that they were able to get was just so huge. And then end game, there's not much you can do versus that much HP and that much damage. And Shen was really, really healthy, but he doesn't output as much damage as Dyrus did. So it kind of evens out that, yeah, they have a lot of health, but if you can't output the damage, they're just going to be running around, not really proving useful.
Yeah, Shen was more disruptive, and Shen was more consistent damage. The double Warmogs Atma's build, high DPS on the auto attacks. Certainly the 500 damage burst on the passive is quite nice. Trinity Force in there as well. He's much more consistent damage. He's much more, toss a Q, hit a guy, toss a Q, hit a guy. That's good damage from doing that. It's really, really powerful. But Doc is like, and Deathfire Gas Shield stunk you. And dude would just lose 5,000 health. But I'm surprised they actually managed to kill Scarra, because that's pretty ridiculous. But I think a lot of that was probably the Deathfire Grasp coming out there. I mean, every time I saw him die, I was like, really? They killed? Jeez. But some of that was actually Caitlyn. We saw there was the one push down where Scarra taunted down towards the bottom, found a bunch of people, and Westrice was just like, oh, I'm sniping you from 500 range, which is no longer really sniping, but worked quite well. That's rather impressive. Triple Bloodthirster Crumbz did die quite a bit, got a lot of assists. Of course, AoE burst was so nice, and you saw Locust just started gating deaths really quickly. He has 0 durability items, had no resists built up at all, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 resists. Had a little bit of plus health with Shirley's Reverie gives 330, Heart of Gold gives 250. So yeah, probably about 2,400 health. If his W is on, it's 40 armor MR, but he had no other durability gains there. And realistically, unless he ruined and masteried for it, I mean, he died a lot every fight. We saw the one right by Baron. Crumbz jumped in and basically one-shot Locust, and that happened a couple of times. And that really is going to hurt you a little bit. You're going to want to start trying to build tanks. Look, I understand that I need to buy some boards, but I'm going to get one-shotted. I'm useful being in the fight. And I think he should have transitioned a little bit more towards tankiness and let someone else offload the Oracle's duty, namely Scarra, for example, kind of ran out of item slots there. And I think that could have been a slightly better play. But overall, a great game. Game 2 going to be coming up. EPIK up 1-0 in the grand finals. Commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
In a top-secret facility, some of the brightest minds gathered in the dead of night. Their mission, to redefine technology as we know it.
We've managed to unlock it, but how will people handle this much power?
AMD FX CPUs, the EPIK returns. Introducing the AMD FX 8-core processor, the world's first 8-core desktop processor, unlocked out of the box. With an extra burst of speed when you need it most, with AMD Turbo Core technology. And ultimate power for all your demanding content creation needs. Introducing Vision FX technology. When you combine the power of an AMD FX 8-core processor with the world's fastest graphics card, the AMD Radeon HD 6990 graphics card, put your graphics to the test and revel in lifelike imagery with AMD's second generation of DirectX 11 capable graphics. All that you know is about to change. Get 8 cores in your system.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the stream. Thanks for staying tuned in. I know it was a long wait, but we have so many more intense matches to come. Myself, Rivington the Third, alongside me, Phreak, and we're from Riot Games. We're going to be bringing you some League of Legends action here in just a few minutes. Yeah, right, representing. And DIGNITAS versus Epic Gamer for our final matches. This best out of 3 already underway. We just watched one amazing back and forth match, our longest match of the weekend as well. Epic Gamer able to take it out over DIGNITAS on that one. Their first loss of the weekend. So we'll see how that plays on their mentality and coming into the next game. Something I'd like to point out about last game is Dyrus was playing his trolley troll, as he said in his interview. He's like, I'm the biggest troll. And he really did. He went out with a Scion. Hasn't been seen this weekend. He actually had the most gold gained that game, 22.9K and 492 creep score, almost breaking the 500 mark. So an amazing game there played out by Dyrus. Just wanted to point that out as our highest gold value and creep score of the day, of the week.
Really impressive overall. And we're waiting for the second game to come up. DIGNITAS needs to win this game to stay alive. They lose, they take second place, which really isn't bad. But you know, who doesn't want to win? And right now, Epic is poised. They're 1 game away.
Yeah.
The game's so close back and forth. And actually, you know, one thing I want to point out, just, you know, kind of going through the game, of course, there's an hour worth of that game, so there's a lot of stuff going on. But it seemed like one thing that really led to Epic's victory was 2 things. So one, they had a group of single target stunners. They had Taric plus Ion, and they're both, of course, armed with Flash.
Painful.
If there's ever a guy who was just sort of singled out, they had the ability to jump on him really well. They had, you know, the burst damage from Talon, triple Bloodthirster. They had, of course, Sion and Taric with the point stuns.
Yep.
Caitlyn can ult. Every time Caitlyn was just like in the battle, she's like, I'm gonna ult someone, and eventually something will happen. But you know, they caught Trundle that one time at the very end, which got them there and in the rest of the game. But you know, the single target burst availability, if anyone was ever out of position, blow him up. But then also we saw from Trundle, again, he went for a bunch of these mid-tier items. His entire stack of items was a bunch of 2,000, 2,500 gold items throughout every single item slot. And he finally started selling for Warmogs at the end there. But he was actually rather frail, kind of like the Udyrs we saw before, where the Udyrs weren't 8-0. They were actually quite killable, and you would see teams go for them first. And honestly, Trundle didn't get really to that super beef position because his items were like, I got a Spirit Visage. It's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of stuff on both sides. I got Wriggles is really not a lot of direct durability either, and that kind of went against him because he got blown up that one time when normally, you know, when you're 15,000 gold deep into a build in an hour-long game, you should probably be close to unkillable on a tanky guy, and he actually wasn't quite. And I think he was kind of aiming that build towards a 45, maybe 35-minute game, which is much more normal to see. And then when he filled up his slots, he was like, oh crud, I have to start selling, and you know, I lose 30% of the gold I spent.
That's not a point in the game that a lot of people reach, and you can, even at this caliber, they're kind of just like, really? You know, I mean, there's not much you can do. You have to get a Thorn Mail for Caitlyn if you want to do anything, but that's really kind of selling an item that would be better than Thorn Mail. You should just focus on getting her. So really, that's a big toss-up at the end of the game. Even for the pro players, as I said, you know, for that change to happen, like, what should I sell?
Yep, looks like DIGNITAS going to take blue team, and actually that was the same as before, right? They were blue team last time in Epic, so he was happy to take last pick. Yep, so going to have the same positions for the teams again. They are starting to filter in. DIGNITAS has their full lineup here. Epic has Crumbz. They have 4 more to join, of course, and then they'll be ready to go, hopefully, and we will have an awesome game shortly underway.
Indeed. If they can come out with that again, you know, it's not something that we really saw from Crumbz. Was able to take Talon and do exactly what Scarra did yesterday. These guys are just really playing at the highest level they have right now, leaving everything on the field. We could have 1 more match, or we could have 2 more matches if DIGNITAS can really change their mentality from last game. They didn't really falter or do anything too wrong. It was just the points that were capitalized by Epic were just a little bit bigger, and we're able to inch them by for those fights. They were both to their inhibitors. It was just a little bit stronger that every time Epic had taken an inhibitor and do a little bit more, take an inhibitor and do a little bit more, and that really just tacked down onto Dignitas over time.
Yep. At the very beginning, even they were holding on the game as well. They had taken the first dragon. They won the first few team fights. I think, they had basically every single time. It was like Dyrus didn't low teleport. We're going to fight the dragon. Dyrus teleports. Someone dies. They win a team fight, they take dragon. Dyrus goes back top. Farms some more. And, they had the same thing from Scarra, but they basically would catch them more, like, they'd catch them quicker. Like, Scarra would ult almost a little bit late. Like, there was the one fight where, Scarra had actually, it was above Golem near Baron at the top left of the map, and Scarra actually ulted someone mid-fight. He ulted Ezreal, and I was like, he came in with some teleport and not. That's strange to me, right? Like, he should come in with that shield on who's getting focused. They should have someone build a bunch of resist and bait that. And I thought that should have been Trundle, but Trundle went, for a lot of plus health instead. And I thought it was kind of awkward, where normally you'd have Trundle basically be the chief initiator. He would get resists. He would basically go like, okay, maybe I'll go Trinity Force, maybe not. It doesn't really matter. Right. But like Chain Vest, Negatron, push in. Have him get ulted by Shen. And that would be like the key initiator move, I think, that if they were to practice the strategy more, they would actually use that sort of combo because, the shield will stay with mitigation because the mitigation counts against that shield. And you could use that to jump into a fight. Trundle naturally runs fast with Contaminate on, puts that pillar down, stops the retreating. I think they had Sona, so Sona could haste him as well. And they can just like run in there and really, push on a guy and then have Shen just like, by the way, this guy's unkillable.
Yeah, and it's a really great thing, too, because you could see that, if he wanted to go in alone and it looked like Jatt was by himself, when they initiate is when, Shen would come in, and then you see this team just come out of the fog of war, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. It's just such a good bait because Shen doesn't even have to be near you anywhere for that to occur.
Yeah, very much the case, but we are one person away from a full lineup from EPIK. Dignitas has got their full lineup in here. They're ready to go. Scarra, LoCicero, Jatt, Locust, and Cutie-Pie. EPIK has Crumbz, Dyrus, Dinh, and Nhat Nguyen, and we are, of course, missing Westrice, that star Caitlyn player from the last game. There he has joined into the game now. And yeah, that quadra kill from Caitlyn, that is so much damage.
That was pretty big. That was, a game ender for them. Caitlyn was able to stay on the outside. Westrice the whole time, whenever he initiates into a fight with Caitlyn, the first thing he actually does is lay down a trap in front of him. And then his team tries to keep it close there. They were by blue, and he had just an L of traps. So if anybody even wanted to come near him, it would have been boom, boom, boom. And anybody would have been down with 1,700 a shot. So he plays very cautiously and doesn't really get himself into the fight and always leaves that caliber net up, obviously, for the escape, which is just such good play, always mindful of what's going on. And Westrice, even with that Akali mentality, the in and out, knowing where he needs to be in his positioning is just really good.
We were in a champion select, but immediately prior to that, we did have Cutie-Pie say, Dyrus, I strongly dislike you. And then someone said, say it to his face. Well, thankfully we're on land, so who knows? It's a possibility. But right now,
bans.
Immediate bans. Soraka, Heimer, Zilean already gotten.
So we got here. Heimerdinger going down there. They do not want to give that to Dinh. Zilean also down. Nobody wants to be brought back to life.
Talon
there
gone.
Goes Talon as well. Looks like they will ban that out, so Scarra does not get it as well. And we'll have to see if they pick 80 first, it's going to be Cutie-Pie last to grab that. So they may grab something for him. They may want to get Caitlyn out of this game. I don't know. The junglers are still open. Lee Sin is still available. We have seen him used, and that game was actually lost after a weekend of all being permanently banned. Lee Sin now was allowed into one of the games by these teams, and he actually didn't fare too well. So really not somebody that they're focusing on. Which is quite surprising to a lot of people. Kog'Maw being the last ban there. Scarra just started off for his team. Will it be his pick, or will he be choosing for his team?
Let's see. Well, the first pick is in Yeah, I mean, very, very similar bans to last time, although, interesting that, EPIK was the team that actually got Talon last time, but they're like, actually, we're very afraid of Talon now, so, do not want to leave that first pick up to Scarra. They're taking a long time. Akali's the grab, so it's going to see Akali for the first time since Dignitas 2-0'd CLG.
Ooh.
And they baited in with the Lee
Sin. Very nice.
Does Dan play a good Lee Sin?
We will have to see. Crumbz. Oh, wait. Whoa. Ah. There's a Pantheon.
Maybe they're okay.
Oh, Dyrus being Dyrus. You would love that, wouldn't you?
Ooh, Jax. Oh, Jax. Jax.
Wouldn't that be top lane, though, against the Scarra, who's just going to be AP anyways? Not really something you can dodge. I mean, I guess that attack on the mark can be dodged, but you're really going to be blasted down by the AP.
They're going to grab Vayne and be okay with fighting Caitlyn Tarek. or the possibility of Caitlyn Tarek. That does leave them the ability to be shut down. So also Vayne has to be afraid of Akali. Akali can really jump her, so we're going to see what this lineup ends up being. But even if Akali does jump Vayne, you leave Jax in there as a big threat. So if all the damage output goes on to Vayne, Jax can crush faces, and he'll switch to Lee Sin. I know, but this can really pan out in a lot of ways. It could be a solo top Lee Sin, you never know. I mean, EPIK was the team that had Double Lift, who did play lane Sin, so you never know.
Indeed. Well,
although that one didn't go that well.
LoCicero and Jatt.
Morgana's in there too.
Yeah, she is. A really good pick for them right now. You have to see.
Rise available. Udyr. Udyr's wow. Yeah, they really can like sort of pick their who's who lineup right now.
They have a lot of choices. A lot were left open, but that also allow once they pick, they don't have a chance to get that again, and that's kind of what EPIK did, grabbing Lee Sin there. Scarra grabbed Akali first. I bet you they're quite happy about that. Dyrus locked in on that instantly. And a little slow here by Dignitas. They're definitely thinking this one out, seeing what kind of mind game that EPIK may be playing. Jatt feeling good with Trundle again. They like to be able to shut down that speed and close off a very huge ability and utility to get from Pillar, as well as Contaminate. He can get in there, initiate the fight, and slow him down. LoCicero picking up Sona for Locust.
Interesting. So a very similar lineup here. Of course, we have the Akali instead of the early Rise, and what was the other mage pick? Solo top was Shen, so it was
Shen and
there's the
Sion.
Morgana. Okay. Of course, Heimer's banned, so no poke comp really here. But Morgana actually is really good at keeping Vayne safe. You combine the Lee Sin, shield and reveal with Morgana Black Shield blocking the primarily magic damage of Akali. They can keep Vayne alive throughout this comp. Nope, they're gonna switch right now to Tarek.
Nope.
No, oh, there we go. Okay, I see. He's going to grab Janna and still leave Morgana up. So yeah, now they have 3 shields right now able to be cast on Vayne. That can really counter comp Akali. And actually, I do like the idea of the Morgana. I think the Morgana is a strong choice here.
That is going to be really nice. We'll see who they really choose for middle here. LoCicero is going to have to get one of his heavy-duty characters. Rise could be pretty good. He is good with Rise, but he has to keep that distance from Dark Binding. They both kind of have that ability to shut each other down. We'll have to see who can really do it. So.
I
Maybe
expect
going
Caitlyn
for Rise?
Here.
Oh, yeah?
I expect Caitlyn because it's just a strong
Cutie
lane
Pie,
pick.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's been playing Ezreal a lot as well, but they need basically LoCicero's champion and they need Cutie Pie's champion. So let's see what they do here. Sky's going to be on Akali. Was a very dominant Akali.
Pretty good team comp so far. I mean, they got the crescendo from Sona. Ooh,
Brand.
Nice.
Interesting.
I like it. We are going to see Brand this game, so it's going to be a not Din, Morgana rather, versus a Brand in middle. Oh, Cassiopeia. All right. It's kind of...
this is strange to me.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Corky. No.
Oh.
It's Caitlyn. We did see Garen for a second. Cutie Pie trolling around. Yeah, Caitlyn. Okay, so they do have a couple of repeats here. Sona, Trundle, and Rise were on the team last time. They've put themselves back there. Cutie Pie taking Caitlyn, as EPIK did not grab it. That means though Akali has taken in instead of that Shen, so a different ninja being picked up by Scarra. See how that plays out. And now the solo top pick or possibly jungler pick, if they're gonna have solo top Lee Sin.
Oh.
And it is actually, Dyrus is going to be lane Lee Sin. We're going to see the trades come out. Yep, Dinh jungling with Gangplank. Not going to make Dyrus do it. Apparently they don't want him to reprise. No, they are going to make Dyrus do it. Dan is going to, well actually, to be fair, Dyrus could solo top Gangplank and it could be jungle Lee Sin. So it could really go either way. We actually don't know right now.
Dyrus is getting his build now.
Yeah, Dyrus is looking the build up again, making sure he gets it right. Probably asking advice. Jungle pep talk. Yeah. Let's see. The lineups are pretty strong here. This is going to be interesting. I don't know who's the favorite at this point. A lot of good setups here. They've got really good buffs. I mean, Dyrus is going to give that bonus attack damage all 3 to himself and to Vayne and to Lee Sin. The Janna shield going to help Vayne quite a bit. Morgana shield going to help out whoever gets jumped by Akali. Yeah, this could go a lot of good ways. Good sustain here from the Dignitas team. They have Akali able to spell vamp. Jatt gets basically that free lifesteal whenever anything dies. Locust, of course, with the heals. Cutie Pie. Not sure if he's going to go for a Bloodthirster or not, but we'll see what happens.
Indeed, that is a lot of shields. They're going to have to be very careful with placing those shields, though. It's going to cause them to stay together. They're going to be very, very careful of Locust ult. that crescendo coming out could really grab them all.
Yeah, true.
And it's just going to be a shutdown from PewDiePie and Scarra. So with that shield advantage that they have, they definitely have to realize what their positioning is and their distance when they're really focusing on someone to shield. So that could actually cause problems for them. But really, I think they know what they're doing. They're going to be able to come out solid on this one. As we see, the champions have been picked. We are going into Game 2 here of this best out of 3, the grand finals going down. Dignitas versus EPIK. Dignitas receiving their first loss on the map in a best of 3 by just last game. EPIK also losing one match on the weekend. So let's see who is going to make it a 2-loss for either team and who's going to be coming out of this with the victory. It could be EPIK's final game, and Dignitas could be bringing it to a 3rd.
See, I'm trying to figure out. I think Dignitas has a really strong lineup here. The shields work well. I'm just rooting for Dignitas at this point. I want them to win. I want them to bring it to Game 3 because why wouldn't I? Such a great game. I'm actually shivering. It's freaking cold out here, but the action is heating up. That's right. Wow, that was bad. And let's see the lineups come on through. We have pretty much some heroes. Actually, no Summoner Teleport for Scarra. He's going Flash Ignite, which means Dyrus is going to be solo top as Gangplank Dinh will be jungling Lee Sin, and that means it's going to be awesome stuff because, you know, they're going to have, I think Gangplank versus Akali top is going to be an interesting lane. Although LoCicero could take top instead and have Akali mid against Morgana. There's a lot of choices available here, but, you know, it's again, we see a situation without a Summoner Teleport on one of the sides. No Chenault this time is going to make that split pushing a bit harder. Actually, only EPIK has the ability to split push because, of course, Dyrus can push top all game and just ult for his teammates. That Cannon Barrage could lend a lot of AoE slow advantage. That's going to stack well with the Morgana ult. It's going to stack well with just all the damage up that this team has. Definitely a very offense-heavy team here. All of them are damage dealers. That support as Janna, of course, will help babysit, but even as a support, gains some bonus damage onto Westrice. Meanwhile, just full blitz offense here from Dignitas that Akali's going to jump in there, rise a lot of burst damage. Jatt again playing Trundle. It's going to be crazy.
It's going to be a really good game here. Westrice on that vein, loving it. He really sets himself up for some great tumbles. You're going to see him in lane creating a lot of that situation for his team. And we are into the game. The CVs to go down on either side, making sure they understand what builds are going on. If anybody's trying to go tricky here, but it looks like all regular builds. Lee Sin will be going into the jungle. And
welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, you just did that.
I did.
And we are going to have, looks like everybody's just going down mid lane right now. They're going to set up so their jungle cannot be invaded. And, obviously hoping for that level 1 team fight. Everybody likes to see that.
Yep, indeed. So, once again, going to reprise the role of the let's cheer for your favorite teams. If you want the blue team, Dignitas, take this game, bring it to a Game 3. Let me hear you guys cheer for Dignitas. And if you want EPIK Gaming to 2-0 it and sweep this series and take first place right now, let me hear you guys.
Wow.
Not a lot of fans of the Game 3. Fair enough. Okay. Yes,
like
Crad, whatever you say.
PewDiePie is kind of hanging out. No invasion here. They are going to go up top and try to come around. Oh, PewDiePie, what you do? Oh, I think Crumbz has just saw that last one place, so they know that PewDiePie may be around that corner. Are they really going to do this?
Oh, it's so trolly.
Oh, do it. I haven't seen this for a very long time if they stood there, but they would be losing a lot of XP in lane, so it looks like they will go. Oh, wow, they are going to go for this invasion here. They're standing very close. It looks like they're going to wait for the initiation on blue. No, they're not. And they're going to run right through. Vayne going up. Could give the team away, but no, she chooses not to. Oh, Westrice. Scarra about to see the entire team. This could be an activation for the fight here. Initiation to come out. No, but they do know at least 3 members of this EPIK team are now in their jungle. You're seeing that Dignitas has to absolutely push out here, and they're not even on the blue side. Unfortunate for them. Vayne is actually going to back out. Wow, they are going to leave this alone. Trolly McTrollerson. Looks like they're going to head out of here. Everybody's actually backing.
It'll just take a Clairvoyance, though. Locust's CV still 70 seconds away, but the Clairvoyance will reveal that jungle pattern is going to be fine. Of course, Jatt's going to take down these camps, and he's not really going to get pushed back that far because, again, not a big deal. Oh, wow, he's going for the initial harass on the Scarra, actually, going to make him chug through health potions. Very interesting to see that build. Wow, Dyrus going full gold per 10 style, opening up with a regrowth pendant. He's going to just stack himself some gold, get that Philo Stone. Dinh, fast red, actually. Going to use that to gank pretty early on. Could be quite good here. Might go for the fast kill on the Scarra. And that might be why Dyrus is spamming on the Scarra, actually, is to make him lose health, chug potions, and then have Dan gank early on.
That is a lot of damage he's taking right now. I think Dyrus may have set himself up with a different rune page. He did get that parlay first. And we're we're going to see if he can continue to do this damage to Scarra. Like you said, chugging potions, that's really not going to help him. He did have 3 on him, so that's 600 health he's going to be able to gain in lane. He's only chugged 1 right now over 20 seconds. That'll give him 200. It looks like Dinh has made his way to the top here. He went for red, and then he went for golems. That's the fast gank, and it looks like he is going to do exactly that. The first 2 waves, he has his second ability, possibly the shield. Let's see what he chose to get, and he did get Tempest.
Smart.
Yep. Tempest to come in here. Can he make it happen? No, the traps.
That's
unfortunate.
So good.
Yep.
He's like, you know the only place Lee Sin ever ganks? There. Oh, look, Scarra's safe.
Very nice job. Well thought out. Yeah, I didn't even see that coming. It just, I figured it would play a role later, but not the role of a first ward gank. That was awesome.
That's just smart. Like, I thought Dignitas, that was a good move.
Wizard clap.
Yeah, sorry, Wizard clap.
Wizard clap on the wrist.
Indeed.
Looks like a pretty big push here. Yeah, down bottom. Westrice forced to chug potions as well. Kind of an advantage you have, with a Sona in lane, that permanent healer. Jatt can only heal with her ultimate. She's really more of that utility to add damage and help you shield up there. As you can see, that's going to give Vayne a little bit more damage. She put her up 14 damage.
Dyrus coming down, try to stop Jatt. No, he's actually recall. He probably could go in to stop Jatt, honestly. But will not be the case. Jatt's going to stay on this. Now he's gonna just go. Okay, whatever. Dyrus trolling me. Don't know what's going on. Westrice chugging those potions. Gonna be okay. Dan's coming down. It's been warded though, so they know to be safe. And you just see him run all the way there. Scared.
Dan knows. He's like, I'm not gonna waste time here. Yep. Heading back into the jungle. Crumbz getting back into lane. It looks like he's grabbed himself. I believe he's gonna be getting that Sapphire Crystal. Probably going for Rod of Ages and that ward for himself. Likely. Go up top. It looks like, he's able to push Scarra back. It's actually, Scarra's in a really good place right now. He's right next to his turret, but the minions are not going in. Absolutely safe Farmville, and he's just going to be able to do that right now.
Nice. He's taking the lessons from HotshotGG, apparently. Them Facebook games.
Dinh double buffing it up. Looks like he's going to back. Yeah, should be able to grab that Wriggles. He's been in the jungle for quite some time. Let's see his gold. Yeah, 631. Actually, he needs 700, but he does have the cloth armor. Should be able to finish at least, though. He goes for the Vampiric Scepter, so he's going to wait for the Madrids, get the health back so he can sustain there, and just go for the Wriggles when he gets back next time. Yep.
I'm surprised he didn't give blue to Morgana, honestly. Lee Sin does not need blue to jungle at all. Doesn't really help much. And Morgana could, just like spam W all day and make Loci, hate life at his turret. And certainly Ryze can last hit a turret pretty well, but still, that extra pressure is just useful. You get your black shield up sooner, you can kind of kite away from Jatt, get the extra Qs, but you see Crumbz still last hitting, using that puddle, killing these ranged minions, doing an okay job.
Let's see if Dinh goes for the same role here again. He just got his red, could go up top again for the gank. No, Wakali has backed. Scarra will be purchasing some items. He has gone for himself. Those 2 tomes, going for the revolver quick, the gunblade later. Obviously, we've seen that. It's really helped Scarra ridiculously in these games, keeping him like 50, 100 health alive when you just thought he was going to go down. So we're definitely going to see some great things from him in the upcoming minutes of the game. Mid to late game mostly, so we'll definitely look for that up top. We have Dyrus. Dyrus still just with the regrowth pendant, has not backed yet. Could have used that time, but he saw the minion wave being pushed into his turret. Really not an ideal time for him to back. All the lanes just really going through the farming phase right now. Imaqtpie starting to take a lot of damage. Might have been out of position there for a condemn from Westrice, but more advantage you can get on that, definitely better if they push that lane out. They are getting pretty harassed here.
Yes, indeed. And he's last hitting. He's actually saving his mana because he's concerned about getting ganked, and he wants to be able to use those oranges to break those crowd controls. But here you can see using Parlay once in a while, keeping a decent mana bar actually, enough that he can haste himself, eat oranges, and get out. Because hey, the mana's not going anywhere. He can always use it and last hit right before he recalls, and he's just mostly last hitting with his sword.
Dinh making a quick appearance. Everybody looks to get out a little unscathed. Quick heal from Sona puts Imaqtpie back up to 100. And it looks like he will be forced to back. Dinh probably grabbing that Wriggles as he made his way through the jungle. We got Trundle going on to his wolf camp right now, and they're all just pretty much milling about, doing the exact thing they need to do right now. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nobody's really trying to over-initiate or overextend. So everybody's playing very cautious. They really know this game. It either ends it for Dignitas or, the huge win for EPIK. So they're leaving nothing to chance.
See Dyrus still about. There we go. Voice working. Ryze, Morgana in mid. Sixes on both sides. Lee Sin kind of nearby the top, and there's no ward coverage. And Lee Sin is the one champion who can really gank an Akali. So he's milling about towards the bottom. Scarra sitting in the brush. He's gonna be careful. Morgana fighting against Rise, taking a lot of damage, out of half health.
Oh, wow.
Lee Sin coming up. He's gonna spot Scarra. Oh, nice flash from Scarra. That was really, really good. Baited Dan, basically, in exactly the time that stealth would have ended. Flashed out, got very far away.
Really nice job. Looks like they have placed a ward down, letting him know that, no, it can actually see around that edge. I was going to say that ward's a little off, but no, he did get it down. It's kind of giving them the vision they need. And it looks like they will be able to start dragging here. Janna coming around, definitely going to throw out some Hurricane here. Get it past. No, they are not going to contest this, especially with 4 members around it. It looks like condemned into the wall is QtPie. He has 2 silver bolts on him, and he gets out of that one quick, not wanting to take the 3rd one. I believe we also just had a teleport wasted. Somebody came in on that teleport, and it looks like that was Dyrus, rather.
Yeah, he burned it and canceled it. 180-second cooldown when you cancel that. So he's still got 3 minutes to wait. But yeah, no push in from EPIK at all. They got a free dragon. They did lose, looks like 1, 2, 3 flashes, although Scarra might have used his earlier. Oh, he did use his earlier. So they used 2 flashes, but got a dragon. I think that's a good trade. I'll use 2 flashes for a dragon. That sounds pretty decent. Dyrus back up top does have his own flash up. Scarra does have a knight as well. A little pressure in there. Dyrus has oh wow, fast Warmogs. Not going Philostone, but actually going for fast Warmogs. Does have the giant belt.
Going for that Atmos again.
Yep.
Like Dinh going back for the red. Looks like Jatt will return to his jungle. That Madrid's looking for the Wriggles as well. As the Wriggles completed on Lee Sin. No, it's not. He does not even have the Madrid. So Jatt's going to be moving around the jungle a lot faster. Potential to do that next dragon. I believe it had to be on 8:30 now. So we're going to see that 14:30 possibly coming up. We'll see everybody on the map start to shift towards that dragon area at 14 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like actually DIGNITAS doing a great job this game. They've gotten the first dragon uncontested. Their jungler seems to be faster. The lanes are pretty good on both sides. 77 minions for Morgana is strong, but only 44 for Vayne. It's only 50 for Caitlyn, so I'm surprised to see how low the AD lanes are in terms of minion kills.
Yeah, they've been getting a lot of harass. Lee Sin has came down a few times. I know that Trundle made an appearance down there once, and no kills yet. First blood has not been taken. We are just cresting 10 minutes into the game here. No turrets are really taking any damage. It's all about the minions right now. And it looks like Akali may be caught off guard. Jatt coming up here. No, great shield to Dyrus to get himself out of that position quite quickly. The ultimate from Trundle has been used. Not really too much of a punish towards him. He doesn't really need to use it anytime soon. Going for his blue. May give this to Rise in the middle. Taking out a little damage on Morgana there. And yep, LoCicero will head over, grab blue. And they do have the CV right there. So good read by EPIK.
Yep, and they're going to take this, just staying as Gangplank. Going to do some good job. Apparently he liked playing Gangplank the first time. Thought it was good for the team. I guess they'll just continue that one for now. Let's see. Yep, Dyrus going to kill another minion. Has he would have lasted a little bit. So it looks like bottom lane is just continually pushed. EPIK up against their turret all day, and of course they have some good wards. So I guess they're doing all right.
Trundle getting the pillar onto Crumbz. He won't really do much. He's just going to be slow. He's actually walking around it. Quick Q from LoCicero. Wow, good push here. No damage taken by either. They're really in the face of each other, though, down bottom lane. You can see how much damage has been focused on the turret, though. 2,500 initial health down to 559. So they're really banging on that turret. Nice job there. It's going to be 150 global gold when they get it. Some items may be able to be finished, and that's a quick edge you would need over your team for 15 minutes in the game for sure.
Yeah, we see Dyrus still just solo top. He's got the level advantage over Scarra for what that one's worth, but still up against his turret. And actually, it's constant. EPIK just is up against their turrets the entire time, and that has helped them get Dragon that one time because they were on the back foot there. They're still pressuring through. Akali in good shape, and you look at the gold, and you know it's 13-6 to 12-5. The Dragon's really the only difference between these two teams. The farms are pretty equivalent. Certainly Akali rather rich at 3,100, has 1,300 in the bank right now, but Dyrus doing the best he can to get his gold back up. He's got rank 5 in Parlay. It's gonna give him some nice income.
Looks like Dinh trying to creep up here. Can he get the Q off? QtPie dodges just to the side. Very nice there. Dinh actually shielding a minion to move that amount of ground, and then the Q would have moved him at least 1,000 to 1,200 range in the initial attack. So that would have been amazing from him to initiate. No go though. Looks like he went back. He's going to go blue pill back to base. Akali has also left there. Looks like he is, Scarra is going to put some wards on his way back to his lane, getting that vision started up from Dignitas' side. You can already see the purple wards from EPIK all around the map. Dignitas 1, 2, 3 as well. So both teams really doing themselves favors by getting those wards down.
Yeah, so far everyone is pretty safe. 0 actually kills on the map. Very safe play. Jungler's not able to penetrate those ward walls. Dinh does have wriggles now, finally. Jatt, of course, the same, and seems ahead in items as well. He's got that magic resist. Now let us see what they can do. LoCicero still farming the bot lane. Very, very safe lane. Cutie-Pie with a lot of range and escapability. Looks, of course, full sustain right there. Does have the Philosopher's Stone. It's going to help a little bit as well. There's a little bit low on mana. Dinh coming by. He's going to jump to a minion. They will Q. That's a little bit of a slow. Can he land the Q? Almost. Scarra will cloak. But the E's going to go off a little bit more. Reveal slow damage, but going to be all right. Scarra getting closer to Gunblade, actually. Already has the pickaxe. Not far away.
Morgana rolling through the jungle right now. Maybe she picked up Wraiths, or I didn't see it.
Yeah, just did that now.
Right on.
Going
Looks
for
like
Rod of
they're
Ages
going
as well.
Tormented Soil back there. Yeah, she is going to go for that Rod of Ages. That'll allow her to get AP and health over time. Quite a nice item, especially for somebody like Morgana with the black shield that just allows her to be more tanky for AP damage.
Dyrus gets back to base, and will he have enough for Warmogs? He does. So let's see what he ends up getting from this build. He's got it at 13, almost 14 minutes, so he's going to start stacking, and he's going to TP into a fight, so let's see what ends up happening here.
They did go down bottom, that ward right in the bush. They did see him TP in there. The CV also goes down. It looks like a lot of the EPIK team has now focused on this bottom lane. Nobody is top whatsoever. It looks like everybody's starting to come down. You could see our first dragon fight, or second dragon fight rather, here. It is that 14-minute mark where I said they would all be shifting down towards this area, and here we go. The fight to be baited. Who is going to initiate this one? Or, you know, we may even see him walk away. Jatt getting caught there, gets the Q. Lee Sin could choose, go over the wall, but it's just too much. The crescendo would be right there. Good choice by him, but it looks like Crumbz gets absolutely caught off guard. They catch Dyrus as well in the crescendo. Great job by Nhat coming in there with the ultimate monsoon, pushing everybody back. They jump onto LoCicero and take him down. Dinh, some huge damage coming out. Jatt still alive, continuing to pierce that damage to Dyrus, focusing on to Dyrus. Does he have an orange left to keep himself alive? The attack and the power chord from Locust to finish it off. Very nice job. Dinh also falls under the turret. Scarra able to ultimate out the Zephyr on, but he cannot chase him with not enough speed, and it looks like this will be a dragon in an amazing 3-kill fight coming out of the hands of Dignitas.
Yeah, good job. 3 came in right there. Loci did fall, but that was all right because they got 3 and a dragon again. So Dignitas definitely controlling this game. EPIK was the team that... Oh, Westrice might get Scarra. It's going to be close. Ignite goes off. There's a shield. Janna's still there. Knocks up Cutie-Pie. Oh, that one's going to hurt. Flash in. And he gets it.
Wow. Perseverance. Absolutely pushing through. Waste a flash for a kill. I would any day. It's not a waste then. So Cutie-Pie coming up with a great kill there. Nice job on that previous fight. The dragon will be up at, I believe it was 21:30.
Yeah, that's about right, yeah. So that's going to be the next respawn, roughly. Not going to try to keep this turret alive, but it's so incredibly low. I think, yeah, they would love to press this down, but it won't die to minions alone. But the turret is, of course, very, very low, so it won't be long before they do finally use to get that one. Mostly going to get a blue buff for himself. This is going to be awesome. Rise a lot of mana right now. Got the Tear of the Goddess and the Catalyst.
Oh, Dyrus farm in here already has like a 15-minute Warmogs going on. Very nice build there. You can see Caitlyn is actually going for the Infinity Edge and not the Bloodthirster. Pretty expensive build, but she will be getting the damage that she wants as soon as she gets that Infinity Edge and those headshot procs that come out. We saw the damage last game that Westrice was doing. He's trying to double that as well.
Yeah, well, the late game damage of Vayne is very high. You can see that's piling up before long. Actually, Westrice has a different build this time. Maxing Condemn and now going for Tumble and leaving Silver Bolts at 1. I think that's new. We've not seen that normally before. But without a giant health tank champion, I understand why that's the case. What's up?
Lee Sin had the tag on the blue golem, and they put down Tormented Soil, and it just walked right out of the Tormented Soil. So Dinh had to walk back into it, and it just faded away. It was actually pretty comical. Here we go. Dyrus taking some damage. There goes the turret. That long-range poke from Cutie-Pie, able to take it down in a mere matter of shots. 150 gold globally to the team. Very nice from Dignitas. They have picked up 2 dragons for 380 gold, as well as that 150 right there. They're sitting very nicely on global gold, and the items that they are creating are really coming up faster. Akali with a gun bait as well under her belt.
Yep, Dyrus still farming up that gold as best he can. Loci going to hit him a little bit. Dyrus going for the gold. All right here. Probably coming out. Akali, though, invading into the jungle. Has the gunblade as well. Oh, Morgana misses. Will block some of that damage. Westrice Pushes him with the ult, doesn't chase through. Lee Sin's there. They could jump in. He almost lands on Scarra. See Kate heading towards the bottom. Dandin's still chasing though. They're gonna keep going for this.
She does not have that finished Infinity Edge. This could be a pretty good fight, but he's going to turn around. He's like, wow, Sona had that up, did a lot more damage than I thought she was going to, doubling up for that. So that's something you really get caught off guard with Sona. You're like, oh, I can take another Q. Oh wait, double damage. That kind of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Dyrus had his ultimate up. They could have used that for the slow, but they've chosen not to. I don't think Dyrus actually ulted yet this game. Was he getting another turret? That's 2 turrets to 0, I believe. Dignitas quite in the lead now, 6,000 gold up. Well, more like 5.3, but 25.2k to 19.8. Definitely dominating this game right now, doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, absolute switch around from what was happening last time. Oh, wow, Crumbz taking a lot of damage in middle. Can LoCicero find him? Flashes in, gets the Rune Prism down, and enough Qs Akali to dive into that one with the attack. Punched in the mouth with her foot right there. Great job. Double kill for Akali. Scarra coming up big. Double buff out of that one. And it looks like he will continue on here to wreak havoc. No, he's heading out of the jungle, actually. They're going to just take down this turret. Very smart idea. It looks like he was going to clear out some resource in the jungle, but he's like, yeah, I'll take some global gold. Gangplank, ulti, no real problem there. So much damage, they were just able to walk right out of it and take that turret.
Yeah, good kill from Morgana on the Jatt, so I missed that one. Seemed to duel in there, but then, yeah, there's a great comeback by Loci and by Scarra. Rise and Akali definitely dominating this game, and it looks like just Dignitas is a return to form here. The same dominant play they had against CLG seems to be back here, and they're pretty much crushing this game now. They were, you know, kind of back and forth with Epic the first game, but they're really on their game right now. They've timed their dragons. They've gotten all of those. They've gotten their team fights correctly. They've chosen the right targets. They've killed them. They've actually picked off enemy champs quite well. It's going really well for them.
Westrice just farming out that last minion wave. Could push out with it. Looks like he will head into the jungle with Morgana, maybe to go bottom lane and do a little. He's just going to grab these minions. Thanks. And head out of there. Akali backing in mid. Looks like Ryan's going to head back in. Akali actually grabbing a needlessly large rod when usually you think a little bit of sustainability, but we'll have to see how that plays into Scarra's hands. I don't think he was going for rod earlier in the games, but he may be switching it up due to the durability of his team. Trundle being in there, initiating the fight, and being able to get in and out with that shroud.
Gunblade Deathcap seems to be Scarra's favorite Akali build. Did run that against CLG. We don't see that normally on Akali's. Not that I necessarily know all Akali builds ever, but at least seems eating the games I've seen, but who knows. Yeah, just killing off minions quite successfully using that E, helps him last hit, and bam, dead minions. So a lot of gold income there. Dyrus still farming, is getting closer. Yeah, he's just the recipe away Atmos, and if you look at his gold, he's 400, 500 gold short of that. So he'll get it soon. Still farming, of course.
Almost have a focus there. They did throw down a ward.
That could die.
Yeah,
that's a wise choice for the flash there.
Quite close. That would have been some big damage, especially if Cutie-Pie got off a Q and the hit. Get the ulti down. Nobody was there to block it. Nhat would have the shield. But that would have been pretty painful for him. They're going to get some few shots on the turret. Tormented Soil goes down to take out the last of the minions. They get a little bit of push out of Jatt in middle here. They're doing a great job of keeping it divided up in the lanes. And we have Dyrus up top, though, just chilling, doing what he does. Actually, probably farmed up that Warmock's pretty good. Yeah, 274.5 extra health for him. And he's should be able to take... should be able to take this turret. He's got a good minion wave.
Yep,
probably could raise morale for himself, but he's not gonna. Yep. Oh, he actually already did. That is on cooldown. Proving me wrong.
Yep, they will trade turrets here. Dignitas doing a good job pushing the right-hand side. Of course, Dyrus is getting an easy one. It's those inner turrets that are the difficult ones, so it's still a good trade for Dignitas. Dyrus will finally pick that one up. Just still stacking up. The ult goes down. There's a team fight in the middle of the map, and here we go. The dance comes off. Westrice already at half health, flashing out of the way. Looks like EPIK Crumbz going to pick up the first kill of the fight, but they're going to lose Nhat Nguyen. Westrice still low, and now Dyrus in the middle has teleported in. Let's see if they can pick up Crumbz. Crumbz will go down. Nice job by LoCicero. Looks like Dinh there trying to get some damage, but getting picked up pretty strongly. Westrice, oh, that's one. Loci's going to pick up another. And there's the root. Dyrus going to eat some oranges and try to keep running. Wow, 4 kills picked up for Dignitas. Nice job there. 10-4, up 10,000 gold.
Nice
They're
job
gonna keep pushing.
by LoCicero. Triple kill on that fight. He was able to take down 3 for himself. That's some great money for Singe to get right there. Looks like they are going to be able to take down this turret. 15 seconds on the longest spawn. They did just get Janna back up, so she's going to be able to get out there with Gangplank. Nhat Nguyen trying to throw down one of those hurricanes and at least pop them up, stop the damage that they're doing to the turret, but no, going to simply take that one, get an ult on the shield, and he's going to throw it down. Great job. Right towards the inhibitor. They didn't even give an inch. They weren't worried about Dyrus there. They're going to back off, clear out that blue, go ahead and push mid lane up a little bit. It looks like Scarra is going to push top lane as well, do a little bit of split pushing.
Yep, and they actually see blue on the way out. They're not going to go for it. They are afraid of the full revive.
Smart move, yeah.
And look, Dan's already there. The rest of the team coming down. Dragon is gone right now. Akali already made it to top, is rising. Let's see, gonna wait for that E again. Gonna last hit some minions. Oh, that gold income. There we go, gonna keep going for the blue. It's gonna be Crumbz. Pretty easy there. Rod of Ages is stacking up. A couple more minutes to go till that's full. Let's see, Dyrus making his way back towards top. Does have Atmos now, so he's going to start scaling into this game. He did not have it for the last fight. I don't believe he had time to recall. So we're going to have a slightly more powerful Dyrus from now on. He did get the 1 assist, so it's going to give him some more stacks as well on the War Mugs. You can see 382, getting up there, has 2,900 health. It's going to be a big deal. Dinh, you can see, hasn't really completed any major items. Only 1,500 health on him. He's actually quite squishy. Not doing too terribly great right now.
Now hopefully he can get some items. We're going to check out his gold right now. He's only sitting on 300 gold, 4,400 in all. You know, he's been in lane quite a bit. The kills weren't happening for him. Maybe too many. You know, he's 1-3-1. A kill for that assist on the other side probably would have helped, but right now just not getting the chances he needs. Nhat going down at just a sliver of health. Support v support. It looks like Locust came out on top of that one with a little bit of help of his team. And they are going to be pushing through here. DIGNITAS playing a absolutely different game than the first one, not giving EPIK a chance to breathe in this, and they are just taking it to them right now. Siege Minion taking a few turret shots. They won't be able to get too much more on. That was quite an extended range there. A very nice job on the Dark Binding to throw out some damage, and they're going to go ahead and just continue to push these lanes. You can see how far top is pushed up from when Scarra was up there a few minutes ago, just helping that minion wave get up there. And this is what that facilitates. They're going to be able to take another turret because of what he was thinking of, you know, 3 minutes ago.
Yep, DIGNITAS makes it up to the turret. That's a nice job. They've gotten now 7 turrets on the map. Of course, one of those being an inhibitor. And they're still pushing on through. They're definitely controlling this game right now. 12,000 gold to the lead. Significant advantage here. And they are just not giving up anything here. Just killing minions in the jungle. Controlling the buffs for the most part. Yeah, and they're just ahead right now. This is pretty massive.
And DIGNITAS really falling right into their line of gameplay. This is what we saw from them before, just a dominating game. They, you know, they have lost a turret, but they are keeping that one is the only one lost. So they're really getting back to their lanes. They're keeping them pushed. You can see top lane is going to have another wave that's going to bash right into that, probably get into the inhibitor turret. So if they're at all in the face of EPIK within the next 30, 40 seconds, and yes, it looks like they will be, they're going to head straight up top. They have all 5 members, and they're going to be heading for Baron right now.
That's scary. We have Westrice farming away. Oh, Nhat Nguyen's over there. This is bad for them. They can catch the Trundle Pillar. We'll knock her back. Q goes off. Hits Sona in the face.
Right over the shoulder.
Yeah. Into the slow. Gonna be all right. And now the team is regrouping, of course. Westrice farming. Trying to get that Thirster stacked only at 5. And, oh, yep. DIGNITAS going for it. Do they have vision? They do. They know it's been started. That vision will end here. They're going to move on over. It's already down to half health. Wow, this is such a great start. Dyrus going to get it. He will not steal, but they're going to keep going in for the fight. Looks like Dyrus gets the kill onto Scarra. LoCicero is low on health as well. It's kind of going back and forth. Locust kills Crumbz. Now Dinh not in great shape, and another couple of kills there. 3 picked up just for the kill on Scarra. Nhat and Westrice not in happy places. LoCicero still chasing through. Of course, Sona can keep casting that Song of Celerity. Only 1 rank, but still, if it can move them fast enough.
Locust is on a rampage, BTW.
Locust is on a rampage. 4-0. Most kills on the team as Sona. Woo!
Oh, look at all that ward placement. Locust throwing down 5 wards right in the base by the inhibitor. Awesome defensive ward wall right there.
Smart. I like it. Make sure that they can see them come across. Whoa, Nhat Nguyen about to get a ton of gold though, if you can last hit those wards. Not doing it. Maybe this was bait. Okay, they're gonna get the inhibitor down. Okay, Nhat, got a bunch of gold there. Come on, give it to your team.
What do you mean bait? I use cooldown on wards.
Come on, they're right there, man. Look at this gold income. Look at this. Oh, they're rich now. 25 gold. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's getting
So they're probably like, what is this? As Nhat walks by him.
So he's getting Bloodthirster stacks off of that. Of course, they're 3 inhibs down and have lost Baron. It's not like they're losing by any means, but I mean, giving those Bloodthirster stacks, I'm gonna laugh, by the way, if they win a team fight and Westrice has like 12 health left, and it's like all the Bloodthirster stacks that the wards gave. I'm gonna pretty much at that point, Locust is fired. But you know, he's so rich.
Looks like Akali's going to be taking out Dragon all by himself. Scarra is going to be doing some good damage there, not even really taking any damage. That Revolver really, or actually Gunblade rather, really bringing him back up to HP. They're going to be able to grab that. So I'm going to stick on it for a second just so I can give you the timer. It looks like not too much is going on. It's going to be 34:05-ish.
Yep, that's the one.
And we're going to see pushing through the jungle here with Baron. They're looking to, actually, it's only Trundle Rise. Scarra has lost that Baron heading down. And we do still see it on Locust and QtPie, so they have a lot of Baron to be used. It has, yeah, just about over half. So they still have some time to work with this, probably 1 minute and 30 seconds. And we'll have to see if they can get another inhibitor, another turret. They are going for this inhibitor top, or bottom lane rather. And they will start to do some damage to it. Akali coming in from the left side. They do have some siege minions here, Phreak. Could be a big fight for Dignitas here.
Yeah, giant fight coming in. Westrice getting caught completely. Wow. Drops down to Scarra. Now Dyrus in the front. Dinh nearby. Dyrus going to shoot out a little bit. He's taking a little bit of damage, but Bantiesville blocks that Lee Sin Q. They're pushing now. They have super minions on the way. This is not looking good at all for EPIK. Super minions freaking everywhere right now. Crumbz not going to be able to do much here. Still putting through onto the turrets. And Dignitas will take a very convincing game 2.
Wow.
That's going to be it. Yeah, that's a dead next. Nice job there to Dignitas. 1-1 in the series. There's one game left to decide the winner. IPL3 Origins, League of Legends, Dignitas and EPIK, moving on to Game 3.
True show of play right there, and Dignitas and what they've been talked about all weekend. It built up to that game we just saw was an hour long before this. Now this game a mere 29 minutes. You know, they were really able to just run that through the way they wanted to. Their strats were coming out perfectly. They had, you know, the dragon control actually went back and forth, but they were still able to, as we've been saying, capitalize on those team fights. Even though they were low, they could still continue to go for turrets, and after the team fights, they were getting the global gold, which really ramped everything up for them.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out actually is also the amount of teamwork that is on the Dignitas squad. Yeah. So they 15 kills, but let's look at the kill plus assists. So Jatt, 1 kill, 11 assists, part of 12 kills. LoCicero, 3 kills, 8 assists, part of 11 kills. Scarra, 4 kills, 6 assists, part of 10. Locust, 4, 0, and 8, part of 12 kills. And QtPie, 3, 0, and 9, part of 12 kills. So most of them are in 3/4 of the kills or more. Just, you know, really good presence there, helping the team out so much. Whereas you look over at you know, the EPIK squad, of course, only 5 kills, but you know, most of them getting 2 to 3, even 4 in the case of Crumbz on the killer assist. So they're in about, you know, 2/3 of the kills on both sides. So most of them are, you know, really helping their team out here. But it seems like the play from Dignitas is actually is almost kind of a counter comp, because you look at Westrice, you know, Vayne, very much a late game champion, Morgana, you know, AP carry with some support tags there, you know, great scaling throughout the game. Gangplank going Atmogs, you know, means that you're not even going to be doing anything until 25 minutes in when he finally gets the Atmos. You saw, you know, Lee Sin not have a great start. You know, only 5.5 thousand gold. You look at the enemy jungler, Trundle, 9.5 thousand gold, almost twice as rich. So, you know, a great counter comp here from Dignitas. Really pushed through and took an early victory. And they're going to have to decide in Game 3 what strategies are going to prevail and which team can take the tournament. Right now we're going to get a commercial break, and we'll be right back after this.
I never asked for this. I never asked to be shown how human I was.
It's my time. What truth will I find in my world?
Or how much more I could become.
Rated M for mature.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Game 3 of the grand finals between Dignitas and Epic Gamer. It's down to the wire here, and you know, either team can win this. We saw a very, very close, clawed-out victory from Epic in Game 1. They started out super strong, kind of struggled back and forth, but they finally took it in the end. Game 2, just a completely dominant showing from Dignitas in that one. We're waiting for the game to come up, but you know, we've seen picks go back and forth all over the place. The strategies coming around. You know, it's pretty. It's just impressive, right? These players going in such, you know, making such great strides and playing so well, and the teams themselves actually choosing very different strategies here. We see, you know, Galio being not even a factor here, whereas the games involving CLG, Galio's been a ban and a very heavy pick choice, whereas, you know, we saw Yorick and Vayne be really big factors when Epic and Dignitas play, but not even worried about it when CLG takes those games. So you know, you've got a lot of really different things here where, you know, all the teams have different ideas about what's best, what kind of comps work, what champions can the players play. I mean, we see that Lee Sin is normally this feared jungler, but Dan just seemed to underperform there when you saw his Nocturne the first game, and the rest of his series he played so incredibly well as Nocturne. Also played an amazing Heimerdinger, but as Lee Sin not the same. And you know, these players have to know their own strengths and have to figure out how they're going to win these games on their terms, not say, well, this is normally a good comp, so we'll run it. They've got to run their own strategies, I think, and I think that was actually Epic's failing in the last game, but I think they know their mistakes. I was talking to Riv during the break, and we were kind of saying, well, who do you think is going to win Game 3? And he said, you know, Dignitas went on such a strong show in Game 2 because they learned from what they screwed up in Game 1. Right? They finally lost a game in the tournament, and they're like, well, here's what we did wrong. We got it this time. You know, part of it was the draft, part of it was the gameplay. Akala is certainly a powerful choice there. The Talon ban, you know, sure, whatever. But now it is Epic's turn to choose whether they want first pick in blue team or they want second pick in purple team, and that can actually mean a lot. You can actually play a counter pick type comp there, like you pick this jungler, we're going to pick this jungler that beats that jungler. You pick this solo top, we're going to beat that solo top. You pick this mid, we're going to beat this mid. You pick this duo bot, and so you have a lot of these interesting choices available, or you can rush for the really
wow, they're going for side again. Epic is going to go on the right. First pick goes to Dinh. Oh wait, Westrice switches over. Okay, Epic is going to go for first pick now. They are going to switch themselves back over.
So we're going to see that one swap. And actually, we saw Epic actually went for last pick almost all the time. I'm trying to remember, because I think against TSM in Game 2, I think Heimerdinger was on the left-hand side. Or am I just seeing things? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he was last pick.
Yeah.
Because we freaked out about it.
Yeah, so they have enjoyed their blue team a couple of times. They have chosen that. And so, yeah, we're just going to see how this pans out right now. But Westrice, Dyrus, and Nhat Nguyen, and Dinh in the game right now. They're waiting for their fifth. It's going to be Crumbz.
As we said, Dignitas really learning from their mistakes on that one. As we said, an hour-long game, a 50-minute game rather, down to actually, yeah, it was an hour and 47 seconds, down to a 30-minute game just about. So they really buckled down. They understood, you know, what lanes needed to be pushed and when. They really went at that game strong. The initiations were very strong as well. They left nothing to chance as well in their initiations. The Sona ultis were coming out fantastically. Obviously, Locust on a rampage. So, you know, the game was obviously going well for them. I mean, sorry, Nat, rather. Oh, yeah, Locust was
Locust on a rampage,
yes.
The support for Dignitas.
Yes.
Let's see what you guys can do. So we have 2 in for Dignitas so far. LoCicero and Jatt, of course, they do need the rest of them for obvious reasons. And we will see what they go for. Scarra is in. Locust is in. So the lineups are starting to fill up. 4 and 4 on each side.
Waiting on 2 epics.
Let us see what they
waiting on 1 Epic and 1 Dignitas.
Yeah. Dan's on the wrong side. PewDiePie. Now, Dan actually has to move to let PewDiePie over, so making a couple mistakes here in the whole, like, choosing of your teams. Dinh. I mean, he did, to be fair, I'm gonna insult Dan real quick. He did feed a bunch of kills, who was kind of on Dignitas' team last time, but, of course, he can redeem himself. That was a low blow, obviously, but, hey, Dan, that's my team, says PewDiePie. Yeah, indeed, he's kind of calling him over, saying, hey, bro, wrong side, dog, come on.
Yeah, they're definitely talking this one out. Epic wants to come into the game as strong as possible. Who do we have for leader on Epic?
For Epic, I mean, they were saying that they kind of all talk. I always thought it was kind of Dinh. He made a lot of the calls, but it seems like they all sort of have a voice on that team. And actually, it showed in that game that Dignitas was much better coordinated, and that Epic was kind of all over the place. You saw kind of Dyrus get kind of left at top lane. Like, he summoned or teleported super late into that one dragon fight. He's never ulted to help him. So that's really, really scary there, you know, having that sort of unsure who's doing the best here. So you're gonna probably want Epic to get someone to call in there. Dan, of course, still on the wrong side. There we go. PewDiePie can go on over. Dignitas has their full lineup, but He's not on the right team just yet, so he's going to need that. And there we go. We're just waiting for the last player from EPIK to join up. And we'll see what they can do with this. They are waiting for Crumbz. Placing Salsi for the tournament. It seems to not hold them back too much.
Indeed, yeah.
And then when he joins into the game, we are going to be good to go into Game 3. The final game of the tournament of EPIK versus Dignitas. Could not get any closer than this.
Yeah, it's been an amazing weekend of League of Legends here at the IPL3 Origins. Games coming out all 2-0. It's not really what you want to see, but a lot of those games were actually very close after that 1-0. The team that did go 0-2 in those matches, obviously the losing teams, always was really able to ramp it up in that second game, and they really were still great games of the first day. And coming into the second day here, we are starting the match, and your final matchup here, EPIK versus Dignitas, a 1-1 right now as we bring it into your third and final match. This is going to be the winner. What is the winner going to be taking home, Phreak?
I actually don't know.
Money.
Well, yeah, money. Yeah, thanks. They'll be taking home money. Thank you very much, Riv, for the very specific answer to your own question. Also, pride of being potentially #1 NA team.
Yep.
I mean, this is really the kind of the who's who of the North American scene, and they're coming out on top quite well. Again, the instant Yorick drop, the Soraka drop. Dignitas must ban Zilean here as well. EPIK will happily grab that champion. So EPIK's going to be, well, who do we want to get rid of? They can kind of leave open whatever they want because they know they'll get first pick, and they know they're going to force a Zilean ban. And so they can kind of go, well, what's going to be most important next? Kate's gone, Kog'Maw's gone. There's really no super important pick here. They could ban Lee Sin if they think Jatt's a good Lee Sin player. I think he's going to go through the pool.
Oh, wow.
Nice. The Rise ban.
Targeted LoCicero.
Yep. But that means Morgana's in. I mean, maybe they leave Zilean.
Oh,
Zilean.
Wow.
If they don't, they're being silly. There it is.
Oh, wow.
Zilean is in. And EPIK's definitely in love with that. Now, apparently, I think Dignitas has to grab Vayne. EPIK was like, dude, if they let us Vayne Zilean, they're freaking dumb. And we're waiting. We got 45 seconds to see if they pick, quote-unquote, correctly here. Morgana's a good pick. Morgana Vayne would be ridiculous good because Vayne would be hard to shut down. Akali, of course, in the pool as well. Although Akali against Zilean... I mean, Talon's in, though. We did have Scarra have a good... Yep, there it is. There is the Akali pick. And that's going to be a pretty big deal.
Nice. They'll be able to do that to Scarra. He's feeling... That's not good to have when he is feeling that comfortable on a champion.
Vayne.
You have to know about that. And they are going to be able to give Scarra Akali once again. We'll really see that coming into play there. Dignitas just coming up and cleaning up EPIK that second game there, 1-1 in this bout of the best of 3. Nhat going down for a different support this game. Looks like they may grab Taric. We'll have to see. Caitlyn is out, so they're going to be able to do the Dazzle Trap combo. We're really going to see what they have to pick up here. Dyrus looking to be, he's probably sitting there going, guys, let me just play Singed. Let me Singed.
Talon, ooh, does he... Well, so again, Dyrus can jungle.
Right, Crumbz.
Yeah, and Dyrus can play AD.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a lot of options here. We can definitely do double mage here with Dan/Crumbz/. Yeah, I mean, that'll just do it right there. Westrice could do it too. People in the crowd yelling for Jax for obvious reasons. I don't know if Jax outlanes Akali, but this could be pretty good. So one good thing, of course, with Talon is Talon can jump Vayne really, really hard, and Vayne's probably going to die in those cases. She's been silenced, will get jumped on. Of course, the stun from that. They don't have enough lanes to grab a Scion as well, so we're going to see Scion just go through the pool. I'm going to expect a Sona, just because we always see Sona on Locust. Or Locust on Sona.
Scarra, possibly. Nope, Scarra's going to pick up, yeah.
Urgot?
Nope.
Actually, there's no reason to Urgot because they have their AD already. Teemo, don't troll me, bro. We know you're not going Teemo. I appreciate the sentiment, but we all know this is not the case here. I mean, I'm not even going to get my hopes up. There's no... I know it's not happening, right? Just hurry up. I'll just wait. It's like I just got an email saying, hey, if you give us your bank account number, we'll give you $15 million. And I'm like, okay, sure. Let me go ahead and bookmark this and respond to it later. That's kind of the Teemo pick right here.
There you go.
Now look, Trundle, shocking the troll. But, I mean, Jatt's in love with Trundle this game. Or this series, really. Yep, there's the lineup. Very, actually, almost identical lineup to last time. We got Trundle, Sona, Akali again. And here are the picks. Of course, Heimer's gone. They get to pick their... they could duo Talon, but they typically don't. They do need a jungler here. They could Trist. Actually, Trist has not been seen in this tournament and is a very strong choice here. can out-aggress Vayne. They need a jungler here. Could be Gangplank, could be Nocturne, right. Dan is a good Nocturne player, and this makes a lot of sense here. Don't Lee Sin, you're not good at Lee Sin. Come on, Dan, learn your lesson. Locks it in. I mean, it's a counter pick to Akali, but I don't think it's going to work. And Dyrus, I think, is likely to be MF, because Dyrus has played some MF. He did that at the Season 1 champs. And so it's going to be an interesting pick, though. We have not seen MF this whole tournament, but there's a lot of AoE here if you look at it. You've got Talon just going to kind of bomb everyone with the ult. MF going to do the same thing. Lee Sin has a bit of AoE. The bombs from not Westrice. Well, right now he's picked him, but he's going to swap away Zillion. This is a pretty good lineup. They've got a lot of single target and a lot of AoE overall. This could be a really strong bottom lane. I think Vayne Sona is not as good as MF Taric. Especially if they actually get into the fight, those impure shots are really going to hurt the ability. And there's that last pick, Morgana. So they've got a very, very safe Vayne and a pretty safe Akali. Akali's not going to get CC'd out, which means good luck, not killing people. Thanks, Elementz. A little bit of hate there. Thank you, Elementz. Hold on. Not much. Just chilling. BTW, you're on TV. Say hi to Mom.
So it looks like we got our picks in. Obviously, everybody watching, the players still around. As we can see, Elementz giving us a little bit of chat, too. They are also watching the games. We have a few of the players in the crowd as well, enjoying these matches, also rooting for their favorites. And it's going to be a great game here. Can Dignitas bring this into a 30-minute match, or is EPIK going to bring this one back? We're going to see another hour-long match, Phreak.
And Westrice is hour-long match. Honestly, it could be. I mean, this is very volatile because Akali and Talon both scale really hard. And actually, here's the fun thing: is finally Westrice is getting that solo top spot, and he's going to be fighting against Akali. And Westrice, of course, known as quite the Akali player, might be sad he doesn't get to play it in this match, but gets Talon, which is basically the male version of Akali. And yeah, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting lane. I've heard actually that Talon is a counter lane to Akali, or one of. Garen's even harder of a counter lane to Akali, but we shall see how this pans out. It's pretty interesting. I mean, Dyrus on MF going to be strong. He's really good mechanically. He's got great last hitting. I mean, this could go a lot of. What is Elementz saying to me now? My mom isn't really happy right now. Third, she wants me to sleep. Oh, so apparently Elementz. TSM Elementz. Now I'm confused. Maybe he like switched teams. Now I don't even know who's playing at that point. I don't even know who's trolling me now. So either TSM or Elementz' real team. CLG got third place. One of those is true. I don't know.
30 seconds on this one. Yeah, been switched around. Looks like Cicero, obviously, as you see the score screen, got Morgana, Jatt. Sticking with Trundle through the entire series last weekend as he puts himself in the jungle Locust, looking to come up with another rampage next game, hopefully. Scarra on that Akali. So scary. It's just something you probably should be focused on, especially with the Cutie Pie. If they're going to be able to tag somebody to a wall with Cutie Pie, Scarra is going to make quick work of that with the Silver Bolts of Dignitas Cutie Pie. So a lot, like we said, single target for EPIK. Somebody, if is found in the jungle, is going to die if all these people are there. Obviously, that would happen anyways, but it's going to be so quick, they're really not going to know what happened. The vision will be gone. It'll be like, guys, they're there, but you can't see anymore because they killed me that quick. So we're going to see that just quick assassination combo coming from EPIK. 55 seconds until we start our final match, Phreak, and we're about to go underway with that here. IPL3 Origins. Bally's in Atlantic City. I'm enjoying myself. The casino and resort doesn't suck. Does not suck.
I was told it was only a hotel, not a resort. I don't know. It was just like someone said.
It's on the flyer. It says casino and resort.
Well, then there you go. You're wrong. Whoever told me that.
Yeah.
I can eventually. Oh, there we go.
They're probably watching. Go like this.
Yeah. You.
30 seconds.
Just everywhere.
30 seconds till we start this guy up. What are your predictions? What's really going to come out first for you?
I think hopefully Dan plays better for EPIK's sake. I think the ganks didn't happen. Some of that might have been the Caitlyn safety.
Okay.
I mean, certainly going to be hard to gank. The invisible Akali, and the few times Scarra got ganked, he played it perfectly. Shrouded, went to the edge, flashed out, didn't get ganked. Ganking a Caitlyn in general just not really going to happen too much. So I think Dan can have a little bit of a chance here. Now he's got a talent on the side to help that. The lane he's against now, Vayne, a little bit less safe. So we'll see if that pans out. Skin, of course, being picked up by Westrice. Pink Taric, quite excellent as well. And let's see. Dyrus on MF, got the exhaust. Who do you think's going to win? I don't know. I think EPIK. I think EPIK could take it. The Zillion's very impactful.
No teleports on either team for this game.
Oh, true. yeah, they're both playing very much for the damage. So, if you guys want the blue team of Epic Gamer to take the series and win the tournament, let me hear you guys at home and in the crowd. Let me hear it. And if you're more of a Dignitas style person, if you want this team to take it over, win the tourney here, it's one game to do it all. Let me hear you guys if you want Dignitas.
All right, let's see what we have here. Like we said, in these games, these final matchups, there's usually not a lot to chance. The jungle invasion is usually a little slow, but it looks like Dignitas may be quite aggressive on this one, putting Jatt in the beginning, leaving everybody behind. We have the CV coming out, so they are definitely seen in that position. Looks like Roll has been grabbed by Cutie Pie. Nothing grabbed by LoCicero yet. Probably also going for his, maybe just Tormented Soil if he doesn't have to fight. Going back into lane, obviously get his farm on, or Black Shield. Really help him to sustain pretty well. And they think actually they had a quick ping over towards, that's Dignitas' golems up top. They're not going to have anything going for that though.
So yeah, Akali headed towards top, so it is going to be Akali versus Talon. I was worried if maybe Morgana would make that switch and it'd be Morgana versus Talon, but I think Zin would outlane Akali pretty hard. So going to be a large magic damage mid lane, very assassin-y top lane. We'll see how that pans out. Westrice going to be using Rake to pull the golem for Dinh. He's actually going to stay in golem and not even go for wolves. As you see, Jatt is ready to go for these wolves right here, and he's going to tag it. And here we go. Puddle coming out as well, going to really help that damage output.
It's going to disappear. He's going to be able to grab all that XP for himself. Looks like they're getting the leash on Lee Sin. Those buffs spawn at 155. Dinh puts a bomb onto him. That's going to help him out with a little bit of damage. And as that goes off, really good amount of damage. He's going to be able to clear right through that blue. Nice and easy. Akali not really going to have enough time to go through these creeps here. So it looks like Talon will make it before he misses any experience. Bottom lane, however, is getting there quite late. But Dyrus and Nhat have not really shown themselves. There, Dyrus stepping out, starting his creep score up, so he's going to be only a few creeps ahead. Dignitas gets to the lane in time. Let's let this laning phase begin, guys. The final matchup underway. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. The junglers are just about around to the second part of their jungle. Everybody moving smoothly right now. And we are going to have some ganks possibly coming out. We do know that Dinh likes to come out quite early. He did not go for that 1-2 on the red right away. So he's going for the normal path around the jungle. Same thing with Jatt. So we could see the ganks coming around 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, Jatt right now, of course, in the advantage because he did take wolves before golems. So Dinh going to have to be catching up right here. Could take him a little while. Q should come out. I think he whiffed the Q, so that was pretty good. When they're stationary monsters, miss that is difficult, but doable. Dinh will in fact do so. Westrice though still in against Scarra. Solo top, Q and W picked up. Actually, Cutthroat being used by Westrice to spam down onto Scarra. And you can see actually he is out harassing. So he's got to be afraid whenever that marketing assassin is up. He wants to not aggress on a Scarra because he can trade back. Wow. Oh, nice moves here. Damage output is strong.
He does have Shroud as well. He could have avoided a lot of damage there, just didn't decide to put it down. He does have a Q and a W right now. However, Westrice level 3, that's really, really big. And Scarra is at least 2 creeps away from that. So that means Westrice has an ability over Scarra if they were getting to that one-on-one fight. He just has a lot more ability to use. Finally, Scarra getting up to that 3rd, but he goes for another Q, so he still only has 2 skills with the amount of damage he's taken. He feels comfortable with his health pots. He's going to stay at his turret and try to farm there. Looks like Lee Sin finishing with his jungle right now. We are going to look at that. He does not have any pots, so he quickly backs. Going to be buying up some items. Let's see what the jungler's gold is. They should be quite about equal.
Too.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So yeah, pretty efficient job there by Lee Sin. He's got nice amounts of health. Has most of Madrid's Razor. You see boots to the pickup for Jatt, whereas Lee Sin got a longsword. So you're going to see those diverge a little bit in these builds. You see bottom lane very aggressively. Seems like blue team keeps pushing in bottom lane. A nice little jump there from the double up from Dyrus. Hitting Cutie Pie pretty hard. Of course, Nhat Nguyen can sustain him. He is that Taric healer.
LoCicero taking a good amount of damage. Crumbz able to get those bombs on one after the other, and just one gets the black shield that wears off, goes right through it. Very good job on that. Morgana should definitely be coming out with the range in that lane in the Tormented Soil, harassing Zilean back to his turret, but you got to be very careful about those bombs and an initiation from the jungle, especially playing against the Zilean with the speed buff he can give his teammates.
Yeah.
Looks like we got Jatt coming in, DB on the double buff, and he's going to take mid lane for LoCicero here, I believe. Just farm up a little bit and grab some XP.
Well. who isn't very easily killed. Of course, has nice sustain in lane. Looks like Westrice was supposed to recall and is doing some pretty good damage to Scarra. You can see him turn on that Noxian Diplomacy, try to run in there for Cutthroat, and of course keeping Scarra zoned right now. Pretty good play. They just drop down these minions, doing a pretty good job of that. 23 gold apiece so far. Yep, making Scarra be afraid. Kind of baiting him a little bit, just staying at the edge. Not really last hitting anything. Actually, that's going to end, but he will last hit one right there. And now, of course, he's pretty safe at his turret, so not a lot of gains being done. Westrice misses a minion. And Jatt going to push through onto some more Wraiths.
Nice ward down bottom by Locust. Really going to be able to keep them out of that if they get pushed back in their lane. Good wards down bottom in the river. No real jungling. Gank's going to come from that area down towards Dragon. They also have Dragon on the ward, and they can see that just out of that fog of war, so that's really nice for them. And it looks like we got Trundle up top. He is going to be cutthroated on. The W coming out as he rakes, trying to get away, and you know, Jatt did not take a lot of damage there, especially for coming out. Oh, he's level 5, so he's actually been able to match up the solo top as the jungler. Very nice for Jatt. We're going to see where Dinh is at. They're all level 5 there. Mids are level 6s. Oh, man.
Diplomacy on Scarra knows. He's like, I'm going to recall and buy some items real fast.
Yeah, there he sees that he's level 6. Scarra perfectly fine with that recall.
He should shove this. There's the rake.
Looks like Jatt's going to come up, give a little assistance.
Yep, Jatt's going to come and take that one over. Let's see what else goes on here. Morgana versus Crumbz. Ooh, be careful. Alright, Crumbz going to stay up there. Has bought some items here. Has a health potion on as well.
Looks like Westrice actually backing himself here. Going to switch over and see what he has. He has 1,500 gold under his belt, 635 to spend right now. That's just going to be a nice Doran's Blade, and actually 2 Dorans. Oh, no, there was one. He already bought one as he backed, and then he got a ward and more pots. That's what he bought. So very nice. He's going to be able to do more damage. It's going to allow him to last hit a little bit better as well. Really catch Akali off guard. Akali is going for that revolver once again. Scarra always getting that to keep himself in game.
Yep, it's a pretty smart choice. Keep himself sustained in the lane. Crushing down these minion waves. It's level 6, and they might start moving for. Oh wow! But they're already doing it. Epic's already going for that dragon, and of course they had Westrice recall. So, oh man, they're gonna be there first, and they're just going for it. They pink warded. They know who's nearby. The spam is massive, and Dan, I mean, he has Madrids, and no one's yet there. As long as he smites correctly, he's got it.
Nice job, Westrice. Could be found out here. He goes into the fight, but he goes and viz with his ulti. Very nice. Cutie Pie actually almost going down. He's like, Locust, heal me, I'm ignited. Gets out of that one alive, though. Looks like they pick up Blue. A good grab and drag. I was going to say it.
Nice.
Good drag and grab by EPIK on that one. Looks like Westrice is getting chased here. Breaks that. Goes for Morgana. The damage could slice through her, but it looks like he's going to take too much. If you can get it down, not enough. The Tormented Soil.
Nice job.
Oh, for first blood. Now how you want to do it. Can he get the Q to Morgana? He cannot. Looks like he kicked Akali back away. Back and forth right now. Lee Sin wanted that retribution kill for his teammate, but not able to happen. Dinh, valiant attempt there, and they get away with the first blood. Great job by Dignitas.
Very, very, very good job there. Going to get that golem. Looks going to be all right. 1-0 there, so that kill is going to pretty much bring that gold total back equal, but Scarra actually getting crushed in the face a little bit by Crumbz, although he's hiding quite well. There's the flash. Double bomb. Can he get it? One bomb.
Yeah, he's got it.
Can he ult himself in time? He will. All right, we'll probably drop from that. 3? Are you kidding me?
Oh, wow.
3 health. Literally 3 health. Oh, man. Well, then.
Yep, that'll happen.
Still 1-0.
Just did. Talon going top as he's about to meet Jatt up there. A really nice minion wave. However, they are attacking the minions and not the turret, so really not gaining any ground there. Jatt's going to be able to clean that up. Nice. They are going to donate this blue buff to Zilean. He has no MP right now, so this is really awesome. He's just going to be able to stay in lane. That makes Crumbz a very happy bomb. Bomb giver.
Bomb giver.
Bomb giver.
He's a happy bomb, apparently.
He's a happy bomb.
I was unaware.
Oh, Cutie Pie gets dazzled up. They're going to try to get a little damage on this. No double up, just a regular attack there.
A lot of gain. A lot of gold. And the ult from Dyrus could get knocked back, but overall just killing minion waves.
That would have been a nice kick the ulti off right there with a quick condemn.
Yeah. Probably going to recall because of that, and indeed they're going to do so. Westrice, Scarra. Bomb still coming out. LoCicero, of course, able to black shield, block a nice amount of that damage. Yeah, decent shape. Crumbz, of course, just able to spam. 1 minute left on the ultimate, but every W will reduce that by 10 seconds. So it's really more like 30 seconds away. He's actually not doing enough damage to kill these minions off, and he's actually going to lose them 2 minions. There we go. He's going to get a couple there. Going to kind of bait them together. Lots of minion kills there by Crumbz. Talon. Oh, and Akali's going in on it too. Phreak comes back. Westrice getting a lot of his health shredded away right there. More Q's coming out from Scarra. I think Scarra's starting to win this lane. Win this lane. Thank you for calling me out on that one. I totally didn't do that myself.
Yeah, he's just pumping those health pots, chugging them down. Westrice going against Scarra. Scarra really not too worried about that anymore. As you said, the damage is really nice. He's got that revolver on himself. He's just able to continue to heal. It looks like we got the red. Jatt is going to take that down. Lee Sin is going up top. We're going to ask for Talon to probably push this lane. He's going to try to hover around into the bush and creep up here. We'll see if they can do that.
Pretty likely choice. Morgana spamming out a little bit. Both of them now have the blue buff in mid. Of course, neither champion really needs blue to lane well here. Killing off some minions. Crumbz with auto attacks right now. Has his ult up. Morgana as well, so that could be quite interesting.
Oh, wow. Tons of damage onto Scarra. Can the Tempest come out? Very nice job. Kicks Akali out of her own shroud so he can get the kill as he comes in with the Q. An awesome job there by Dan. Dan tempested out quickly, reveals invisible units, and he was able to pick that kill up for himself. These minions are going to do a pretty good amount of damage to the turret as Jatt comes up to clean that up once again. And now it is 1-1 in 11 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Yep, so Westrice maxing out W, then maxing out Q, is going for the Brutalizer, or possibly the Hex Drinker. Don't know which one it's going to be just yet. Over it down. Oh, Cutie Pie gonna take a lot of pain. Oh my gosh, the damage output. Goodbye onto Vayne. LoC's nearby though. Q goes off, hits a minion. Okay. But yeah, Dyrus maxing W. So that impure shot's doing a ton of damage. So Nhat Nguyen on Taric. 2 points in heal, 3 in armor. Just 1 in Dowsing. See what they can do about this. Dyrus getting a little bit of a healing right there. Morgana off to the side. They have Sona nearby as well. But no one can global into that fight though, so they can't really surprise them too heavily. I don't think it's... Oof, that's close. The Dark Binding was very, very close.
Kali coming up on the bottom side of Talon. No wards there. She's definitely thinking there may be. Actually, oh, she saw Lee Sin coming up. Scarra playing it very safe there. Puts down a ward. It looks like they will be able to push up towards Talon. Westrice hiding in the bush here. Scarra probably knows that he's there. He's going to play pretty cautious on that one. Lee Sin heading towards top.
Yeah, Kali's still at the turret. Not a lot of bonus armor though, so Westrice still very bursty here. Ult's gonna hit for 160 on each side.
Oh, he just got vision of Dan Dinh. Came a little too close to the minions. He's definitely gonna hide the top of that turret. You can see him actually back and forth on that top turret. You can kind of break your line of target, and they won't be able to click you. A little bit of a trick there.
EPIK still spamming. Locust, of course, maxing Q as he does on Sona. So it's interesting to see the different builds, and Lee Sin's going for it anyway. He could have chanced to Q and gotten a reveal. Would have died the turret there. Not going to be the case. Scarra doing okay. Has a lot of spell vamp, of course, as well. Westrice missing a couple of minions. Still pushing on through. There's a lot of bonus damage, of course. Morgana's coming by. She's going to be very dangerous. They're going to keep going.
Wow.
He's going to recall, but he's going to get caught. He's going to try to find Morgana. There's the ult. He flashes it. Nice job by Westrice. That was close. Nice move. Nice move. Cutthroat's over. Flashes. Baits the Morg ult. It's worth doing.
Looks like bot lane continuing to farm out. Let's see the creep score return 104 to Vayne's 84. So wow, very dominating by Dyrus here. Dyrus coming in. The Taric ulti coming off. More AD. A very nice crescendo there to stop it. And it looks like they will just be forced to walk out of that one alive. That's a better way to do it. But that could have been an easy kill there for Dyrus if he had not been stunned up in the dance.
He's actually rushing Phantom Dance. He's actually playing like he's Vayne, sort of, and going fast Phantom Dancer, letting that attack speed scale that impure shots. Will do a lot of damage there, and that's the build. Dan gets caught. Crumbz nearby, though, does have his ult still up. Only 1 point in the cooldown refresh, a lot more in the haste. Dragon is back, but 2 are far away from DIGNITAS. This could be a 5v3, even a 6v3 if Crumbz ults someone who revives. And they're going for it. EPIK about the second dragon of the map. They're still... DIGNITAS still waiting for the rest of their team to show up. Some bombs, some slows going off. Dyrus 2 points in Naked Rain.
Wow, Jatt throws down the ulti. Dyrus gets binded up there. Tormented Toila's down, but he turns around, and that's just a bind. He is able to attack out of it. Very nice job. Jatt goes down. The jungler is out of the fight right now. Scarra is forced out of his shroud as well. Dark Binding hits Crumbz. Do not believe Crumbz has his ulti. He does not. He just used it, and he will be coming back up. It is going to be QtPie going down. Gets taken down by Westrice. LoCicero being chased right now. Puts on his shield, but you're being chased by Westrice. That's going to hurt because it's AD. They're just looking to block any other damage coming in. Able to get away. Did save himself. The 2 for 2. Both teams obviously not happy about that, but the exchange did go the best that it could.
Yep. And of course, EPIK getting the dragon out of that, as far as I remember. So, you know, they're okay trading that way. The kills were actually, you know, Vayne got shut down again. The kills went up on a number of good champions. Misfortune, 3 assists, sure, but everyone else, actually, with Taric getting a kill there, it's not super optimal. That might have been the kills at bottom a little while ago. Either way, you know, EPIK is up about 1,400 gold. They've got 2 dragons in their favor. No turrets on either side. 4 to 3 overall in kills, so EPIK is clawing their way up right now. They are technically winning, but not by a lot.
Here we go. EPIK pushing this in here. They do see that dragon is now up, so it's going to be the second dragon of the game here. Let's see what they can pull out.
I'm dumb.
Yep.
Okay.
Not dumb, though. Akali forcing Nhat out of the fight. It looks like Dignitas may be able to push in here and grab this one. They're really just out of position, EPIK that is, to really come into this fight strong. They put 2 wards down in the bush there. That's all right, not really going to falter at all. And they are going to speed up Dyrus on this one. Can he initiate the fight with the ulti? He cannot, and it looks like Jatt comes out of the darkness to really deter them from wanting to go on this dragon fight. Jatt, however, taking a lot of damage. Lee Sin focusing on that. Jatt with just a few ticks of health left. QtPie being pushed out here. Scarra back into the shroud. Nobody has fallen yet. Just a trade of damage. Crumbz stunned against the wall from Condemn. Can he be followed up here? Just one more shot. No, it is not enough damage on the 3rd proc. Dyrus also being chased. A nice utility speed up from Crumbz. That bomb is going to hurt. Scarra jumped away from his teammates so he would not hurt them. Very smart play there. Dinh getting seen by the CV. Very good flash. Dark Binding dodged. Just so much back and forth right now, but nobody capitalizing on the kills. Everybody knowing the strength of their character and playing to that ability.
Dyrus wanted to give the chance ult there, but he's got to go around now. As the team didn't really initiate there. Those wards right in that brush. EPIK's going to make Dignitas scared for good reason. The blue is up. They're going for it. They could gank this pretty hard. They do see them. MF's going to go in there. There's the E. The ult could go on. A lot of pain coming out, but they're going to make it out okay. But blue buff looks like a pretty easy steal here. Ooh, no, he got it. He smite.
Yep. Trundle got that.
The smite came out from Trundle. However, they're now very, very low. And, I mean, now they've got the Zillion ults up. They've got Ignite up as well.
Crescendo's halfway gone for Dignitas. This could be a dangerous fight.
5 seconds. Jatt's in there. They see him. A lot of damage coming out. Westrice's got to be careful. He has the ult. He'll get revived as well. Scarra's in there. Crumbz might drop down, but they might trade back. Can he get the damage output? He's actually, his revive time is going to end pretty soon. A little bit of damage on Scarra. He's going to jump in, but it's timed out. He's going to drop. Scarra will fall. We're going to trade those back. Actually, Taric picking up the kill. Dyrus nearby. Looks like 3 dead versus 3 dead. 7 to 6 the kills. Nhat still chasing. LoCi's got blue, though. That's scary. And that stun is now up. Dyrus is right behind him.
Man, that dragon should feel special.
Seriously.
I think he's getting a lot of attention right now. So another fight going down at Dragon. Both teams losing members. How to regroup, possibly get that dragon once again. No turrets on the map have been taken. There is 0 gold to be had right now. Or actually 1 dragon has been taken, but still at 21,000 gold and 19,000 gold, a lot has been gained from just farming and taking champions out.
Morgana has a chance at this turret, getting it to half thanks to Tormented Soil helping her minions push. Trundle reaping towards mid. He has been dying quite a lot. He's not all that tanky, but he just barely makes it out a lot of the time here. He did actually drop in that fight. And Dignitas going for the dragon. EPIK knows. And here it is again.
Third one, Phreak. Let's see if they can really bait this one out. It looks like it's going to go down fully this time. The smite comes out, and so does the attack. Dyrus being bursted down, living with just a sliver of health. The true damage from Ignite going down takes him out. It looks like we will also lose a Nhat. Taric falls to the ground. They are now forcing the last 3 members of EPIK out of this one. A beautiful pillar. Akali coming in with the ultimate, kicked back, stuns up the first 2 followers right behind Akali. And that was an awesome job by Lee Sin, really helping his team there. They are going to be able to get back to this turret. They did lose Dyrus and Nhat. Not very good for EPIK at this point. Dignitas showing very strong. They were able to grab Dragon and just come out very big on that fight.
Yeah, very much so. They did a great job in that fight. They did take those 2 kills, which is a wonderful job. Dyrus is actually kind of on the wrong side of the map. He was down here, got jumped by a colleague, pretty much just melted there. TheRainMan was unable to keep that misfortune alive, and now we're going to see what else they can do. They've got the blue back up. Crumbz, of course, wants that very much. Did not have his revive up in time. That cooldown, of course, extremely long, and unless you can really, really spam with blue buff at W, it's not going to be up for every fight. And that seemed to be the case there. IMaqtpie now has Lizard buff, has the Wriggles as well, so they're actually using that to help them kill those dragons more quickly. It's working out pretty well.
Yeah, IMaqtpie doing a great job. Keeping herself farmed up. That Wriggles is absolutely a great idea. See Dinh roaming around in the jungle. His Wriggles is up for ward placement. Jatt also up for ward placement as well. They're still warding slightly right now. Not really mid-game yet, still early in the game. Not too many items have been fished. We do have a needlessly large rod on Morgana, and actually a Gunblade finished on Scarra, so doing very well there. Everybody else really trying to finish up those items. Cooldowns for Talon, that Brutalizer, such a great item. Scarra and Westrice going at it head-to-head. Comes out with the ulti. Could hit him with at least one of those, and he does, and he makes it quite far out by that time. Scarra knows where he is because the blades do follow back to Westrice, so he knows he's still in lane, playing quite cautious.
Yep, TheRainMan is there by the turret. Maybe he's going to bait the push in. He's going to do a lot of damage to Scarra, but Scarra's going back into this. The ult's on as well, and TheRainMan is there saying, hey, well, I got an Oracles, buddy. It's okay. We got this.
Yeah.
But Westrice out of mana now. Going to be a little bit afraid of that. Only 1, 2, and 5 versus the 4, 2, and 3 from Akali. Very good stuff there. The team's only up 1 kill, though. Equal on Dragon. Equal, actually, no, 1 turret to the advantage of Dignitas as well. So, very, very slight advantage here.
I saw Morgana pushing in. You can see the double ping there. It was going to be Dinh trying to go around and do some damage to that. But Morgana, LoCicero changed mind, did not want that Wraith camp, walked out alive. And it looks like might have gotten it actually by putting that down because there are no Wraiths. Might have Tormented Soil, or they just weren't there. Nice job. Crumbz cleaning up the minions in middle. That's going to reset the lane. Both are going to meet in the middle of that one. Westrice trying to do what he can versus 2 here. A lot of damage to come out of this turret from IMaqtpie, but here comes Nhat. And Nguyen doing what he can to deter them from taking that turret. Dinh can just hop over this wall if he wants to in the initiation. Looks like Nhat was like, I'm ready to flash with you if you want to do this. They choose not to, though. It would have been a very hard kill to get.
Yeah, see, we see again. Akali versus Talon on top of the map is bad for Westrice. Good little harass there. Nhat is back with the heal. It's going to be okay. Jumping forward, Dan's going to try to get this shot onto Scarra. He will dodge that. You should have held it a little bit longer, but the team is coming up. Trundle the farthest away. They could get a push here on a 5v4. Oh, Nhat with a good little ward kill is going to help them quite a bit. They're ready to go. Ooh, that was close. They almost landed on IMaqtpie. Misfortune's around. They're ready to push in. There's Scarra. Going to get caught a little bit. Will cloak. Oh, the damage output is strong from Vayne.
That's a great condemn. Absolutely thwarting that attack. Akali had to put down that shroud. Was able to get a heal there from Locust. He's going to come back in with a little bit more health here to initiate on this fight. Maybe they don't have a lot of health on that turret. Westrice passes the turret. IMaqtpie takes a lot of damage. The ulti is on. Will he be able to turn around and take or do damage for his team? There it goes. Dinh falls. Westrice, Nhat, and Dyrus on the run as 4 members of Dignitas pursue in this fight. They do have a turret in front of them. There is not much damage on that turret, and I would say that they were going to be diving this one. Zilean comes in. Can he get the bomb up? Can he assist the team? Morgana ulti coming out. Nhat going to take a lot of damage. That's another kill that goes down. There are 2 members down for EPIK. Very nice job. They also take down Trundle, and they are about to turn this one around. EPIK, Westrice, Crumbz, and Dyrus to do damage. Seeing him in the bush there. Very nice job. Seeing that Scarra was not in the run. Very nice job there. Can they go on to Cicero? There is one bomb dodging the Dark Binding. Slows LoCicero down, but I don't think it's going to be enough damage. Can he get there in time? More, oh my God. F slowing him down as well. That's exactly what they wanted him to expend the flash.
Wow, nice fight. Nice fight.
Very good turnaround there.
Zilean just got that ult off onto Westrice. It made them not take a death and then get that kill onto Scarra just from that burst damage. Well played. Crumbz made it there just in time. Ultimately, yeah, EPIK came ahead just barely in that fight, though they did lose the Oracles on TheRainMan. He has not rebought one, but he does have 3 gold per 10s. You see Locust actually not in that same situation, only has 2 for himself. Has Dodge Boots, which is actually a pretty good choice against the mass AD stack here that EPIK has. They don't have a hardcore mage. I mean, Crumbz does some good damage here. He is Zilean, but it's talent and misfortune. And the cool thing about misfortune, though, ironically, is actually does a lot of magic damage because has maxed impure shots and make it rain now. Vanomancer is the first pickup, but now Pickaxe plus Vamp Scepter That looks like Gunblade. I'm confused. That's, I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't really know what to think of this, actually. I mean, it's Dyrus. He can kind of do whatever he wants.
Looks like Morgana's going to be able to take this blue.
He doesn't give a, as was in the first game. So, let's see, getting called out by Twitter. Not Twitter, sorry, Reddit. Let's see, oh, they've caught that Taric, though. Taric is not in good shape.
He will be taken down. Dyrus firing off the ulti. It's just going to go ahead and stand still there.
He's so dead.
Getting taken down. Yeah, he actually has Zillion's ulti, but you can see they're all focused. The Shroud goes down. Wow, he may have made it out, but Crescendo goes down. They are not going to be able to dance their way out of that one. Dinh taking a lot of damage, focused on here by Akali and by Vayne. He goes down. Crumbz does not have his ultimate left. That was used already, and it looks like they were able to get a good amount of kills there. Dignitas doing a very good job. Scarra, not the person you want to be picking up double kills. That's his second one within a matter of minutes, and that is not good to feed the Scarra.
Yeah, they are 800 gold ahead now, and they're going to get this dragon. It's going to give them a nice lead here. Yeah, they got caught pretty hard. Taric and Misfortune both. That was not happy business right there for them. Even the Zillion ult did not keep MF alive, has no real innate escapes, did not flash away from it, didn't really have a chance to anyway. Morgana, LoCicero doing a great job of initiating on that one. Dodges the Dark Binding. Crumbz can just spam these minions down. Blue is back up, does need a teammate to help that though. Baiting the minions in there. Nice damage being dealt. Ah! Crumbz! You're being silly.
Oh, Cutie-Pie trying to dodge Westrice on bottom lane. He's taking a lot of damage here. Could he get the Cutthroat onto him? He gets condemned backwards, goes for the ulti. This is going to give him a little bit of space. He could go for Cutthroat here in the attack. He goes for Rake. Oh. Just did not have it. Cutthroat must have been on cooldown. It just came up. Unfortunate there. They were very good job by Cutie-Pie just doing the bush run back and forth at breaking vision for Westrice.
Yeah, Exhaust and Flash were both down anyway. The Ignite was used by Westrice, just did not do enough damage. Jatt's going to get the red for himself, though. It's nice for him. He's actually going kind of a similar build. He's actually, that might be a fast, a Warmogs now, that Regrowth Pendant only builds into a few items. He's got the Aegis so far. It's a very, very strong pickup. Westrice did take that turret at bottom. Dyrus is now nearby as well, but Westrice low on mana. I think that's a little bit scary. He's got a BF sword. Just, wow, AoE spamming these minions down. Very heavy AoE team.
Looks like they got a CV down onto Lee Sin. They know Dinh's taking Wraiths. They don't have to worry about too much. A weird CV. A dragon may be coming up soon, though, so maybe that's why they put that there. Wow, absolute invasion as they go into the jungle. Crumbz actually able to get that.
Crumbz going to get caught by doing this.
Wow, he is absolutely going to get caught. Dark Binding, can he get the angle on this? Oh, he goes for the ulti, but he might make it out of range. Oh, breaking 600, and he does not, but he does get far enough away to deter that attack from LoCicero. Yeah, he just did not carry it long enough. Unfortunate there for LoCicero. They are going to try to attack this. Dyrus being a pretty big troll here as he just continues to chase out in lane, now acting as bait, but he will stop with his team. They're going to say, hey, that's fine. We'll carry this out, because you can see Dignitas is like, if they come past this bush, we can reinitiate.
Yep, indeed. The thing about Zillion now is he finally has some more points into that W, and he has blue buff, so he actually uses ult right as he got stunned by Morgana, but you see it's going to come up in the next like 30 seconds though. 49 away, 4 seconds on that, so it's going to be about 2 to 3 ult usages and 20 seconds later, and that's going to be back up. Crumbz doing okay here, down to 31 seconds on that. Yeah, he's going to be all right. Morgana, though, still waiting on that one. Actually had blue buff when she used it, so and has Zhonya's, so that's going to be actually really good for LoC. Going to be able to ult, stun the whole team, and do a great job.
We'll see some of the items we have here. Obviously, Wriggles, more than one on the side of Dignitas. They have that in Trundle and Vayne. They had that last game. That was worked very well for them. Able to grab dragons and those objectives quite a bit quicker with those Wriggles procs. Madrid's procs, I should say, on the Wriggles. But we are going to see 4 in mid here from Dignitas. Sona, you can see the pink eye over her head. She is able to see all the invisible wards, or wards in general, and invisible units. Scarra, Nhat, both going up towards top. Blue may be spawning sometime soon. Zillion actually grabbed it a little short time ago, so I don't think that'll be coming up quick. Contradict myself there. Looks like they are heading towards top here. Are they going to bait this out? It looks like they could just be ward clearing power in numbers and trying to keep that focus on Locust so he doesn't get taken out.
They at least woke it up.
Yeah.
They're going to have to stop them. MF was far, and they're going for it. Cutie-Pie going to take a lot of damage, though. Only has a... Wow, yeah, they're still on it. The ward is down. They know about it. I'm surprised Dignitas would pull this. It seems very unsafe. Dinh's in the front. Jatt's taking some damage, but a great black shield blocks most of that damage output. Now Crumbz is getting stunned. He's going to have to revive himself. Gets it off in time, and here we go. The damage up at Scarra in the middle. Will drop first. Actually, going to get a revive as well. Let's see what else is going to drop down. We see Cutie Pie for the side. Crumbz trying to help that one out. Looks like Toronto gets the kill onto Talon. Now Scarra finally going to actually drop down. Looks like the kill back onto Zillion. Lee Sin dropping as well. Cutie Pie so incredibly low. Dyrus can't get the kill. He's trying. He's trying. Morgana with the dark binding. Nice shot there. Nhat not in great shape. Dyrus going to drop down, and only Nhat is alive. That is an ace. Nice job by these guys.
That was very, very good. That just a bit of slow that Sona was able to apply to, was it Westrice? Oh, I'm sorry, Dyrus, as he was chasing Cutie Pie. Just absolutely amazing. Was able to save him by a matter of inches.
Yeah, and Scarra had GA. I was like, how did he revive? I thought Zillion was on blue team. Oh, he changed his build this time. Knew he was getting focused first, and went Guardian Angel, and that won them the fight because they killed Scarra. And they killed Scarra again. And in the meantime, everyone else super low on health. Cutie Pie barely getting out. Heavy sustain, heavy mobility here. That fight was just barely. But now they've built themselves a 6,000 gold lead. They won the team fight 5-1. They killed the Baron. See Westrice still not able to one-shot caster minions here. That Bloodthirster needs more stacks. Only at 6. I mean, if he gets farmed enough, he can really blow up people like Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie has some nice armor from the Wriggles, but like realistically, pretty easy to champion. They don't have any hardcore reveal. Locust does have oracles, but also a killable champion.
You can see just the intensity of how much EPIK has turned it up. At this time, last game, it was over, and Dignitas had taken the win. Right now, they're about even all. A little bit more gold in the favor of Dignitas by about 6K, but the turrets are pretty much even here. 3 on the front for the other team. Dignitas and EPIK really head-to-head at this point. And like I said, what was a 30-minute match for Dignitas last time? EPIK really got that one out. They weren't worrying about the loss, and they came into this game as brand new like they did in their first one. So we're going to have to see if they can really continue to pull this offense and defense. As it looks like Dignitas now, obviously, with the upper hand in Baron, not going to be contested too hard on this. It looks like they did get the Dark Binding down, but it's not going to be anything they can focus on. Only a little bit of damage done to the turret, but they are utilizing their Baron, so they can pretty much do whatever they want here.
Yeah, and we saw the last fight, the Tron Pillar actually did catch Zillion really hard, made him revive himself. 5 points in Pillar of Filth really were quite impactful. The giant slow there helped him quite a bit. You're going to see them start running across Din, wanting to help. Vayne coming out from the side. Let's see what they can do. But they've woken it up. Dignitas actually think, well, thanks for pulling it for us. We're going to take this now. Actually, no, it resets anyway. And they're going to give away the free dragon. Of course, they have to. That Baron buff, really, really powerful. Scarra will take red. No, sorry, Westrice will take red. Or Dyrus. Yep, Dyrus will. Okay. So he's got Phantom Dancer. Now, he's actually sold the lifesteal, and he's now going for an Infinity Edge. He had it before, but he sold it now. It was confusing.
There you go. They do have a good minion wave here. This will be a drop turret. They're going to be able to get some good attacks onto this. There's some huge damage. Trundle coming out with that Contaminate, able to do a lot more attack speed as well as movement speed, so we got up there quite quick. Looks like they have about 2 to 3 minions. Now 1 minion to get onto this turret. Vayne's going to be able to pop off a few shots, take 2 hits from the turret there. Nothing she has to worry about. It looks like they're going to do a lot of harass poking here.
Yeah, it's very sustained. It's very smart with them. They have Sona and Baron buff. We're going to keep on this for a little while. Cutie Pie poking that turret. Rake comes out. Make It Rain comes out as well. A couple of AoE slows right there. Dark Binding again. Jatt still taking that damage, but of course, he's got sustain, so it's not a big deal that they keep hitting him with time bombs. Rabbitin's Death Cap's going to be a big pickup here. Zillion does not quite have it. His gold is 850, so he's got another 400 gold to go before he gets it. We look over at the Akali. Akali also 300 gold short, so neither of those champions going to have their Death Cap just yet. We see Cutie Pie get nice and farmed here, picked up a BF sword and then a Chain Vest. Going to make her very durable against Talon, and suddenly Talon can't easily kill her anymore.
I'm just looking at the items on both teams right now. Rod of Ages for EPIK here. A needlessly large rod, like you said, and just a little bit more gold required for Zillion to come up big on that. Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, really going up against Vayne's BF Sword and just the Phantom Dancer. But really, she gets her damage from that W rock. So she's really not too worried about it. Still hitting out the crits. The Phantom Dancer is amazing for her. It really complements her passive as well. So both teams doing what they need to do right now, not trying to purchase over expensive items. They're really just going for what is going to work work with the build right now and would complement their team. It's really the smart idea. They actually, instead of going for the regular build, they have been the Black Cleaver on Vayne instead of that Bloodthirster first.
Yep, and she's indeed going to do that. Just continue that attack speed build. Phantom Dancer plus Black Cleaver plus Berserker's Greaves, 1.9 attacks per second. Does still have the armor both from Wriggle's Lantern and from the Chain Vest, so she is nice and durable. Has some life steal from Wriggles as well. Going to be a force to be reckoned with in these battles. Not easily killable and sustaining, and good damage from the attack speed. Scarra's Guardian Angel's back up and has Death Cap. Crumbz, Death Cap as well, so he's going to be pretty lethal. 375 ability power. Dyrus, of course, very scary. Nhat Nguyen, not in bad shape either. 129 armor, has that maxed armor aura that will help a little bit against his physical damage. See Jatt taking some harass, but bottom lane, Akali could jump Dyrus and kill him instantly, and it looks like that's going to be possibly the plan. Crumbz doesn't want to get too aggressive. Time Bomb goes down. It's going to help a bit against PewDiePie. Black Shield, though, can block almost all that. Morgana, Death Cap, and Zhonya's.
Wow, they're really just hiding this one out. They could get caught off guard here. They are kind of in a line, and now they split off there. Oh, Dinh speeding down. Actually starts to back up. Oh, they started the fight on the other side of the jungle wall. Westrice is able to get out alive. Great shield by Dinh. The ulti just cresting over that wall, doing a little bit of damage. They're able to take out the golems there, deny Dignitas from taking their resources. And looks like Jatt does not want to give up on this one. He does have vision on him from getting hit by Lee Sin's Q, but he has wasted that off now. Continuing to pressure this lane. Baron has war off for Dignitas. We'll have to see what they can do here on regularly fighting Scarra. It's just really not something you want to see, a Guardian Angel on somebody. It's somebody you want to focus, but you know if you blow your cooldowns on that person, the fight is going to be that much harder. So you got to figure out a way to get Scarra out of the fight when you initiate it, and that's not something that Scarra is going to let you do.
It's not going to happen, not with the GA, not with
exactly.
Sona. Yeah, they've got to pick someone else, and that's going to be difficult because Scarra's got some damage output. But Locust, definitely a strong choice to get rid of. Once you get rid of the Oracle, it's going to help Talon, going to help a lot of people. You know, they have the ability to dive because they can get revived by Zilean, and Zilean with 375 AP means you're going to full revive someone. Look at this. The ult's going to heal for 1,800 on the pickup. The bomb's going to hit for 650 apiece. You've got this 1,200 burst damage. You've got Westrice hitting the ult for, looks like, about 430 apiece. Plus all the rest of his burst damage. You've got your 200, 250 per pass through on Rake. His Q gonna hit for 500-ish. I mean, you've got a lot of damage available here. You can really burst a single target, and they don't have that many resists, but LoCicero has Zhonya's, not an easy kill. Vayne, probably the squishiest ultimately, second to that Sona. Jatt, I mean, nice and durable. 2,700 health, 160 plus on both resists. Akali has a GA. Basically, Dignitas is pretty durable here.
It's been quite some time here. It looks like there's quite a focus on the top jungle. Baron may be coming up within the next few seconds here. A lot of focus, and there it is. Baron has come up. 37-27 was the spawn time on that. And both just on the other side of the wall right now, knocking on the front door. Dignitas trying to get in the face of EPIK. There's the Dark Binding, just missing everybody, but it is going to give some damage. I don't believe that's going to give them vision. Torment Soil will not do that. It will just damage. They're going to be able to take out that ward, and now they have somewhat of a free reign on attacking this. They do have a ward inside there, but it is theirs. They're going to turn around on this fight. The pillar goes off. Westrice turns around to go in for the attack, but they had oracles. He does get Zilean ulted. He could go in for this one. A huge crescendo. Locust flashes in and walks out of that one, giving his team a huge advantage in this fight. And it looks like Dinh will also be taken down. Crumbz is going to speed himself up, and I believe he will get away. Not many people can run that fast. Out the takedown there on that fight. Locust with a beautiful flash ulti, shutting down the entire EPIK team in that fight, and it was only Zilean to make it out alive. Westrice turned around a little too quick. I don't think his team knew that was going to happen, and he got bursted down very fast.
Yep, jumped in, did not get both parts of the ult as he was reviving in the second one, and that will kill that buff. And look at that, 4 kills from none. Despite the Zilean revive, still blew everybody up. Crumbz did get away, but now they've got their second Baron, and Dignitas looking to go for the kill. 10,000 gold the lead. That's a pretty significant buff. Scarra about to catch Crumbz. It's close. Won't quite land it.
This could be an inhibitor. They do have 7 seconds, and they'll have 3 up, 12 seconds for the rest of them. They're going to be able to make a lot of work of this inhibitor and possibly some of the lanes. They don't want anything else. It's going to be a red grab to Dragon, back, and reset.
Yeah, both reds are up. They can steal those. They already stole blue. Vayne got it. And it's going to be the red buff. Grabbed indeed. A lot of damage output coming in here. Those crits are nice and powerful. 600 damage apiece. Trundle leading the way. And that's working really well. Additionally, we did see that Lee Sin had kicked Trundle back in that fight, but he kicked him down here towards Dragon instead of back out towards his team, knocking up the rest of his team. I think he just slightly got a little bit mispositioned there. Trundle got forward, made that kick go the wrong way, but that could have been really big if he had used that to knock up everyone. Gotten some extra burst damage out on that. Maybe that would have given him the fight. I don't really know. Certainly AoE spam, just not quite enough. Everyone was low on Dignitas, but just not enough damage was dealt there. They survived it, they tanked it.
A little bit of an invasion here. EPIK trying to get in the face. Oh, wow, they're going to come up on the backside of Scarra, but he knows there is a CV down. You can see it right in that entry from the Dragon area. Scarra is going to be on the run, and let's see if Akali can escape this. MF does have that strut on. She took damage. She has not been in the battle, though, so it will continue to strut, and she is going to be running quite quickly. They should have put that on MF, if she would have been so fast. Akali using her ultimate to get away. Scarra doing a very nice job of kiting here, and it looks like they will be able to get a bomb on. It's not going to do too much. Scarra does a very nice job of figuring out a way to get to his team through the jungle of EPIK.
Yeah, nice job there by Scarra. Just going to need the stacks to come back on his ult. Only has one so far. It's kind of a good time to fight, I guess, if your opposing assassin can't use all his abilities. But Dignitas coming in for the top lane. Morgana on the way. Going for a Catalyst, probably a Banshee's Veil. And it's going to be push time. And this is going to be good for the Dignitas. They still have the Baron buff. Looks like everyone's wearing it. It's all the style. There we go, off on the turret.
Wow.
Pokey, but not getting a lot done.
That's a lot of damage. They are able to take these turrets out quite quickly. However, they are going to be met with a team of 5 as they make their way to this turret. Will they decide to go in, though? And just not worry about it. Trundle taking shots. It looks like Vayne will be able to stand on the outside of that and just kind of clock the turret. 1, 2, 3. Continuing to go back. Look at PewDiePie just focused on that turret, continuing to do damage. Very smart play, keeping this composure during this battle. Dinh, and too much of the fight goes down. He did have the Zillion ult on, and he will come back up. PewDiePie falls, also has a Guardian Angel, and we're going to see these people getting back into the fight. This could be it for EPIK. Dyrus going down quite quickly, double kill, and it's going to be a takedown there. The mid turret is gone. They will be able to go straight for these Nexus turrets, and it looks like they may be able to take the game right clean out of the hands of EPIK, who came out with the first awesome game. The surrender comes out from EPIK, and Dignitas will be able to take IPL3 Origins as your champions.
Nice job, Dignitas. This Guardian Angel stacks. And you've got Zillion, but we've got Guardian Angels, so it's okay. We revive 2. Amazing play by them.
Yeah, that played a huge role.
They really came back onto that one. Game 2 was dominant. Game 3, they were in control. It was close. It was back and forth, but they looked like they were very much in control during those matches, and they did a great job of that. 41 minutes, almost 42 that game. Most didn't even die, neither did Locust. A lot of deaths between Jatt, Scarra, and PewDiePie, sure, but really, 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 really good play. They got pretty rich there. Scarra, 14.7 thousand.
Awesome. I'm really glad to see that it didn't happen the second way the game happened. EPIK was able to pick it up and was able to make it a longer game. Not that obviously that's the win or what you want to achieve in a game, but they definitely pulled out a better game for that second one. They do have that potential, and they are definitely a team to be reckoned with. And coming into this tournament, a lot of people were just like, Dignitas. It happened, but it's going to soon be EPIK. These teams are all using ringers, so we're going to have to see once they can get their final 5 together and get that roster on the field. These are going to be high caliber teams.
I mean, they already are obviously very high caliber teams. I mean, everyone who showed up this weekend played amazingly. We talked with Triescamo from V8, and he was like, yeah, my team's really good, but a lot of them aren't land proven. They got really nervous playing their first land tournament. Of course, a lot is going to make a showing back at IEM New York next weekend, and we're going to see which ones can push through and do a good job, which one's going to bring their full lineup. Dignitas, I believe, is going. V8's going to show up back there again. Team Mid CLG also making their way up. EPIK, unfortunately, not going to make their way in, but a lot of really good teams, really good players. The strategies still just stacking out. We learned a lot this tournament. We're going to learn a lot in the future for competitive LoL as well. We're going to be back after this commercial break with interviews with the teams and more awesome stuff, so stay tuned. We got more coming for you.
In a top-secret facility, some of the brightest minds gathered in the dead of night. Their mission, to redefine technology as we know it.
We've managed to unlock it, but how will people handle this much power?
AMD FX CPUs, the EPIK returns. Introducing the AMD FX 8-core processor, the world's first 8-core desktop processor, unlocked out of the box. With an extra burst of speed when you need it most, with AMD Turbo Core technology. And ultimate power for all your demanding content creation needs. Introducing Vision FX technology. When you combine the power of an AMD FX 8-core processor with the world's fastest graphics card, the AMD Radeon HD 6990 graphics card, put your graphics to the test and revel in lifelike imagery with AMD's second generation of DirectX 11 capable graphics. All that you know is about to change. Get 8 cores in your system.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Caster's booth on the stage. I am here again joined by Team Dignitas. These guys coming out huge. Your champions on the weekend. Let's hear a round of applause for these guys playing amazing matches, coming out, only losing their one game to EPIK. What happened in that game? What faltered? Where did you guys come out wrong? Because those last two games, you're like, we definitely need to change this up. We did something wrong.
Well, EPIK did a really good job of getting the early dragon, and then we didn't have enough wards in the dragon area, so we lost like the next consecutive 3 dragons. So, 4 dragons? Yeah, 4 dragons. So after like a certain amount of time, like we actually almost turned it around, but then we pushed into almost 60 minutes. I was item capped 40 minutes in, and Shen doesn't do well item capped, and they had the better picks, and they did a lot better. Yeah, they did a lot better than us in the early game. That's what caused them to win.
Right on, Jatt. That jungle Trundle, man, is like your favorite. Your favorite. It's just what you come out with every time.
I mean, yeah. We've been practicing with it more and more, and just the amount of control, not only on Dragon, just for the whole map. The pillar's at 11-second recharge and lasts for 7 seconds. And if you don't have any really hard engages, you pick every fight if you have Trundle. And that's what's really good about him.
That's amazing. Did you guys, what was it that, that you changed coming into your matches? The team comp was a little bit switched up, but kind of the same. What were you guys really looking for to overcome EPIK?
I think the biggest thing we were doing was dragon control, and we wanted really high, like a lot of wards in the dragon area. So,
Over 7.
Yeah, because they had a really good dragon control team, and like with Lee Sin, you're giving a lot of dragon control. So like in the third game, our dragon fight was almost 6 minutes long or something. Like we had a ridiculous dragon fight, and whoever won that was pretty much assured the game. The next 2 dragons in the game, and it just so happens that we got the team fights won, and we won the game.
Right on, amazing. I'm going to give you guys a chance here. Do your own shout-outs, so, let people know who you are, your parents, whatever, your sponsors. Do it down. You guys definitely deserve it. Let's hear a round of applause before they do this, guys. One more time. Your champions on the weekend. Where are your shout-outs?
I like to give a shout-out first to Team Dignitas, who sponsored us, and they definitely deserve this, and I hope they like our performance today. and I like to thank the sponsors of Dignitas as well.
Shout-out to Nhat for forming the team. Hell yeah.
Why don't you say who Nhat is?
I'd like to give a shout out to EG for the awesome finals games. Those were a lot of fun. And also Team Liquid.net.
Yeah, well, I'll introduce myself so everyone else is forgetting. But yeah, my name's Josh Leisman. I'm Jatt. I play jungle, obviously. And yeah, just awesome shout out to all the sponsors. I had some trouble with my mouse this game, but pretty soon I'm going to be getting my Death Adder from Razer, so that'll be awesome.
Shout out to Save Me, Pony Prancer, and Malbara for being my sparring partners for from VChat. Yeah, thanks, bros.
Awesome. Again, your winners, guys. Team Dignitas coming out very big on the weekend. We are going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with Epic Gamer. All right, guys, we're back here on the stage. I have Epic Gamer with me. The guys picked up second place. Nothing to be ashamed of. Let's have a big round of applause for these guys. They had an awesome first match coming out against Dignitas. Were able to come up with that win. Pretty much, not really a shocker, but that hour-long game, you know, Dignitas was able to come out really strong. That next game was 30 minutes. Where do you guys feel that the falter came in that game? Fault.
Oh, the fault. It was all a team effort and all of our fault. Our team comp was great. For the third game, we danced around Dragon a lot, and then, you know, we got caught, and then that was the end for us. But overall, like, I'd like to thank, like, Nhat and Crumbz for coming out for us, you know, filling in the shoes of Salsi and our support player. They played great, and that's all I can ask for.
Right on. You guys definitely played awesome all weekend long. Only, what, 1 game loss, or you're about a 2-game loss because of that situation, and you're able to come out very strong. What are you guys going to change up for the next, you know, match to come up? And I know you guys are using ringers here. How do you think that affected you at all?
Not much. We did great. Yep. You know, a lot better than I expected. Ask Dan. I don't know.
There you go, Dan.
I was like reaching for the camera anyways. It feels like, you know, every tournament we go to, we have new players anyway, so maybe next time we'll replace Dyrus or Westrice. No, I'm just kidding. They're probably pretty important players on the team. Probably. Maybe if I throw away Dyrus, I can solo mid more. Oh, wow. I like you. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually Dyrus' idea. You know, at MLG is like, man, you know Dan's best champ is Heimerdinger? Like, best champ. Like, we should try and make a team comp out of it, so... Like, Heimer comp, thanks to Dyrus.
Not thanks to me. Thanks to Cal, Bobby Hank Hill in game. He calls himself Based God. He has swag. That was his idea, not mine. I just promoted it. Thank you, Based God. I love you.
Awesome. So coming into the picks and the team comps, you guys definitely played better in the third game, obviously taking it longer and really showing, you know, Dignitas that you could stand with them and stay true. What picks do you think you could have made better, or did you guys hesitate on in picks and bans that okay?
I have a lot to talk about this. I felt, honestly, they got completely and absolutely outpicked. Just our comp in general was stronger than theirs, and it countered theirs. Where we faltered was our team play coordination, just being at the right place at the right time. Because, you know, we would call out and then it just miscommunication. Kind of never happened. You guys want to go? Give it a go? Go for it.
All right, well, I think that we had the Zillion pick, which was really strong, but I was the Zillion player and also the talent player on the team. So then that was kind of a miscommunication that we had. So we put Westrice on talent. He was pretty good at talent as well, but he was... Not as experienced. Not as experienced.
Yeah. I warned you guys. Yeah, my talent wasn't that great, but then again, EG second place like always, but yeah, forever. Number 2 forever was better than number 3 or 4. Shout out to Reggie, if he's still there. Number 4. 3, 4, same thing. Go for it.
The moment we went into this game and he picked Talon, and just where we were about to start, you know what he said? Man, I hope I remember how to play Talon. I was like, oh my God, you should have seen my face.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you a quick chance. Do your shout-outs, run down, you know, if you want your position, what you play, your in-game name, do it up.
Once again, I'm Dyrus. I troll jungle when Heimer goes mid, Dan goes mid, and I go top or mid when I'm solo. And occasionally people think I'm rusty, and I kind of was, but I occasionally go bot with MF or any AD carry. And shout out to Cutie Pie for... No, I'm not going to go there. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so my name's Jatt Nguyen, and I play support for EG. I'd just like to thank all my friends and family who are watching me play today, and EG for picking me up.
I know this is really common, but shout out to my mom, my sister, my daddy, his mommy, my uncle. Yeah, the more the merrier, the better, I guess. For my uncle, he sends me a text message, congrats to all my friends and fans, too, especially the fans, because they're the most important thing in the world.
All right. I want to give a shout out to the Latin community of League of Legends. Just only
Latin community.
Latin community. It's only 2 people. It's me and Lapaka. So shout out. So that's it. That's the Latin community.
All right, I'm Westrice. I play AD carry, and I'd like to give a shout out to my mom for supporting me so much, posting on Facebook every 10 seconds. And shout out to Natalie, because I love you.
I'm Crumbz and I play EPIK.
I didn't even say what I did.
Shout out to my family and friends too, mom and dad, and everyone supporting me. And thank you TSM for Westrice, and thank you League of Legends for Nhat, and thank you for getting us here, because we wouldn't have been here or at DreamHack if we didn't practice. So thanks. No, seriously, but from the bottom of my heart, no trolling. Thank you. I love all my fans that watch my shit quality. Oh, I'm not supposed to swear.
Guys, let's hear a round of applause for all the teams that played this weekend. IPL3 Origins, League of Legends coming to an end. We're going to have the award ceremony in 2 hours. Be sure to go make some popcorn, do whatever you got to do, take a quick nap because you better be awake for it. Myself, Rivington III, and Phreak on the League of Legends casting this weekend. Thanking all of you for tuning in. Stay tuned for a little bit more here from IGN Pro League.